Rose Potter is a character created by Ime in the game Hogwarts Legacy. Had she foreseen that one day she would traverse into this game world, she might have refrained from adopting a name reminiscent of Harry Potter, a fellow enthusiast of the series. Upon successfully completing the game, the system transported her to a moment prior to the commencement of the narrative, undoubtedly the greatest reward for any devoted fan. However, this boon ushered in unforeseen opportunities. Before the Dark Lord's resurrection, Rose diligently fulfilled the role of a humble assistant. Yet, following his return, she found herself compelled to reveal her true nature as a formidable sorceress intent on eradicating dark wizards. Time had changed, and the Ministry of Magic was no longer the same. It could no longer afford to overlook her. In anticipation of the future, she disguised herself as another Tom Riddle, thus introducing two Dark Lords into the world of Death Eaters. Chapter 1. Before Everything Begins. In the summer of 1991, in London, at the Leaky Cauldron, a young woman with long, flowing black curls stepped through the weathered, dimly lit doorway of the tavern. Old Tom paused in his polishing of glass, glancing up momentarily. A stranger, unmistakably a witch one, could not question how he discerned this. Her striking beauty, coupled with a remarkably distinctive robe, ensured that any encounter would leave a lasting impression. If to confirm Old Tom's suspicions, the raven-haired maiden's ash-gray eyes roamed curiously around the shadowy establishment. "Can I assist you with something?" Old Tom inquired. "Good day, sir. I have an appointment," she replied, her ash-gray eyes curving into a friendly smile. "Right this way, Miss White." A figure clad in a vibrant purple robe emerged from around the corner of the wooden staircase at the end of the bar. A kindly old man, wearing half-moon spectacles, gestured warmly to her. "Oh, it is Professor Dumbledore," Old Tom muttered to himself, realizing that the esteemed headmaster was the one awaiting the young lady. It was evident why one would meet a stranger at this juncture, having worked here for many years. Old Tom had witnessed this scene unfold countless times. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore. I am Ime Bai." The young lady in a pale yellow cloud-like dress introduced herself politely upon meeting the elder. "Delighted to meet you, Miss Bai. Please have a seat. Would you care for something to drink?" The elderly gentleman's light blue eyes sparkled kindly behind his half-moon spectacles. "That a cup of red tea, please," Ime Bai said, placing her small handbag beside the chair. "Red tea without milk or sugar loses its greatest enjoyment for me," he remarked humorously, tapping the table with his wand. 2 cups of red tea materialized before them. Evidently, Dumbledore's included milk. "I am simply accustomed to it," she replied hesitantly, observing him spooning no fewer than 3 sugar cubes into his cup. Upon receiving Horace's letter of recommendation, I noticed the name of Miss Bai and assumed she was a native of the Land of Flowers, only to realize that my assumption was evidently misguided. Dumbledore took a sip of tea while his gaze rested upon a young lady sitting across from him, who clearly bore the features of an Anglo-Saxon. Ime, or Rose as she preferred, chuckled in response. "I merely adopted a name from that region due to my prolonged residence there. It proves quite convenient, does it not? Moreover, I have a fondness for the place. Then why apply for a teaching position at Hogwarts? Forgive me for saying, but a role as a teaching assistant hardly seems commensurate with your impressive credentials. Indeed, it is somewhat regrettable that, as an Englishwoman, I did not graduate from Hogwarts." Rose shrugged lightly. "After all, it is the finest magical institution in Europe. Professor Slughorn has consistently encouraged me to come and see for myself. Indeed, I would wager there is no school more splendid than Hogwarts. You shall fall in love with it." Dumbledore winked at her. In response to the almost overt suggestion, Rose cheerfully replied, "I believe I shall." That Dumbledore's hand rested thoughtfully on his long white beard. "Miss Bai, are you accustomed to using a wand? After all, the magical examinations in Asia do not restrict the forms of spellcasting. Many practitioners even cast spells without wands." "Certainly. Many years ago, I purchased a wand from Ollivander's, a lovely pine wand, which works splendidly." Rose reminisced about the day she acquired her wand in Hogsmeade under the companionship of Sebastian. "Ollivander has always been the finest," Dumbledore praised. "Well, I have a small request, Professor." Rose hesitated slightly. "If there is any way I can assist you, feel free to speak openly. You see, having spent so much time in Asia, much of what I know about magic has been self-taught from spellbooks. If possible, could I audit classes in my spare time? Why not? However, I believe you will need to seek the consent of the respective professors, as they are the true instructors, are they not?" Chapter 2. The Defense Against the Dark Arts. Dumbledore placed an envelope on the table and pushed it forward, an opportunity no newcomer to Hogwarts would wish to miss. With a mysterious wink of his right eye, he continued. "The newly appointed Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quirinus Quirrell, was originally the Professor of Muggle Studies at Hogwarts, and I believe his transition to this role might not be unwelcome. However, as a devoted Harry Potter fan, Rose was acutely aware of his true nature but chose not to reveal everything at that moment. She replied cheerfully, "Of course, Professor Dumbledore. I shall seek his guidance earnestly." With that, Dumbledore rose, his vibrant purple robes adorned with stars swaying gently. Rose found it utterly fascinating. After his departure, she opened the thick parchment envelope to reveal a train ticket for Platform 9. Holding this coveted ticket, which had drawn countless fans in the past, Rose felt a wave of emotions wash over her, realizing that all her previous efforts had been worthwhile. After this summer, she would return to Hogwarts, reunite with the trio of first-year students, encounter the ever-arrogant Draco Malfoy, and see the beloved Professor McGonagall. The myriad of daydreams filled her cheeks with a rosy hue as she clenched her fists and silently cheered herself on. No other fan could be as fortunate as she was. And her sole task was to partake in all of this, to reclaim those shards of life that had caused her pain. A month before the start of term, having already acquired the book list for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, Rose settled into a guest room at the Leaky Cauldron after visiting Flourish and Blots. She had been engrossed in Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection for nearly a month. Over a century ago, she had hastily completed her 5th year at Hogwarts as a transfer student, with only the Hogwarts Practical Guide to her name. She had never faced the burdens of completing written assignments or theoretical work, nor had she participated in exams, which were said to be comprised of both theoretical and practical components. Although she held the position of a teaching assistant, she was determined to remain at Hogwarts for 7 years without revealing her lack of theoretical knowledge. Of course, she did not fabricate her credentials as a teaching assistant. She had recently passed the Level 3 Asian Wizarding examination, which required only practical operations due to cultural and language barriers. To secure Dumbledore's appointment in 1991, she had maneuvered her way to connect with Slughorn and adorned her resume with a glittering achievement, the inventor of a charm for defense against the dark arts and dispelling. As a novice in theory, the essence of this small alchemical charm was derived from ancient magical glyphs, akin to cheating. Yet to this day, she remained the sole individual capable of perceiving and wielding ancient magic. However, this cannot conceal the undeniable truth of her apprehension. She harbors no fear of any practical spells. Yet, reflecting on the previous defense against the dark arts professors, it seems that only Remus Lupin truly embodied the essence of practical experience. This realization rendered her increasingly anxious. To avoid being perceived as the next inept Gilderoy Lockhart by the entire school, she reluctantly resorted to Hermione's method of rigorous memorization. Over the course of a month, she diligently acquired every textbook and any available literature on the subject of dark arts, committing them to memory through sheer perseverance. Students from the land of the Great Flower had never shied away from such rote learning. On the day of the Hogwarts Express's departure, Rose meticulously selected a wizarding robe, a black waist-cinched garment lined with deep green, eschewing her previously favored elegant kipeos. At times, being unconventional is not advantageous, particularly when one seeks to assimilate swiftly into a new environment. Her assorted belongings were stowed within a small satchel, while her wand and various magical items were conveniently managed by the system. As for her cherished possessions from yesteryears, she had relocated them to a remote island prior to her departure, having restored the ancient magic used for transportation, with the entrance remaining the same as the vault at Gringotts, number 12. After casting a disillusionment charm and an ignoring charm upon herself, Rose leaned against the pillar of Platform 10 at King's Cross Station, watching as the station's clock hand inched closer to 11. At last, she heard the voice she had been eagerly awaiting amidst the throngs of muggles. The speaker was a plump woman, and Rose quickly diverted her gaze, noticing she was conversing with 4 red-haired boys. Nearby stood a small boy with tousled black hair, wearing round glasses, with a massive suitcase beside him and a snow-white owl perched atop it. Rose recognized the owl's name, Hedwig, from the pages of History of Magic. An involuntary smile blossomed on her face. Her long-awaited journey was finally commencing. She scrutinized the solitary figure of the boy, who appeared to be captivated by the Weasley family. In an instant, she withdrew her wand, dispelled her disillusionment and ignoring charms, straightened her posture, and retrieved the envelope that Dumbledore had entrusted to her. Letting a small ticket flutter to her fingertips, she stepped towards the Weasley family, greeting them warmly. "Good day, madam," she said, catching a glimpse of the little boy who had just been about to speak before freezing in his tracks at her approach. His gaze fell upon her black robe. "Oh, hello, miss. How may I assist you?" Mrs. Weasley regarded the young lady before her, whose appearance was striking. "Are you all headed to Hogwarts?" she inquired politely. "Indeed, dear. We have 4 boys embarking on their journey to Hogwarts this year. Might you guide us to Platform 9? Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster, provided me with but a single ticket. Upon my arrival here, I realized I was utterly perplexed regarding how to proceed." Rose elucidated, "I overheard your conversation about muggles, which led me to surmise that you are indeed a witch. Fear not. Simply dash directly towards the ticket booth nestled between platforms 9 and 10. Percy, you shall demonstrate shortly." Mrs. Weasley exhibited remarkable kindness. "However, you do not appear to be a student here," she inquired with curiosity. Hogwarts seems to lack transfer students. I am a newly appointed teaching assistant, Rose clarified. Professor Dumbledore insisted that I must not miss this journey. You seem to be British. Did you not graduate from Hogwarts? I have been residing in Asia until now, madam. Oh, what a pity. Hogwarts is the finest school of magic, Molly Weasley lamented. Are you a new professor? The one teaching defense against the dark arts? Two boys chorused in unison, their identical appearances revealing them to be twins. I am merely a teaching assistant for that subject. Rose explained. I am named Rose White. Rose, the professor? One of the twins mimicked the surname in a peculiar manner, though his attempt was evident in its inadequacy. I am not a professor. Simply call me Rose, she replied, extending her hand towards the twins in hopes of fostering a pleasant rapport at the school. Of course. Miss Rose, the twins responded simultaneously. Greetings, Miss White. The elder Percy, unlike his twin siblings, was not as effusive but extended his hand warmly to shake Rose's. This is our youngest son, Ron. He is a first-year student this year, Molly introduced, gesturing towards the freckled boy standing shyly between the twins, his face flushed with embarrassment. Hello, Ron, Rose greeted him amicably, extending her hand. Hello, Miss Rose. The peculiar pronunciation caused the young boy to redden further. Well, time is of the essence. I believe you can continue this in the carriage, Molly called to the boys, ushering them towards the ticket booth at the front of the platform. The boys, flustered, jostled about with their respective luggage. Yet, Rose remained rooted in place, glancing sideways. Are you also a first-year student this year, I presume? Indeed, I am Harry Potter. As Rose extended her right hand towards him, Harry nervously rubbed his palm against his trousers, attempting to rid himself of the sweat. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Young Harry, Rose thought to herself. After shaking her hand, Harry awkwardly withdrew his hand. So, I simply need to dash towards the ticket booth like they did? Yes. And if fear grips you, perhaps you might choose to shut your eyes, she suggested thoughtfully. Shall you go first? The Weasley family had already vanished before the ticket booth. Harry swallowed nervously. He pushed the once massive suitcase before him and dashed towards the ticket booth. Before accelerating, he closed his eyes, hoping not to be met with rejection. After all, he was meant to be a wizard, wasn't he? Hagrid had presented him with the acceptance letter and gifted him an owl as a token of his enrollment. It was as if he had passed through a veil of water, only to be enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. The incessant chatter of countless voices, the shrill cries of animals, and the cumbersome noise of dragging suitcases filled the air. We should board, Harry. May I call you that? At some point, as Harry regained his senses, he noticed Rose standing beside him. Of course, he nodded eagerly. By now, the first few carriages were packed with students. Some had their heads out of the windows, conversing with their families. The two of them instinctively turned towards the rear of the train, Harry straining to push his heavy luggage. I think you might need assistance. Rose drew forth a brown wand and waved it gently, causing the once bulky suitcase to float effortlessly. Wow, Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. It's the levitation charm, something you will learn at school, Rose smiled at him. They found an empty compartment at the back, and with a flick of her wand, the suitcase soared up to the luggage rack. As Harry observed this marvel, he finally felt an undeniable sense of belonging in the magical world, realizing he was one of them. Miss, did you not bring any luggage? You can call me Rose. Harry, she replied, settling into the empty seat across from him. All my things are right here. She patted her small handbag, explaining. What sort of magic is this? Harry pondered, comparing her petite bag to his own suitcase. Chapter 4, The Hogwarts Express. Barely had Rose and Harry settled in when the compartment door swung open, revealing the smallest boy from the earlier red-haired family. Is anyone sitting here? He inquired, eyeing the seats occupied by Harry and Rose, as the other compartments were full. Harry shook his head, suddenly reminded of something, and glanced at Rose across from him. No, Rose kindly responded to the boy. The red-haired boy struggled to pull his luggage into the compartment. Suddenly, his suitcase levitated on its own and settled onto the rack. After staring at his suitcase for a moment, he reacted, cool. However, he already knew that Rose was to be the new defense against the dark arts teaching assistant. Such magic was trivial for an adult witch. Yet, he hadn't heard her cast a spell. He approached the dark-haired boy in the carriage and took a seat beside him. I'm Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron was taken aback to hear that name here. Having grown up listening to tales of Harry Potter, his eyes widened, and he pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry brushed aside his fringe, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. This was the work of you-know-who. Indeed, but I can scarcely recall, Harry remarked. Just as Ron was about to elaborate on the scar, Rose interjected, the mysterious figure? Is that Voldemort? The mere utterance of the name caused Ron to shudder. What's wrong? Harry inquired, puzzled. I truly admire you, Ron said, gazing at Rose in astonishment. Perhaps my understanding of him is merely superficial, Rose elucidated. After all, England is quite distant from Asia. By the time I learn the entire story, it may already be concluded, she added with a hint of irony. A brief silence enveloped the compartment, interrupted by the sound of clattering wheels in the aisle. As a conductor pushed a cart past their compartment, the door having been left ajar when Ron entered. "Would you care for some snacks, dear?" the conductor inquired, a dimple appearing on his somewhat plump visage. Feeling a tad awkward, Ron retrieved a sandwich from his pocket. "I brought my lunch." However, Rose rose from her seat, standing before the cart for a moment before nearly emptying it of its snacks, creating a small mountain of treats on the table. "Don't mock me. I've never tasted the snacks here, and I am eager to try them all," Rose said, somewhat sheepishly. "How could I? Snacks from Asia are entirely different. And since arriving in England, I've been residing at the Leaky Cauldron, which lacks such delights." She took a bag of snacks, urging, "You both partake as well. Do not be shy. I cannot possibly consume all of this alone, yet I wish to sample everything." After exchanging a glance, Ron and Harry eagerly seized the snacks from the table. Rose tossed a spherical, chilled treat into her mouth, the icy sensation swiftly enveloping her palate. While the effervescent gases seemed to dive into her stomach, the carbonation spreading instantaneously. She sensed a peculiar difference and glanced at her toes. "This is an ice cream ball. It allows one to float a few inches off the ground when consumed," Ron explained, "available at Honeyduke's, though it is somewhat pricey." Ron picked up a cake shaped like a pot. "This is a cauldron cake. It's quite delicious, far superior to the corned beef sandwich my mother packed for me." He discarded the sandwich, evidently weary of it. "If you don't mind, may I have a taste?" Harry asked, eyeing Ron's sandwich, which appeared to be made by a plump witch, exuding a comforting, homely aroma, something he longed for. "Oh, are you interested in that? It's made from canned corned beef by my mother. I eat it nearly every day at home," Ron said, scrunching his nose as he handed the sandwich to Harry. "I'd like to try it." "I've never had this before," Harry whispered. Ron found this somewhat odd, but clearly, Harry offered no further explanation. Meanwhile, Rose had finished the ice cream ball and unwrapped a new treat. "This is a chocolate frog. Be careful not to let it," Ron observed as Rose bit off the head of her chocolate frog, her voice gradually fading away into silence. Rose chewed on the chocolate and retrieved the card from the box. Finding the confection too sweet for her taste, she decided she would not indulge in another. Oh, it was Dumbledore. The elderly figure in the card winked at her with his bright blue eyes. How delightful, she mused, recalling how she had once purchased a replica chocolate frog at the film studio. She watched as the image of the man vanished. This was indeed the authentic version, as the Muggle counterparts did not possess such enchantment. As the scenery outside rushed past, revealing endless fields and expansive, crystalline blue lakes, it transitioned into dark green forests and rolling hills. At that moment, a knock echoed on the compartment door. "Come in," she called. The door swung open to reveal a chubby boy standing outside, tears glistening in his eyes. "Excuse me, have you seen my toad?" he asked, his voice trembling. Everyone shook their heads. His sobs grew louder. "This is the last compartment, and I still haven't found it." The boy's loud cries left Ron and Harry at a loss. There's a teaching assistant here. Perhaps she can help," Ron suggested, casting a hopeful glance at Rose. "What is your name, child?" Rose asked gently. Neville Longbottom," he replied. Upon hearing that a teaching assistant was present, his tear-filled eyes brightened. "Let us give it a try," Rose said, raising her wand. Suddenly, Neville Longbottom's toad soared into the compartment. With a swoosh, a deep green toad appeared on the floor. "Trevor," he exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to embrace his pet. "Thank you, Miss," Neville expressed gratefully. "You can call me Rose. I'm happy to assist you." "Wow, I think that's a spell learned only in higher years," came a voice from the group. Everyone turned to see a small girl with thick brown hair, her large front teeth visible as she spoke. Unlike the others, she had already donned her school robe. "I've finished reading this year's book list, including Standard Book of Spells, The Complete Guide to Spells, and Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, and none mentioned this spell. What is it called?" she asked rapidly, lifting her chin. The other three boys appeared to have no inclination to study, exchanging astonished glances. "The summoning charm," Rose explained. "If you're interested, I believe you can find it in the library." "Thank you very much," Hermione replied, having received the information she sought, preparing to leave with Neville, who was still hiccuping from his earlier sobs. "I think you should change into your robes," she suggested just before closing the compartment door. Chapter 5, The Start of Term Feast. As the train began to slow, Harry and Ron hurriedly changed into their robes, stuffing uneaten snacks into their pockets. Once the train came to a halt, Rose parted ways with them. The first years were to take boats across the lake, emulating the journey of the four founders when the school was established. As Rose, a member of the faculty, arrived at the school before the students, she entered the staff lounge, which was already populated by several individuals. "I presume you are Ms. White. Am I correct?" Upon knocking on the door with a heart full of excitement, a stern-looking witch with a somewhat gaunt visage set down her teacup and stood. "At last, Albus has heeded my counsel. The incessant rotation of teachers for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course leaves students with little to grasp." "Indeed, you must be Professor McGonagall?" Rose inquired softly. "Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have perused your credentials, and they are remarkably impressive. Being an assistant seems rather beneath your talents." "I am still quite young, with much to learn," Rose replied modestly. Your humility is commendable. The Hogwarts Library is accessible to all staff. You must not overlook it. As it is the largest collection in all of Europe, McGonagall said proudly. She then turned to address her colleagues. Allow me to introduce Ms. White, the teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts. Quirrell, she will be your aide. Feel free to delegate any teaching tasks to her. Why yes, Professor McGonagall. Hello, Ms. White. Quirrell stammered, adorned with a peculiar turban, as a potent odor of raw garlic enveloped Rose, momentarily choking her. To create a favorable impression on her future superior, she forced herself to maintain composure while conversing with Quirrell, who bore the unmistakable mark of the Dark Lord upon his head. Noticing Quirrell's anxious demeanor, Professor McGonagall quickly pressed her lips together and proceeded to introduce Rose to the other professors. Sylvanus Kettleburn, Professor of Care of Magical Creatures. An exceedingly enthusiastic elderly gentleman extended his remaining good hand to shake Rose's. It was evident he had a profound passion for magical creatures, as he appeared to possess only one fully functioning arm and half a leg. Rose held immense respect and admiration for those whose zeal for their work was so fervent. Greetings, Professor Kettleburn. Welcome. It has been quite some time since Hogwarts has welcomed fresh blood since Severus's tenure. Professor Aurora Sinistra, Astronomy. Another professor with notably dark circles under her eyes introduced herself. Sybil Trelawney, Divination Professor, another chimed in, her presence rare in the lounge. Yes, dear, for it clouds my second sight. Oh, I foresee. Dear, you must be cautious of a dark-haired individual. He will lead you into misfortune, Trelawney declared. Her thick glasses reminiscent of bottle bottoms, adorned with an array of jangling decorations, a bohemian-style shawl draped over her shoulders. Clearly, Professor McGonagall dismissed Trelawney's prophecy, as if she had not heard, and continued introducing Rose to the remaining faculty. Professor Pomona Sprout, the herbology instructor and head of Hufflepuff House, is of short and stout stature, yet her countenance radiates warmth and kindness. Adorned in a brown wizarding robe, she is also clad in an apron speckled with soil, indicating her recent immersion in the flora. Professor Phileas Flitwick, the charms professor and head of Ravenclaw House, clearly bears the lineage of fairies, his age suggesting a wealth of experience. His high-pitched voice is as distinctive as his diminutive height. Professor McGonagall glanced around, and upon noticing the absence of certain individuals, shrugged her shoulders. Well, you'll soon encounter Severus Snape, the potions master and head of Slytherin House, along with Miranda Hodge, the flying instructor, at the upcoming start-of-term feast. In addition to these professors, there is also the castle's caretaker, Filch, and the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall's introduction was thorough. Are there no other teaching assistants besides me? Rose inquired with curiosity. I mean, I've seen the schedule for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. And if Professor Quirrell is the sole instructor, then what about the other classes? Indeed, you are correct. The professors at Hogwarts do not have an easy task. Professor McGonagall nodded. Some matters are perhaps better left unsaid, but the professors do seem to bear quite a burden. Yes, so you've made a commendable start. Do your best. Miss Rose. You may call me Rose, Professor McGonagall. Very well, Rose. It is getting late. I believe you should make your way to the Great Hall. I still need to attend to the first years. Go ahead and be busy. Unlike a century ago, the Great Hall of Hogwarts has undergone numerous transformations, the most prominent being the ceiling resembling a starry sky, as documented in the annals of Hogwarts history. When Rose transferred here, such a feature did not exist. Numerous white candles floated in the air, and the long wooden tables were set with white porcelain tableware edged in gold, accompanied by brass goblets. The faculty table, in contrast, boasted more luxurious diningware, featuring transparent crystal goblets adorned with gold trim, suggesting that the castle's staff was not overworked due to financial constraints. As the sole teaching assistant in the entire school, Rose sat with downcast eyes at the far left of the faculty table, as students had yet to arrive. She was unaware of which house was directly opposite her. The previously closed doors of the Great Hall swung open, and a bustling crowd surged in, transforming the once quiet hall into a hive of activity, reminiscent of thousands of buzzing bees. As Rose curiously observed the students before her, some sharp-eyed individuals had already spotted the unfamiliar witch at the faculty table. Hey, who is she? One student queried, referring to the witch seated among the professors. She looks impressive. Is she this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? Lee Jordan, with a complexion of darker hue, nudged the twins beside him upon catching sight of Rose. But she seems so young. Oh, I know who she is, mate. We met her at the station. She's the assistant for Defense Against the Dark Arts. One of the twins, George, glanced back at the staff table and remarked, a teaching assistant? Since when did Hogwarts have teaching assistants? Jordan responded with a hint of confusion. Bro, it seems we do now, Fred replied nonchalantly. Perhaps the headmaster found it impossible to retain a professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts for long, hence the addition of an assistant position. Oh, I hope she is pleasant. Jordan winked at the twins. I doubt she'll be as bothersome as Filch, that annoying busybody. Let me show you the new gadgets we created over the summer. as Rose observed the table opposite her, filled with students adorned in green ties. She confirmed that this was indeed the front of Slytherin. When her peripheral vision caught sight of a young man, cloaked in a pitch-black wizarding robe, with long, dark hair cascading over his cheeks, her heart momentarily stilled with anxiety. "Hello, I'm the new teaching assistant, Rose White. You can call me Rose," she introduced herself, extending her hand towards the man beside her. However, he merely glanced at her slender fingers, inclined his head slightly, the furrow between his brows deep and pronounced. As if in disdain, he did not reciprocate her gesture but instead replied curtly, "Hello, Severus Snape," before lapsing into silence. For Rose, who was already well acquainted with Snape's intricacies, the encounter felt suffocating. She endeavored to display her limited acting skills, donning a perfectly timed smile to appear amicable. Retracting her hand subtly, she began to unconsciously rotate her left index finger, though it bore no ornamentation. After Snape concluded his exchange, she continued to observe everything taking place at the staff table, including the man beside her, whose demeanor radiated a clear message: "I am not to be trifled with. Keep your distance." Yet, in that fleeting moment of their meeting, Rose resolved one undeniable fact: Severus Snape was, indeed, akin to his portrayal in the films. Chapter 6, The Start of Term Feast 2. As the first-year students were lined up in 2 rows, eagerly entering the hall, the momentous occasion of the sorting ceremony arrived. Watching the anxious, pale faces of those little first-years huddled together not far away, Rose couldn't suppress a laugh, her sudden sound drawing a sidelong glance from the gentleman beside her. However, she had no intention of offering an explanation, merely raising an eyebrow in return. This behavior seemed to capture little of his attention, as his pale visage, obscured by his low-hanging dark hair, turned away once more. Rose was unfazed. Perhaps only matters concerning the Dark Lord and Harry Potter warranted this gentleman's attention. As the tattered, grimy sorting hat finally concluded its lengthy song, the sorting officially commenced. Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, called out names one by one, and the little first-years gradually found their respective houses, until Harry Potter. As the name was uttered, the previously raucous hall fell into a profound silence. Rose observed Harry, visibly anxious. As he approached the stool, the sorting hat descending over his head. After a prolonged pause, which seemed to perplex even the sorting hat, Rose noticed that the man beside her, though stationary, had shifted his focus entirely to Harry Potter. Indeed, after what felt like an eternity, approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the sorting hat finally reached its conclusion. "Gryffindor," it proclaimed loudly. The Gryffindor table erupted in the loudest cheers. "We have Potter. It's the Weasley twins." Humph. Rose did not miss the cold snort from the man beside her. "What's the matter, Severus? Is there something peculiar?" Quirrell stammered from Snape's other side. "Just like his insufferable father," Snape replied, his tone low and devoid of emotion. "Do not speak so, Severus." Once the sorting concluded, Professor Dumbledore rose, beaming as he opened his arms to welcome the new academic year at Hogwarts. "Before the feast commences, I would like to share a few words. This term, Professor Quirinus Quirrell will be our defense against the dark arts instructor. I believe many of the upperclassmen remember that Professor Quirrell previously taught Muggle studies, and Miss Hermione Granger will serve as his assistant." The 2 individuals beside Snape, Quirrell and Rose, stood to acknowledge their introductions before resuming their seats. "Why does the new assistant have such an unusual name? Perhaps she hails from Tibet. I recall seeing a similar name in Gilderoy Lockhart's latest book. She is truly beautiful. Does she have a boyfriend?" The murmurs were incessant, yet scarcely anyone spoke of Quirrell, who remained as inconspicuous as ever at Hogwarts. "While I intended to discuss the important matters of this term after everyone is well fed, Mr. Filch believes it imperative to capture the students' attention. First years, take heed. The Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits." He cast a pointed glance toward the Weasley twins. "Do not cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, for those wishing to avoid unforeseen accidents and untimely demise, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Now let us commence the feast." With a clap of his hands, Dumbledore summoned a bountiful spread upon all the empty tables: roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and hard mints. Rose gazed at the array before her. A veritable feast of greasy meats and potatoes prepared in every conceivable fashion, which constituted the typical British dining experience. Goodness, although she now bore the visage of a Briton, her heart remained that of a flower-growing soul. A month of the greasy steak and mashed potatoes at the leaky cauldron had already left her feeling quite queasy. She faced the meal before her, devoid of any appetite. Lifting the goblet, she took a sip, and as the peculiar sweetness slid across her palate, she maintained her composure. Her expression taut. Silently, she placed the goblet down and discreetly pushed it away. The British cuisine truly was alarming. However, sitting idle with a bare plate at the school banquet was evidently not the way to fit in, particularly for a newcomer like herself. Rosie restrained herself, Slowly taking some pea shoots, and at a painstakingly leisurely pace, she maneuvered them into her mouth, chewing back and forth with deliberate slowness. She had recalled a method she once heard from a celebrity, chewing 50 times on each side, though she wondered if this would overly develop her jaw muscles. Her thoughts began to wander, and when all the plates were suddenly cleared, Rosie finally exhaled in relief. This manner of dining was truly torturous. Now, as everyone prepared for bed, we shall sing the school song together. Observing the situation around her, Rosie noticed Snape suddenly stiffen. Tilting her head, she caught sight of his lips moving rapidly, yet amidst the cacophony of the school song, no sound reached her ears. Oh, was he reciting a spell? It seemed he became aware of her gaze and, with a scowl, turned to glare at Rosie, who was still watching him. Yet, Rosie appeared unfazed by his fierce stare. She slowly turned back, mimicking Snape's earlier demeanor, inhaled deeply, and recited the school song at her utmost speed. As she refrained from taking a breath, her face turned crimson upon finishing, followed by a series of uncontrollable coughs. Snape stared at her in disbelief for a moment, as if the young, beautiful girl before him had transformed into a monstrous oddity. The furrow between his brows deepened, and he found himself overwhelmed with irritation and disappointment at Dumbledore's so-called new plan for hiring teaching assistants. After Rosie finished her breath-holding rendition of the school song, she noticed him still glaring. Innocently, she blinked back at him. Humph, Snape snorted, tossing his black cloak behind him, and stormed away from the table. Rosie watched his retreating figure, perplexed. What had she done? She was aware of Snape's notoriously irritable temperament from the original text, yet after ruminating for a while, she found no reason for his ire. Ultimately, she decided to let it go. After all, his bad temper was widely acknowledged. Perhaps it was simply the discomfort of having a stranger seated beside him. But she could hardly be blamed. She had not known where he would be sitting. And her curiosity about the immensely popular Professor Snape in this world was insatiable. A true Harry Potter fan could hardly resist such an intrigue. Chapter 7. Ancient Magic. The black cloak billowed like a rolling tide with Snape's brisk strides. Rosie withdrew her gaze, tugging at the corners of her mouth, reflecting that she may have overstepped a bit. As the space beside her became vacant, she inquired of the already finished Professor Chilo, "Is there anything you would like me to prepare before class tomorrow?" "Oh, thank you ever so much, Miss White. I intend to introduce some magical creatures of the dark attribute, which are seldom displayed." Professor Chilo stammered through his sentence, but fortunately, Rose was a person of great patience. "Just call me Rose, Professor." "Very well, Rose. I shall accompany you to class tomorrow. Feel free to instruct me as needed." "Absolutely." After a somewhat drawn-out conversation with Chilo, Rose waited for the crowd in the auditorium to disperse before she strolled alone to the dormitory assigned to her by the school. It was a vacant classroom, converted into a dormitory, located near the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 3rd floor. A nondescript large door led into a spacious living area, merely furnished with a dining table and 2 upholstered chairs, along with a simple nylon sofa. Against the wall stood an empty bookshelf, facing a fireplace. Beyond lay a private bedroom, containing a 4-poster bed and a wardrobe, exceedingly simple. Yet, Rose was indifferent to such trivialities. She opened her handbag, enhanced by the spell of infinite expansion, and a myriad of items floated gracefully out. The bare table was adorned with a lovely light green tablecloth, and a pristine white porcelain vase held several dewdrop-laden Duchess flowers, their bowl-sized white petals unfolding in splendid layers, a sight to behold. The once empty bookshelf was now filled with various tomes, many of which were her past spoils, and some collected from hidden places. As Rose gazed at the ancient volumes, she mused, perhaps many were now out of print. Who could tell? Her knowledge of the magical realm was rather limited. After a moment's contemplation, she waved her wand, concealing the books with a spell that transformed the titles on their spines into names of spells, histories, and biographies she had seen at the Lycan bookstore. In her bedroom, she arranged the 4-poster bed adorned with deep green velvet drapes, complemented by silky sheets that blended seamlessly with the canopy, evoking memories of her time in the Slytherin dormitory. Beside the bed, Rose placed a vanity adorned with her array of skincare products. Her clothing was neatly organized within the wardrobe. The washroom was rather unremarkable, appearing quite small. Rose refrained from magically altering it, for it sufficed for one person, and she was not particularly fastidious. Once all preparations were complete, she waved her wand, releasing a silvery light from its tip, causing a dark golden rose vine to flourish and wander across the walls, blooming as it traveled. It extended from the washroom to the bedroom, then to the living area, finally coiling around the door lock, culminating in a budding dark golden flower. This was her self-prepared surveillance system, cleverly disguised as magical wallpaper, both beautiful and practical. It serves a function akin to the guardian creature that resides before the principal's office, allowing her to eavesdrop on the sounds emanating from the doorway and the adjacent corridor at any moment within this chamber. Hogwarts, in its truest essence, is not a sanctuary. particularly this year, as both the Savior and the Dark Lord grace the ancient castle with their presence. She has allocated all her acquired talent points to spells, transfiguration, and dark magic, bidding a reluctant farewell to potions and the room of requirement. The level cap in the game Hogwarts Legacy is set at 40, yet the system appears to have undergone alterations or updates. Upon reaching level 40, she did not hit the ceiling. Rather, the inability to farm dark wizards and magical creatures in this era has rendered her experience progression sluggish. Her talent tree continues to ascend, with every point earned post-upgrade directed towards categories pertinent to practical combat. However, the most significant advantage for Rose is not these abilities, but rather the ancient magic inherent to the protagonist of Hogwarts Legacy. Only those endowed with this talent can perceive and wield ancient magic, which transcends mere combat applications, allowing it to be interwoven with any spell. This realization dawned upon Rose through diligent exploration. For instance, the surveillance system she has constructed appears to the untrained eye as merely a beautifully executed transfiguration, giving life to three-dimensional vines on the wallpaper. However, the ancient magic interlaced within is the true essence of this enchantment, imperceptible to those lacking the talent. This scenario exemplifies an even more extreme hierarchy of disdain than Grindelwald's assertion that magic flourishes only within a select few souls. Yet, such matters cannot be articulated to anyone. For ancient magic has long remained concealed within the annals of wizarding history, never revealing a whisper to those devoid of talent. It is akin to the existence of magic itself to muggles, an arrogant exclusion that not only denies learning but also conceals its very existence. Since dinner was scarcely consumed, Rose surveyed her surroundings in the living room, reluctant to soil the delicate green tablecloth she had just adorned the dining table with. Thus, in the vacant space before the fireplace, she retrieved her potion workstation, selecting a small cauldron and meticulously cleaning the long-unused vessel with a water prison, subsequently making the dirty water vanish with a vanishing charm. After extracting a carefully packaged bag of rice and performing a simple rinse, Rose ignited a fire, allowing the rice porridge to simmer. Unlike the lengthy cooking times required by ordinary individuals, she stirred the contents clockwise with a stirring stick, and within a minute, a pot of rich, creamy porridge was ready. Cradling the bowl of steaming porridge in her hands, Rose inhaled deeply, praising magic for sparing her the hunger of waiting for the porridge to cook. For this alone, she harbored no grievances about being thrust into this perilous world with a system. Once one encounters magic, it is impossible for anyone to resist its allure. Particularly for a witch, a simple incantation can liberate her from mundane chores. After savoring her porridge, Rose let out a satisfied sigh, waved her wand, and sent the pot and bowls soaring to the washroom for cleaning, returning them to their rightful places once the task was completed. After a satisfying meal, Rose retrieved a shimmering silver-gray silk robe from her wardrobe and entered the washroom. Following a brief cleansing ritual, she leaned against her four-poster bed, selecting a textbook on the defense against the dark arts as her evening reading. Tomorrow morning, she would partake in 2 consecutive lessons on dark arts in her 3rd year, and she was curious about how Professor Chilo intended to conduct the class. As Rose glanced at the black, inked letters on the pages, they twisted before her eyes like tiny insects. Although she did not harbor high expectations for Chilo, she despised the thought of idly wasting time, as it would leave her feeling restless and uncomfortable. After all, Chilo was a professor of Muggle studies and should possess some redeeming qualities, she mused. After stifling a yawn, she nestled into the soft fabric and succumbed to a deep slumber. The lights in her bedroom quietly extinguished once her eyes closed. Chapter 8. Chilo. In the morning, uncertain if she had overslept, Rose arrived at the hall to find only a few figures at the teacher's desk, while students busily chatted, some still chewing on their breakfast. Hastily scribbling on parchment with quills, Rose hastily stuffed some toast into her mouth and gulped down a cup of black coffee, seeking to rouse herself. It had been a long time since she had risen early. Returning to the schedule of student life was undoubtedly a grueling ordeal. The classroom for defense against the dark arts was on the 3rd floor, close to her dormitory, and she resolved to have her breakfast in her common room in the future, as it would save both time and energy. Good morning, Professor Chilo. As she pushed open the classroom door, even though the students had yet to arrive, she could tell Chilo was already present, as her nostrils were immediately assaulted by a formidable odor of garlic. This scent was as repugnant to her as that of a sewer, perhaps only rivaled by the stench of trolls. She fought the urge to cast a bubblehead charm on herself. Good day, Rose. Is there anything you need me to do? The professor inquired. No, that's not necessary, Rose replied, surprised by Chilo's refusal. She settled for a convenient spot at the back of the classroom, ready to heed any instructions from Chilo. Despite the absence of assigned teaching tasks, she could not presume superiority over the official professor and do nothing, abandoning her responsibilities. As the 3rd-year students trickled into the classroom, they seemed eager to keep their distance from Chilo, leaving the front rows conspicuously vacant. Professor Chilo, did you fall into a pile of garlic? inquired a student named Jordan Lee, who had yet to learn such advanced spells as the bubblehead charm. Pinching his nose as he complained. Not at all. I recently traveled to Romania and encountered a rather terrifying vampire. I used garlic to ward him off. Chilo stammered in response. Then why are you still using garlic? Haven't you left Romania? In Gryffindor, a student mimicked Chilo's manner of speaking, prompting laughter from those around, including students from Hufflepuff who attended the same class. To prevent him from turning around and attempting to grab me, I quipped. What else with that large scarf on your head? Have you converted to Buddhism? No. That circular scarf is clearly representative of Islam. I saw it in a Muggle magazine. Fred. No, this is an African prince, a gift bestowed upon me in gratitude for assisting him with a resurrection zombie. But I dare say that scarf of his is stuffed with garlic, George. Then please, enlighten us on how you vanquished the resurrection zombie, Finnegan eagerly inquired, his interest piqued by the topic. Clearly, Chilo was at a loss for an answer, his face flushed, eyes darting about in confusion. Upon spotting Rose at the back, Chilo excitedly exclaimed, Rose, please collect the Defense Against the Dark Arts summer homework. I heard the previous professor assigned you a 10-foot essay. Look, he is hardly stuttering now. All right, Professor, Rose replied obligingly as she stood up. Oh no, good heavens. How did he know this? I haven't written anything. Everyone knows that professors in this course don't last long. As Rose approached the table of George, Fred, and Lee, the young men gazed at her with hopeful eyes. But Rose could only offer them a sympathetic look as she inscribed the names of those who had not submitted their assignments on a blank piece of parchment. Oh, Merlin. I shall curse Chilo. I despise summer homework. This morning, I barely managed to complete my potions and astronomy essays. Then why didn't you write it last night? Last night was for transfiguration and charms. At that moment, Chilo undoubtedly became the enemy of the students. Gryffindor's cohort resolved not to let the news of Chilo collecting summer homework for Defense Against the Dark Arts spread, as it was obvious that many had not completed the assignment, especially Gryffindor students. After Rose collected all the homework she could muster, she returned to her seat. Throughout the remainder of the class, Chilo stuttered as he recounted tales of a dark magical creature from the Americas, the black-scaled tail lizard. His monotonous delivery, coupled with his halting speech and the pervasive stench of garlic, transformed the 2-hour Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson into a new semester's nightmare for the third-year students. Rose, having cast a scent-blocking charm soon after entering the classroom, was the only one sitting calmly in her seat, while the others fidgeted restlessly as if nails were embedded in their behinds. As Chilo concluded his lecture with the final word of the essay topic, students from both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff surged towards the classroom door. Rose looked up at these students, who showed no respect for Professor Chilo, realizing that she too had wasted an entire morning. However, she still approached Chilo and helped him organize the teaching materials. Professor, this is the summer homework that was just collected. Oh, very well, you can take care of the grading, he replied, knowing there were additional assignments to attend to. Before Rose could hand him the stack of parchment, Chilo had already entrusted her with the task of grading. All right, Professor, you need not follow me to listen. The principal mentioned you wish to audit other professors' classes? Indeed, I am quite fascinated by ancient magic texts, yet I've lacked the opportunity to study them systematically in Asia. So I have numerous questions, Rose replied, seemingly a bit shy. Then do attend. I shall inform Professor Sidney. Chilo gazed at the youthful woman, making an effort to smile, though it appeared somewhat peculiar yet amusing. Thank you so much, Teacher Chilo. She was pleasantly surprised by his eagerness to assist, unsure whether it was genuine kindness or something else, yet at that moment, Rose felt immensely appreciative. Oh, and the school has arranged a monthly night patrol schedule for the professors. I am rather fearful of the dark, you know, vampires and all. Rose adeptly picked up on Chilo's cue. Professor, I can take care of your night patrol. Thank you ever so much, Rose. Chilo's smile became entirely natural, no longer appearing distorted. Having you as an assistant is truly splendid. Chapter 9, The Flying Class. Once it was clear that she would not have to follow Chilo around all day, enduring the scent of garlic, Rose felt completely at ease. She informed the male and female prefects of the 4 houses that for each class's essays, they should collectively submit them to her before the next evening class. She would review them and pass them on to Professor Chilo for final confirmation. The prefects seemed to favor this arrangement, which was indeed splendid. She sincerely hoped her tenure would be prolonged. Previously, due to the constant turnover of professors, the methods varied each year, often resulting in abrupt departures for various reasons, leaving many unable to complete assignments or even the coursework. The male prefect from Ravenclaw and the female prefect from Hufflepuff sat on the sofa in Rose's newly arranged common room, where a small table held snacks and drinks she had requested from the house elf in the kitchen. From now on, it will be quite a task for you prefects. If anyone fails to submit their assignments, just provide me with the names, Rose said kindly from her soft seat nearby. Professor Chilo mentioned that theoretical examinations account for 40% of the final grade, while classroom performance and assignments constitute 20%. I believe it is essential for everyone, especially the first years, to take their after-class assignments seriously. Of course, we will convey that, Miss Rose. The male prefect gazed at Rose's beautiful face, his ears gradually turning crimson as he shyly ventured. Everyone is quite curious about one question. May I ask? Please feel free to ask. Rose took a sip of her orange juice. Miss Rose, do you have a boyfriend? The male prefect spoke at an astonishing speed, and beside him, the female prefect, who had been seated calmly moments before, nudged him in the ribs with her elbow. Oh my goodness, why did you poke me? He exclaimed. The female prefect lowered her voice and cast a furtive glance at Rose, who was still sipping her drink and appeared unperturbed. How can you even ask that? Everyone is wondering, and bets have been placed over at Gryffindor. But you are from Ravenclaw. Oh, Chabby, no boy at Hogwarts is not curious about this. Oh, Merlin, you boys who only care about appearances. The Hufflepuff prefect, Chabby, muttered as she rolled her eyes. The sound of a glass clinking against a wooden coaster interrupted their banter, prompting the two prefects to cease their quarrel, as there was nothing that could not be said. I do not have a boyfriend, Rose asserted, her voice trailing off mysteriously. But regarding such personal matters in the future, I shall refrain from divulging. Of course, miss, Chabby replied, as she grasped the arm of the Ravenclaw prefect and rose abruptly to take her leave, feeling a pang of embarrassment for prying into the privacy of a teaching assistant. Hey, be gentle. As the door closed, the sounds of their debate drifted through the opening, reaching Rose's ears. She chuckled softly, shaking her head, and with a flick of her fingers, her used utensils were magically cleaned and neatly arranged. As the new term commenced, aside from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, very few students from the other two houses had submitted their summer assignments. After consulting with Chilo, she deemed it acceptable not to submit them, considering they were assigned by the previous professor. The first batch of assignments had yet to be collected, as the term had only just begun. Rose found herself quite leisurely that afternoon. She planned to take a book to the grassy area by the lake, as the weather was delightful and should prove to be quite pleasant. Indeed, the afternoon was bright, with a gentle breeze sweeping through the castle. The leaves in the distant forest rustled, and the surface of the black lake lay tranquil, glistening under the sunlight, a sight to behold. Rose selected a shaded spot beneath a large tree and settled herself against the trunk on the grass. She did not open the book she had brought, for she noticed a group of first-years milling about on the verdant lawn. Is it flying class? She pondered, squinting to clarify the sight before her. As she discerned the two clusters of newcomers, distinguished by their red and green ties, it dawned upon her that this could be the infamous incident from the flying lesson. The distance was too great for her to identify who among the Gryffindor group was the unfortunate Longbottom or the protagonist, Harry. However, Malfoy's head, glimmering in the sunlight like a galleon, was unmistakably conspicuous. With the promise of an entertaining spectacle, she rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the crowd preparing for their flying lesson. Clearly, the brief wait did not betray her expectations, for Longbottom, true to form, lost control of his broom the moment he mounted it. Rose stood at a distance, shielding her brow with her hand, gazing at the wobbling figure of Neville Longbottom as he ascended into the sky. Though he was not soaring swiftly, the shrill screams were quite disconcerting. Was it a sign of cowardice? It seemed unlikely that the broom had been cursed. Rather, it appeared that its age and lack of maintenance were causing its sluggishness. Yet, in the next moment, her thoughts were abruptly shattered as the broom, which had been meandering upwards, suddenly shot into the air like a firecracker. Frowning, Rose sensed something was amiss and hurried towards Neville, but the distance was vast. Just as Neville was flung from the broom, she heard the terrifying cries of the little ones in the distance, reminiscent of mandrakes. Swiftly, she drew her wand and uttered a spell, Reductio. A brilliant yellow light pierced through the air, enveloping Neville in a magical field centered around him. The round-faced boy, who had been screeching like a startled gopher, suddenly bounced back into the air like a ball the moment he hit the ground, and after several bounces, he finally landed safely on the grass. The previously chaotic outdoor classroom fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by Neville's soft sobs. Oh, my poor child, let me see, exclaimed Professor Hodge, sporting a neat, short haircut of gray. She quickly parted the gathered students and assisted the still-crying Neville to his feet. After a thorough examination, Rose arrived at the scene. Thank you so much, Rose. Your spell was simply magnificent. Without you, Neville's bones would not have been spared, Professor Hodge praised, her golden eyes gleaming with admiration as she spotted Rose running over. However, Neville appeared utterly terrified, seemingly unable to continue with the flying lesson. I must take him to the hospital wing, she said, her voice filled with compassion as she looked at the still sniffling boy. Rose, I would like to ask you to supervise these children while I escort Neville to the hospital wing. A multitude of eager eyes turned towards Rose, hoping she would resume their recently interrupted flying lesson. I believe, if Professor Hodge has no objections, I could accompany Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. These children have been anticipating their flying lesson for quite some time. She paused, adding, if we cannot fly, I fear they would be quite disappointed. Professor Hodge, observing the hopeful expressions of the children surrounding them, nodded in agreement. Very well, then I shall trouble you. Cheers erupted around them. I trust you all comprehend the perils of flying. Should any of you disobey, there will be no other Miss Granger to cast spells on your behalf. Professor Hodge's tone was stern as she felt compelled to warn the oblivious children once more. Chapter 10, The Hospital Wing. Fortunately, Neville's injuries were confined to his fragile spirit rather than his limbs, thus regrettably, Rose would not have the opportunity to showcase her proficiency in the zombie floating charm this time. As Madame Pomfrey escorted Neville to the infirmary, she was meticulously counting the stock of potions in front of a cabinet, holding a roll of parchment. What happened? She inquired upon noticing the tear-streaked, pale face of Neville Longbottom behind Rose. Mr. Longbottom's broom had some issues during flying class and threw him from the air, Rose explained. Fortunately, he sustained no injuries. With her wand emanating a gentle, white light, Madame Pomfrey examined him thoroughly from head to toe. Indeed, no injuries. Thank Merlin. You are quite fortunate, Mr. Longbottom. I have never seen a young wizard fall from a broomstick without injury. Madame Pomfrey lamented. It's high time Albus had a good look at those wretched brooms from flying class. They should have been discarded long ago. Rose, lacking Madame Pomfrey's seniority, chose to remain silent about the headmaster's grievances, exemplifying the adage that silence is golden. You must have been quite frightened, my dear. It would be prudent to administer a calming draught, but alas, that potion is rather complex, and I have no stock available. Perhaps you could inquire with Severus. He should have some. As I recall, the recipe is taught in 5th year. Upon hearing the name Severus, Neville visibly froze, and upon realizing that this referred to their formidable potions professor, he fervently shook his head, his already pale face reflecting his dread. No, thank you, madam, he implored in terror. Oh, very well. It seems your first potions class left a lasting impression, Madame Pomfrey sighed, as anticipated. If you do not mind, I have some diluted elixir of life. I can prepare a dose for you. However, this means you will miss dinner and sleep until tomorrow morning, Mr. Longbottom. As long as I don't have to seek out Professor Snape, Neville promptly opted for the latter. After consuming the diluted elixir, he fell into a deep slumber on the examination bed. Madam, do students often get injured? Rose asked, seated beside Neville's bedside, drawing the curtains closed. Young wizards come here for various reasons, though thankfully most issues can be resolved with a potion or a spell, Madame Pomfrey reflected, shaking her head with a sigh. Especially Gryffindor, it's a hotspot for unexpected accidents. She glanced at Neville's bed. Speaking of which, if you were to attend Hogwarts, which house do you think you would be sorted into? She inquired while resuming her earlier task of counting. Well, Slytherin? Others are assigned by the sorting hat. But I chose my own house, Rose replied. I often wonder, given another chance, which house the sorting hat would place me in. Oh, you favor Slytherin? Madame Pomfrey asked with feigned casual curiosity, a rare sentiment indeed. Yes, I do, Rose affirmed. Rose lightly tapped her lips with her fingertips, reminiscing about her two dearest friends from Slytherin, Sebastian and Omi. It is widely known that, for various reasons, Slytherin is often associated with dark magic and malevolent wizards, and it is rather rare to hear individuals outside of Slytherin express fondness for it. As if concluding her inventory, Madame Pomfrey approached after shutting the cupboard door. Would you care for a drink? Just some black tea, please, nothing added. Madame Pomfrey appeared somewhat surprised by Rose's order, but promptly tapped her wand on the table. 2 cups of black tea materialized on the small table beside the bed. Thank you. Rose lifted a cup and took a sip, the warm tea exuding a delightful creamy aroma. This is quite excellent tea. I must admit, I prefer a dash of milk. Madame Pomfrey took a sip herself, offering her critique. Magic has always been merely a tool, wielded by wizards. Therefore, in my view, it is neither good nor evil. Setting down her teacup, Rose continued the previous discussion. An intriguing perspective, Madame Pomfrey remarked thoughtfully. My dear, do you have any plans later? None. I was simply resting by the lake when I happened upon Mr. Longbottom's mishap during flying class. Might I trouble you to deliver this list to the cellar? It would be my pleasure, madam. Rose accepted the parchment that Madame Pomfrey handed her. This is a list of potion ingredients needed for this term. The hospital wing always runs low. Madame Pomfrey explained succinctly. So many, Rose exclaimed, astonished by the quantity of potions listed. This is merely a modest amount. During peak incident times, it would hardly suffice. Peak times? Rose inquired curiously, her mind racing with thoughts of all the healing and pain-relieving potions. Could they truly be preparing for battle? During the Quidditch season, Madame Pomfrey replied candidly, sharing a knowing glance. I can brew some of the simpler tonics in the draft of living death myself, but the demand and variety are far too great for me to manage alone. Thankfully, Severus assists me. Gazing at the list on the parchment, Rose calculated the workload of the potion's master and Slytherin head, offering her sincerest praise for his diligent contributions. Truly, he is a model of hard work at Hogwarts. She wondered if Professor Dumbledore would grant him additional remuneration for his efforts. Without delay, Rose embraced her role as the messenger. After confirming that dinner would indeed occur, a certain core subject professor found herself with a moment to spare. She leisurely enjoyed her dinner in the common room, savoring fresh strawberries just picked, and slowly contemplated a post-meal stroll to aid digestion. The torches lining the cellar flickered in the enveloping darkness, and wondering if Slytherin students were inherently composed, Rose traversed the corridor without encountering a single soul. Having roamed Hogwarts for several days, she found this rather peculiar. She still recalled that during her own student days, the cellar was never so deserted. Tapping gently on the door after confirming it led to someone else's office, she received no response. Rose cast a skeptical glance around, wondering if the professor was in the office. Mrs. Pomfrey had sent her to deliver something. With a creak, as if her words had invoked some response, the door swung open. Rose rolled her eyes internally and stepped inside. This was her first time entering this office, a stark contrast to her room on the 3rd floor. The dimly lit space was lined with shelves brimming with an array of peculiar potion ingredients and specimens, their containers casting dark green shadows in the subdued light. Disinterested, Rose withdrew her gaze and searched for the presence of someone within the room. The first figure to catch her eye was a senior Slytherin boy, who was busy at a workbench, handling a bucket of dead mice, seemingly extracting bile and entrails. She thought to herself, thankfully, she had not pursued mastery in potion making. She had no inclination to deal with such materials by the bucketful. Meanwhile, Professor Snape sat behind a large desk, wielding a dark green quill and making grand, sweeping movements across a piece of parchment. Oh, ahem. Rose's sharp eyes noticed the red ink stains on the parchment. Professor Snape? She inquired softly, as Snape lifted his head. His greasy black hair fell away, revealing his excessively pale cheeks. His dark eyes, as deep and dim as a shadowy gorge, briefly flicked towards Rose before he extended his left hand. Rose handed over the rolled parchment, intending to take her leave once he had finished reading. However, the look he cast at her from behind the unfurled parchment made her apprehensive. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. She did not wait for a response and turned to exit. Wait a moment. Mississippi Snape's voice, smooth yet commanding, halted her. If you find yourself with nothing to occupy your time, I believe I still have matters to attend to, Professor Snape, Rose replied, her professional smile expertly affixed to her face. I still have student assignments to review. If my memory serves me correctly, yesterday, the students of Slytherin received feedback on their dark arts essays, Snape said slowly, his voice deep and silky, and they have ample time left for their new assignments. Do they not, Anderson? Yes, Professor, the previously silent senior boy responded promptly. Chapter 11, Severus Snape. Yet there are other houses. How do I recall an assistant seemingly loitering idly beside the forbidden forest this afternoon, to the extent of having the leisure to meddle in Gryffindor affairs? Snape's voice dripped with smooth sarcasm. Perhaps I should suggest to the headmaster that this particular assistant be assigned additional duties. Otherwise, how can she justify her idleness while others toil? Rose's previously feigned smile transformed into a genuine and friendly expression in an instant. Professor Snape, should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. An older gentleman, it is no wonder that despite bearing the visage of the illustrious Alan, he has been deemed the least popular man at Hogwarts. Observing her reaction, Snape subtly raised an eyebrow. Given Miss By's evident enthusiasm, he requested that she prepare a sample of the potions listed, commencing with the first. Speaking of which, I have perused Miss By's resume. She achieved the highest score in potion making. One hopes that the wizarding examinations in Asia will broaden my horizons as a British wizard. Snape's voice, imbued with a unique magnetism, was barely above a whisper, yet Rose could discern every word he uttered. Very well, do not succumb to anger. One must not be outdone by a mere paper figure. Maintain composure, and do not bring shame upon the vast community of our fellow time travelers. Certainly, Professor Snape, Rose replied, almost forcing a smile through clenched teeth. It would do well for those infatuated with this man to witness his true demeanor. May I inquire where I might procure the materials? Once she realized there was no escaping, Rose adeptly prepared to commence her work. After Snape had deftly shattered Rose's confidence with his cutting remarks, his expression bore a haughty satisfaction. After all, she was merely a recently graduated girl, and he had guided countless seventh years over the years. Although the accolades bestowed upon her magical prowess by Madame Hodge during the evening's banquet indicated her exceptional abilities, he still felt he could easily maintain control over her. He gestured towards a door leading to a storeroom. Upon his instruction, he returned to his desk, resuming his previous endeavors. Rose believed she had sufficiently demonstrated the admirable qualities of a lady. While remaining calm, she swiftly gathered the necessary materials, set up the cauldron, and distanced herself from the irritable professor, embarking on the potion-making process at an empty workstation. Following the list inscribed on the parchment, Rose ignited the cauldron and sequentially added the ingredients, stirring with precision. Within less than a minute, she successfully brewed the first potion, a blood-replenishing elixir. As the liquid, crimson as blood, began to bubble and emit a scarlet vapor into the air, Snape, having returned to his desk, was unaware that he had silently approached her side. How did you achieve this? His deep voice resonated above her head as he loomed tall, compelling her to look up in reverence. Did you follow the sequence? Uncertain, Rose responded with a hint of inquiry, I am unsure how to explain. I am the one inquiring, not you retorting. Snape glared sternly at the girl before him. Her intellect seemed akin to that of any Hufflepuff he deemed to have a communication barrier. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Snape curled his lips and, pointing at the cauldron with his chin, said with palpable sarcasm, "Prepare it again, and do it properly." Under the weight of his imposing gaze, Rose had no choice but to bottle the already completed blood-replenishing potion and reignite the cauldron. She meticulously added the potion ingredients in the order she had earlier established, stirring clockwise several times. The liquid in the cauldron swiftly transformed from its original clarity into a sanguine hue akin to plasma. While scarlet vapors wafted once more into the air, Rose extinguished the flames. Severus Snape fell silent for a moment. Rose tilted her head to observe him, her curiosity piqued by his inscrutable expression. In your cauldron, everything unfolds methodically, yet undergoes rapid transformation. Perhaps this is the essence of your magical prowess? He articulated, his words deliberate and elongated, his tone gradually becoming elusive. Snape gazed intently at the girl before him. The expression on her face confirmed that his hypothesis was indeed correct, prompting him to emit an ambiguous click of his tongue. He was unaware of how many such gifted youths he had encountered, those with remarkable talents who were secretly self-satisfied, believing their disguises to be impeccable. A disdainful scoff escaped Snape's lips, another Hufflepuff. However, upon casting a glance at her cauldron, he felt an inexplicable vexation and anger. A talent so extraordinary, yet lacking enthusiasm for potions, truly a disgrace to Merlin. Did anyone else know? Rose turned to glance at a student not far away. Was it too late to ponder this question? Snape derisively observed as the male student raised his eyes, curiously peering in their direction, yet refraining from any rash actions due to the headmaster's imposing presence. Rose contemplated for a moment and shook her head. The potions examination took place in designated preparation areas, each student confined to a small, enclosed space, and they were to exit the examination room at a specified time. Yet my teacher had long since departed. A fiery wind surged through his throat, traversed his heart, and then vanished without a trace. He pressed his lips together. Thus, one must forever safeguard one's little secret, Mississippi. And what secret do you offer in exchange? Snape's gaunt face revealed an expression of disbelief as he slowly articulated a few words, continuing onward. After speaking, he departed like a whirlwind. Everything faded into oblivion. A pale blue aura blossomed within the office, and Rose widened her eyes, gazing at the man across from her. She had presumed that, based on her deductions, Snape must undoubtedly be cold, having pursued the Dark Lord with fervor and ambition before Lily Potter's demise and after her death. He had continued to accept tasks as a double agent to fulfill his agreement with Dumbledore. He seemed indifferent to his own life and all else. Yet at this moment, she felt she might have erred. She recalled that he was still a teacher, a master of potions. Surely, there existed words that could touch his heart, and naturally. Magic, especially the ancient magic intertwined with potion making, held an undeniable allure for him, akin to the fascination of magic for muggles. If magic was a miracle bestowed upon a select few souls, then ancient magic was a marvel that stood alone in its rarity. Could this miracle be shared? For the first time since arriving in the era of Harry Potter, Rose inquired of the system. The system is loading, and the inquiry regarding inorganic substances reverberates in Rose's mind. The query results are being confirmed for loading as Chapter 12. The potion is being updated. You may leave now. Mr. Anderson, your labor service will continue tomorrow evening. A voice devoid of emotion resounds from the other end of the office. Yes, Dean. A rustling sound of belongings being gathered ensues, and silence envelopes the room once more. You may proceed to prepare the second dose. After Rose bottles the second batch of the blood-replenishing potion, a collection of vials filled with crimson liquid from her second attempt is arranged on the workbench. Snape returns silently, waving his wand as a large wooden box glides over to collect the small glass bottles. She gazes silently at the parchment, noting that the second dose is essence of bone. It is slightly more complex than the blood-replenishing potion, yet it poses little difference for her. She mechanically retrieves the materials, chops, crushes, sprinkles, and stirs. Without any surprises, within less than a minute, a pale, lime-like potion swirls in the cauldron. She hears Snape's displeasure manifesting as a huff through his nose, lacking any aesthetic appeal. Shall I continue? It's not as if I begged to do this. Certainly. Although the quality is barely satisfactory, it suffices for dealing with those little rascals. Oh, just say it's adequate. There's no need for all this circumlocution. As Rose marks the final item on Professor Pomfrey's list, nearly half an hour has passed. All potions, after being inspected by Snape, are placed into the wooden box. Rose rotates her wrist to relax her muscles, just as she prepares to take her leave once more. Snape unexpectedly extracts a paper from a pile of documents and hands it to her. She receives it with a puzzled expression, uncertain of his intentions. After reading, Snape offers no explanation. Rose curiously reads through this evidently 7th-year Slytherin potion class assignment from beginning to end. She looks up, perplexed, Is there a problem? Do you have anything to say? The furrows on Snape's brow, deepened by years of scowling, deepened even further. It's well written. Please. I am a teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts, not potions. Well written? He has clearly confused the extraction methods of the antitussive S golden line white pattern snake and the confounding potion S venom from the black mamba. Snape mercilessly criticizes what she perceives to be a rather decent essay. I see. Professor, you truly are remarkable. His earlier demeanor evokes memories of her school days. Recalling how her political teacher wielded her exam paper with grandiosity at the lectern, while she, the author of the paper, could only oscillate between the embarrassment of social demise and profound ignorance. She resorts to honorifics, hoping that, given she is not his student, he might pardon her ignorance. So, if I add the powdered sneeze wort to the licorice infusion, what would I obtain? Snape conspicuously disregards her slight flattery, narrowing his eyes dangerously as he approaches her slowly. I am aware that the infusion of daffodil root powder with mugwort yields the elixir of life. However, I am uncertain as to what the combination of sneezeweed powder and licorice infusion would produce. Why does he not inquire about that? At this moment, Rose opened her mouth, on the verge of tears, and replied, I do not know, Professor. A score of 0, Rose silently assessed her own performance. Snape scoffed, let us attempt this once more. Another attempt? Why not seek out Harry Potter? I am no savior. Rose's heart raced like a drum. Then what distinguishes poison mushroom essence from poison hemlock essence? Snape leaned in closer, deliberately slowing his speech. Yet, his proximity made Rose acutely aware of the breath of an adult male. No distinction? She ventured a tentative answer, hoping to evade scrutiny. Alas, her hopes were dashed. What precisely has your potions instructor taught you, other than that insipid potion-making technique? Your knowledge scarcely surpasses that of a first-year troll. Snape's pale fingers pointed accusingly at her. Negative points. Rose felt that not being utterly mortified was the zenith of her composure. I suppose I have not studied the theory, Professor, she explained awkwardly. What do you mean by not having studied the theory? Snape retorted with derision. Well, the level examinations are merely a matter of random selection and product formulation. So I memorized the appearance, properties, and preparation processes of the ingredients. As her voice grew softer, she added, after all, I am only participating in a standard skills assessment, far beneath the Asian High Wizards Union examination, and I have no intention of pursuing a career in potions. In that case, Snape's tone became increasingly enigmatic, tightening Rose's chest. Do you have any understanding of the theory behind defense against the dark arts? Of course, Professor, I have memorized it all, she hastily responded. Then starting tomorrow, you shall attend class with me, he declared decisively. You need not brew potions in my classroom. Your task is to commit my words to memory. But my role is as a teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts. She felt a flicker of discontent within her. Isn't Quirrell in need of your assistance? I shall speak with Dumbledore and arrange for you to take on a portion of the potions classwork. I trust you do not wish to receive a salary from Hogwarts without contributing? Rose swallowed hard, digesting the implications of what she had just heard. Now, you may leave. The office door swung open with a loud bang. The moment Rose stepped out of the cellar, she lamented, I should not have allowed my compassion to overwhelm me. How could I have thought to share ancient magic with him? She inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of indignation. I ought to have pity for myself. Must I sacrifice my dignity to attend his class? Yet, she still checked the recently updated system in the background, confirming, is there truly no other option? Only one relevant directory appeared. The voice of the inorganic female resonated once more. As Rose contemplated, stroking her chin, it became clear that she need not exert herself further. The plan proposed by the system was utterly impractical. Just as she was about to ascend the staircase back to the 3rd floor, a flicker of light caught her peripheral vision. The illumination of a torch ignited upon the wall at the corner. She recalled a method of swift movement she had not employed in quite some time, and thus turned around, making her way to the unoccupied corner. One could only wonder if Dumbledore possessed the ability to monitor events within the castle merely by her thoughts, as fanfiction suggested. Yet, she resolved to give it a try. As her hand neared the brilliant flames of the torch, a hint of ghostly green tinged the bright yellow fire. Miss White, perhaps you are attempting to experiment with a newly invented freezing charm? A voice, all too familiar, resonated behind her. However, she was at a loss to discern what kind of magic had been cast. If you believe that injuring your hand will grant you a day off tomorrow, I must inform you that I have a significant amount of 6th-year assignments that you might wish to try your hand at treating with these burn salves. Rose struggled to ascertain whether this was genuine concern or a warning, offering a hollow laugh. No, I shall return immediately. Snape lingered in the shadows of the dungeon corridor, silently watching as Rose ascended the corner staircase. Just before she vanished from sight, he cast a lingering gaze at the torch upon the wall. Chapter 13. Potions class. The morning air was particularly invigorating, especially after having enjoyed a rare, uninterrupted night as sleep. Snape strode purposefully down the corridor towards the great hall, a wooden box in hand. students on their way to breakfast. Upon encountering the hurried potions master, parted ways as if he were Moses parting the sea. It is rare to see you here for breakfast, Severus, Dumbledore remarked leisurely, wiping his lips stained with yellow jam. Perhaps you would care to sample today's dessert, mango pudding? It is simply delightful. Snape grimaced at the suggestion. No, thank you. His gaze swept across the faculty table. Poppy, your potion box. He placed the wooden box, which he had carried all the way, on the vacant table beside Madame Pomfrey. Is everything in here? Poppy exclaimed, opening the lid to reveal a multitude of potion vials, her astonishment palpable. I didn't need it in such haste. Have you been burning the candle at both ends? You ought to take better care of yourself. She chided gently. I have not, Snape replied after a brief pause. The new Miss White is quite capable. Oh, goodness, Severus, you cannot speak of a young lady in such a manner. Despite her words of criticism, Madame Pomfrey wore a smile. That is rather impolite. I know Miss White is exceptional, but she is, after all, Professor Quirrell's assistant. I doubt he would mind. Would he, Professor Quirrell? Snape's dark figure glided silently closer to Quirrell, his tone slow and deliberate. Indeed, Severus. It seems I ought to provide Rose with 2 salaries. Dumbledore quipped, his light blue eyes twinkling with humor, given your unabashed poaching. This matter ultimately depends on Rose's own wishes. Given that she had little to occupy her during the day, I invited her to accompany me to the potions class. His dark, void-like gaze fell upon her vacant seat. Oh, you may not be aware, Severus, but Rose never dines here. Considering your own infrequent visits, I highly recommend today's dessert. Snape, disinterested, sat at his place, sipping black coffee and nibbling on a sandwich. As was her custom, Rose rose from her slumber with a rather lackluster disposition. Anyone would harbor resentment when their leisurely time was abruptly commandeered for other duties. Breakfast was, as always, laid out by the house elf in the common room. And after indulging in the excessively sweet dessert with a heavy heart, she dutifully arrived early at the potions classroom, even though it was not part of her responsibilities. The 2 consecutive potions lessons this morning happened to be for the first years, and with only one evening to prepare. Rose had not managed to purchase the textbooks to glance over beforehand. Even if she had bought them, she would have felt too embarrassed to bring them along and study in front of a group of first years. Just the thought of it was mortifying. She found a seat at the back, incessantly reminding herself that she was merely auditing her undergraduate studies with her advisor. When the diminutive first years entered the dimly lit potions classroom, they were surprised to find the young lady they had seen just yesterday in flying class seated before them. Miss, Harry exclaimed in delight. Thank you for saving Neville yesterday. Led by Harry, the Gryffindors immediately surrounded her. Miss, I wrote a letter to my grandmother last night, and she insisted that I thank you in person. Neville's round face flushed with excitement. No need for thanks. I believe any wizard would have done the same, Neville. The child's earnestness was truly endearing. Could you tell us about the spell you used yesterday? Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity, clearly captivated by the prospect of a new incantation. A boy with tousled light blonde hair, having entered and spotted Potter, let out a huff of disdain. After garnering everyone's attention, he seemed poised to speak, but, perhaps mindful of the fact that they were in the potions classroom and that the head of Slytherin could arrive at any moment, he restrained himself. What is everyone congregating for? Snape, draped in his black cloak, scrutinized the room with a stern gaze upon entering. All students hastily took their seats as he positioned himself at the lectern. He neither called the roll nor commenced the lesson immediately. Before we begin, I think it necessary to introduce that Assistant White will be accompanying us today in potions. He paused. Now, when I call your name. However, it was evident that some were not adhering to his agenda. Potter, do you have something to say? Isn't Miss the Defense Against the Dark Arts assistant? Why is she here for potions? This does not require your approval, Potter. His words were delivered with rapid irritation. Sit down, and do not make me repeat myself. Ron, seated beside Harry, tugged at his robe beneath the table, signaling him to refrain from further questioning. After all the assignments had been distributed, the young wizards exchanged glances, assessing each other's results. Rose, with her keen eyes, noticed that only the smug Draco Malfoy and the reticent Hermione Granger had achieved success. The others had either faltered or failed entirely. It seemed that Snape's expectations were indeed exceedingly stringent. The lesson primarily focused on the preparation of the blue potion, the elixir of Alatero, which, when consumed, provokes uncontrollable laughter. Throughout the class, it was indisputable that Snape was a prodigy in the art of potion making, being the youngest master of potions of the century. However, his accomplishments did not equate to effective teaching. His pedagogical methods were undeniably dreadful. He indiscriminately bombarded the students with a deluge of information, perhaps believing that all potion knowledge was equally important. Yet, these novice wizards, lacking foundational understanding, found it impossible to endure such a tedious instructional style. Rose quietly lit a candle for them, pondering whether having a professor so devoted to teaching young students was a blessing or a curse. Miss Rose, upon hearing her name, she looked up at the figure at the podium, who had just moments ago been standing before the blackboard. now seated at the teacher's desk. All the young wizards turning their gazes towards her. Is there something you need, Professor? The potion operations below will be supervised by you. With that, he picked up a quill, seemingly engrossed in grading papers from some higher year. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Rose felt compelled to don a professional smile. Very well, Professor Snape. It was evident he intended to utilize her as free labor. She had suspected that Snape was not one to take a proactive role in teaching. Chapter 14, Potion Class 2. At that moment, Rose found herself in a predicament, standing amidst the curious gazes of first-year students. Positioned at the front row of the aisle where she could observe the cauldrons of all the students. What are you waiting for? Do I need to send you to the storeroom for the materials? Snape did not even glance up. With a flick of his wand, the storeroom door swung open with a resounding bang, only to rebound against the wall with a creaking protest. Students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin, now obedient as quails, filed out of their seats and shuffled towards the storeroom to collect the ingredients for brewing the elixir of Alatero, primarily composed of Alatero tree leaves and daisy extract, representing the essence of sunlight. The procedure was remarkably straightforward. It merely required grinding the Alatero leaves into a fine powder and, at the appropriate moment, adding several drops of daisy oil, stirring clockwise. The only critical factors were the fineness of the powder and the timing of adding the potion ingredients. Rose felt that this task was not daunting for a group of young students. No wonder the esteemed Professor Snape was reluctant to waste time on them, delegating the responsibility to her, the mere apprentice. Once, when Rose was merely a test subject, she followed the professor's instructions without perceiving any distinction. However, she was utterly unprepared for the complications that arose when Neville's group encountered difficulties during their initial experiment, as a peculiar black smoke billowed from his cauldron. With a flick of her wand, she centered her spell on Neville's cauldron, causing the stones beneath to elongate and create a safe distance, relocating all surrounding students and their cauldrons to safety. Frankly, she could not fathom how such a fundamental operation could go awry. Adhering to the procedural guidelines should have ensured success, shouldn't it? She approached with haste. The solution, which should have been clear in the tin cauldron, now bubbled like molten lava, the searing heat causing it to erupt in large bubbles. Recognizing the imminent danger, Rose promptly extinguished the flames beneath the cauldron. If left unchecked, it would surely burn through. Did you add the leaf powder at high heat? She inquired, uncertainly pinching a fragment from the tabletop. Undoubtedly. It was a fragment of iridio leaves, far from being powder. Longbottom had clearly introduced the wrong ingredient at the wrong time. As Rose puzzled over the bizarre black magma, Snape approached, indicating that there was insufficient time to brew another potion. Longbottom and Finnegan would receive a 0 for this class assignment. Snape, with little courtesy, cleared the contents of Neville's cauldron with a flick of his wand. 5 points from Gryffindor. Potter, why didn't you warn Longbottom? Were you hoping his cauldron would explode for attention? Just as Harry opened his mouth to protest, Hermione silenced him, her emerald eyes blazing with indignation behind her glasses. Snape's expression bore a hint of regret, as if he could not justify deducting further points from Gryffindor. Rose cast her gaze downward at Neville, who stood beside her, eyes brimming with tears and silence. She gently patted his small but sturdy shoulder, offering silent consolation. With time, children become accustomed to it. You foolishly stand there staring. Do you wish to join Longbottom in receiving a 0? Snape admonished the group, leaving Longbottom and Finnegan behind. All heads bowed, and they resumed their tasks. Rose waved her wand, restoring the tiles to their original form. Aside from Neville's group's mishap, the potion brewing process proceeded without further incidents. However, as Rose surveyed the transparent glass vials filled with liquid submitted by the students, she noted the assortment of bizarre colors and impurities within, if they could even be considered potions. Only 2 or 3 students managed to concoct the iridio potion, which emitted blue smoke, albeit with some impurities floating in the azure liquid. Rose was not surprised by the deep furrow on Snape's brow, likely etched by the torment of these students. Watching him meticulously record their results, she felt an immense sense of relief at being merely a teaching assistant. These concerns regarding students' academic burdens need not trouble her. Yet, it was evident that Severus Snape would not easily relent. This lesson, centered around a dissertation on the elixir of arithmancy, required no less than 12 inches of parchment. I am aware that you all have no classes Wednesday afternoon. Therefore, everyone must bring their tomes to the auditorium and submit their assignments to Assistant White before leaving, Snape declared. As all the students were eager to vacate the classroom, Rose gazed at Snape in astonishment. Professor Snape? The potions assignment is not my responsibility. Now it is, he asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I have arranged to audit Professor Ancient Runes Advanced class, and the headmaster has consented. At that moment, Rose felt it would be remiss not to invoke the headmaster's name. I believe the Ancient Runes Advanced class meets twice a week. It seems that does not impede your work. Snape raised an eyebrow. I lack the time and energy, Professor. You merely need to attend the lower year potions class. With a flick of his wand, he organized the entire classroom, preparing to depart. Any further questions? Rose inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure, and through gritted teeth managed a simple, no. Snape nodded slightly before striding out of the classroom. Rose watched his black cloak billow with his movements, swelling like a dark cloud, perfectly embodying the moniker circulating among the students, akin to a shadowy bat. With her arms braced against the wooden podium, she sighed deeply, wondering how she had become such a beleaguered soul. Since Chilo had not assigned extra homework to the lower years, Rose's grading began with the third year. However, the first year's potions class had left a profound impression, and she harbored an unsettling premonition. As anticipated, on Wednesday afternoon, the first-year students and others who had no classes began to trickle into the auditorium, taking their seats on the benches, opening their borrowed reference materials and textbooks, and commencing their assignments. Rose navigated between the tables, managing order while casting glances at their parchment. The more she observed, the deeper her frown became, as she encountered an array of nonsensical grammar and misspellings, with the essays lacking both structure and coherence. Rose inhaled sharply, convinced that Snape had deliberately assigned this task to torment her. Had she ever offended him? As Ron Weasley and Harry Potter from Gryffindor raised their assignments in signal of submission, the frustration that had been brewing within her intensified. With an impassive expression, she withdrew their papers and began to peruse them. Her lips involuntarily twitched. Splendid. Yet again she encountered the same issues. She felt these students ought to have taken a grammar course prior to this, in a particularly foul mood. As her peripheral vision caught sight of a fat, unsightly rat burrowing its head into a snack bag on the table, she resolved to take her frustrations out on this creature. Rose revealed a smile, but her sudden change in demeanor led Ron and Harry to mistakenly believe their assignment had been well received. Did they not notice the assistant's beaming expression after reviewing their work? Chapter 15, Peter Pettigrew. Ron Weasley and Harry Potter exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Rose observed all of this, though her heart was coldly dismissive. She discreetly collected their assignments and, with a curious tone, inquired, "Why is there a mouse?" "It's my pet, Ms. White," Ron replied, slightly bashful as he held the mouse, which was still nibbling on snacks. "His name is Scabbers, and he has been with us for 10 years. 10 years? Rose exclaimed, her tone filled with admiration. "Typically, a mouse cannot live that long, Weasley." "Indeed, which makes him quite old," Ron remarked, stroking the balding head of the plump rodent. Rose slowly leaned in closer, her ash-gray eyes scrutinizing the mouse carefully. In a whimsical tone, she asked, "Why does it appear so imbued with magic?" "Imbued with magic?" Hermione, seated beside Ron, echoed curiously. "Perhaps it is a magical creature?" "A magical creature?" Rose chuckled oddly. "I must be woefully ignorant. I have never heard of a mouse being classified as a magical being." Seemingly having observed the exchange, Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table scoffed loudly, declaring, "Can you believe someone actually claims a mouse is a magical creature? Truly, what an ignorant muggle." His cohorts, Goyle, Crabbe, and Parkinson, erupted into laughter. Hermione's face flushed, unsure whether it was due to Malfoy's mockery of her supposed ignorance or the unspoken vulgarity. However, the plump mouse, Scabbers, suddenly began to squirm in Ron's grasp, attempting to escape. After several futile attempts to break free, it unexpectedly bit Ron's finger. "Ouch! Scabbers!" Ron yelped, his voice rising as the mouse prepared to flee across the long table. Yet Rose had no intention of letting it go. Without drawing her customary wand, she pointed her right index finger at the swiftly escaping rodent. Suddenly, as if caught by an invisible force, its plump body halted, though its limbs continued to flail wildly. The other students at the long table appeared bewildered by this abrupt turn of events. They paused their quills and turned their attention toward the scene unfolding before them. With a swift upward motion of her finger, Rose directed the mouse, which had reached the far end of the table, to fly back through the air, suspended in mid-flight. "Ah, it seems this mouse can understand human speech. Perhaps it truly is an undiscovered magical creature," Rose marveled peculiarly. Ron, however, did not perceive the nuance in her tone and, filled with genuine excitement, exclaimed, "Is my pet truly an undiscovered magical creature? If you don't mind, allow me to conduct a test." "Weasley," Rose responded, withdrawing her wand, revealing its true form. A silvery blue light emanated from the mouse. "Wow, it appears you have indeed struck gold, Weasley." Ron's face radiated with astonishment, as numerous students around him curiously stood to gaze, seemingly intrigued that a mere mouse could be an undiscovered magical creature. In an instant, the mouse transformed. Rose, directing her wand at the struggling creature in midair, cast the Animagus reversal spell. Under the enchantment, an elderly, portly, bald man suddenly plummeted to the ground. The students, who had previously gathered to witness the spectacle, retreated in unison, clearing a significant space for this unexpected figure. The sudden turn of events rendered the entire hall silent. The unfamiliar, rotund man, trembling as he rose from the floor, appeared to have grown accustomed to his former life as a mouse. His fingers were long and claw-like, resembling those of a rodent. with dark, unkempt nails. His beady black eyes darted around, taking in the sight of the underage wizards surrounding him, with the only adult which present being the youthful and striking teaching assistant before him. The younger wizards had already dispersed, leaving only the trio standing beside Rose. Ron, I am your good friend, Scabbers, am I not? The bald man approached Ron, and at the moment he reached out for Ron's wand, Rose's spell struck him. Confused by this series of events, Ron's initial look of delight had yet to dissipate when he witnessed his pet mouse transform into a grotesque man, now rigidly sprawled on the ground. Amidst the eerie silence, Rose pointed her wand at the man. Is there any upperclassman present? Miss, I am Williams White from Hufflepuff. 5th year. How may I assist? A tall boy with brown hair stepped forward. Excellent, Mr. White. Please fetch Professor Dumbledore or any head of house. Inform them that a situation has arisen here, Rose instructed clearly. Mr. White nodded and promptly dashed out of the hall, like a stone disrupting a still pond. The previously hushed hall was suddenly abuzz with conversation. Students chattered animatedly, speculating about the identity of the strange man. A few students from magical families recognized that this was a high-level human transfiguration spell known as Animagus, akin to the transformations executed by Professor McGonagall in Transfiguration class. Mr. White was swift in his task. He not only located Professor Dumbledore, but also summoned the heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin. As the gathered students parted to create a path, Professor McGonagall was the first to jog in. Upon seeing the immobilized man on the ground, she gasped, Peter. Following closely was Snape, who, upon recognizing Peter's face, displayed a blend of astonishment quickly overshadowed by disdain. The two heads of house made way for Professor Dumbledore, who, upon arrival, observed Rose with her wand directed at Peter and acknowledged her with a nod of approval. As Rose cast her gaze upon Peter Pettigrew, his once joyful azure eyes now bore an expression of utmost seriousness. He exhibited no signs of surprise, perhaps due to the composure acquired through the extensive experiences of his 100+ years as a headmaster. It seemed that the events of yesteryears harbored deeper complexities. He reached a conclusion, instructing everyone to continue their studies, while urging the senior students to attend to their younger peers. We must proceed to the headmaster's office. It is imperative that we uncover the truth of what transpired back then, he proclaimed in a resonant voice. Rose, bring Peter along. Headmaster, he is. My pet rat transformed, Ron uttered, disbelief etched across his features. The headmaster glanced at the trio, who evidently shared a keen interest in the truth, and promptly decided. You three shall accompany us as well. Albus, this is utterly unbelievable, Professor McGonagall, having regained her composure, remarked as they made their way to the headmaster's office. Chapter 16, Veritaserum. Albus, this is truly astonishing. You must investigate thoroughly. McGonagall's words were somewhat disjointed, her confusion evident regarding Pettigrew's resurrection. I am well aware, Minerva. Dumbledore reassured her with a gesture. I share your concern regarding this matter. Severus, I require your assistance. He addressed Snape, who stood shrouded in shadows. Snape silently nodded and departed from the entrance of the hall. Meanwhile, Rose, who had cast a spell to restrain Pettigrew, observed his countenance, though it was clear that Snape was intent on revealing not a single fragment of his thoughts. As Rose ascended the spiral staircase toward the headmaster's office, a sudden thought crossed her mind. She toyed with the base of her left index finger, her gaze lowered in contemplation. Harry, Ron, and Hermione trailed behind, bewildered, grasping only the complexity of Ron's pet rat morphing into an unfamiliar man, a situation that seemed to surpass their comprehension. This was Rose's first visit to Dumbledore's office, adorned with an array of silver artifacts, some emitting wisps of white mist. The walls were lined with portraits of all the previous headmasters of Hogwarts, their slumbering figures seemingly aged with time. A magnificent phoenix with resplendent red plumage perched on a golden branch, its striking black eyes fixed intently upon her before it soared over and settled on her shoulder. Oh, it seems he has taken a liking to you, Rose, Dumbledore remarked as he invited her and the others into his office. You are truly beautiful, Rose sincerely praised Fawkes, recalling her own phoenix companion and wondering if it would remain on the island awaiting her return after all these years. She deftly maneuvered the spell to levitate Pettigrew into the room, finally employing the incantation she had long sought to use. With her back to the portraits on the wall, she stood lost in thought as she carelessly deposited Pettigrew onto the cold floor of the headmaster's office. The group remained in silence as they awaited Snape's return, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together in a corner, striving to diminish their presence amid the increasingly grave atmosphere. Fortunately, Snape returned swiftly. Upon entering the headmaster's office, he encountered Rose and her companions, encircling the still motionless Peter Pettigrew, who lay on the ground like a massive stone. The trio of Potters stood in the corner of the office, and he exhaled in frustration. Rage and disgust bubbled within him. The marauders of his student days had marred what little joy he had experienced. These 4 individuals had either perished or been imprisoned after graduation. While he remained at Hogwarts as the potions master, basking in the light of day. How could he not derive some fleeting pleasure from this? Yet, all of this shattered with the appearance of Peter Pettigrew, the coward who had only ever scuttled behind Potter and Black, surprisingly alive. He dispelled the petrification curse on Pettigrew, forcefully pried open his jaw, and poured an entire vial of Veritaserum down his throat. "Is this Veritaserum?" Rose inquired. "I've heard that 3 drops are sufficient to compel anyone to speak the truth." But Snape merely scoffed in response. Dumbledore finally raised his wand, presenting her with the opportunity to confront the legendary Elder Wand for the first time. The slender wand, adorned with unremarkable branches, gleamed with an ancient luster. Yet Rose averted her gaze, for her strength did not rely on the power of a legendary wand. Dumbledore conjured a chair and bound Pettigrew with magical ropes, ensuring he could not escape. "Peter, I believe we are all eager to uncover the truth of those past events." His blue eyes fixed intently on the dazed Pettigrew, who, under the influence of the Veritaserum, appeared disoriented. Dumbledore's demeanor was grave as he asked, "Was it true that Sirius Black killed 13 muggles while pursuing you? To escape, I detonated those muggles to draw the Auror's attention, then bit off one of my fingers to transform and slip into the sewers," he replied, dazed. "Was Sirius Black the secret keeper for Lily and James?" Dumbledore inquired with an air of authority. Upon hearing his parents' names, Harry realized that this pitiful, cowardly man was somehow connected to them. His emerald eyes widened, fixating on the grotesque figure, determined not to miss a single word. Meanwhile, Snape, who had previously exhibited disdain, found his dark eyes growing increasingly hollow upon hearing Dumbledore's question. "James and Lily had originally chosen Sirius as their secret keeper, but he secretly changed it to me, publicly claiming to be the Potter's secret keeper. I truly had no choice. He was so powerful," Pettigrew confessed under the potion's influence, revealing the long-buried truth of years gone by. Dumbledore, this is the esteemed student you once trusted and entrusted with great responsibilities." Snape seethed, his teeth clenched, as he recalled the last flicker of hope he had placed in the greatest of wizards, Dumbledore. He would sacrifice everything for this. Yet the outcome was merely the transformation of Lily's secret keeper into such a loathsome creature. Dumbledore raised his hand to pacify Snape, acknowledging that he had indeed been gullible, never anticipating the emergence of a traitor among them. Although the 3 young wizards were somewhat bewildered, Harry understood that this was connected to the demise of his parents. And this rat-like man was a betrayer. He glared furiously at Peter Pettigrew, bound to the chair. So, Sirius was wrongfully accused? McGonagall suddenly realized that another victim was entangled in this affair. After Sirius was captured, he had not received a trial, but was instead cast into Azkaban by Old Crouch. Dumbledore contemplated the situation, recognizing that a trial at Wizengamot needed to be reinstated. Upon hearing this, Snape disdainfully turned away, feeling revulsion at the mere mention of Sirius Black's name. The thought that he would soon be released ignited a deeper malice within him. Since he associated with a traitor, why not rot away in Azkaban? As his gaze shifted from Pettigrew, he abruptly noticed Miss Rose, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teaching assistant, had been observing him intently, prompting Snape to narrow his eyes dangerously. Upon being detected by Snape, Rose exhibited neither fear nor trepidation, instead offering him a friendly smile with unreserved confidence. Snape was well aware that ordinary intimidation would have little effect on such audacity. He shot her a piercing glance and turned away. "Severus has just administered an excessive dose of Veritaserum to Peter. I shall inform the Ministry of Magic, and once their representatives arrive, the potion will remain effective," Dumbledore stated. "Professor Dumbledore, my parents, and this man." Harry rushed forward in anxiety. "I believe it is time to unveil the truth, to conceal your family from Voldemort." The Fidelius charm was employed to hide the house, known only to the secret keeper who could reveal the precise address to others. Everyone assumed that the secret keeper of the Potter household was Sirius Black, but the reality was that the secret keeper was changed to Peter Pettigrew, who then allied himself with the Dark Lord. Snape was uninterested in Dumbledore recounting the so-called truth to Harry Potter. All he could think about was that the detestable Sirius Black was about to be released from prison, likely to be transformed into a hero wrongfully imprisoned for a decade. He could already envision the sensationalist headlines the newspapers would publish, all of which would be built upon the tragedy of Lily's death. He hurriedly navigated the castle staircases when he heard a familiar female voice. "Professor?" He chose to ignore it. "Professor Snape?" The voice persisted, unrelenting in its pursuit. "If Miss Rose's matter is not urgent enough to warrant immediate discussion," he hissed like a venomous serpent. "Oh, my apologies, Professor. I believe your second-year class is below, and I thought I might accompany you." Rose's voice diminished, as if she had just realized the potion's master was in a foul mood. "Humph, Hufflepuff." Snape seemed resolute. If Rose were in a house, it would undoubtedly be Hufflepuff. Yet the flames of his inner torment seemed to have been somewhat extinguished by this unexpected interruption. He strode toward the cellar without a backward glance, yet did not refuse Rose's desire to accompany him. Chapter 17, The Ministry of Magic. After Rose concluded her second-year potions class, she encountered Professor Sprout in the corridor. although she had not participated in the afternoon's interrogation in the headmaster's office. The head of Hufflepuff evidently possessed more recent information than she herself was privy to. Minister of Magic Fudge had personally brought Auror Office Director Scrimgeour to Hogwarts that afternoon, and prior to entering the headmaster's office, he had been proclaiming vehemently that it was undoubtedly a ruse. Professor Sprout vividly recounted the circumstances to Rose. But when he laid eyes on Peter Pettigrew, it was clear he was utterly alarmed. I was trailing behind Albus at the time, and Phileas was present as well. He had heard the news from the students and was immensely intrigued, claiming he had never witnessed a wizard rise from the dead, perhaps due to some formidable spell he had yet to encounter. I would argue that rather than pondering what spell it might be, it would be wise to consult Severus. When it comes to magic intertwined with life, I believe potions hold greater significance, do they not? As Professor Sprout spoke, he veered into speculating whether it was a spell or a potion. Rose felt compelled to steer the conversation back on course. And then, oh yes, the ministry took Pettigrew away, under the pretense of illegal animagus transformation. She suddenly recalled the earlier topic of discussion. Illegal animagus? Rose echoed incredulously. Had it not been for your public transformation of a rat into a wizard, I doubt Fudge would have even considered such a charge. Professor Sprout appeared quite disgruntled as he lamented. Yet I believe if Albus were to apply pressure, the ministry would not be so omnipotent. They are truly overstepping. Rose's mind wandered to Harry's striking emerald eyes. Although she had only recently met this boy, the tales of him and his companions had accompanied her for many years. She did not wish for this young boy, who had endured so much suffering, to lose the last of his kin in the magical realm. Yet she was not Headmaster Dumbledore. She was merely an inconspicuous outsider, lacking power and influence. At that moment, she realized that the solitary battles of a century ago seemed no longer viable. The adversaries she faced were not merely dark wizards like Greyback, nor were they sinister magical creatures. The Goblin Rebellion was supported by numerous classmates, professors, and friends standing behind him. She was to confront the Ministry, Voldemort, and his Death Eater minions, striving to protect those she wished to save, and she required strength. Although she had once made quite a name for herself, it was patently clear that such renown was no longer of use. A witch who had vanished over a century ago, even with some degree of power, would merely serve as fodder for idle chatter. Since she possessed neither influence nor the time to cultivate it, she would have to leverage the power of others. Dumbledore seeks to enlist him, thereby inevitably aligning with the Order of the Phoenix. However, the distinction between pawn and player remains ambiguous. After all, he is capable of calculating even his own life into the equation, having meticulously orchestrated the demise of the dark arts instructor, all for the sake of victory. Even pushing the boy who had idolized him since childhood into the clutches of Voldemort. How could Rose entrust him completely? Did the instructor not sacrifice himself without saving Lily? Given this, she must rely on the influence of that individual. After all, who could blame him for creating the most, yet possessing the least acumen? Rose twirled an invisible ring around her left index finger. Hogwarts indeed possessed a resource for her studies, but the Dark Lord's primary soul still lingered within the castle. She could not act recklessly under his watchful gaze. She lowered her eyelids, contemplating, yet did not neglect the professor beside her. Indeed, she hoped Professor Dumbledore would exert pressure on the Ministry of Magic. Previously, she had heard hints of a certain Sirius Black, who had been wrongfully imprisoned for a decade. Rose remarked to Professor Sprout, "Oh, yes, poor Sirius. What a remarkable boy he is. To endure 10 years in the dreadful Azkaban," Professor Sprout said with compassion. "I still remember how he and James radiated exuberance back in school." Humph. While they were having a pleasant chat in the corridor, a sudden, cold huff interrupted them. Rose turned to find it was Professor Snape, who had just finished his class. She recalled that he had left the dungeon even earlier than she had. However, it was evident that Snape was not the type to pause and explain the reason behind his abrupt huff. Rose could only observe his dark silhouette gliding past. "I believe Severus was not targeting us. His relationship with Sirius is hardly amicable," Professor Sprout noted, clearly having perceived the earlier incident and hastily providing clarification to avert any misunderstandings. "I suspect water and fire might be a more fitting description. Even you have heard about it?" Professor Sprout shook her head, letting out a sigh. As they approached the entrance to the Great Hall, Rose bid farewell to the head of Hufflepuff. "Are you not joining us for dinner?" Professor Sprout inquired, clearly puzzled, as she was unaware of Rose's habits. "No, I have always preferred dining in my own quarters." Rose politely declined the professor's invitation. "Well, it has been truly delightful to converse with you, Rose," the professor remarked, appearing somewhat regretful. "Likewise, Professor. Oh, by the way, I meant to share some good news with you earlier, but was delayed by the matter concerning Pettigrew. Regarding your previous request to use Greenhouse number 7, I have consulted with the headmaster. He has approved your application." The professor's round face beamed with joy. "However, since Greenhouse number 7 has been abandoned for quite some time, you will need to maintain it yourself to reinstate its function." "Oh my goodness. That is the most splendid news." "Thank you, Professor," Rose exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Professor Sprout with excitement. Sprout joyfully patted her shoulder, expressing her delight that someone appreciated herbs, remarking how wonderful it was to be of assistance. What do you wish to cultivate within? She inquired. I would not recommend planting anything too perilous here, as mischievous students often find themselves in the medical wing due to their exuberant curiosity. I am thinking of white ash, two-eared grass, and fragrant marshmallow, along with my fondness for double-flowered peonies, so I shall also plant some fresh blooms. I have brought numerous seeds from Asia, Rose excitedly responded. Then you must remember to invite me for a visit when the time comes. Professor Sprout's eyes sparkled at the mention of herbs. Indeed. As you are the expert in this field, it would be an immense honor to have you guide us. After establishing their plans regarding the cultivation, the two bid farewell at the entrance of the auditorium. Rose made her way alone, navigating past many couples heading to the auditorium for dinner, towards her third-floor dormitory. To her surprise, 3 unexpected individuals had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Harry, Ron, Hermione, what brings you 3 here? Is there something you need? Harry, with his head bowed, obscured his expression, leaving Rose uncertain of his thoughts. However, Ron eagerly stepped forward, asking, Rose, was everything that happened in the headmaster's office real? Why do you ask? Did you not witness it all? Rose queried, perplexed. I mean, the mouse that had lived in my house for 10 years was actually a man named Pettigrew. He grimaced as if he had been disgusted. Well, I think we should go inside to discuss this further. Rose lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. The door is open. Please come in, she invited the 3, whom she still regarded as children, to sit upon her nylon sofa. Unlike the silent Harry, Ron and Hermione were filled with curiosity about the living room, their eyes wide as they surveyed the space. What do you think? Rose inquired, eager for feedback on her decor. Oh, it's quite nice. Hermione was the first to speak, though her attention was clearly drawn to the large bookshelf against the wall. Do you enjoy the history of magic? Hermione asked, eyeing the numerous tomes, many of which she had seen while browsing in Flourish and Blots. However, Rose chuckled at her question. Not quite, she said mysteriously. Let me share a secret. But you must not tell anyone. She placed her finger against her lush red lips. Of course, we will keep your secret. Harry lifted his head, intrigued at the prospect of Rose revealing her secret, naturally curious as a Gryffindor lion. Seeing the wide-eyed anticipation of the 3, Rose giggled softly and gently snapped her fingers. Before the wall-mounted bookshelf, a shimmering cascade of waves began to ripple, transforming what were once ordinary books, commonly found in bookstores, into ancient tomes with titles that appeared increasingly esoteric and enigmatic. These books, wow, how astonishing. What kind of magic is this? Exclaimed the 3 children in awe. Due to certain reasons that are evidently known to you, these volumes cannot be displayed openly, particularly with so many underage students present. So I have concealed those that qualify for the restricted section, Rose explained. So many books on dark magic, Ron murmured, his eyes fixated on the shelf. Do you have an interest in dark magic? Oh, not at all, Rose replied nonchalantly. These are simply some of my family's collections, many of which boast histories spanning over a century. Furthermore, to apply for the position of teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts, one must understand dark magic in order to defend against it effectively. Wouldn't you agree? After all, how can one defeat an enemy without comprehending them? Harry and Ron, having adjusted to the initial astonishment, exhibited little further curiosity about the books, yet Hermione was evidently not satisfied. May I take a look at this one? She inquired, pointing at a hefty volume titled Powerful Potions. Of course, Rose replied, although some of these titles may seem rather ominous. The dark magic effects inherent to them have been nullified by me. Otherwise, many would be secured with iron chains, just like those in the restricted section. As Rose spoke, she mimicked a frightening tone and demeanor to tease Ron, whose startled expression made her burst into laughter. That means you possess other books not displayed here, correct? Hermione asked shrewdly. Indeed, Rose confirmed. Upon receiving the book, Hermione began to swiftly skim through the table of contents. She recognized numerous advanced potions she had come across in materials from other libraries. However, it was apparent that no subsequent information regarding these potions and herbs was available in the ordinary lending section, indicating that the relevant content likely resided within the restricted area. Yet today, she discovered that the Powerful Potions book on Rose's shelf contained the very potion she had been seeking. May I borrow it? Hermione asked carefully, her fingers gently caressing the book's cover. Rose, gazing into her eager brown eyes, replied regretfully, I'm terribly sorry, Hermione. She noticed the spark of desire in the young girl's eyes dimming, her face filled with disappointment. However, her unfinished thought took an unexpected turn. But if you don't mind, you are welcome to read it here while I'm present. The initially disheartened girl, upon hearing this, felt a surge of enthusiasm course through her veins, exclaiming, Really? Rose. Certainly, many of these books are listed in the restricted section. First and foremost, bringing them out for your reading, only to be seen by other students, would undoubtedly create complications. Furthermore, considering your tender age, it is advisable to peruse these volumes under supervision. Rose explained patiently. Thank you, Rose, Hermione said, her youthful face flushed with excitement. I will be here every evening after dinner, barring any unforeseen circumstances. If you require anything, feel free to come by. If no one answers the door, it means I am out for some reason. All right. However, most of the books here are rather profound. It is essential to approach them gradually, Rose cautioned, aiming to prevent Hermione from losing sight of the fundamentals. After Hermione agreed, she nestled into a nearby sofa, eagerly immersed in the hefty tome titled Powerful Potions. I recall you summoned me to discuss that mouse. Rose redirected her attention to Ron. I truly apologize for your loss of a pet. Oh, it's fine, Ron replied, feeling disheartened about losing a pet. Yet, the thought of having cohabited with a repugnant and vile man for so long filled him with an uncontrollable sense of revulsion. However, I have recently learned that the mouse, Peter Pettigrew, has been apprehended by Minister Fudge and the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour. Rose transformed the soft bench into an armchair, reclining against the plush cushion, on the grounds of being an illegal animagus. An illegal animagus. He is clearly a murderer. Before Ron could voice his thoughts, Harry hastily interjected. Indeed, it is evident to all that something is amiss. Fortunately, Dumbledore is present. He will not allow Fudge to act with impunity. Rose waved her wand. I believe it is time for dinner. Would you care to join me? With a flick of her wand, the table, which had previously held a vase of blooming white peonies, was now adorned with a lavish spread of delicacies. I noticed you arrived at this hour and feared you might miss the feast in the Great Hall, so I instructed the castle's house elves to prepare a bit more. Rose explained. It may differ from what you usually consume. I hope you do not mind. Wow, Harry and Ron exclaimed, their eyes wide with astonishment at the array of dishes they had never encountered before, while Hermione set her book aside. Clearly not included among those unfamiliar with many of the offerings. Is this pizza? And is that pineapple on top? Hermione scrutinized a slice of Hawaiian pizza, her brow furrowed. Oh, that is Hawaiian pizza, Rose clarified. Come, take a seat. She gestured for each of them to occupy one side of the square table. Hawaiian pizza? The Italians would surely weep at the sight. Though she spoke jestingly, Hermione had already honestly helped herself to a slice. But it is quite delicious, isn't it? Rose shrugged nonchalantly. Why would Italians cry over this, whatever it is? Ron, unfamiliar with the term, guessed it might be a Muggle creation. As pizza hails from Italy, they would never place fruits atop it, opting instead for cheese, vegetables, and meats, Hermione elaborated with great enthusiasm. Yet I must say, this pineapple pizza is truly delightful. I once observed my cousin Dolly relishing a meat-laden pizza. Harry, with his mouth full, mumbled incoherently. Oh, what is this, Rose? Ron inquired, surprise evident in his grip on the fried chicken. This is American fast food, stemming from the Muggle menu, Rose explained, pausing momentarily. Oh, I seem to have a plethora of Muggle delights here. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. We are not like those Slytherins, Ron swiftly replied, stuffing another piece of fried chicken into his mouth. To be honest, this is far tastier than the fried chicken legs at school. I prefer this recipe. Moreover, my father enjoys Muggle things. He works at the Ministry of Magic, in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Since your father works at the Ministry, why not ask him? He should have first-hand information about the interrogation of Peter, Rose casually suggested, while spearing a piece of fruit salad with her fork. Oh yes. Ron and the others exchanged glances, astonished. Thank you, Rose. I will write to my father tonight, and send it via owl. Chapter 19, the night before Halloween. Ever since she invited Harry and the others to her sitting room, it seemed to have suddenly bridged the gap between them. Perhaps it was because she had shared what they perceived as a significant secret, which made them feel that Rose respected them, treating them not as mere children. Unlike some other professors, occasionally, they would seek her out after class to share their thoughts, particularly Harry's speculations on why Snape harbored animosity toward him. This was especially true after potions class, where Snape would invariably find the most peculiar reasons to deduct points from Harry's house. However, Rose expressed her inability to assist, stating that she was merely a teaching assistant and lacked the authority to go against the professor's decisions. Hermione, on the other hand, would often visit Rose after completing all her assignments and reviewing the material for the next class, perusing books that were beyond the scope of her age under Rose's guidance. The leisurely days passed swiftly, and on the night before Halloween, Hogwarts' Great Hall required a fresh adornment, a tradition that had been upheld for countless years. Rose participated in the decoration, having been highly recommended by Professor McGonagall to Professor Flitwick after showcasing her exceptional transfiguration skills. With a flick of her wand, Rose transformed a thick stack of shredded paper into thousands of bats, which, upon their metamorphosis, flitted towards the walls and ceiling, hanging there. Professor Flitwick conjured numerous low-hanging clouds with a weather charm, swirling above the dining tables. Pumpkins, hollowed out and filled with white candles, flickered with dim, dancing flames within. The ceiling of Hogwarts was adorned with a reflection of the starry sky, enveloped by a tempestuous night of thunder and rain, the crack of lightning resonating vividly in the air. After completing this exquisite arrangement, Professor Flitwick was in high spirits. How delightful, Rose. Your presence has accelerated the decoration of the Great Hall tremendously today. Rose beamed at his words, replying, "It is my honor, Professor. I cherish this tradition. It renders Hogwarts exceptionally enchanting. During Headmaster Black's tenure, such embellishments, which he deemed frivolous, were never permitted. Even Quidditch matches were halted if a young wizard was harmed during play. Of course, Hogwarts is the finest," Professor Flitwick declared proudly. As students concluded their day of studies and entered the hall, they were enveloped by the vibrant decorations. Excitement permeated the air, as lavish dishes filled with sumptuous food adorned plates trimmed with gold. The usual pumpkin juice had been replaced with a tangy, delectable tomato juice, and Rose found herself wishing for Halloween every day after tasting it. Knowing that today held significant festivities, Rose naturally lingered to celebrate Halloween. It was a rare pleasure to sit once more beside Severus Snape. Their relationship had softened, as Rose's assistance in the lower-year potions classes had alleviated some of his burdens. At least today, when Snape took his seat beside her, he offered a rare smile, making Rose feel that her efforts, though demanding, were indeed worthwhile. However, it seemed that Quirrell was delayed for the evening feast, a matter Rose understood well enough not to inquire about. Once Headmaster Dumbledore announced the commencement of the banquet, Rose waved her wand. Suddenly, wide-mouthed glass goblets, ablaze with pure blue flames, appeared at each professor's side. "This is my Halloween gift, marking my first festival at Hogwarts. A Moscato d'Asti. I hope you all enjoy it," Rose announced proudly to the assembled professors. "Thank you, Rose. I believe you will come to cherish countless festivals here." "Just as we have," kindly remarked Professor Sprout. "Moscato d'Asti? It resembles fire whiskey," Dumbledore observed with interest, peering down at the vividly colored drink. "In truth, it is a white wine, with a significantly lower alcohol content than fire whiskey. One could indulge without fear of inebriation." "Oh, how splendid. That seems particularly fitting for an old man like myself. In my youth, I relished fire whiskey, but I am, after all, quite advanced in years now," Dumbledore said. Lifting the goblet, the liquid within swirling shades of blue and green, creating a striking gradient. He gently shook it, the sound of clinking resonated, and in the flickering firelight, the drink sparkled, the contrast heightened by the floating ice cubes against the still-burning blue flames at the rim of the goblet. "Are those floating brown beans coffee beans?" Professor Flitwick took a tentative sip and exclaimed with surprise. This glass of Sangiovese Moscato not only boasts a rich fruitiness and a naturally refreshing sweetness typical of wine, but it also carries a subtle hint of coffee aroma amidst its gentle effervescence. This delightful flavor is a result of the inclusion of unground coffee beans. "Ah, indeed. Your palate is quite discerning," Professor Flitwick praised sincerely. "If you could apply even a fraction of the effort you've put into this wine to potion making, you would surpass mere craftsmanship." Severus Snape's deep voice resonated in Rose's ear. It seemed the professor was in good spirits today, after observing him take 2 more sips. Rose surmised that this tranquility would soon be shattered by that rogue, Quirrell. "Thank you for your compliment, Professor Snape. It is the finest praise for my wine," Rose replied, her delight evident in her crescent-shaped ash-gray eyes. Humph. Clearly, Snape was indeed in a good mood today, perhaps due to Rose alleviating some of the tedious tasks he detested. He chose not to engage in verbal sparring with her, tacitly accepting her words. As the banquet continued, Quirrell's figure finally emerged. He burst through the great hall doors with a bang, capturing the attention of all present. He staggered toward Dumbledore's seat, gasping, "The troll, in the dungeons. I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Chaos erupted in the hall, the shrill screams of young witches and wizards sending a shiver down Rose's spine. All the professors rose from their seats. "Everyone, follow your house heads back to your dormitories," Dumbledore commanded with a voice that boomed. The professors coordinated seamlessly to manage their respective students. Yet Rose noticed that Harry and Ron had quietly slipped away from the Gryffindor crowd, stealthily making their way from the Hufflepuff group. As a teaching assistant, Rose recognized that in the absence of explicit orders, she could allocate tasks independently. Amidst the turmoil, she trailed behind Harry and Ron, concerned for their safety in the face of the troll's potential wrath. Chapter 20, The Girls' Lavatory. Rose followed Harry and Ron from a distance, in the midst of the chaos. They appeared increasingly furtive. She also spotted Snape hurriedly crossing the corridor, heading towards the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. The thought of him potentially being bitten by a large dog made her apprehensive. However, she did not allow her sympathy for Snape to overshadow her purpose for being there. After all, this was the real world, where even the slightest change could yield unforeseen consequences. Having separated from the main body of Hufflepuff students, Rose trailed them down to the dungeon classroom, located 1 level below. A nauseating stench assaulted her senses. A repugnant blend reminiscent of dirty socks and a public restroom that had long been neglected. Rose felt her stomach churn, and she fought valiantly against the urge to retch. As she continued, a low murmur and the sound of a colossal foot dragging across the ground reached her ears. Rose realized that the giant had drawn perilously close. She cast a disillusionment charm upon herself and swiftly approached Harry and Ron with agile finesse. In a recess of the wall, she discovered the two boys huddled in the shadows, both anxious and somewhat exhilarated, peering curiously in the direction of the giant. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to trap it in a room, they deliberated. Rose turned to observe the disoriented giant in the underground classroom. It bore no remarkable difference from other giants. Standing approximately 12 feet tall, its granite-hued skin and immense body resembled concrete, with limbs as thick and unwieldy as stout tree stumps. Most amusing was its head, which, when compared to its massive frame, appeared as diminutive as a cocoa bean, awkwardly perched atop its neck. Perhaps this was why such a gargantuan creature, capable of immense destruction, possessed an intellect inferior to that of a mere sheepdog. The giant dragged a substantial wooden club, its small head bobbing about as it explored various rooms, seemingly befuddled. When it finally, with its meager intellect, decided to enter a doorway, Rose witnessed Harry and Ron spring into action. They dashed toward the open door, swiftly closed it, locked it, and even removed the key. The efficiency of their actions was remarkable. Harry truly lived up to his reputation as a natural seeker. Had it not been for the subsequent piercing cries emanating from within, Rose would have applauded the two boys. It was Hermione. Look, they've botched it, haven't they? The two boys, undeterred, rushed back to insert the key into the lock, but their nervousness rendered them clumsy. After several shaky attempts, they finally succeeded. Without a moment's hesitation, they plunged through the door. Rose's heart raced to her throat. Truly, they were Gryffindors. Harry and Ron, using the metal faucet that had fallen to the ground, drew the giant's attention. Meanwhile, Hermione was crouched in a recess beneath the sink. The giant clearly spotted the suddenly appearing Harry, and after a moment's hesitation, it abandoned its previous course toward Hermione, turning instead to blink and swing its large club at Harry. At that moment, Ron hurled a metal pipe at the giant, but it evidently inflicted no harm upon the giant's stone-like skin. However, it effectively captured the giant's attention, giving Harry the chance to drag the now limp Hermione from the splashing sink. Upon witnessing Ron in peril, Harry released Hermione's hand and leaped onto the giant's back. He clung tightly to the giant's neck, but it was evident that, being so small and slight, his weight posed no burden to the creature whatsoever. The ogre was thoroughly incensed by the series of events unfolding before it. It raised its wooden club and began to swing wildly, shaking its body in an attempt to topple Harry, accompanied by Hermione's piercing screams, a truly perilous scene. Ron shouted out his decisive incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The ogre's club indeed froze mid-air, and the creature ceased its frantic movements, its comically small head, reminiscent of a cocoa bean, gazing in bewilderment at its empty hands. Clearly, the magic of a novice wizard could not be sustained for long. Within mere moments, the club plummeted to the ground, landing with a heavy thud, mere inches from the bewildered creature's feet. She knew all too well that reliance on others was a precarious venture, and even the narrative could deviate unexpectedly. In an instant, Rose dispelled her disillusionment charm and shouted at Harry, who stood hesitantly gazing at the fallen club. Harry. At that moment, the ogre's movements exhibited no sign of hesitation. As it bent down to retrieve the club, Harry finally turned to see Rose's sudden appearance. Rose, he exclaimed joyfully. He deftly leaped from the ogre's back, aiming to flee towards her, yet it was evident that the ogre had no intention of relinquishing its pursuit. Its stout, gray arm hoisted the seemingly weighty club, swinging it menacingly towards Harry. No! Hermione's horrified scream echoed through the girls' restroom. In a moment of desperation, Rose directed her wand at the ogre, unleashing a silvery spell. She herself did not fully comprehend the ancient magic she had conjured in that instant. As the massive form of the ogre vanished before her, exploding into countless shards of silver dust, it dawned on her that she had just invoked ancient sorcery. The enormous club, aimed at Harry, had likewise transformed into a shower of stars. A profound silence enveloped the air in the aftermath until Rose, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "Are you all unharmed?" She instinctively cleared her throat. "No, we're fine," Hermione replied, her voice strained, evidently still reeling from the ogre's earlier assault. "What happened to it? I mean, the ogre?" Hermione asked. Just as Rose was about to respond, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Clearly, the violent commotion had attracted the attention of the professors. Professor McGonagall was the first to burst in, followed closely by Professors Snape and Quirrell. They had never witnessed McGonagall so enraged. Her lips trembled, pale as death. "What in the world are you playing at?" Harry turned to Ron, who still held his wand aloft, maintaining the stance from his earlier incantation. "Why weren't you all safely in your dormitory?" McGonagall's voice was icy cold. The three children exchanged glances, speechless. "I believe Miss Rose here, standing before us, should be able to clarify our confusion." Severus Snape fixed a penetrating gaze upon Rose, who stood to the side, striving to diminish her presence. At that moment, the attention of all the professors shifted to her, due to Snape's words. I noticed Harry and Ron lagging behind the Gryffindor crowd in the Great Hall. She began cautiously. I was concerned for their safety, so I followed them and then encountered the troll. Nodding affirmatively, she added, "That is indeed what happened, Professor." "Then, as you claim, what became of the troll?" Snape demanded, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "It was a vanishing spell." "Yes," Rose asserted, aware that revealing ancient magic would be futile, as no one would likely believe her. The situation had been too urgent. Only after casting the spell did she realize its implications. "A vanishing spell? You made a troll disappear?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her voice sharp with disbelief. At that moment, a small figure emerged from the corner. "I'm sorry, Professor. It's all my fault. It was Hermione." "Your fault?" McGonagall questioned, perplexed. "I had read about trolls in a book, and I thought I could handle it. If it weren't for Miss Rose, Ron, and Harry finding me, I believe I would be dead by now." "Miss Granger," McGonagall interjected, clearly unwilling to pursue the matter further. "I must express my profound disappointment. How could you think you could confront a troll the size of a mountain? 5 points from Gryffindor for your recklessness." Taking a deep breath, she turned to Harry and Ron. "I must say, as first years, your bravery in facing a troll to aid a fellow student is commendable. Gryffindor earns 10 points for your courage." Harry and Ron's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing they had not only avoided penalties, but had also gained points. Rose noticed Quirrell sitting near the door, sobbing into his long scarf. "I'm sorry, Professor Quirrell. I eliminated that troll. I suppose it was one of your teaching tools. Wasn't it?" "Oh, it's quite all right, Rose," he replied, still weeping, though it was unclear whether he mourned the lost troll or something else entirely. "All right, I think it's time for you all to return to your dormitories," McGonagall announced, preparing to leave, as Snape turned to depart as well. Everyone noted his rigid posture and the awkwardness of his gait. He discreetly concealed the blood-stained hem of his trousers with his black cloak, casting a fierce glare at anyone who dared to look at his leg as he limped away. "Oh, my poor old professor," Rose murmured, her gaze trailing after Snape's departing figure. Hermione, beside her, widened her brown eyes in disbelief, as if Rose had uttered something extraordinary. "Well, I think he might need my assistance now," Rose concluded, offering no further explanation. "I trust you can find your way back to the dormitory?" Without waiting for a response, she turned and exited the girls' restroom. Chapter 21. Healing. "Professor, wait. Professor Snape." Rose hurriedly pursued the gradually receding figure of Snape, fortunate that his leg injury rendered his pace painfully slow. "What is it?" Snape's tone betrayed a hint of impatience. He had intended to continue ascending the staircase, but Rose obstructed his path. Should she not step aside, he would have to circumvent her, a prospect he found thoroughly irksome, as he detested anything that might complicate his affairs. "I noticed your calf is injured in the washroom," she remarked. "That is of no concern to you, miss," he replied, casting a fleeting glance at his leg, his brow slightly furrowing. "I believe I can assist you," she insisted gently. "I have already stated that it does not concern you," he retorted, his voice tinged with irritation. "I will tend to my own injury without your assistance." "However, it appears quite severe," Rose countered. "I possess potions that can cleanse the wound and expedite healing." Undeterred by his brusque demeanor, she continued, "I suspect it might be a bite from a dark magical creature. Their saliva harbors toxins that complicate the healing process." She glanced at the jagged, dark red wound peeking from the tattered hem of Snape's black trousers, her brow knitting in concern. After a moment's hesitation, Snape reluctantly nodded. "Very well. Allow me to lead you, Professor. It's near the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 3rd floor." Although Professor Snape's office was situated in the dungeons, Hogwarts boasted numerous ancillary buildings. The Slytherin dungeons were merely one such cellar, and the closest location to them was indeed the 3rd floor's Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. As they walked, Rose attentively guided Snape, mindful of his injured left leg, yet it was evident that he was not one to display any sign of weakness. They soon arrived at the entrance to Rose's dormitory, marking Snape's first visit to her quarters. He frowned at the door, which clearly indicated it was a young lady's chamber, adorned with exquisite dark golden roses that seemed to resonate with her given name. Without hesitation, Rose opened the door, revealing a warmly decorated sitting room that starkly contrasted with Snape's austere black attire. However, neither seemed inclined towards idle pleasantries. Rose ignited the fireplace with her wand, inviting Snape to take a seat on the nylon sofa. Clearly ill at ease in the cozy confines of a young lady's chamber, Snape entered the sitting room but left the door ajar. He was, after all, a young professor, and this teaching assistant, though her exact age was unknown, appeared to have just reached adulthood. Should a discerning individual witness an unmarried man entering a single lady's room at night, it could lead to complications for all involved. Upon entering the sitting room, Snape's gaze was immediately drawn to the fireplace, now aglow and radiating warmth. The walls were adorned with a soft green wallpaper, the tranquil hue instilling a sense of ease in him as he stepped into the room. In a corner of the room stood a table adorned with a delicate green tablecloth that harmonized with the wallpaper, atop which rested an exquisite white porcelain vase containing pristine, Snowy peonies, their layers of petals unfurling in exuberant bloom. Directly in front of the fireplace lay a set of comfortable nylon sofas. Yet the most striking feature was the wall of books that occupied an entire expanse behind the sofas. "Professor, please take a seat," she said. Snape averted his gaze and settled onto the sofa, rolling up the leg of his trousers to reveal an injury. The wound was horrifically grotesque, and it undoubtedly caused him immense pain, yet not a sound of anguish escaped his lips. He merely furrowed his brow, a habitual expression for him. So even Rose could not discern his true feelings at that moment. "Hurry up. I have no intention of wasting time here," Snape urged as he noticed Rose hesitating, cautious not to jostle his injury. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the potion," Rose replied, striding towards the door that had remained closed. Presumably the entrance to the bedroom. Snape paid little mind, redirecting his attention as he awaited her return. Rose was swift. She emerged holding a small box in her hands. She approached and crouched down before Snape. "Professor, allow me to see your calf," she implored, extending her hand towards his leg. However, Snape merely stared at her in silence, showing no sign of compliance. Frustration washed over Rose, and unwilling to engage in a standoff, she feared he might abruptly leave, disregarding his wound in haste. Shaking her head slightly, she took the initiative to lift Snape's injured leg, resting it upon her knee. The sudden intrusion was clearly unsettling for Snape. Just as he intended to retract his leg, Rose firmly held it in place. "Do not move. I will cut your trousers," she instructed, opening the lid of the wooden box and retrieving a slender silver knife, deftly slicing through the fabric of his trouser leg in an instant. The gruesome wound was fully exposed, a shocking sight of mangled flesh and blood. It was evident that the previously pallid skin of his calf had been brutally torn by canine teeth, the edges of the wound uneven and jagged. Vivid crimson blood seeped forth, perhaps less noticeable against the dark fabric of the trousers. Rose extracted a vial of potion from the box, hesitating slightly as she lifted her gaze to Snape, her ash-gray eyes reflecting uncertainty. "Professor, this potion may sting during the cleansing process." "What is it?" Snape inquired in a low, gravelly voice. "It is a solution of Hastergon Boast," she replied. The potion was colorless and transparent, with a pungent aroma. "Apply it," he commanded, his expression unyielding. The clear liquid was poured slowly over the ghastly wound, instantly generating a profusion of fine white foam that bubbled and overflowed, enveloping the raw injury and rendering the gruesome sight somewhat obscured. As the potion continued to take effect, the wound should have been accompanied by a persistent, needle-like pain. Yet, when Rose looked up, she found Severus Snape with his brows furrowed, seemingly impervious to any discomfort. As the blood was consumed by the potion, a peculiar coolness spread gradually over the wound, as if soothing it. The toxins within the wound were drawn downwards, transforming from a pure white foam to a dark crimson. Dripping onto the floor, Rose gently dried the wound with gauze, carefully wrapping the injury on her calf in circles with the white fabric. "Who?" Snape suddenly turned his attention towards the half-open door, yet it revealed no one. Rose, lost in thought, withdrew her gaze from the doorway. At this hour, the only one likely to be wandering about was Harry Potter. Alas, Professor Snape would once again become the malevolent dark wizard. She couldn't help but think this to herself, though her hands did not falter in their task. Once she secured the bandage on her calf with a neat knot, Snape hastily withdrew his leg from her knee. As he stood, Rose retrieved a vial of green solution from the wooden box and offered it to him. "What is this?" Snape did not immediately accept the potion. Having already received enough favors from Miss White that day, he was never fond of accepting too much kindness from others. "An invigorating potion, Professor." Rose had no intention of being cryptic. She suspected he lacked such a potion in his possession. She had visited his private stores several times for work and knew exactly what potions resided there. An invigorating potion? Snape raised an eyebrow in skepticism. This potion had been outdated for 50 years. Its efficacy, taken internally, paled in comparison to a blood-replenishing potion, and externally, it was inferior to the essence of white fresh. "Oh, then you might wish to try mine. It may hold something different." The self-assured expression on Rose's face bore no hint of deceit. Snape's passion for potions was undeniable, and recalling this young assistant's unparalleled talent in potion-making, he accepted the vial of green solution. He uncapped it, inhaling deeply with his prominent nose, finding nothing amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he drank it down. The potion's peculiar texture slid into his stomach, and in an instant, Snape felt the vitality he had lost from the injury inflicted by the three-headed dog return to him. Even the wound on his leg began to tingle with a sensation of healing. However, based on its taste and aroma, he could discern no abnormalities. It still seemed to adhere to the ancient formula. Chapter 22, Night Inquiry. This prompted Snape to reflect once more on the extraordinary talent this young woman had exhibited in potion-making. His gaze sharpened. Having conducted thorough observations since their initial testing and continued classes over the past few days, such a unique gift was unprecedented, even beyond the reach of the Dark Lord himself. In truth, he harbored no feelings of jealousy. Rather, he hoped that those endowed with talent would adeptly harness their abilities. Were this young woman his student, he would undoubtedly invite her to join his advanced potions class, meticulously nurturing her development while imposing rigorous standards, thereby encouraging her to continually enhance her skills. He would impart to her the intricate methods and applications of potion making, sculpting her into an exceptional potion master. He had not consumed the entire vial of potion in one gulp. Instead, he reserved a small amount at the bottom, and ultimately, Snape did not return the potion bottle to Rose. "Thank you," Snape said succinctly before departing from Rose's chamber. Rose observed that Snape's gait had significantly improved upon his exit. Were it not for a keen eye, one might scarcely detect any remnants of his previous injury. This sense of accomplishment flooded her heart like sunlight, warm and radiant. Thanks to her intervention, the professor was spared from further injury at the hands of the three-headed dog, thus avoiding the need to seek the assistance of that old squib, Filch, for bandaging. It was not that Rose held Filch in contempt. Rather, he was incapable of using magic to heal the professor's wounds and could not perform the meticulous tasks of a Muggle doctor. Simply bandaging the injury would subject the professor to prolonged suffering before recovery. Yet, this time, due to her involvement, although the professor remained injured, the healing process was both swift and devoid of pain. This slight alteration ignited within Rose a surge of motivation. She resolved to find ways to reclaim the shards of her future. The following night, as was her custom, Rose returned to her room after a day of classes. Upon finishing her dinner and preparing to indulge in a soothing essential oil bath, a firm knock echoed at her door. It was the trio of children. Until yesterday, Hermione typically visited alone to read. Although Harry and Ron occasionally came by, it was rare for them to accompany Hermione. A glimmer of insight crossed Rose's mind, and she surmised the reason for their visit. "Welcome," Rose exclaimed as she opened the door. "I see your friendship has blossomed remarkably, hasn't it?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged smiles, their camaraderie evident. "Indeed, we are now the best of friends," Harry replied. "What brings you here this time, ladies and gentlemen?" Rose inquired, offering them snacks, treats she had procured during a recent weekend trip to the Muggle supermarket. "Oh, is that cola and chips? My favorite," Harry exclaimed with delight. "Ron, you absolutely must try this. I used to earn a few coins helping Mrs. Fig next door and would often trade them for cola," Harry said, handing a can of cola to Ron. However, it was evident that Ron had never encountered a popkin before. He turned it over in his hands, utterly perplexed about how to open it. Pouting in confusion, he said, "Hey, you should tell me how to open this, mate. See the tab on top? Just pull it back, and it will pop open." Harry responded, demonstrating how to open another can for Ron. With a soft pop, the tab was removed. "Wow. I never imagined I could drink this at Hogwarts, Rose." "Thank you for the beverage," Harry said, taking a hearty sip. Burp. Ron involuntarily hiccuped after taking a drink, his face turning crimson as he covered his mouth. "Harry, are you certain this is a Muggle drink? I suspect it contains hiccup potion." "Oh, it is undoubtedly a Muggle beverage," Hermione interjected, rolling her eyes. "What causes your hiccups is carbon dioxide, not hiccup potion. Well, whatever that carbon concoction is, it tastes rather good. Rose, I can hardly believe that if I didn't know you were a witch. The things you consume would lead one to think you are a Muggle," Harry remarked. "Well, being a Muggle isn't so bad. I was a Muggle in my previous life, wasn't I?" The three children exchanged glances. It was the first time they had heard a wizard express that being a Muggle was agreeable. "We came to see you about something," Hermione began. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Rose inquired. "Was Professor Snape injured last night?" Ron blurted out. "It's Professor Snape, Ron," Hermione corrected him sternly. Ron rolled his eyes in response. "Last night, we saw Professor Snape with an injured leg in the girls' lavatory of the dungeon classroom," Hermione continued. "We wish to know if he was bitten by a large dog." Why are you interested in that?" Rose did not immediately respond. The three children exchanged meaningful glances. And finally, Harry tentatively asked, "Do you know what lies on the forbidden fourth floor? Something that could cause injury or death?" Rose replied seriously, narrowing her eyes suspiciously at Harry and the others. "You wouldn't have broken the rules and gone there, would you? You must keep this confidential, Rose." "It was merely an accident," Harry gulped. "There's a very large, three-headed dog, guarding a trapdoor beneath it, and we suspect it is protecting something of great importance. So, we believe Snape intends to steal whatever that is. Why would Professor Snape do such a thing?" Although Rose had anticipated Harry and the others would say this, hearing it was another matter altogether, and she suppressed the urge to laugh. "We do not know why, but it is highly likely that the injury on Professor Snape's leg was inflicted by that three-headed dog," Hermione added. "Harry wanted to find you yesterday, but he saw you healing Professor Snape." Hermione closely observed Rose's expression. "So he truly was bitten, was he?" After a moment of silence, Rose nodded. "Indeed. That is the case. It seems Harry did visit last night." "I knew it," Harry exclaimed, springing up from the sofa. "Everyone says he was once a dark wizard. While it is true that Professor Snape's leg was bitten, I do not believe he would attempt to steal what you claim the three-headed dog is guarding. Even though she knew that explanations would be futile, she reiterated once more, "We shall uncover what he intends to steal." After acquiring the answers they sought from Rose, they departed with an air of impatience. "Thank you for the beverage, Rose." Only Rose remained languidly seated on the couch before the fireplace, sipping the muggle drink she had cherished in her previous life. "My poor old professor, playing both the caretaker and the villain. Who could blame you for resembling a rogue? Even Quirrell, the true miscreant, appears a mere delicate flower in comparison," Rose mused, shaking her drink and chuckling softly. Chapter 23, The Daily Prophet. Regarding how Harry and his companions would further investigate and determined that Professor Snape was indeed the one preparing to commit theft. Even exchanging encouraging glances with Professor Quirrell upon each encounter, Rose could easily surmise. However, despite her foresight of these unfolding events, she felt no interest nor desire to intervene. As long as the Savior Squad faced no peril, they might as well continue executing Dumbledore's training regimen. These trials were but mere pebbles on the path of growth for the young savior. Recently, Peter Pettigrew, who had been arrested by the Ministry of Magic for illegal animagus transformation, finally had developments in his case. The Daily Prophet reported that a preliminary hearing would take place at the ministry at the end of November, with Rose invited to attend as a key witness. It seemed Minister Fudge could no longer withstand the pressure from Headmaster Dumbledore, especially since this was not during his tenure when Sirius Black was wrongfully convicted. It was evident to any discerning individual that the one directly responsible was the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch, who had apprehended Black without trial and cast him into Azkaban. With the course of events now set in stone, Fudge was rather astute. "Hey, Weasley, I hear your family's ancestral rat has transformed into a wizard. It's truly hard to believe. I assent it?" Draco Malfoy, his light golden hair meticulously groomed, remarked mockingly while holding the latest edition of the Daily Prophet just delivered by an owl. "I thought your family was too impoverished to afford more children. Who knew you had been raising a strange wizard for a decade?" After weaving through the throngs of Slytherin, he arrived at a sea of red before Ron Weasley, dramatically reading the day as headlines aloud. Hogwarts unveils astonishing secret, the identity of the Weasley family pet exposed. Recently, an astonishing incident occurred during a class at Hogwarts. Reports indicated that Ron Weasley's pet, disguised as a rat, was discovered to be an illegal animagus. Unbelievably, this disguised rat had been living with the Weasley family for over 10 years, having seamlessly integrated into their lives and become an inseparable part of the family. For many years, this middle-aged wizard disguised as a mouse shared an intimate bond with several of the Weasley children, sharing meals and slumber, their affection deep and genuine. However, upon being unmasked by the Hogwarts faculty, Ron Weasley found himself engulfed in profound sorrow. The loss of this peculiar rodent companion left him restless and despondent, his grief palpable. The incident stirred a considerable uproar within Hogwarts, sparking curiosity and speculation about the origins and motives of this illegal animagus masquerading as a mouse. Simultaneously, Ron Weasley's plight drew widespread sympathy from those around him. The students and faculty of Hogwarts keenly monitored the unfolding events, eager for more truths to emerge. The report from the Daily Prophet concluded amidst Draco Malfoy's ominous recitation. It was evident that many students in the hall subscribed to the newspaper. As whispers of discussion erupted among them upon hearing Malfoy's words, their glances flickering towards the epicenter of the incident, the Weasley family of Gryffindor. "How does it feel to be famous, Weasley?" Draco's striking blue-gray eyes glinted with malice as he cast a sidelong glance at the solemn Harry before derisively snorting at Ron. Unfortunately, they had misidentified him, Ronan. Draco scrutinized Ron, who was clad in hand-me-downs from his brothers, his face flushed from the earlier loud proclamation, making his freckles appear even more pronounced. "This is none of your concern, Malfoy." At that moment, Ron's twin brother stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on their youngest sibling's trembling shoulder. The twins bore an unprecedented seriousness on their faces. "You are not welcome here. Kindly vacate the Gryffindor table," Percy Weasley declared. "I wouldn't care to linger here." Draco scoffed contemptuously at the Weasleys, suddenly turning his ire towards the silent Harry. "If I were you, Potter, I would steer clear of these impoverished souls who associate with rodents." With that, he departed without waiting for Harry's retort. Rose had never been accustomed to having breakfast in the hall, and thus was oblivious to the morning's commotion. However, it was evident that Professor Snape was in a particularly irritable mood, seeking any pretext to deduct points from Gryffindor. Rose calculated the point deductions, estimating them to be a third more than usual, and resolved to keep her distance to avoid becoming collateral damage. Yet some individuals had different intentions, not only assigning her the lower year assignments to grade, but also critiquing her feedback on the previously graded papers. He mockingly remarked that her suggestions for the students were merely conventional, slightly better than the textbook knowledge of a know-it-all, devoid of any spark. While enduring his biting remarks, Rose rolled her eyes internally, evidently perceiving him as an emotional landfill, and she had no intention of letting him off lightly. ready to pierce through his pretentious facade. "Professor, have you received the Ministry of Magic's invitation?" She interjected directly, interrupting Professor Snape's relentless tirade. "I mean, Peter Pettigrew's preliminary hearing." Snape abruptly rose from his chair, his complexion paling. "What do you mean?" His gaze sharpened. "The letter I received stated that the judge requires testimony regarding his illegal and animagus transformations in court." Rose had long since adapted to his unfriendly demeanor. "But we all know, Professor, that the issue lies not solely in his illegal and animagus status. Pettigrew is not merely a traitor, he is also a murderer. Pettigrew, that despicable wretch, that coward. Of course, I shall attend. I want him imprisoned in Azkaban forever." Anger flickered in Snape's eyes. "Oh, so you believe Sirius Black will be released in court?" Rose remarked seemingly nonchalantly. "He seems to have endured a decade of wrongful imprisonment. How pitiable. Pitiable? He deserves to be confined in Azkaban for eternity." He shot a fierce glare at Rose. "Oh, it seems you harbor a strong dislike for him, Professor." "Umph, he ought to receive the Dementor's kiss directly. That would be a fitting end for him." Malice glinted in his dark eyes, and the intensity of his hatred rendered him more animated than usual. Rose regarded him peculiarly. "Oh, it appears you know quite a bit about Black, Professor." She pondered her words carefully. "That is none of your concern. Mississippi, focus on your own duties." He swiftly reverted to his customary inscrutable expression, obscuring his inner thoughts, unlike moments before when a crack had seemingly formed in his emotional facade, much to Rose's regret. Chapter 24, The Night Patrol. As darkness enveloped the surroundings and curfew approached, the lights of Hogwarts Castle, which had twinkled like stars in the night sky, extinguished one by one. The once dreamlike scene of lights reflecting on the lake gave way to an atmosphere of mystery under the silent night. Tonight, it was Rose's turn to oversee the nighttime patrol after curfew. Originally assigned only 2 patrols per month, her responsibilities doubled after Quirrell transferred his duties to her. However, it was not a daunting task. It merely involved catching students stealthily slipping out of the common room, most of whom were Gryffindors. The castle corridors were narrow and winding, adorned with numerous portraits. During her patrol, Rose never illuminated the tip of her wand, for that would incite a cacophony of complaints from the portraits, who, despite being painted, required sleep like any ordinary person at night. Therefore, accompanying Rose on her patrol were neither the flickering glow of magic nor the castle's ghosts, but the endless snoring emanating from the portraits. Naturally, should a few reckless souls dare to disturb these aged figures during their nocturnal escapades, they would be courting disaster, a fate akin to being caught by Filch's cat. As Rose traversed the designated path through the corridors, past the empty classroom doors and the staircases that moved even under the cloak of night, she reveled in the enchanting ambience of Hogwarts. During her nocturnal patrols, she felt akin to a Muggle tourist exploring the Hogwarts Museum, a sanctuary that, in the tranquility of the night, was exclusively open for her. It must be noted that the castle of Hogwarts is immensely vast. Completing a full patrol would nearly consume 2 hours of her time. To be honest, it is uncertain from whom Rose inherited this penchant for night wandering. In the dark and desolate castle, any student caught roaming about would find themselves unceremoniously accosted from behind. "Wow!" The echoes of startled cries reverberated through the corridor. "What are you doing out at this hour, gentlemen?" When 2 identical red-haired boys mustered the courage to turn around, they discovered their amiable defense against the dark arts teaching assistant, Rose, beaming as she playfully seized them. "Oh my goodness, it's Miss Rose." George, upon catching a glimpse of the young lady's dangerously narrowed eyes in the darkness, promptly fell silent. "Good evening, George, at your service, lovely Mississippi. I believe the 2 of you, Mr. Weasley, are aware that it is past curfew." Clearly, Rose was unimpressed by George's charm. However, Fred cheekily winked and pointed at George, claiming, "He insisted on dragging me out. I merely accompanied him." Without a hint of fear, Fred leaned closer to Rose and whispered, in truth, "We were hoping to sneak a bite from the kitchen." George's eyes widened in feigned innocence. "Oh no, that is not true. I've been wronged. It was Fred who wanted to raid the kitchen. He insisted I join him." "Well then, gentlemen, what prompts such a late-night expedition to the kitchen? I find it hard to believe you Haven Tea had your fill this evening." Rose released her grip on the twins' collars, crossing her arms expectantly for their explanation. "Oliver has simply gone mad. I can hardly believe it," Fred exclaimed. "Yes, with the previous seeker having graduated, he has yet to find a suitable replacement and has taken to training us relentlessly, claiming he needs to compensate for the absence of the seeker in other ways." "Can that truly be compensated?" Fred and George chimed in unison. "How could it be, brother? Oliver Wood is nothing short of a tyrant." "For Merlin's sake," Rose mused, recalling how Harry was recommended by Professor McGonagall to join Gryffindor's team as seeker in his first year. It was a matter of responsibility that rested upon her shoulders. For Oliver, who usually appeared to be a rather affable fellow, unveiled his tyrannical nature on the field. Thus, acknowledging their plight, she remarked, "In that case, I shall accompany you to the Great Hall. We cannot allow children still in their growth to retire to bed on empty stomachs." In her mind, the one who truly needed to make amends was herself, for having inadvertently overlooked the Gryffindor Seeker-esque situation. The twins stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Suddenly, they erupted into laughter, akin to two frenzied monkeys. The cacophony of their laughter pierced Rose's ears, causing her discomfort. She wrinkled her brow in distaste and lifted one hand, clutching her wand, and with a swift motion of her index finger, the twins' mouths were instantaneously sealed shut. They flailed their arms and danced about, attempting to pry their lips apart, but to no avail. Silence was imperative. The portrait would awaken otherwise. With another flick of her finger to the right, the two red-haired twins found themselves compelled to turn backwards, moving in unison like marionettes, their limbs stiff and synchronized as they marched towards the staircase. While they walked, Rose merely silenced their noisy mouths and guided their limbs toward the kitchen, yet she did not exert control over their heads. At this moment, their faces were inches apart, eyes wide open, emitting peculiar sounds of as if engaged in some form of telepathy or silent communication, a game that held no interest for Rose. Upon reaching the entrance to the kitchen, located in the depths of Hogwarts, Rose found the portrait of a pear and scratched it. A boisterous laugh emanated from the scratched painting, revealing the kitchen door. As Rose ushered the twins inside and closed the door, she snapped her fingers, lifting the spell from them. The instant their limbs regained control, they instinctively reached for each other's mouths. "Oh, we can talk again. How splendid!" exclaimed Fred. "Is this the kitchen, Fred?" "I believe so, George." A wave of absurdity washed over Rose as she incredulously gazed at the twins. "You mean to say you didn't know where the kitchen was?" "Ah, indeed. We owe our gratitude to Miss Rose for her invaluable assistance in revealing its location. It's simply unfathomable that all it took was a scratch on that pear," Fred remarked, his surprise palpable. Upon realizing she had been jested by the twins, Rose burst into an irate laugh. "Very well. Whatever you wish to eat, procure it yourselves. And do not let me catch you wandering about at night again. Otherwise, I shall have you both escorted to your headmaster," she articulated, her voice slowly squeezing out the final words. "At your command, miss." Notably, it seemed that the stomachs of boys at this age were insatiable bottomless pits. From the house elf in the kitchen, they gathered an abundance of pies and roasted meats, their pockets bulging and arms laden with food. Rose, uninterested in such greasy fare for a late-night snack, opted for some jelly pudding instead and escorted the twins back to Gryffindor Tower. "Oh, Fred, George, you returned unscathed," exclaimed a fellow dorm mate, incredulously observing their stealthy entrance. "I thought for sure you would be caught." Upon realizing that the two individuals were cradling a bundle wrapped in paper, entirely composed of food, he was rendered speechless with astonishment. You have found it?" "Indeed, the illustrious explorers, the Weasley brothers, have surmounted numerous challenges and hardships, and today, at last, have discovered the kitchens of Hogwarts." "Splendid, brother." The two clapped their hands together in celebration. "Where is it? I mean, the kitchen?" Lee Jordan inquired, having extracted a meat pie from George's grasp and taking a hearty bite. "That is a secret I cannot divulge, right, George?" "Of course, Fred. All thanks to the guidance of the moonlight flowers," they exclaimed in unison once more. The other inhabitants of the dormitory had long grown accustomed to the Weasley twins' air of secrecy. However, it was evident that only the brothers were privy to the nature of their recent discovery. Chapter 25, The Forbidden Forest. As the night patrol concluded, the moon hung high in the sky, having surpassed the stroke of midnight. Yet, Rose felt no weariness. The Hogwarts library had provided her with the formula for a waking draft, enabling her to concoct multiple vials in a single cauldron. The most significant advantage of potions, as opposed to modern Muggle technology, was that upon consumption, she felt no trace of the fatigue associated with sleepless nights, nor did she require days of rest to compensate. Nevertheless, any wizard with knowledge of potions would advise against their prolonged use, as Severus Snape himself served as a prime example. The body produced by the system was vastly different from that of an ordinary wizard, rendering the adverse effects of long-term potion use on complexion nearly non-existent. Even the reigning champion of sleeplessness at Hogwarts, Snape, could not escape the telltale signs of his chronic lack of sleep, evident in his sallow complexion and greasy black hair. Earlier, in the kitchen, Rose had been riled by the Weasley twins' teasing, and now, she was devoid of any inclination to sleep. After escorting the two back to their dormitory, she strode purposefully out of the castle. In the biting cold of the night, she traversed the desolate grounds and the black lake, which reflected the silvery moonlight. The surface of the lake was anything but tranquil. Beneath the shimmering waters, a long, thick tentacle emerged, adorned with sharp barbs and suckers. It belonged to the giant squid lurking beneath the lake's depths, rarely seen basking in the sun during the day, yet now it had come to the surface to frolic. Rose merely passed by, having no intention of stopping to admire the spectacle of a giant squid swimming in the dead of night. Such a sight was indeed too surreal. She made her way directly toward the Forbidden Forest, which had never been described in detail in the original text, and J.K. Rowling had not provided any further clarification on its vastness. Rose was intrigued by this, a century ago. The presence of the notorious black sorcerers who amassed experience through the fire ash serpent had consumed her attention. However, in the present, the world had enjoyed an era of peace for far too long. And the mere act of pursuing a black sorcerer for the sake of gaining experience had become an unlawful endeavor, potentially branding one as a wanted dark wizard. With a graceful flick, she drew forth a grayish-white bone wand, letting it sway lightly in her grasp. A rush of elation coursing through her as the wand resonated with her spirit. Look, her dearest companion was also jubilant at the prospect of embarking on a new adventure. As Rose stepped into the forbidden forest, she felt an uncanny fusion with the surrounding darkness. A thick, inky fog enveloped her entirely, flowing like a sentient entity while adhering closely to her form. The outlines visible through the fog exuded an indescribable aura of mystery, obscuring her visage and silhouette from prying eyes. Suddenly, her blood-red pupils snapped open. Enveloped in the dark mist, Rose advanced through the forest, nearly merging with her surroundings. Her movements were astonishingly light. As she treaded upon the forest floor, not a whisper of sound escaped her steps, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. She glided past silent trees, towering giants that had stood sentinel in this ancient woodland for ages, perhaps as long as the castle itself. Her actions stirred not a single leaf, nor did they provoke the slightest tremor, as if she were destined to be a part of this forbidden forest. Time became a blur as she journeyed deeper until the sound of rustling reached her ears. Silently, she leaned against the trunk of an oak, and by the faint moonlight filtering through the branches, she beheld a congregation of enormous spiders. Their vast forms were cloaked in dense black fur, their legs extending outward, spanning nearly 15 feet. However, what stood out were their distinctly luminous green eyes, glimmering in the night. The eight-eyed spiders, classified as magical creatures of danger level 5. And there were quite a few of them, truly a blessing from the system. Rose retrieved a vial of Eldritch potion from her pocket and downed it in one swift motion. This potion fortified the drinker's defenses against even the most formidable rocky exteriors. Rose was not a reckless fool. Even Voldemort would think twice before confronting hundreds of eight-eyed spiders head-on. In the stillness, an invisible aura of menace began to permeate a corner of the forbidden forest. As the faint moonlight trickled through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows, the eight-eyed spiders, known for their intelligence, sensed the sudden, peculiar presence, abruptly halting their activities. Balak, the leader of this group of adult spiders, became acutely wary, and as it braced itself, its kin followed suit, a strange stillness spreading amidst the unease. With a flourish of her pale wand, Rose unleashed a crimson spell upon the horde of eight-eyed spiders. A tremendous explosion ensued, toppling several of the colossal arachnids. An ambush had commenced. Barak uttered words of human language, a rarity among its kind, which significantly bolstered its chances of contending for the position of patriarch following the demise of the ancient spider Aragog. The bodies of the spiders, victims of the explosive onslaught, began to ignite, transforming into a cloud of ash amidst the fierce blaze. The other eight-eyed spiders encircled Barak, forming a protective formation. They remained vigilant, scanning the surrounding forest, yet failing to detect even a hint of their adversary's presence. In an instant, a flash of crimson light erupted from an entirely opposite direction, crashing into the cluster of spiders, scattering fragments of the blasted corpses and releasing a pungent odor. Rose lamented to herself, recognizing the potential of the eight-eyed spider's venom as a valuable ingredient, whether for sale on the black market or for brewing potions. Alas, it appeared she had been overly influenced by someone. Her thoughts inevitably drifted towards the alchemical arts. Suppressing these chaotic musings, Rose moved swiftly through the woods, conjuring a series of red spells that seemed to howl from the depths of hell. The spiders were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden attack. Their eyes contorted in agony from the searing heat of the flames, their piercing shrieks echoing through the air. Rose intended to resolve the matter swiftly. These eight-eyed spiders were merely a fraction of their clan, and if the entire brood responded to their kin's distress signal, even she, a formidable dark sorceress, would find herself in a precarious predicament. The towering flames scorched the surrounding trees, causing branches to crackle and black smoke to begin to billow. Encircled by the eight-eyed spiders, Barak, under the guard of its siblings, retreated towards their lair. However, the distance to their refuge was too great, and nearby lay the territory of the centaurs, who would not offer assistance in the face of a dark sorcerer's attack. They would merely draw their bows and drive the spiders away once more. Barak, who had never truly heeded Aragog's warnings, now regretted its past negligence, having been cautioned about the perilous beings lurking in the forbidden forest and advised against venturing beyond their domain. Yet, the spider populace multiplied too swiftly, and with no natural enemies present, leaving their territory had become an unavoidable necessity. Rose felt she had indulged enough for one day. Continuing would only heighten her risk of exposure. Deliberately, she left a gap in the encircling flames, allowing the evidently authoritative eight-eyed spider to escape. As for the remaining unsightly giants, Rose gently caressed her long-unused companion, feeling the thrill of battle coursing through it once more. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as a chilling green light erupted from the tip of her wand, slicing through the brightened black forest, igniting a terrified eight-eyed spider. In an instant, all the spiders encircled by the fiery ring were ensnared by this chain of green death, illuminating the entire woodland. In that fleeting moment, death descended upon the scene, and the formerly shrieking multitude of large spiders collapsed in unison. Avada Kedavra, the infamous curse of the Dark Wizard, resonated in the air as Balak and a few of its kin gazed back at the battlefield from a distance, their hearts heavy with dread. They emitted mournful cries. Yet the presence of an unseen adversary silenced them abruptly. The Avada Kedavra curse, known for its terrifying uniqueness, claimed but a single life with each utterance. A curse capable of annihilating an entire lineage in an instant was something Balak had never heard its ancestor Aragog speak of, not even in reference to that Dark Lord. Fearfully, it turned away, unwilling to behold the place where its fiery siblings had met their demise. It yearned to return and convey this dreadful news to its elder, Aragog. Perhaps the illustrious headmaster Dumbledore of Hogwarts, the greatest white wizard, would wish to know of this dire event. Chapter 26, The Forbidden Forest 2. The orange flames in the Forbidden Forest burned steadily. Yet the moment Balak departed, they erupted into towering fire, consuming the lifeless bodies of dozens of eight-eyed spiders in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the flames extinguished, leaving behind only a charred expanse of earth. A testament to the brutal slaughter that had transpired. Rosa, having long been away from battle, felt a twinge of regret at the spider's lack of combat prowess, especially when compared to the dark creatures and wizards of a century past. The so-called danger level of 5 seemed grossly exaggerated. Nevertheless, this minor skirmish provided her with a reprieve from the mounting pressures of her recent workload. Life at Hogwarts was inherently delightful. But as she took on the role of an educator for these children, she found herself beset by irritability, a most distressing state. The endless stream of erroneous words and grammatical blunders, along with the nonsensical content in their essays, fueled her frustration as she graded their work. Currently, she bore not only the responsibilities of a teaching assistant in defense against the dark arts, but also found herself unceremoniously burdened with the younger students' potion assignments, which Snape had shamelessly offloaded onto her. She could easily discern his nefarious intentions, unwilling to endure the torment of grading those papers himself. He sought to pass that burden to her. Though he occasionally offered her pointers in potion making, Rosa had no particular obsession with it. As evidenced by her allocation of all her acquired skill points towards spell-related categories, she was a practitioner of wand combat through and through. She had no desire to languish in the dungeons brewing potions. Rosa silently invoked the system, summoning a small map visible only to her, and lazily selected the nearest teleportation point to her dormitory. In an instant, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, she was engulfed in emerald flames. This was the Floo Flame, allowing her to traverse to any place she had previously visited that could be ignited, utilizing the skill provided by the system. As the eerie green flames enveloped Rose, she vanished instantaneously from her spot. Those of her kin, drawn by the piercing cries of the eight-eyed spiders, arrived only to witness a fleeting glimpse of dark green before it too disappeared without a trace. Who is it? A voice, ancient and filled with fury, reverberated through the woods. Who has slain my descendants? The fluttering of birds startled from their perches filled the air as they took flight in flocks. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the night was typically alive with the myriad calls of nocturnal creatures, akin to a symphony of serenades performed solely under the cloak of darkness. Yet, following Rose's encounter with the eight-eyed spiders, the entire forest sensed an extraordinary disturbance. These nocturnal beings instinctively withdrew, quietly concealing their presence. Once the dark wizard responsible for this horrifying act had departed, the once silenced cacophony of the forest resumed, each creature contributing its own melody. Rose was instantaneously transported back to the corridor on the third floor via the Floo Flames. Having spent her days engaged in activities under the sun, she had hesitated to test whether this ability remained intact within Hogwarts. However, fortune smiled upon her. Not only had tonight's escapade elevated her system level, but the Floo Flames ability, even after a century, had withstood the passage of time, surviving the changes in headmasters and countless students. Rose felt a profound satisfaction with her accomplishments from the evening. As for the sacrificed eight-eyed spiders, she harbored no sorrow for their demise. Rather, she resolved to hunt another batch when time permitted. After all, they were merely spiders, and their respawn would likely be swift. Wouldn't he? Silently, Rose dispelled the enchantment cloaking her, the vivid crimson of her blood-red eyes fading back to a lovely shade of ash gray. She took measured steps on her return, but suddenly paused. The pale, bony wand she had held vanished in an instant, transforming into her familiar brown pine wand. Her previously animated face, aglow with excitement, became composed, her long lashes half lowered, her features concealed in the shadows of the night. Severus Snape had been observing Quirrell for quite some time, following the departure of this Muggle studies professor a year prior. Quirrell returned to Hogwarts to assume the role of defense against the dark arts instructor, an appointment that Snape regarded with disdain. He scoffed at the fool. He was utterly unfit to teach defense against the dark arts, incapable of safeguarding himself, let alone instructing students. Dumbledore's choice of such a dimwit over a skilled dark wizard like himself filled him with resentment. Yet, this was not the first instance of such absurdity. The denial of his application had ceased to astonish him. It was the declining quality of those appointed to teach that made him question whether Dumbledore had begun to lose his faculties. As he approached the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 3rd floor, Snape sensed an anomaly. Was it a wandering student or Quirrell himself? The roster for tonight's patrol indeed designated Quirrell, yet at this hour, which is well into the night, Quirrell's dormitory is not in proximity to his classroom. He claims to reside in a sunlit area, fearing retribution from vampires, and has chosen a room on the ground floor of the adjacent tower, closest to the greenhouse and forest. If it were him, what business would he have here at this hour? Snape adjusted his footsteps to silence, stealthily approaching his target from behind while casting a cautious glance at the surroundings. Perfect, he had him. Rose stared at the hand gripping her arm. To her surprise, Snape's grasp was remarkably strong, his palm large enough to encircle her entire forearm. As he neared her from behind, she recognized him instantly. After being under his dominion for so long, she had become familiar with his scent, mingled with the aroma of potions. Why was he at her door at such an hour, when one should be asleep? Rose pursed her lips, relieved that she hadn't encountered him while returning via the Flynn network. Otherwise, would she have to cast a forgetting charm? Engaging in a battle of wits with a master of dark arts and curses, aiming to subdue him within a few moves without alarming others, was no simple task. At that moment, Rose felt a surge of gratitude. As Snape grasped her arm, he discerned that this was neither a student on a nocturnal escapade nor Quirrell himself. Miss Weasley, what brings you out at this hour? Are you attempting to imitate the students' nighttime wanderings? Snape mocked, having been here a few nights prior and well aware that this was near her dormitory. Yet, the sight of her, not nestled in her warm bed but wandering the dark, cold corridors at such a late hour, struck him as rather peculiar. He illuminated the tip of his wand, a soft, white glow emanating continuously under his magical influence, casting a gentle halo in the previously pitch-black corridor, an undeniably conspicuous act. The sudden brightness dazzled Rose's eyes, compelling her to shield them with a hand, and her wand, previously in her grasp, had vanished. Oh, Professor Snape, I am on patrol tonight. You? On patrol? Snape repeated skeptically. I recall it was Quirrell who assigned this task to you? Although phrased as a question, Snape's tone carried a definitive assertion. Yes, Professor, Rose nodded, lowering her hand from her eyes and finally adjusting to the light before her. This should be his duty, Snape said, his expression impassive. Rose chuckled softly at his words. After all, he was her superior. Not wishing to elaborate further, she quipped, Would you care for some jelly pudding? I brought several flavors. She effortlessly produced an array of colorful desserts from her pocket. I thought they would make for a delightful nighttime snack. Snape frowned, scrutinizing the delicate, pale hand extended before him, holding these overly extravagant treats. No, thank you, he replied, his tone somewhat awkward, the furrow between his brows stark against his pale complexion from the late hour. Good night, Professor. Snape had already turned away, wielding his black birch wand to illuminate the path ahead as he hastily exited the 3rd floor corridor. The brilliant glow incited a chorus of complaints from the portraits adorning the walls. Blast it! Could you extinguish that light? It's time for slumber. A galloping Gryffindor. What a rude fellow. Chapter 27, Daily Life. After bidding farewell to Snape, Rose sauntered back to her dormitory, leaning against the soft, comfortable sofa upon entering, swiftly removing her dragon hide boots. Once the fireplace was kindled, the entire room was enveloped in a cozy warmth, accompanied by the crackling of burning wood. Rose pulled from her pocket the jelly puddings she had previously attempted to peddle to Snape, albeit unsuccessfully. She hesitated briefly between strawberry and passion fruit flavors, ultimately opting for the former. In the late hours of the night, a lighter flavor would surely facilitate her descent into slumber, though she did not suffer from any such difficulties. Pouring a bit of sweet cream over the strawberry pudding, Rose took up a brass spoon and scooped a mouthful, exclaiming, Ah, perhaps I should have chosen the coffee jelly next time. Truly, the old is often superior to the new. While indulging in the pink pudding, she accessed the system program. Upon opening her talent book, she noted the emergence of a new talent point, her remaining points shifting from 0 to 1 due to the system level upgrade. In high spirits, she clicked on the dark magic talent tree, which unfolded before her in a dynamic tableau. The illustration depicted a serene, desolate expanse, where an extraordinary and striking tree stood tall, its stout trunk, as if steeped in ink, was a pitch-black hue, while the branches reached out with a breathtaking crimson, the leaves resembling blood in their vividness, swaying gently in the breeze. Akin to flames dancing or blood flowing. Each immense leaf bore golden inscriptions depicting various terms. This was the talent tree of dark magic. On the leaves of this tree, exuding an eerie yet captivating aura, Rose finally discovered the branch for dark magic analysis. Without hesitation, she allocated her newly acquired talent point to this novel branch. As she illuminated the previously dim golden inscription, a torrent of knowledge and information surged into her mind. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx, she reclined back onto the sofa, her head throbbing painfully. The knowledge and words that emerged from the shadows evoked a mixture of fear and excitement, compelling her to delve into their unique allure. Indulging in her whims, Rose surrendered herself to the experience, absorbing the new knowledge without moving or sleeping, simply lying on the sofa, gradually assimilating each piece of information. As the night sky transitioned from a deep, inky blue to a faint blush of dawn, gradually dispelling the darkness, the distant clouds began to take form, tinged with soft hues of pink and orange. When golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the world beyond her window, the refreshing essence of morning enveloped her. Rose could not recall when she had drifted into slumber. Upon reopening her eyes, she discovered that daylight had already graced the world. Fortunately, it was the weekend, freeing her from the burdens of grading assignments for defense against the dark arts and managing the essays for potions class. Attending to her responsibilities promptly always seemed to enhance the comfort of her life, whether intentionally or not. Lazily, Rose rose from her repose. Realizing that she had spent the night on the sofa, the fire in the hearth crackled cheerfully, and though November in England had turned quite frigid, she felt no chill after a night spent cozily beside the flames. With a slow yawn, she reflected upon the fruitful expedition in the Forbidden Forest the previous evening and contemplated a return that night. With so many acromantula nests hidden within the forest, her assistance in their eradication might even earn her gratitude from Dumbledore. After all, there were always mischievous students who treated the school rules as mere invitations for adventure. After a simple morning routine, Rose seated herself at the dining table to relish her breakfast, prepared by Nana, the house elf she had befriended through her persistent kindness. Nana, a young house elf with sparkling blue eyes, was notably different from her peers, seldom succumbing to emotional distress or self-punishment. Over the past few months, Rose had endeavored to win Nana's loyalty, ultimately rewarding herself with many unique recipes not available at Hogwarts. The steaming soup, dumplings, and chicken wontons before her were recent culinary triumphs of Nana's. Naturally, all necessary ingredients and spices had been procured and provided by Rose herself. It would be unreasonable to take advantage of Hogwarts house elves without compensating them for their bespoke orders. Rose was quite conscientious regarding matters that could be resolved through monetary means. A sudden series of knocks echoed through the room. Tilting her head, Rose recognized the three children who had forged an authentic friendship through their recent encounters with a troll. Perhaps this was where their fateful connection began. "Come in," she called. As the door swung open, the trio entered with ease, settling comfortably on the sofa by the fireplace. Displaying no hint of awkwardness, Ron immediately seized a bag of snacks from the side table, having developed a fondness for chips after tasting them at Rose's home. While Harry appeared particularly enamored with cola, Rose welcomed their camaraderie, unfazed by their casual interactions, for though she was not a Gryffindor herself, she held a deep fondness for them. "Is that Italian coffee?" Hermione's keen nose detected the aroma in the air, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "Indeed. Would you care for a cup, dear?" "Absolutely." Hermione nodded eagerly. "My parents have a cup every morning, and I've grown to love that flavor." Rose retrieved a mug from the cupboard and placed it before an inconspicuous, slender black object. With a simple press of a button, the rich coffee flowed into the mug. "Is this a coffee machine?" Hermione exclaimed, rushing over in astonishment. "I've never seen such a compact one in a Muggle CAF. How does it work?" "Oh, Merlin. Here she comes again," Ron murmured to Harry, who was lounging on the sofa beside him. "Can't she just drink it? It's a coffee machine, albeit somewhat different from the Muggle version. I had a friend in Asia craft it for me. It's essentially an alchemical product, considering we can't use electricity here." Rose handed Hermione the freshly brewed coffee. "I don't know if you'll find these coffee beans to your liking." "Thank you," Hermione replied, gently sipping from the cup. "Wow, I can taste some acidity and the richness of cocoa. What kind of coffee beans are these? I've never had anything like this before. They were sent to me by a friend. It's a blend, I believe," Rose reminisced, cradling her large mug. "It seems to be a combination of Latin American and Asian coffees. This is really delightful," Hermione praised sincerely, as she had never experienced such a blend before. "If you enjoy it, you're welcome to come by in the mornings for a cup. I have other varieties you might want to try." "That would be splendid." "Hey, Harry, have you ever tried coffee?" "I had a taste once, and it was incredibly bitter," Ron replied, unable to comprehend the preferences of the two ladies in the room. He recalled the time he had surreptitiously sipped from his father's cup of that dark brew, grimacing at the memory. It's only marginally better than potions. Harry shook his head. I don't like it either. Hermione, overhearing their conversation, shook her head in disbelief. You both have no taste. This is premium coffee. Though she said this, she had no intention of pursuing the topic further, clearly believing it futile to waste such exquisite coffee beans on two boys who preferred junk food. Chapter 28. Hagrid rose. We received a message from Hagrid last night. He invites us to his hut for afternoon tea today. Would you care to join us? He mentioned he has prepared some food and his homemade meat. We could chat and enjoy a pleasant afternoon tea together. Harry's eyes sparkled as he looked at Rose. Of course, I would be delighted to accept your invitation, Rose replied cheerfully. Since coming to Hogwarts, I haven't had the opportunity to visit Hagrid's hut. I think I should prepare some snacks as well. Considering you are still quite young, meat may not be suitable for you, Rose added pointedly. That sounds perfect. After delivering the message, the trio took their leave, needing to finish their assignments in advance of Hagrid's afternoon tea. Rose then strolled leisurely to the Hogwarts kitchen. As a frequent visitor, she found the house elves bustling in their busiest moments before lunch. After enlisting Nana's assistance, Rose located an available oven and casually baked some scones, almond cookies, and gathered fresh fruits to make several fruit tarts, ensuring that Hagrid's portion was particularly generous. Hagrid's cottage, perched at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, is a humble abode crafted from stone and timber. Its roof is adorned with a thick layer of thatch, while the walls are intertwined with climbing vines and moss, which, as winter approaches, have withered from vibrant green to a desolate yellow. A brass plaque bearing Hagrid's name is affixed to the wooden door, although referred to as a cottage. It is diminutive only in comparison to Hogwarts. In truth, it is quite spacious, especially considering Hagrid's well-known stature. The cottage could hardly contain him. Hey, you've arrived. Harry, Ron, and Hermione came running from the distant meadow, breathless. The pumpkins here are enormous, as if enchanted to grow. Rose glanced around Hagrid's small garden and vegetable patch, where the gigantic pumpkins stood out, the largest nearly as tall as she was. Hagrid, we're here, Harry shouted from the fence in front of Hagrid's home. The response was a flurry of excited barks, followed by the sight of Hagrid himself. Welcome, Harry, Ron, Hermione. Oh, and Professor White, Hagrid exclaimed as he swung open the wooden door, the sound of jingling bells echoing from above, which Rose surmised were brass bells he had hung. I was utterly astonished when Harry mentioned wanting to invite you. Rose observed a hint of nervousness on Hagrid's bearded face, perhaps due to their limited interactions outside of the start-of-term feast and the recent Halloween festivities. Good afternoon, Hagrid. I hope you don't mind my joining you for tea, Rose said courteously. Of course not. You're most welcome, Hagrid replied, fidgeting with his large hands, which resembled fans. I think perhaps you could invite us in for a seat, Hermione suggested gently to the somewhat awkward giant. Oh, yes, please come in, Hagrid said, quickly stepping aside to allow them entry while restraining Fong, who seemed eager to leap towards Harry. The entrance to Hagrid's home was quite cramped, with the walls behind the door adorned with an assortment of odds and ends, including a wide-brimmed hat, dragon-hide gloves, and Fong's leash. The house comprised a single room, furnished with a large bed, a bare wooden table, and several simple chairs, likely handcrafted by Hagrid himself. A fireplace, essential for enduring the chill of winter, stood prominently in the room. Flames danced merrily within the hearth, with some hams and a few dead birds hanging overhead, while a corner was cluttered with various items. Hagrid emerged from the far end of the room with a plate of rock cakes and a large pot of tea, placing them on the vacant table. You must try these. They're rock cakes, made by my own hand, he said, settling onto a chair that creaked under his weight, yet held firm. Ron, unfamiliar with the delicacy, reached for a piece of rock cake and took a bite, only to instantly change his expression. Ron's eyes widened in terror as he removed the rock-hard biscuit from his mouth, covering his jaw with his hand, seemingly on the verge of tears. It felt as though he had bitten into a stone rather than a simple pastry. Harry, who had intended to reach for a piece himself, quietly withdrew his hand upon witnessing Ron's painful expression. How is it? Not tasty? Hagrid inquired cautiously, his large black eyes brimming with concern. At that moment, Hermione noticed as well, exchanging a glance with Rose that spoke volumes. Thank you for inviting me to your cottage for afternoon tea today, Hagrid. I have brought some treats I made myself, Rose said, opening the wooden box she had brought. She began to extract layers of scones, almond biscuits, and fruit tarts. Among them, a particularly impressive fruit tart stood tall, clearly prepared with Hagrid in mind. Thank you, Professor White, Hagrid exclaimed with great excitement, as no one had ever gifted him with homemade food as a token for afternoon tea. You may call me Rose, Hagrid, she replied, putting away the wooden box. Was that an extension charm? Hermione wondered, her curiosity piqued by the box she had just seen. She had read about the spell in the library, realizing it was reserved for advanced students. Perhaps she could experiment with it early. Yes, dear. Unfortunately, I am not your professor, and it is not class time. Otherwise, I would reward your eagerness with extra credit, Rose said, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush with the generous compliment. I brought some hot milk to complement Hagrid's red tea, Rose announced, as several quaint mugs leapt from the box and landed before them. The milk was poured from a jug, pairing perfectly with the large pot of freshly brewed red tea, steam rising in gentle swirls from the cups. Without hesitation, Hagrid took a hearty sip of the warm milk tea, exclaiming with delight, "There's nothing better than this for afternoon tea." "I like to add a bit of honey and maple syrup," Ron remarked, seemingly having forgotten the pain of his earlier mishap as he savored the milk tea. "Be careful. Too much sugar will give you a toothache," Hermione warned ominously. However, Ron was unfazed by such threats, having heard his mother's admonitions countless times throughout his childhood. He hesitated momentarily among the variety of treats Rose had brought, ultimately seizing an almond biscuit first. With a satisfying crunch, the biscuit's rich almond flavor melted in his mouth. After a few chews, he reached for another, his cheeks puffed out with the delightful morsels. Harry, witnessing this, also took a piece, and though he lacked Hermione's elegance, he managed to appear far more refined compared to Ron's lack of restraint. "Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable," Harry praised without reservation. "This almond biscuit is not overly sweet, yet the rich nutty flavor and the delightful crunch is simply exquisite. If possible, could you share your recipe with me?" It was evident that Hagrid also cherished her gift. Of course, a few individuals engaged in a casual conversation about the novelties since the commencement of the school term. "I suspect that Snape harbors a dislike for me," Harry lamented, reflecting on the sole unfortunate incident he had encountered at Hogwarts. "Nonsense. Why would he harbor any animosity towards you?" Hagrid retorted. "Do you know why, Rose?" Hermione surmised that although Rose was not the teaching assistant for potions, Professor Snape had evidently entrusted her with numerous teaching responsibilities for the younger students. Perhaps she might possess some insider knowledge. Rose delicately speared a fresh strawberry, glistening with cream, and after a moment of contemplation following Hermione's inquiry, she remarked, "Do you know what would happen if daffodil bulbs were combined with powdered wormwood? A draught of life and death." Without hesitation, Harry responded. This was a question posed by Snape during their first potions class, and his inability to answer had resulted in a deduction of points, leaving a lasting impression. However, Hermione appeared perplexed. She did not perceive how this answer related to Snape's purported disdain for Harry. Was it merely because Harry failed to respond to the question? Yet, it was evident that Rose did not intend to unveil the mystery directly. "When you eventually discern the second answer to this question, it may indeed lead you to the revelation you seek," she cryptically stated. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Even the most astute among them, Hermione, was at a loss. However, Rose clearly wished to divert the conversation, as her gaze fell upon a newspaper lying atop Hagrid's bedside table, emblazoned with the headline, "Latest report on the Gringotts break-in?" She read aloud. Harry recalled the incident from the summer when an attempt was made to rob Gringotts. "The day Gringotts was robbed was my birthday." He remembered that Hagrid had preemptively retrieved a small package from Vault 713. However, Hagrid conspicuously avoided meeting Harry's gaze. "Oh, let us not discuss that. It has nothing to do with you." Clearly, the theft at Gringotts was far more intriguing than the enigmatic riddle, and all attention shifted accordingly. Chapter 29, Hagrid 2. "You should remain within the castle and not concern yourselves with dark wizards," Hagrid stammered, seemingly reluctant to divulge further secrets. Yet his overly naive mind inadvertently revealed more with every word. "Dark wizards? I believe Hogwarts is sufficiently safe. Who could be more powerful than Dumbledore?" Ron remarked, nibbling on a piece of almond biscuit, crumbs adhering to the corner of his mouth. "My father has always said that Hogwarts is the safest place in the Wizarding World. But Dumbledore cannot oversee the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid finally realized he had misspoken and became increasingly reticent. "The Forbidden Forest? Are there dark wizards in the Forbidden Forest?" The three young wizards exclaimed in unison. Rose recalled her nocturnal escapades, feeling a twinge of anticipation, curious how it might sound once it reached Hagrid's ears. "Hagrid, do tell us more." After Harry pressed him, Hagrid hesitated noticeably. "Indeed, we cannot venture into the Forbidden Forest. What harm is there in discussing it?" Perhaps he recalled the regulations of Hogwarts, which indeed prohibit students from entering the Forbidden Forest, so it is not excessive to elaborate a bit more. "This morning, Aragog hastened to inform me that dark wizards were ruthlessly slaughtering acromantula within the Forbidden Forest." "Slaughter? Spiders? Are you certain?" Ron repeated incredulously. "Oh, I do hope that dark wizard manages to eradicate all the spiders." Hermione, however, regarded Hagrid with skepticism, stating, "Hagrid, even if someone is indeed slaughtering spiders in the Forbidden Forest, that does not necessarily imply that they are a dark wizard. It could merely be a few upper-year students sneaking into the forest for mischief, perhaps intending to catch a few spiders for amusement. It could be Lee Jordan. He brought a gigantic tarantula at the start of the term and even showcased it to George and Fred on the train." Ron recalled the large spider that Jordan had kept as a pet and grimaced in distaste. "Yes, Hagrid, a few spiders do not signify anything significant." Although Hermione also disapproved of some classmates' antics, that does not equate to the dark wizards that Hagrid spoke of. You do not understand. I have ventured into the Forbidden Forest and witnessed it. Vast tracts of woodland have been incinerated. That is dark magic. Hagrid, tormented by the thought of Aragog's beloved offspring being burned alive, could not restrain his tears, pulling out a filthy black cloth from his pocket, which appeared to have been used for some unknown purpose. He blew his nose vigorously into the cloth, the sound echoing like thunder within the house. Rose blinked uncomfortably. The three young wizards exchanged glances, each thinking that it was merely a matter of a few dead spiders. Yet Hermione, clearly more astute, inquired delicately, Hagrid, I am truly saddened to hear of your distressing ordeal. Have you informed Dumbledore? I believe that whoever is employing dark magic to hunt spiders in the Forbidden Forest poses a matter of concern for the school. Inform Dumbledore? Hagrid looked at Hermione in shock. No, we must not tell him. I mean, there is no need to bother him. As you said, the spiders are dead. And he is so busy. Hagrid's somewhat disjointed speech made the others present feel a hint of unease. Hagrid, I have already intruded upon your time long enough. I still have some work to complete, and we can share a drink another time. Rose, impatient to avoid witnessing Hagrid's tearful demeanor, suggested her departure. At that moment, Hermione simultaneously took hold of Harry and Ron, rising swiftly from their seats. Yes, we must take our leave as well. We have some assignments to attend to in the library. What? Ron, upon hearing the words assignments and library, was immediately eager to interject. But Harry's quick hand stopped him just in time. Oh, yes, I recall, assignments, Ron stammered. Hagrid tucked the filthy handkerchief back into his pocket. Oh, do you not enjoy being here? He inquired cautiously, seemingly fearful that they might respond in the affirmative. No, you have been an exceptional host today. Rose did not wish to leave the new faculty members with a disparaging impression of Hagrid. However, I truly have an overwhelming amount of work, she acknowledged. Besides the material for defense against the dark arts, I also have tasks assigned by Professor Snape to complete. Perhaps this explanation was indeed persuasive, as Hagrid visibly accepted it, appearing considerably more at ease. Yes, I have heard that Professor Snape has burdened you with duties that do not belong to you. Perhaps you could discuss this with Professor Quirrell. After all, he is your superior. Hagrid's suggestion struck Rose as utterly absurd. Quirrell would not dare utter a word before Snape, lest he remain the coward cloaked in the scent of garlic that he had become, and this had nothing to do with the Dark Lord. They bid farewell to Hagrid, and with lingering reluctance, departed from his small hut. Rose's interest in the visit waned further upon witnessing Hagrid's evident fear of disclosing the threat posed by the eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest to Dumbledore. The four of them traversed the autumnal, withered grass of the lawn. The sensation of stepping on the meadow was markedly less soft than in the verdant spring and summer months. Yet, it was clear that their thoughts were elsewhere. What was Hagrid concealing? Was it dark wizards hunting spiders in the Forbidden Forest, or the theft at Gringotts? Hermione was the first to perceive the underlying issue, but with so little information at hand, she was at a loss. Who knows? Perhaps it is all the work of a dark wizard, Ron remarked nonchalantly, prompting Rose to cast him an incredulous glance, inwardly musing, do not associate me with bank robbers. However, she thought it would be splendid if he could exterminate the acromantula that Lee Jordan had been raising. Ron, if such a dark wizard truly exists, Dumbledore would never allow him to enter Hogwarts. Hermione interjected sharply. Rose, did you hear about the events from last night? Harry inquired. Last night, it was supposed to be Professor Quirrell's patrol, but, as you know, the task was handed over to me. I returned only at midnight after my rounds. Oh. I even encountered Weasley along the way. Weasley? Ron realized it must be his brother. And the only ones likely to be caught out at night would be Fred and George. Oh, they've finally been caught. Ron appeared somewhat pleased, evidently having been tormented by his brothers during his childhood. Were they sent to detention? I saw them rummaging about the castle like headless flies, clearly starving from Quidditch practice. They were taken to the kitchen for a bite to eat, Rose maliciously revealed, offering a small retribution for the twins' previous antics against her. You not only failed to deduct points or impose detention, but you also took them to the kitchen. Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Rose raised an eyebrow. I must take my leave. I still have some unfinished work. Ron stood in shock for a long moment, finally exclaiming, this is so unfair. Oh, come now, Ron. They are indeed quite charming, are they not? Harry shrugged. Hermione's face remained rigid upon hearing that the twins had been caught during their nocturnal escapade. Yet she felt a wave of relief wash over her when she learned that Rose had kindly let them off the hook. It was certainly preferable to losing points. Merlin, you were still concerned about the scores. They had discovered the location of the kitchen but had not divulged this secret to me, the only brother. Perhaps you could inquire about it, Harry kindly suggested. Chapter 30. The Forbidden Forest. The night in the Forbidden Forest was shrouded in darkness when a pure white unicorn, lithe and graceful, galloped swiftly through the trees. Silvery glimmers flickered in the pitch-black woods as it leaped over meandering streams, navigating through dense foliage. It ran desperately, panting heavily, seemingly striving to escape the pursuers behind it. This rare unicorn, endowed with the gifts of magical creatures, was the uncrowned sovereign of this enchanted forest, yet at this moment, it was being hunted by an unknown darkness. A flash of red light surged towards the unicorn, and exhausted from its prolonged flight, it could not evade the attack. Collapsing instantly with a mournful cry, its pristine hooves scraped against the earth as it struggled to rise once more, but alas, its adversary offered no such mercy. A cloaked wizard, his features obscured, emerged from the shadows of the forest, his wand aimed menacingly at the innocent creature. "Kill it. I require its blood," rasped the sinister voice of the dark wizard, yet what responded was a quivering whisper. "Master, this is the unicorn." His stutter revealed an innate fear of this sacred being. "It is merely a beast. How dare you tremble before it, you useless fool?" came the scornful reprimand. The reply was a whimpering plea, "Master." After a brief silence, he declared, "I can do this." The unicorn's beautiful blue eyes gazed sorrowfully at the man before it, shimmering with a translucent glow, as if foreseeing its grim fate. Its once radiant body, which emanated a soft white aura, began to dim considerably. The dark wizard's hand trembled with trepidation as he swept his wand across the unicorn's neck, inflicting a deep wound from which silvery blood flowed freely. "Drink quickly," commanded the ominous voice once more. "No, master, the blood forced from the unicorn will curse the soul. If you do not drink, death is not far off." "You imbecile." Quirrell should have long comprehended his predicament. The Dark Lord's possession granted him powers he had once only dared to dream of. Yet the dark magic also caused his body to deteriorate rapidly. He was neither a powerful white wizard like Dumbledore, nor a master of potions like Snape. Although he graduated from Ravenclaw, he was merely the most unremarkable among them, and after graduation, he could only secure a position in the neglected field of Muggle studies. Later, he became a professor, yet he did not receive the respect he had anticipated. The students of Gryffindor and Slytherin continued to look down upon him, pelting him with various curses and jesting toys whenever his attention wavered. He was the most beleaguered professor at Hogwarts. In a state of profound frustration, Quirrell resigned from his position, receiving nothing more than a formulaic acceptance without the heartfelt plea for retention he had envisioned. He had become inconsequential to everyone. He concluded his tenure at Hogwarts and embarked on an impromptu journey, during which he encountered the Dark Lord, a figure who had once instilled fear in every British wizard. He yearned for his might, his power, and his status. The Dark Lord promised him that he would assist in guiding the mysterious figure out of the primordial forests of Albania. They also uncovered information regarding the Philosopher's Stone, which had enabled Nick to linger for over 6 centuries. The stone was hidden within Gringotts, and Quirrell, utilizing the Dark Lord's power, set forth to steal the treasures within. However, upon opening the door, he discovered the vault to be utterly empty. They had arrived too late. Subsequently, he learned of Dumbledore's acceptance of Nick's request to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, a revelation he sought by any means. Even he, after this discovery, realized that the current Hogwarts was a treacherous pit crafted by Dumbledore, awaiting his plunge. Yet, there was no escape. The moment he succumbed to the Dark Lord's seduction, there was no turning back. Quirrell resignedly lowered his head and began to siphon the silvery blood of a unicorn. As the warm blood barely brushed his lips, a forewarning from the Dark Lord surged forth. He hastily retreated into the depths of the shadowy woods, filled with terror. His wand pointed towards the unicorn. Yet apart from the pure white creature gasping feebly, no other person or being appeared. "Fool, move aside." A thunderous explosion erupted where Quirrell had just concealed himself, splintering trees and sending yellow wood chips flying. Ah, what a pity. The voice, clearly altered, was indecipherable in gender, but it was evident that the speaker's attempt to mask their identity would not afford Quirrell the chance to discern who they were, as long as it wasn't Dumbledore. He silently prayed. However, the individual provided him no opportunity for identification. Several invisible curses pursued him relentlessly, detonating around him. Even though they did not strike him directly, the magical shockwaves lacerated him. Quirrell was filled with dread, and he could assert with utmost certainty that the assailant was certainly not Dumbledore. As the greatest white wizard of the age, he would not resort to such spectral tactics, especially on the grounds of his own Hogwarts. But when had such a formidable and inscrutable dark wizard emerged in the Forbidden Forest? As Quirrell fled for his life, his mind raced with chaotic thoughts. Fortunately, it seemed that the attacker had no intention of pursuing him to the bitter end. After forcing him away with curses, they did not follow. After driving away the suspected Dark Lord-possessed Quirrell, Rose returned to the side of the severely injured unicorn. Upon its beautiful, pristine white coat lay a horrifying scar, flesh torn and exposed, revealing the bone beneath, while silvery blood continued to flow, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Rose withdrew her wand, and the swirling black mist surrounding her dissipated, unveiling her true visage. Gently, her left hand hovered above the unicorn's neck wound. She sensed that this was no ordinary slicing curse, but a form of dark magic for which no counter curse existed, rendering any attempt to staunch the bleeding futile. The wound continued to consume its life force, its breaths growing increasingly labored, and perhaps within moments, death would claim this sacred being. Yet, Rose felt no fear. The power bestowed upon her by the system granted her a profound understanding of dark magic beyond that of others. Moreover, she possessed this wand. In the name of the guardian of Slytherin Castle and its lands, I declare that this life shall be under my protection, shielded from the ravages of dark magic. The white bone wand gently descended upon the fallen unicorn. At the instant the spell was cast, a golden beam erupted from the wand, enveloping the pure white unicorn as if cloaked in a layer of golden amniotic fluid. This protective charm would serve well to safeguard the creatures within the Slytherin territory. Yet it could not eradicate the existing dark magic. Nevertheless, Rose sought merely to buy time. The key to dispelling such curses was knowledge and time. And having sensed the unicorn-esque condition, she understood that time was of the essence. With her wand, she began to unravel the dark magic that had temporarily halted the consumption of life, layer by layer. Fortunately, the curse cast by Quirrell appeared to be an ordinary form of dark magic, not one of the Dark Lord's more sophisticated spells. Thus, dispelling it was not insurmountable. It seemed the Dark Lord did not truly favor him, for even this basic dark magic was executed with clumsiness. To truly teach him more advanced magic would be a waste. Rose repeatedly recited the counter curse she had deciphered, as black and red smoke seeped from the unicorn's wound. Once all traces of dark magic were removed, she retrieved a small vial of potion from her pocket and delicately dripped several drops of the fragrant white essence onto the wound. The transparent liquid hissed as it made contact with the lacerated flesh, and in an instant, the previously deep wound began to heal, leaving only a faint scar on its pristine white neck. The unicorn's beautiful blue eyes gazed gently at the girl before it, witnessing her transformation from a fearsome figure into a lovely young maiden. The unicorn felt neither fear nor disdain towards her. The discernment of magical creatures is not as one-dimensional as that of humans. Despite the palpable aura of dark magic surrounding her, her soul remained extraordinarily pure. Rose caressed the unicorn's smooth mane and offered the vial of potion to its mouth, signaling for it to open. The unicorn gently acquiesced to her healing efforts. A potion imbued with ancient magic was administered into the unicorn's mouth. The little creature, which had been teetering on the brink of death, immediately regained its footing after consuming the elixir. It carefully avoided its sharp horn, nuzzling against Rose tenderly, ensuring that its pointed appendage did not injure her. What a good child. Rose tenderly stroked the unicorn's sleek mane, and as it was restored to health, the dullness of its coat shimmered back to its former brilliance. What a creature that stirs no small amount of compassion. The malevolent Dark Lord had sought to extinguish its life for its blood. Rose's heart, which had initially swelled with joy at aiding a beautiful creature, darkened in an instant upon recalling the Dark Lord's cruel deeds. The unicorn seemed to sense Rose's troubled thoughts. It let out a soft whinny, as if to comfort her with gentle words. Little one, it's time to go home. You must have been frightened today. Fear not. I shall ensure justice is served. Rose murmured affectionately as she gazed at the unicorn. The unicorn joyfully lifted its front hooves and, like a fleeting specter, vanished from the woods. Rose stood in place, noticing several strands of shimmering silver mane that the unicorn had deliberately left behind in her palm, and smiled softly. Chapter 31, The Quidditch Match. On a particularly sunny Sunday in November, the sky brightened, casting aside the dreary weather that had enveloped England for the past month. The Quidditch pitch was teeming with eager spectators, the excitement palpable among the students. The highly anticipated match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was about to commence. With red and green banners nearly covering the stands, supporters adorned in their house colors. Even the typically aloof upperclassmen waved their house flags with unrestrained enthusiasm. Not to mention Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the three first-year students, who were brimming with anticipation. Ron hailed from a pure-blood wizarding family, with 4 of his 5 older brothers having played for Gryffindor's Quidditch team. He regaled them with legendary tales of Quidditch and his own exploits using his brother's old broomsticks. Harry and Hermione, both from the Muggle world, had never witnessed a Quidditch match in person. Their knowledge was nearly entirely derived from Ron's enthusiastic accounts. To compensate for her lack of understanding regarding Quidditch, Hermione had made a point to peruse Quidditch through the ages from the library before the match. From the book's descriptions, she found the sport's history compared to Muggle football rather primitive. She had accompanied her friends to the match, feeling that her understanding was too one-dimensional. Having only gleaned insights from textbooks, while both of her companions were fervent admirers of the sport, Rose, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity about this game. Once, when she was a transfer student in her 5th year at Hogwarts, Principal Black had imposed a ban on Quidditch due to the injury of a pure-blooded student during an interschool match, depriving her of the opportunity to relish the thrill of this wizarding sport. Curiosity compelled her to prepare early and arrive at the staff spectator area at dawn. The sun shone brightly today, casting a warm glow on this autumn day. Seizing the moment when the crowd was still sparse, she chose a seat in the last row. the highest vantage point. Although the pleasant sunlight bathed her, the brisk autumn wind tousled Rose's dark hair, causing strands to occasionally brush against her face. She had to gather her loose hair behind her using a new sky blue cashmere scarf purchased online, wrapping it securely around her neck. "Hello, Rose. It's delightful to see you. Which team do you support?" It was Hagrid, who, upon spotting Rose seated in her place, waved a small red flag adorned with a rather rough embroidery of an animal. Presumably a lion, despite the somewhat inaccurate depiction. "Oh, not at all," Rose replied, inviting Hagrid to sit directly in front of her, as the space beside her was evidently insufficient to accommodate his considerable stature. "If you don't mind, you could sit in front of me." Hagrid was taken aback, for he usually occupied the last row on the stands due to his towering height, ensuring he did not obstruct others' views. "Perhaps we could switch seats. If I sit in front of you, you would be blocked." "That works perfectly, Hagrid. I can engage in other activities without being noticed." She discreetly lifted a corner of her lovely blue cloak, revealing a small box filled with various candies and snacks. "Oh, very well. If you don't mind," he said. As a former Gryffindor, Hagrid was not one to be constrained by decorum. He graciously accepted the invitation to the new seat and the indulgence of Rose's unconventional snacking in the stands. Rose could not have wished for a better arrangement. This position afforded her a panoramic view of both the Quidditch teams and the Gryffindor spectators. After waiting for a moment, more people continued to flood into the stands. The seats in front of Rose were finally filled, and to her surprise, Professor Dumbledore did not attend the match between the two houses. Seated beside commentator Lee Jordan was their own head of house, Professor Minerva McGonagall. This seemingly stern and serious old witch, almost to the point of being rigid, was seated here not solely as the head of Gryffindor, but also as an ardent Quidditch enthusiast. Behind Professor McGonagall, in the center of the stands, sat Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin, clad in his customary dark robes, silver buttons fastened all the way to his chin, with a pure black cloak draped behind him. Rose's seat was somewhat distant from him, yet she was certain that even if Snape sat in the stands with an impassive expression, his brow would still furrow. For the mere mention of Quidditch was akin to invoking his displeasure. However, due to the esteemed position of the Slytherin headmaster and the significance of the Quidditch trophy in relation to the end-of-term House Cup, he would, despite his reluctance and disdain, remain steadfastly seated like a pillar of salt. As nearly every seat in the stands filled up, Madame Hooch confirmed the players were ready, releasing the two bludgers and the solitary golden snitch into the air, clutching the quaffle to her chest. Her piercing golden eyes meticulously scrutinized the two teams of players poised on their brooms, ready to take flight. With the blast of the whistle, the match commenced. The players ascended into the sky with the swiftness of lightning. The Gryffindor team, particularly Angelina, displayed exceptional flying prowess, while the Weasley twins exhibited remarkable synergy as they wielded their bats, deftly striking the bludgers to protect their teammates and retaliating from unconventional angles. Despite being merely in their third year, the match unfolded with fervor, although Slytherin, under Flint's leadership, continuously posed challenges with their agility and teamwork. The Gryffindor players skillfully navigated each crisis with their remarkable abilities. The crowd erupted with a tremendous roar, particularly from the vibrant red and green factions. Many students had abandoned their seats, crowding the railing, bouncing and waving their banners with wild enthusiasm. In contrast, the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students remained relatively composed. As their teams were not participating, they merely cheered for an enthralling contest. Rose discreetly popped a piece of treacle fudge into her mouth while her gaze remained fixed on the stands where Harry sat, and not far from him, Quirrell. Speaking of Quirrell, perhaps it was the interruption during his last attempt to procure unicorn blood that intensified the peculiar odor emanating from him. She wished to employ every spell at her disposal whenever she had to venture close to him. Concealed behind Hagrid's towering figure, she observed quietly. This time, Harry was not selected as the seeker in his first year. She pondered whether Quirrell would make another move. Chapter 32, The Quidditch Match 2. The match had now commenced, with Gryffindor's Angelina seizing the quaffle first. Slytherin's two players immediately launched a tight offensive against her, nearly knocking Angelina off her broom, a truly despicable tactic. "Oh, pardon me." Professor McGonagall, as Lee Jordan, wielding a trumpet-like amplifier, passionately provided commentary, seated beside her. Whenever he became overly animated, Professor McGonagall would cast him a sharp glance as a warning. Angelina skillfully evaded the two Slytherin players, soaring towards Slytherin's half of the field. What a magnificent sight. "Oh, how unfortunate. Flint, the gorilla, is hot on her heels. Do not snatch my microphone. I am well aware, Professor." On the field, the players from both teams are fiercely vying for the quaffle, their focus unwavering. Yet, Rose remains unperturbed, casually tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She pops a piece of sour plum candy into her mouth, the sweet and tangy flavor bursting forth, causing her eyes to narrow slightly in response. Suddenly, the bludger, recently struck by the Weasley twins, veers off course. It should have been heading towards Flint, but instead, it inexplicably arcs high into the air. hurtling straight towards the Gryffindor stance. Rose senses the shift immediately. Her expression turns grave, her ash-gray eyes narrowing. Indeed, that is precisely where Harry is positioned. Silently, she casts an eagle-eye charm upon herself to scrutinize the errant bludger. As the rogue ball is about to smash into the front railing of the stance, Harry adeptly pulls his two friends back, the bludger narrowly grazing Harry's hair before soaring back into the sky. Goodness, that was far too perilous. Thank you, Harry. Hermione, still shaken, pats her chest. I read in a book that there have been instances where spectators were struck by errant bludgers during matches, resulting in several broken bones, necessitating treatment at St. Mungo's. Oh, do not dwell on that, Hermione. Ron's gaze remains fixed on Flint, who has just snatched the quaffle from Angelina. How despicable. Ron is utterly discontent with Slytherin's underhanded tactics, vocally protesting, indifferent to Hermione's concerns. To him, perhaps, having a few broken bones could easily be remedied with a potion or two. Hermione notices her words have gone unnoticed by her friends, and she pouts in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Rose concentrates intently on the suspicious bludger. She holds the still dissolving candy with her tongue, an intriguing thought crossing her mind. Merely casting a protection charm on Harry seems rather uninspired. Surely, she must present a token to the Dark Lord to convey her sentiments as a senior. Rose chuckles softly. Having recently acquired a wealth of information on dark magic from the system, it remains uncertain whether the spell Quirrell is employing is a gift from the Dark Lord. Taking advantage of Hagrid's massive stature for cover, Rose keenly tracks the overly animated bludger, her lips concealed in shadow, moving silently and swiftly. The moment the magic envelopes the bludger, Rose feels the thick, viscous power cling to it. Indeed, this is dark magic, she can confirm now. She begins to tentatively tug at the magic binding it. With a sudden rush, the rogue bludger, which had been poised to charge at Harry, veered dramatically as though struck by a batsman, tracing an enormous arc before hurtling toward the teacher's stand. The bludger zipped through the air with remarkable speed, accompanied by a piercing shriek. "Oh my goodness, has that ball gone mad?" exclaimed Professor Sprout in alarm. With a resounding thud, the bludger crashed violently into the staff seating area. Unlike Quirrell, who stumbled over his words, Professor Chilo reacted with remarkable swiftness, instinctively dropping to the side. Within a heartbeat, a sizable hole had been created where he had just been seated. The bludger whizzed past, careening through the gap beneath the stands. The professors, who had been sitting orderly, were now thrown into disarray by the unexpected incident, hastily adjusting their cloaks and hats after the bludger had departed. "Are you all right, Quirrell?" "No, thank you, Professor Flitwick," Chilo stammered, anxiously clutching his large turban. "Perhaps this overly spirited bludger is quite fond of you today, don't you think, Professor Chilo?" drawled Snape, leisurely brushing wood shavings off his black cloak from his seat ahead of Chilo. "Well, Severus, you are quite the jester," Chilo replied, his face turning crimson. Snape merely curled his lip disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Chilo, who was cowering and shielding his turban. "I truly believe we ought to suggest to Albus that a new set of teaching tools be procured. Last time Mr. Longbottom fell from his broom during flying class due to an old, worn-out broomstick." Thankfully, Rose was nearby. Professor Sprout prattled on about the hazards of outdated teaching equipment. Rose, who had been perfectly concealed behind Hagrid, was compelled to peek out upon hearing her name. She had just popped another salted dried plum into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out, her beautiful wide eyes gazing over with a hint of confusion, as if still processing the recent commotion. "TSK." Snape clicked his tongue in disapproval at the innocent gaze of the girl, reminiscent of a fawn. The wreckage of the stands was effortlessly restored to its former glory by a perfect reparative charm, showcasing the wonders of magic. Although the unforeseen incident drew the attention of some students, it was not long before they were captivated once more by the intense rivalry of the Quidditch match. The previously chaotic bludger appeared to have calmed down, now flying serenely between the bats of the two teams, seemingly devoid of any intent to assault the spectators again. Yet, Rose remained vigilant, her gaze flitting back and forth between the two teams, seemingly intent on uncovering any further signs of disruption. However, Chilo offered her no such opportunity thereafter. He sat quietly in the stands, exuding his peculiar aroma, free from the chaos of an uncontrolled bludger or a rogue broomstick to disrupt the match. The final outcome was unfortunate for Gryffindor, as their most skilled seeker had graduated, and the substitute seeker, who had advanced from the bench, was vastly inferior in skill compared to Slytherin's seventh-year seeker. Even with significant advantages from both the chasers and the keeper, Gryffindor missed the opportunity to capture the golden snitch, losing 150 points, ultimately succumbing to Slytherin. As the final whistle blew, the jubilant cheers of Slytherin resonated, accompanied by the thunderous sound of pre-prepared fireworks and colorful streamers fluttering in the gentle breeze, dispersing throughout the stands. Rose observed Professor Snape extending his hand with restrained decorum to shake hands with Professor McGonagall, his mood buoyed by Slytherin's triumph over Gryffindor in Quidditch, a slight smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Enjoy your happiness while it lasts," Professor, next year, when Harry joins the Quidditch team, the trophy may very well change hands annually. Rose mused to herself. Chapter 33, The Trophy Room. Flint led the Slytherin Quidditch players in a celebratory aerial display around the stands on their broomsticks, reveling in their hard-fought victory. Splendid work, lads. Congratulations. Mrs. Hooch exclaimed amidst the roaring applause as the players descended to the ground, each member clad in green bore radiant smiles. As they grasped their brooms, preparing to exit through the corridor, a throng of students awaited their arrival. Suddenly, a burst of magical ribbons and fireworks exploded in a dazzling array of colors. Long live Slytherin. The crowd surged around the victors, heading towards the cellar to host the celebration they had been planning. Where there are victors, there are inevitably vanquished. A few stragglers remained in the stands, dejectedly folding the banners they had prepared for the match. Harry, will you try out for the Quidditch team next year? Ron inquired as they made their way back to the castle. I certainly will, and I intend to trounce Slytherin, Harry declared. Having fallen completely in love with the sport after witnessing a real Quidditch match, he yearned to uphold the honor of his house, unwilling to witness such a game again without being able to contribute. But I don't know if I can succeed, Harry admitted, raising his slender arm and waving it in the air. Today's match had stirred within him not only a surge of excitement, but also admiration and envy for the players fiercely competing on the field, igniting his competitive spirit. He wished to bring glory to Gryffindor. At that moment, Hermione, who had remained silent since descending from the stands, suddenly interjected, You will succeed, Harry. What? Hermione, without hesitation, grasped Harry's hand and propelled them towards the castle, skillfully navigating through the returning crowd. Hey, wait for me, Ron called out from behind. Where are you two going? As three individuals breathlessly ascended to the fourth floor's trophy display room, Harry could no longer contain himself. He bent over, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for air. Hermione, tidying her disheveled hair from their hurried sprint, adjusted her breathing as she walked. Approaching a grand glass showcase, she pointed at one of the substantial medals and exclaimed, Harry, look here. Confused yet obedient, Harry followed Hermione to the glass case, which was filled with an array of medals and trophies from various eras. Hermione, gesturing with her finger, directed Harry's attention to one particular item. It's this one. It was a somewhat aged brass medal, set upon an oak base. The name inscribed upon it resonated in Harry's heart like the tolling of a great bell. Seekers. James Potter, he murmured softly, his emerald green eyes fixated on the medal that possibly held profound significance for him. Look at its date, Harry, Hermione speculated. I reckon it must be your father. He was the finest seeker of his time. A broad smile illuminated Harry's face. He is my dad. He's your father? Ron inquired curiously, leaning over the glass case to mimic Harry's stance. Wow. Apart from Percy, all of Ron's brothers had joined the Quidditch team, with some even serving as captains, yet none had their names inscribed on a medal displayed here. I wager he was exceptional. Harry, no wonder you've never flown before, yet excelled in flying lessons. I aspire to be a seeker like my dad, Harry declared resolutely. Haven't you ever wished to learn more about your mother? Hermione's voice broke through Harry's reverie. You know, here, your mother not only served as head girl, but, like your father, was also the chairperson of the student council. She pointed to another plaque listing the heads and student council chairs from various years. What an extensive list. Ron marveled. Hey, there's another Potter, Ron observed. Not as fixated as Harry on their parents' accolades, but picturing the untold stories that belonged to them. Rose Potter, for outstanding contributions during the Goblin Rebellion. The Ministry of Magic has awarded this medal. Hermione's attention was piqued as she gently remarked, I read about this in magical history. Perhaps she is a relative of yours. Harry. Indeed, Harry, when people speak of the Potter family in the British wizarding world, they refer to your lineage, Ron added. She was a Slytherin, Harry noted, glancing at the medal beside it that recorded her house and teaching tenure. Oh, how disheartening. The mention of Slytherin dampened the treasure-hunting spirit they had in the display room. Subsequently, they departed from the chamber adorned with accolades. As the entire Quidditch stadium fell into silence once more, a dark figure stealthily entered the equipment room, gliding along the shadows at the edge of the field. The deep brown Quidditch box was opened, and the previously dormant bludger, upon encountering the light, restlessly attempted to break free from its bindings. A black wand was raised towards one of the bludgers, a faint aura emanating from the tip, enveloping the ball. After a moment, Severus Snape shifted his focus to inspect another bludger. The radiance that had spilled forth from his wand like sunlight was abruptly consumed by an abyss upon contact with the ball. It was dark magic. At that instant, his suspicions were confirmed. Yet, as he prepared to terminate the spell, a thread of delicate magic, akin to a fragile pea sprout, gently brushed against his own magical essence. Snape's wrist quivered, and he instantly disrupted the probing enchantment. In disbelief, he scrutinized his wand. After a meticulous examination, he concluded that he had not been cursed. But what had that peculiar magical sensation been? It had clung to the previous dark enchantment, and he speculated that it was aimed at Potter. However, He recalled how the bludger not only ceased its pursuit of Potter, but nearly struck Quirrell as well. This revelation prompted him to withdraw his wand pensively. He closed the wooden lid once more, grasped the Quidditch box, and strode out of the equipment room. Chapter 34, The Headmaster's Office. Honeyduke's Fizzing Whizbees. Snape stood before the statue at the entrance to the headmaster's office, his thin lips rapidly moving. As the door to the spiral staircase opened for him, he ascended the steps with an expressionless demeanor. "Welcome, Severus. I hear that the Slytherin Quidditch team won quite splendidly. Congratulations." Dumbledore sat behind his impressively spacious desk, the silverware adorning the room gleaming beautifully in the flickering light of the fireplace. "Ah, it seems you have brought your spoils as well." Upon seeing Snape arrive with a box of Quidditch equipment, Dumbledore curiously rose from behind his desk, adjusted his glasses, and leaned forward towards the box. "I did not come here to discuss such trivial matters." With a scowl, Snape unceremoniously tossed the box onto Dumbledore's desk with a thud, nearly overwhelming its surface. Snape, dismissive of any further pleasantries, drew his wand, causing the box's latch to spring open and reveal the encapsulated Quidditch balls inside. "This is..." Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the age, immediately sensed something amiss with one of the bludgers. He extended his right hand, adorned with various gem-studded rings, hovering above the agitated ball. "It is dark magic." Snape's expression remained impassive as he murmured, "Indeed, of course." Dumbledore fell into contemplation. "I am not at all surprised he would take action. The distinction lies only in the method he would employ." However, Dumbledore leaned closer to the bludger. As if that would grant him a clearer view, "I did not anticipate that he would so directly target Harry. This is uncharacteristic." Despite the knowledge that Harry Potter was impervious to harm in the public eye, one still dared to curse him with reckless abandon. Severus Snape elongated his tone deliberately. "If it were Quirrell, it would not be surprising. Yet, merely being cursed as a bludger, I presume you would not seek me out immediately. What have you discovered?" Dumbledore inquired in a gentle tone, devoid of any interrogative inflection. He raised himself, his blue eyes, framed by crescent-shaped lenses, fixated intently on Snape, who stood before the desk. "I know not what it is," Snape replied, meeting Dumbledore's gaze without a hint of fear. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent, the air between them thickening. Unmoved, Snape held his ground until Dumbledore spoke first. "This new presence, who do you suspect it to be?" "I am not omnipotent, Headmaster," Snape retorted sharply. "I am merely a humble potions master. Among adult wizards, apart from Quirrell, there is only one new white assistant this year in the castle." Dumbledore remarked, "I have heard you have entrusted her with certain aspects of potion making, including those involving Harry and his peers." Snape harbored no doubts about Dumbledore's mastery over the castle. His silence on many matters did not signify ignorance. "Indeed. May I inquire why?" Dumbledore emerged from behind his desk. As the phoenix fox on the golden perch tilted his head in observation. "You are not one to share readily, Severus, forgive my candor, throughout your tenure. You have never sought an exemplary upperclassman as your aide. Furthermore, the young lady is not even a Slytherin." Dumbledore paced the room, his gaze lowered. Yet Snape displayed no signs of offense. He merely responded with an impassive expression, "Because I find her to be quite exceptional." "Quite exceptional?" Dumbledore echoed the phrase. "Without doubt. The young lady's potions are remarkably adept in practical application, rivaling those of the most esteemed apothecaries at St. Mungo's." Snape's voice emerged, devoid of personal sentiment as he spewed venom. "However, her theoretical knowledge is less than that of a troll. I can only surmise that her potion professor merely inundated her with practical techniques, leaving her devoid of any theoretical foundation. Her current achievements are solely due to her substantial talent." "Oh, Severus, I can scarcely discern whether you are criticizing or commending her." Yet Snape appeared to disregard Dumbledore's words, ignoring him entirely. It was evident that, for Snape, who had participated in both student and teaching roles for the majority of his life, Dumbledore believed he understood him well enough and was unperturbed by Snape's rudeness. He continued, "Talent, talent, indeed. If this counter-curse was cast by the young assistant, she is undoubtedly far more proficient than I had imagined. Why did she apply for the position of assistant in defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts? Surely, she could have applied for a professorship, could she not? I have previously mentioned that perhaps it is her rather dreadful theoretical knowledge, which is inferior even to that of a giant." Snape fell silent for a moment before delivering a scathing remark. "The multitude of magical factions in Asia is both intricate and chaotic. The very examination system has been altered to avoid religious and regional discrepancies, opting solely for practical assessments. It is evident that, as an Englishwoman who did not attend Hogwarts, she has indeed faced a setback." "You seem to hold Miss White in quite high regard," Dumbledore jested. Snape's only response was a tightening of his jaw, remaining wordless. "A genius. Let us hope she is on our side," Dumbledore remarked, his playful demeanor giving way to gravity. "Are you certain she is responsible?" "Of course not. We possess no evidence to substantiate such a claim. However, judging by the outcome, it appears not to be a detrimental act, regardless of who may have instigated it." At the very least, it does not seem to align with the Dark Lord's interests. This is indeed the best possible outcome. Since Miss White has taken on part of your responsibilities, I kindly ask you to observe her closely, Dumbledore implored, his blue eyes conveying a message that compelled Snape to elevate his attention towards the assistant. I shall, he replied succinctly, but she had better not cause me too much trouble. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 35, The Office. Miss White, please bring your collected assignments to my office this evening. As the second-year potions class concluded on Monday, Rose had already gathered her belongings and was preparing to leave as usual when Snape unexpectedly uttered this statement. Rose could scarcely believe her ears, questioning whether she was hallucinating. What? She repeated incredulously. If your ears are functioning, I do not wish to repeat myself unnecessarily, Snape responded, his brow furrowed in displeasure. All right, Professor, she acquiesced, though internally she was bewildered by his sudden demand. Seemingly accustomed to Rose's compliant nature, Snape merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before turning away, his billowing black robes quickly vanishing from the potions classroom. Have I been too lenient with him? Rose pondered, observing his dark figure fade into the shadows of the corridor outside the classroom. One must adhere to the roles they have set for themselves, even while kneeling. One must complete the journey. With a resigned sigh, she pursed her lips and set about tidying the disordered potions classroom with her wand. On an autumn night, even without a whisper of wind within the castle, Rose was compelled to leave the warmth of the sitting room's crackling fireplace due to Snape's command. She sighed as she traversed the dim, chilly corridors of the dungeon. Drawing her coat tighter around her, she found that even with a warming charm, the chill of the damp air rendered the enchantment insufficient. Devil's snare, Rose uttered the incantation to the office, and the door creaked open. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside. Professor. Rose approached Professor Snape, who was engrossed in concocting a potion. The cauldron bubbled with a silvery gray liquid as he meticulously ground a small cluster of gurdy root, an exceptionally rare potion ingredient resembling a dried green onion. Rose had learned of it from a book lent to her by Snape, who had remarked that it would broaden her rather limited knowledge, lest she falter in even the simplest of lower-year assignments. Rose chose not to comment on that, for it seemed unnecessary to delve into such esoteric materials based on the essays she had been grading. This was her first encounter with the physical form of gurdy root. What potion is this, Professor? I have yet to read about any potion requiring gurdy root, she inquired, clutching a stack of parchment filled with essays and peering inquisitively into the cauldron. Truth serum, Snape replied slowly. Truth serum? Rose had never heard of such a thing. I am acquainted with Veritaserum. I recall you used it on Peter Pettigrew. If you had diligently studied a textbook titled Advanced Potion Making, you would not be here asking questions that only a fool would pose, Snape retorted without looking up. Though his words dripped with sarcasm, his tone bore an air of languidness, suggesting that perhaps his mood was somewhat improved today. Rose speculated silently. So, she quickly offered a segue. After carefully and evenly sprinkling the freshly ground gurdy root powder into the cauldron in a clockwise motion, the swirling silvery liquid gradually transformed into a deep midnight blue. Snape gently stirred the liquid with a rod, appearing remarkably gentle in that moment. Rose thought to herself that if Snape treated people with even a fraction of the care he afforded his potions, he wouldn't be so universally avoided. Having completed this stage of preparation, Snape finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. The efficacy of Truth Serum is maximized when the subject has unwittingly consumed it. Caught off guard, which renders them defenseless against the potion, he explained. Some wizards, when forewarned of the impending use of such a potion, feign a throat obstruction, adamantly insisting on their innocence. There are even formidable wizards who can transmute the potion the moment it touches their lips. In essence, Truth Serum is not an infallible potion. Its effectiveness varies among wizards, making it unsuitable for judicial proceedings. Consequently, it has been deemed unreliable by the Wisengamot. This lengthy explanation seemed to have drained Snape's patience. With a clang, he wiped the used stirring rod clean and tossed it into a nearby tool chest. Then can the Truth Serum be utilized in trials? Rose asked. I recall that the effects of Veritaserum on Peter Pettigrew appeared quite promising. It is a pity it cannot be employed in court. Seemingly satisfied with Rose's response time, Snape generously elaborated, stating that the active ingredient of the Veritaserum is capable of diminishing a portion of brain activity, thereby eliminating its inhibitions and compelling individuals to relax their nerves and speak freely. In such circumstances, a wizard employing this potion would find it more challenging to utter falsehoods than to convey the truth. Furthermore, the Veritaserum was only certified by the International Potion Association 5 years ago, and to this day, no antidote exists. Its characteristic is that a truly perfect quality Veritaserum, when used under the assistance of a spell, transforms into an orange gas. The aforementioned method of deceit proves ineffective against it. Rose furrowed her brow in contemplation and remarked, thus, during the trial, the use of Veritaserum is permissible rather than the Truth Serum. She lowered her lashes, resembling delicate black fans, reflecting on the high regard in which Peter Pettigrew was held. Snape scoffed derisively, stating, "You are quite astute." This was indeed prepared for him. Dumbledore specifically requested this potion from the Potion Association after the trial proposal at WizardingWorld, and the order ultimately landed in my hands. Of course, you are the youngest master of potions of our time, Rose unhesitatingly flattered. Snape cast her a sidelong glance, mentally critiquing her flattery as merely oily. What sentence do you believe Pettigrew will receive? Rose's curiosity began to resurface. You will find out in due course, Snape replied, disinterested in further discussion. I merely wish to inquire about your thoughts, Professor. My thoughts? They are of little significance, Snape retorted coldly, surprising Rose with his abruptness. I suspect it will be either imprisonment in Azkaban or a Dementor's kiss. You seem to anticipate a severe punishment for him. Snape's tone took on a subtle nuance. Naturally. Black was confined in Azkaban for over a decade. It cannot be lesser than that, can it? Snape quipped. That is not for us to decide. Very well. I did not summon you here tonight merely to hear such trivialities. Given your keen interest in the distinctions between the Truth Serum and the Veritaserum, I expect you to compose a paper on their differences here tonight. Observing Rose's incredulous expression, Snape, whose spirits had darkened while discussing Pettigrew and Black, found a flicker of delight and kindly added, You may peruse the books here. One evening? That's impossible, Professor. I have work tomorrow, Rose exclaimed, fully aware that this task exceeded the workload of a lower year assignment. Then you shall spend several evenings here writing. Snape interrupted her succinctly before she could finish. With no other recourse, Rose resignedly placed her corrected parchment on the edge of the table, ensuring it would not interfere with Snape's potion brewing. She rummaged through the office's bookshelf and ultimately retrieved an old, nearly peeling tome titled Advanced Potion Making, along with several journals that contained references to both potions. She then settled at a nearby desk prepared for confined students, ready to commence her first potion thesis across the years. As she was about to take a seat, however, Severus Snape called out to her. Sit here. He gestured with his chin towards the space beside him. What? A number of students will soon arrive for detention, Miss Black. Perhaps you would like to substitute their labor service. Very well, I shall be there momentarily. Rose quickly gathered the books she had just placed on the table and briskly moved to Snape's side, conjuring a new chair to sit upon. I was merely a bit anxious, Professor. Sitting here is quite pleasant, as it allows me to closely observe your brewing techniques. She spread her books across the table, laying a blank piece of parchment beside them. Snape cast a silent glance at the well-worn copy of Advanced Potion Making, pausing slightly. Yet he uttered no words and resumed his task. Chapter 36, The Office 2. Just as Rose was about to open the top book, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from the door. This sound was quite familiar to her, as she had performed a similar enchantment at the entrance to her own quarters. She halted her actions, tilting her head towards the door, recalling that, as the professor had mentioned, it was indeed the time for the students assigned to labor service to arrive. She wondered which fortunate student had won the dubious honor this time. The office door creaked open silently, the light from the corridor obscured, revealing a rather imposing figure. As Rose focused her gaze, she recognized Marcus Flint. Upon seeing his face, which bore a resemblance to that of a troll, the realization struck her. Is he in his 5th or 6th year this year? Typically, she paid little attention to such details while grading assignments, unless they were particularly outstanding or left a notable impression. Other trivial information would automatically be filed away in her mind's trash bin. Flint, extract the poison glands and eyeballs from the Colorado River toad. With just a glance at the newcomer, Snape expressionlessly lowered his head, returning to the potion he had yet to complete. Flint, upon entering and discovering another individual in Snape's office, was visibly taken aback. He observed with astonishment the presence of the notorious head of their house sharing a desk with none other than the Defense Against the Dark Arts teaching assistant, Miss Black. This revelation caused Flint to break into a grin, revealing his unsightly overbite. Miss Black, perhaps unaware, had quickly become a figure of considerable intrigue among the students since the commencement of the term, second only to Gryffindor's golden boy, Harry Potter. At that moment, this single, beautiful young woman sat so close to their notoriously difficult headmaster, making it a remarkable discovery for Flint, a frequent visitor for labor service. His gaze flickered back and forth between the two, as though seeking to uncover more secrets. Unfortunately, do not let me catch you wasting a single toad, Flint, or your detention will extend until the weekend. Snape's icy voice cut through the air. Flint, indeed, dared not raise his gaze any longer. He donned a pair of worn dragonhide gloves that lay upon the table and commenced the task of handling these glutinous, grotesque creatures. Rose, somewhat intrigued by Flint's actions, momentarily set aside her thesis. His technique in dealing with the toads appeared that of a seasoned expert. Though his methods were somewhat crude, his movements were undeniably adept. And none of the potion ingredients seemed to go to waste. The poison glands beneath the eyes of the Colorado River toad could be utilized in the creation of hallucinogens, while its eyeballs served as the material for antidotes. To her surprise, Snape refrained from delivering any sardonic remarks regarding Rose's fleeting distraction, Instead, he succinctly introduced her to the Colorado River toad. Rose was taken aback, as this was markedly contrary to his usual demeanor, was it not? The third occupant of the office, Flint, also lifted his head from a heap of toad carcasses, casting a perplexed glance at Rose that lingered for a moment. Sensitively, she furrowed her brow but chose not to comment further, opting instead to ignore it. She began to turn the pages of Advanced Potion Making, its antiquated cover worn with age. Upon the yellowed pages, someone had inscribed in a blade-like script at the header that this book belonged to the Half-Blood Prince. Rose was momentarily taken aback, and she could not help but gently trace the signature with her fingertips, recalling how just yesterday she had held those pages in the intervals between classes, reading them repeatedly and fantasizing about that fictional magical world where characters leapt forth from the pages, joyfully or sorrowfully, all inexorably marching towards their ultimate fate. It seemed that Snape, noticing Rose's prolonged silence, was about to take action when she abruptly awakened from her reverie. With remarkable speed, she flipped to the first page, discreetly sliding her finger across the table of contents. Although her gaze was fixed on the pages, her attention subtly remained on the person beside her, secretly hoping he had not noticed her earlier reverie. Otherwise, she would surely be labeled a peculiar woman. Snape regarded the still pretending to be composed Rose with a furrowed brow. As a seasoned professor, he was all too familiar with such expressions. He silently scoffed, recognizing that this student relied on her innate talent, presuming her cleverness was imperceptible to others. Yet, it was evident that Rose was neither his student nor a Gryffindor. He had no grounds to deduct points or impose detentions. Thus he held no interest in scrutinizing her minor indiscretions. Time passed in silence as the three continued with their respective tasks. At long last, Flint completed the processing of a bucket full of toads, and the hour drew near for curfew. After Flint departed without a backward glance, Rose seized the opportunity to take her leave. Snape, indifferent, merely nodded in acknowledgement, granting her permission to exit. However, as Rose closed the potion book, her hands instinctively pressed down upon Advanced Potion Making. "Professor, may I borrow these books to review at home?" Rose carefully chose her words, wishing to conceal her true intentions. "You know, I have not prepared these textbooks. Much of the content, clearly, is not covered in the lower year curriculum." Upon hearing his words, Snape gazed at her for a moment, pleased to finally hear from our red-haired teaching assistant, who had at last directed her attention toward potions. Should I feel honored by this? Rose found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to respond to his comments, eventually surrendering with a weary sigh. Observing her state, Snape smirked coldly, instructing her to take her belongings back to her dormitory. "The books remain here." As Rose made to take the reference books with her, Snape denied her the opportunity, his frigid gaze seemingly penetrating her thoughts, sending a chill down her spine. Consequently, Rose reluctantly returned the few volumes she had cradled in her arms to the table, ultimately withdrawing the final piece of parchment that had served as a cushion beneath. "Good night, Professor." Clutching a stack of parchment, Rose departed from her seat. Once she had vacated his desk, Snape nodded absently, uttering a casual good night before redirecting his focus back to the cauldron still simmering before him. Rose was uncertain how long this potion would take to brew, but given that the Truth Serum required a month, the Veritasserum, which sounded like an advanced potion, likely demanded a similarly lengthy and intricate process. Once the office door finally closed, the sluggish pace with which Rose had exited transformed into a lively stride. The folded parchment gripped in her palms swiftly morphed into an old book, and with her objective achieved, she cheerfully hummed a long-forgotten tune from memory, celebrating her tactical victory. Meanwhile, Snape, gazing at the now empty doorway where Rose had departed, murmured softly, "Lily, I will avenge you." His gaze fell upon the books left behind on his desk, and he raised his hand to extract the time-worn volume of Advanced Potion Making, flipping it open before roughly tearing out the title page inscribed with the Half-Blood Princess signature. Crumpling the fragile paper into a ball and discarding it into the refuse meant for processed materials, before vanishing it with a flick of his wand. Chapter 37, Scandal. Rose returned to her dormitory with a buoyant step, lovingly caressing the cover of the old book, despite its wear and tear. Touching it felt akin to reaching back into a time she had not lived through, filled with both longing and regret. She had seen countless upperclassmen with similar tomes, yet none were quite like this one. It was a book she had obtained through some cunning under Snape's watchful eye. To her, it was not merely a textbook for an advanced potion course. It served as a testament to an era, a memento commemorating a generation she had neither participated in nor observed. This voyeuristic desire made Rose feel somewhat like an old pervert in the moment, yet she remained unfazed. Rose reclined on her bed, adorned with soft velvet, swiftly turning the pages of a book, the densely packed tiny text filling the empty spaces on the pages as described in numerous rumors. The familiar script hinted at a past self, one that exuded ambition more than the individual she had become. With a gentle smile, Rose closed the book and placed it beside her pillow. She shed her outer garments, fluffed her plush pillow, and after extinguishing the lights, succumbed to a peaceful slumber filled with delightful dreams. The following morning, Rose leisurely enjoyed her breakfast tea in the sitting room, relishing the rare moment of free time amidst a tightly packed schedule, one she had no intention of burdening further. As she strolled through the castle corridors, she aimed to organize the old greenhouse she had recently requested from Professor Sprout. However, she noticed several students casting peculiar glances her way. Upon her return gaze, they would avert their eyes. Perplexed, she touched her face and discreetly checked her outer robe, finding nothing amiss. It then dawned on her that those who watched her curiously were all adorned with green ties. Members of Slytherin? Was there something she was unaware of? Furrowing her brow in confusion, Rose chose not to alter her plans and proceeded to the greenhouse as usual. In the brief span of 2 months, this newly activated old greenhouse had been transformed into a splendid haven under her care. Utilizing spatial expansion spells and magical runes, she had crafted an environment that encapsulated all 4 seasons. She simulated the craggy cliffs of snow-capped mountains, nurturing roots of snow lotuses, while the walls were adorned with pristine bellflowers cascading down like a white waterfall. In the expansive central area, Rose had arranged a lush green meadow with a small pond. The grass was dotted with vibrant blooms, all of which were medicinal plants known for their blossoms. Conversely, at the far end of the greenhouse, an intense heat enveloped the area where crimson flame grapevines thrived beside an ever-burning fire. From snow-capped peaks to grassy plains and fiery gorges, the greenhouse encapsulated the cyclical beauty of the seasons. Rose had not invited anyone to view her creation, not due to the presence of forbidden materials, but rather because the plants within served as essential ingredients for healing potions. Although they primarily originated from the East, their formulations were somewhat unorthodox among witches and wizards. She simply found it tedious to explain. A witch of similar age to the graduates, possessing such remarkable abilities, had opted not to pursue a position as a senior herbologist or a role within the Ministry of Magic, instead choosing to serve as a mere teaching assistant at Hogwarts. Not even a professor. The more one explained, the more convoluted it became. It was far simpler to seek tranquility. Yet, her aversion to complications did not equate to a fear of issues. While she had not invited anyone to her sanctuary, she was not apprehensive about being discovered. Having tended to the plants in the greenhouse, Rose adeptly employed spells and potions to assist their growth according to their natural tendencies. After all her tasks were completed, Rose casually reclined on the still verdant grass mat, enveloped by the gentle circulation of air within the greenhouse, which carried the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers and the fresh scent of grass. She mused that it would be delightful to bring a set of tables and tea utensils to brew tea and wine in this serene setting. That evening, she dutifully proceeded to her office in the cellar to continue her minor thesis. Despite having graduated many years ago and no longer being a student, she found herself still being assigned tasks by her indirect superiors, and Rose couldn't help but feel that her current predicament was quite absurd. This time, the labor service was provided by 2 Hufflepuff girls who had been dawdling since they arrived at the door. Upon seeing Rose, who was usually amiable during breaks, sharing a desk with the grim and formidable potions professor, they momentarily froze. However, the spark of recognition in their eyes illuminated a realization for Rose. She suddenly understood why the Slytherins she encountered that morning had been casting furtive glances her way. Turning to Snape, who had not resumed brewing his potions today, she noted that the cauldron for the Veritaserum had been moved to a corner behind the desk, reportedly to sit undisturbed for 3 days. Rose was unfamiliar with its recipe and held little interest in it. She only knew that this evening, Snape had the leisure to peruse the latest issue of the Potions Journal. But what was the cost of this leisure? The cost was that she had to painstakingly grade assignments for 2 subjects, prompting Rose to purse her lips in discontent. As a young woman, she acutely sensed the undercurrents among the students within the castle, yet she wondered if their illustrious Slytherin headmaster could perceive them. After pondering for a moment, she found herself unable to deduce an answer. One would expect Snape, as an exceptional double agent navigating the realms of light and dark wizards, to possess acute sensitivity to shifts in his environment and timing. Yet, he was a young man who had returned to Hogwarts to teach almost immediately after graduation, with colleagues who were often a generation older than him. Reflecting on his student days, it appeared that he had never truly engaged in a romantic relationship, leaving her uncertain whether he was as perceptive about matters of the heart as he was in his unique vocation, or if he remained obliviously naive. His students, one and all, seemed to avoid him, and while Rose perceived a handsome foundation in his features, his long, unkempt hair and pallid complexion from sleepless nights betrayed a man consumed by his work. The perpetual furrow of his brow communicated to all that he was not to be trifled with, rendering him nearly impervious to the affections of young women. This might explain why, despite his youth, he had ascended to the position of Slytherin head and potions master without a single rumor of romantic entanglement over the years. Indeed, not only young women but any female student he taught wished to steer clear of him. However, when a fissure appeared in the years of accumulated authority he wielded, Those students who had once been firmly subdued by him approached like foxes sensing a scent of blood. Rose was genuinely curious about the expression on Snape's face upon learning of the rumors surrounding her. Would he dismiss her from his potions classroom? Perhaps even retract all the assignments? She pondered this while stroking her chin, deciding that she would relish the unfolding drama rather than foolishly alert him to it. Chapter 38. The Ministry of Magic 2. As the weather gradually turned colder, students donned sweaters and thick coats, and Rose was no exception. She traded her previously prepared wizarding robe for a soft apricot knitted shirt, a white cashmere skirt, and a matching lambswool coat. The advantage of being a staff member became evident at this moment, as there was no need to wear dreary cloaks and uniforms through the gloomy winter. She could choose her attire freely. Let it not be said that this was merely the style of muggles. For a certain high-ranking investigator from the Ministry of Magic would one day dress in such a manner, though Rose would never wear pink in such a dreadful fashion. Today began like any other. Rose, having brewed herself a pot of hot coffee, stifled a yawn. With the cold weather, rising from bed had become a daily challenge, as no one wished to leave the warmth and softness of their blankets for the chill of the day ahead. Yet, this seemingly ordinary day was destined for unexpected occurrences. Knock, knock, knock. A sound resonated from the glass window. With curiosity, Rose turned her head. Alone in England, who could possibly be reaching out to her? When Harry and the others sought her out, they would typically slip her a note during class breaks. She opened the window to admit a large adult owl, its wings flapping with agility as it flew into the living room. It landed gracefully on the table and raised a claw, signaling Rose to retrieve the letter attached. After removing the parchment envelope, Rose offered the owl several pieces of jerky, apologizing. "I'm afraid I have no mouse meat prepared. I hope you'll enjoy these unseasoned beef treats." The owl seemed indifferent to the absence of fresh mouse, hooting once before pecking at the jerky, consuming several pieces, and finally grasping a larger chunk in its beak. With a flap of its wings, it soared away through the still open window. It appeared to be a family owl, and Rose watched with great interest, finding the scene utterly delightful. Gazing at the thick parchment envelope, it appeared to be a correspondence from the Ministry of Magic. After confirming that the letter was intact, she casually opened it. Ministry of Magic Witness Notification Letter. Dear Miss Rosie May, greetings. On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I am formally notifying you that, as an important witness, your presence is required at the upcoming trial concerning the case of Peter Pettigrew. Given the relevance of the information you possess to the critical matters of this court hearing, your testimony will play an indispensable role in ensuring a fair judgment in the case. The hearing is scheduled for 10 a.m. on November 29, 1991, at the third courtroom of the British Ministry of Magic. It is imperative that you arrive punctually at the designated location. During the proceedings, you are required to provide truthful testimony and adhere to courtroom decorum and regulations. The Ministry of Magic will make every effort to ensure your safety and rights during your participation in the hearing. Should you have any special circumstances or require assistance, please do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you for your support and cooperation with the Ministry of Magic. British Ministry of Magic, November 17, 1991. Upon reading the notice, Rose suddenly realized that she was entirely unfamiliar with how to reach the British Ministry of Magic. Her limited knowledge informed her that it was located underground in London, accessible either through a dilapidated red telephone booth or by plunging down a toilet in a public restroom. The thought of the latter sent a shiver down her spine. She could not fathom the peculiar tastes of British wizards, particularly the absurdity of entering the ministry via a toilet. However, where could that old telephone booth be? There were countless red telephone boxes scattered throughout London, and who could ascertain which one was the right one? As she pondered this, Rose recalled her arrival in London from Asia, having taken a Muggle flight and registered as a cross-border wizard through owl delivery. She had never set foot through the doors of the ministry, leaving her utterly clueless as to its orientation. In the evening, after a long day of toil, Rose finally managed to find time to submit all the assignments she had collected to the respective heads of each house. She then hastily made her way to the main building of the castle, passing by the Hufflepuff common room. She located the painting of a pear at the corner of the left staircase. She reached out and tickled the pear's belly, which erupted into a joyful laugh, causing a small door to appear in the adjacent wall. Upon pushing the door open, she entered the kitchens of Hogwarts. At that moment, the house elves were busily preparing for dinner, and Rose gazed into the hundreds of large eyes that turned to her, offering them a reassuring smile. "I just need to borrow the kitchen for a moment. As before, you carry on with your tasks. With the utmost respect, Miss Rose." A young house elf stepped forward. It was Nana, the one Rose often troubled. "I must trouble you again, Nana," Rose said warmly. Unlike most house elves, Nana did not exhibit the usual trepidation at receiving gratitude from a witch. Instead, she composed herself and bowed, awaiting Rose's instructions. "I intend to prepare 2 servings of rice, pudding, and Turkish coffee. I can manage it myself." She confidently approached her familiar cooking station. As Hogwarts prohibited the use of electrical appliances, Rose employed an antiquated method to steam the rice. She had prepared a clay pot, which now contained thoroughly washed rice. Steaming over the fire, Rose cast a spell, hastening the cooking time for the rice. Once the rice was perfectly steamed, she transferred it into a separate nonstick pot. Pouring in the light cream prepared by Nana, followed by fresh milk. She simmered the mixture over low heat, stirring continuously. As the milk porridge began to gently bubble, she added a touch of sugar, blending it thoroughly before extinguishing the flame. Utilizing a crushing spell, she transformed the milk porridge into a smooth paste. Pouring it into a pre-prepared sky blue square porcelain bowl, she then employed a freezing spell to solidify it, adorning the center of the rice pudding with small cubes of red-fleshed dragon fruit. In contrast, the preparation of an authentic Turkish coffee was considerably more intricate. For this, Rose utilized a cherished batch of deeply roasted coffee beans. The fineness required for Turkish coffee is unparalleled among brewing methods. Fortunately, Rose had mastered the crushing spell to such an extent that the coffee beans were ground to a consistency finer than flour. Having observed a certain professor's dietary habits, she refrained from following the traditional method of adding sugar after incorporating cold water and coffee grounds. Once the ingredients were prepared, she stirred for 3 seconds before gently heating the mixture, subsequently stirring once more. As she mixed, her movements were slow and delicate, being careful not to disturb the layer of coffee grounds on the surface. Just before boiling, a golden foam formed atop the coffee, gradually increasing in volume and surging forth. Rose swiftly removed the pot from the heat, scooping the foam into a cup with a spoon before returning the pot to the flame. After several boils, the coffee thickened gradually. Once the grounds settled at the bottom, she poured out the clarified coffee liquid, finally adding a sprinkling of sugar. After completing the coffee, Rose placed the prepared Turkish coffee and rice pudding into her frequently used food container. As she left the kitchen, the sky outside the castle had darkened considerably, signaling that the timing was just right, a thought that crossed her mind. Chapter 39. The office. As Rose held the food container in one hand and cradled her assignment, which had taken her several days to complete, she knocked on the cellar door, only to discover a golden head that shone even in the dimness of the cellar. It was Draco Malfoy, the cherished student of the potions professor. What could he be doing here? As she approached, she noted his curled lip, a mixture of disdain and helplessness as he meticulously snipped the antennae of cockroaches. Rose raised an eyebrow in surprise. It appeared he had been caught in the act of wrongdoing. "Good evening, miss," he greeted her without a hint of burden. "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy," she replied, ignoring the child's curious gaze and walking directly to Severus Snape's side. Today, he was engaged in grading assignments, and he seemed to be in a rather foul mood, his hand gripping the quill as it scratched across the parchment, the furrows on his brow deepening. "Good evening, Professor Snape," Rose said, unable to deny that witnessing Snape endure the torment of grading brought her a peculiar sense of joy. She suppressed a smile and greeted him in a slightly cheerful tone. Upon her arrival, Snape merely inclined his head slightly before resuming his work. Rose, noticing his lack of acknowledgement, settled comfortably into her old spot and picked up the tome that had once been parchment, now transformed into an antiquated volume titled Advanced Potion Making. To be candid, had Snape taken a moment to scrutinize the book, he would have easily discerned her ruse. After all, the essence of transfiguration lies in the caster's ability to vividly envision the object to be transformed. The clearer and more authentic the mental image, the fewer the flaws in the resultant object. At that time, Rose had only skimmed through the entirety of the book. She had not only neglected the specific textual content, but had also merely mimicked the initial annotations made by Snape. Naturally, his indifference afforded her the opportunity to exploit the situation, but Rose did not intend to let this flaw persist indefinitely. Each evening, she would methodically amend the imperfections in the transfigured book based on her recollections, striving to achieve a level of authenticity that would deceive the keenest eye. Fortunately, due to her wise decision to swap the pages at the outset, she managed to preserve the signature of the Half-Blood Prince on the first page, a cherished aspect of the volume. Reflecting on this, Rose turned back to the first page and discovered the torn cover, removed by some professor, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had she brought it back to her hometown, it could have been a prized possession in a museum, the unappreciative individual. She felt an inward gratitude. "I recall instructing you to complete your essay. Pray tell, miss, what are you currently engaged in?" Snape seemed to finally notice Rose's lack of inclination to write that day and inquired pointedly. Yet, Rose remained unperturbed. Upon catching a glimpse of the golden-haired boy nearby, who was leaning in their direction with keen interest, she responded leisurely, "My essay is complete, Professor. However, I observed that you were preoccupied, so I refrained from interrupting you, intending to present it when you had a moment to spare." At her words, Snape merely huffed softly and extended his left hand towards her. Rose, fully aware of the unspoken protocol, respectfully handed her essay to him, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Professor." Snape, not acknowledging her flattery, set aside the quill he had been using for grading, placed the essay atop the student's assignments, and began to read it intently, his long black hair cascading forward. obscuring his face save for his prominent hawkish nose. In the meantime, Rose, feeling rather listless, turned her gaze back to see Malfoy in his seat, seemingly disappointed. What is it? Realizing it's merely a routine exchange of work, devoid of any gossip, has left you disenchanted? She pondered how Flint had returned that day, spreading rumors that transformed an innocuous encounter into one laden with implications of impropriety. After a brief interval, Snape set down the essay, remarking, not entirely unsatisfactory, though some details require revision. With an impassive expression, he began annotating the parchment. Once revised, I can serve as a referee and submit it to the Today's Potions Journal. Thank you, Professor. Although Rose harbored little interest in submitting articles to journals, particularly on the subject of potion making, she was reluctant to dampen the mood. Should she decline Severus's request? Who could predict whether he might unleash his wrath and cast her into obscurity? With her chin propped in her palm, she tilted her head to observe Severus as he meticulously graded assignments. It was undeniable that, despite his neglect of self-care that had led him to his current state, the adage that serious men are the most handsome held true for him as well. Perhaps Lady Rose was simply too idle, finding amusement in watching her beleaguered professor toil away. Severus was not oblivious. He had long sensed the young lady beside him gazing at him with an air of distraction. Though her paper was indeed well crafted, it did not justify her lingering in his office. Severus spoke slowly, his voice sending a chill down spines. Just moments ago, Draco Malfoy had been inching closer, like a cunning worm eager to eavesdrop, but upon hearing Severus's words, he hastily retreated to his former position, pretending to be engrossed in trimming cockroach antennae. Oh, I was wondering when you might take a break, Professor, Rose replied, seemingly unaware and composed, as she lowered her arms from the desk. So, what relevance does my grading have to you? Severus retorted coolly. Oh, does our kind lady Rose desire to assume the remnants of her beleaguered professor's duties? Since you were so intrigued by the role of potions master, why not apply for the position with Professor Dumbledore next year? Wouldn't that be splendid? Well, I have no particular interest in potion making, Rose began, only to notice Severus glaring at her, prompting her to hastily add, actually, I have prepared some refreshments as a token of gratitude for your diligent instruction over these past days. However, I see you are quite occupied and did not wish to interrupt. Hearing this, Severus's expression softened considerably, and he offered her a thin, disingenuous smile. I should feel immensely honored, should I not? That is hardly necessary, Rose replied, causing Severus's forced smile to falter. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, pondering whether she was truly oblivious to his words. As Chapter 40 unfolds, when Rose stood and approached Severus, positioning herself closely beside him, deftly organizing the assignments cluttering his desk into a neat pile, Severus gazed at her in disbelief. When had he ever consented to such familiarity? Did she not comprehend the implications of her actions? However, Rose offered him no opportunity to voice his concerns. Her movements were swift and purposeful as she retrieved a food container, presenting him with freshly prepared rice pudding, still exuding warmth, and steaming Turkish coffee. Does Our Lady not understand the concept of personal boundaries? Severus seethed, irritated by her brazen encroachment into his private space. Boundaries? Rose echoed innocently after completing her preparations. I hold great respect for my teachers, Professor. Rose stood beside Snape, her gaze solemn as she looked down at him and said, I haven't even had dinner, just to prepare these delicacies for you. With that, she pouted her full red lips in a somewhat aggrieved manner. Snape, upon hearing this, felt a mix of rage and amusement at the oblivious Hufflepuff before him, and he barked, then go back to your seat. With her head bowed, her long black curls cascading over her shoulders, Rose nervously twisted her fingers, standing alone and appearing most pitiable. When she caught a glimpse of Snape reaching for his wand nearby, her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but mentally chastise the insensitive older man. After all the effort she put into making these treats for him, was he really considering using magic? Perhaps a vanishing spell? With wide eyes, she seized his outstretched hand. What are you doing? As his right hand was enveloped by her delicate, pale fingers, Snape was taken aback, his heart racing in alarm as he shouted in anger. Just then, Rose heard a thud nearby, seemingly caused by Draco Malfoy losing his balance and tumbling to the floor, but she had no time to dwell on that. She gripped Snape's bony right hand tightly, surprised to find that his hand was even warmer than hers, contrary to her expectation that he would be as cold as his demeanor. Snape attempted repeatedly to withdraw his hand, yet each effort was in vain. He glared at the young woman before him, infuriated by her boldness. How can she possess such strength? Is she truly a witch? He pondered. What do you want, miss? He ground out through clenched teeth. This took me a long time and a lot of effort to make, Professor. You cannot make it disappear, Rose insisted, her eyes reddening with urgency. I don't need your instruction, he retorted scornfully. I don't care, it simply must not happen. This is my heartfelt offering. Upon hearing the girl resort to such stubbornness, Snape was taken aback. What has happened to her modesty as a lady? Has it been devoured by a dog? Stop being so willful. Do you think you are still a child? Go back. Snape glared at the young woman standing before him. Then you promise me you will truly savor it, Rose persisted, refusing to relent. I said, return to your seat. How about I feed you a bite? Just one. I swear, it will taste absolutely delightful, Rose declared, exuding confidence in her culinary skills. With that, she released one of her hands, intending to retrieve a small silver spoon from the platter of treats. Snape, believing that with her one hand loosened he could easily escape, soon realized his error. Despite her seemingly delicate grip, he found himself unable to free his right hand from her hold. Are you part troll? How can you possess such strength? Impossible, Professor. Trolls cannot produce a girl as clever and beautiful as I. Severus Snape squinted skeptically at her, and the two of them held an unwavering gaze for what felt like an eternity before Snape finally spoke. This is quite troublesome. I shall sample it. You may release your grip now, Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Rose hesitated, asking really? Yet she resolved to trust him, reminding herself that a gentleman's word is his bond. Snape, unfamiliar with the origin of her adage, was unwilling to waste more time on the matter and nodded curtly. As she felt his acceptance, Rose tentatively loosened her hold, and Snape swiftly retracted his hand. Silently, Rose returned to her seat, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him, as if anticipating any moment he might renege on his promise. Snape frowned at the assortment of pastries and coffee before him. He was not particularly concerned about Rose potentially poisoning him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he lifted the steaming cup of Turkish coffee and took a sip. Through the caramel-colored foam, the scalding liquid flowed smoothly into his mouth, presenting a rich and robust flavor. It was indeed a remarkable cup of coffee. Had it not been for the peculiar circumstances, Snape would have savored it fully. Meanwhile, Rose watched him intently, her expression begging him to affirm the coffee's excellence. Snape, in silence, nodded, prompting Rose to immediately adopt a look that communicated, I knew it would be splendid. You shall not regret it. Do try the next pastry. How did this girl manage to convey her thoughts so transparently on her face? Under the weight of her expectant gaze, Snape reluctantly used the small silver spoon on the plate to scoop a bite of the pristine rice pudding. The smooth, cool texture immediately alleviated the intense bitterness from the Turkish coffee. It was not overly sweet. Instead, it was a perfectly balanced delight, a testament to the exceptional culinary skills that had, after many years, made this the finest dish he had ever tasted. No wonder she bore an expression as if she might contest anyone who dared to refuse. It is often said that perfect food can heal the soul. And after indulging in Rose's meticulously prepared dessert, Snape felt his pent-up anger dissipate, his demeanor visibly calming. Rose had not prepared an excessive amount, and Snape soon consumed the pastries and coffee with ease. The office fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of the small silver spoon clattering against the bowl. Turning her face, Rose addressed Draco Malfoy, who stood there in shock, trying to form words but failing to produce any sound. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Malfoy. I was unaware you would be here today and only prepared a modest treat. Humph. A student who had deducted a full 50 points from Slytherin just yesterday has no right to partake in tea with their beleaguered headmaster, Snape scoffed coldly. The previously awkward atmosphere shattered abruptly, leaving Draco's face flushed with embarrassment. Professor, Rose implored, her eyes filled with anticipation. What is it now, miss? Snape replied, his tone low and discontented. Professor, will you be visiting the Ministry of Magic this Friday? Rose inquired cautiously. Snape raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Professor, this morning I received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, summoning me to the interrogation room as a witness. However, I am unaware of the ministry's location. The ministry is situated in London. You can take the night bus or fly there on a broomstick. I am unfamiliar with it. If it is your first visit to the ministry, there is a telephone booth at the main entrance. Once inside, dial 62442 and inform the individual inside of your name and purpose. After they verify your identity, you will be granted entry. It is rare for Snape to provide such a clear explanation for Rose. Where's that telephone booth? It is near Whitehall. You will see it upon your arrival. However, I recommend departing early, as the ministry's security checks are rather strict and may take some time. Professor, will you accompany me? Who told you that? I do intend to go, but I will not accompany you. I have matters to attend to. You must go alone. Oh, I suppose your Veritaserum is intended for this trial. I fear I may arrive late if I end up in the wrong place, Rose lamented. If I delay the trial, it would be troublesome. I wonder if the ministry will show leniency towards Peter Pettigrew. His publicly known crime is illegal animagus transformation, is it not? How troublesome. Be at my office door by 8 o'clock, and I will take you. Snape warned her with a pointed glare. Now, gather your belongings and depart swiftly. Yes, Professor. Thank you very much. Rose replied cheerfully, a smile gracing her face as she tidied up the dishes before Snape. Good night, Professor Snape. Good night, Mr. Malfoy. As she reached the door, she turned back to wave at the two. Snape paid her no further heed. Draco parted his lips slightly and whispered, Good night, Miss Granger. Chapter 41, The Ministry of Magic. On Friday morning, Rose arrived promptly at Snape's office as agreed. Just as she steadied herself, the door swung open from within. At the start of the day, she noticed his countenance was grim, and he appeared rather unwell. Rose thought to herself, he must have been up all night. He is not the modern youth of 20 years hence, addicted to smartphones. What could possibly keep him awake? Many responsibilities have already been delegated to her. Rose mused silently, but refrained from voicing her thoughts, as she lacked the standing to do so. Aside from exchanging morning greetings, the two did not engage in further conversation on their way out of the castle. However, as it was still early, the students had yet to arrive for classes, and many witnessed the pair walking together. Due to their long-standing fear of Snape's authority, the students parted ways as if Moses had parted the sea, instinctively creating a clear path for the two. Observing the glimmer of curiosity in the students' eyes, Rose chose not to tease or remind the stoic Snape of their presence. She allowed him to silently endure their gossip, as she felt no embarrassment, leaving that sentiment to others. Professor Snape and Miss Rose walked together. Yet their direction did not seem to lead towards the potions classroom. Where, then, were they headed? I surmised they might be venturing outside the castle. Could it be that Snape and Miss Rose were on a date? A date? The Bat was going to court Miss Rose. Goodness! How could she possibly be going out with Snape? Alas, my dream lover was no longer mine. As the students' speculations grew increasingly absurd, Rose had already followed Snape outside the castle, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Their journey consumed considerable time, but thankfully, they still had a bit of leeway before the 10 o'clock appointment mentioned in the letter. Upon reaching a location suitable for apparition, Snape halted, turned around, and finally uttered the first sentence after his customary greeting. Take my arm, Miss Rose. Given that you have never been to the Ministry of Magic, I can only escort you here for your transition. Thank you. Rose promptly grasped Snape's arm. He was dressed rather lightly, from the sensation when she held him. It seemed he wore only a white shirt and a black cloak. It was already winter. Did he not feel the chill at all? Even if wizards possessed magic, could they truly maintain a constant temperature for 24 hours? Rose, clad in a cashmere dress with a beige wool coat draped over it, adorned with a shimmering ginkgo mother-of-pearl brooch at her chest and delicate light pink pearl studs in her ears, appeared exceptionally radiant. Coupled with her inherent beauty, this simple ensemble made her even more striking. Snape's dark eyes twitched slightly upon seeing Rose's fair and slender fingers resting on his arm. Yet he chose not to utter another word. As if thrust into a pipeline and propelled forward, a myriad of images flickered before her eyes, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Moments later, with a soft pop, the pair suddenly found themselves in a deserted, secluded alley. Rose curiously observed her surroundings. It resembled London. Yet the surrounding abandoned metal crates and broken pipes rendered it akin to a slum. This unfamiliar environment caused her, accustomed to wielding control, to furrow her brow. Indeed, this setting made the delicate young lady feel uncomfortable. It was evident she was one born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Upon noticing Rose's slight frown, Snape secretly scoffed in his mind. He was the first to release her still holding hand, silently making his way towards a similarly dilapidated red telephone booth not far ahead. Rose, catching sight of the booth, noted that much of the red paint had peeled, and some of the glass was even shattered. At that moment, an idea struck her. She rummaged through her small handbag and produced a black object resembling a small brick. After taking a few steps forward, Snape noticed that the individual who was supposed to follow him had suddenly fallen silent. Turning back with a hint of impatience, he observed the young lady holding a black, block-like object, her fingers rapidly tapping away on it. What? Is our dear miss considering retreating at such a critical moment? Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm. What? Rose replied, puzzled. Oh, I just realized that we have left the grounds of Hogwarts, and now I can use my mobile phone. I need to send a text. Mobile phone. Snape echoed the unfamiliar term, clearly having never encountered it before. Oh, it's a device muggles use to communicate with one another, rather like a two-way mirror. Snape watched as she closed a black, flat cover and stowed a long antenna away, letting out a disdainful snort. That two-way mirror is rather enormous, he remarked. Yet he cautioned, at the ministry, you must stow away your muggle contraptions. Rose shrugged at his words, tossing her antiquated mobile into her handbag. It's just for a moment, Professor. A gust of chilly wind swept through the desolate alley, dislodging several withered leaves, prompting Rose to shiver slightly before hastening to keep up with Snape. Snape yanked open the dilapidated glass door of the red telephone booth, squeezing both of them into the cramped space. He then picked up the receiver and pressed the buttons for 62442. With a clang, the entire booth began to descend. A dispassionate female voice commenced its announcement as they sank down. Dear wizarding friends, welcome to the Ministry of Magic. We are about to arrive at the 8th floor atrium. Please register at the visitor's entrance and submit to security checks, including an inspection of your wand. If you wish to conduct business related to sports, please proceed to the 7th floor, Department of Magical Sports. For patent registration of whimsical products, also visit the 7th floor, Office of Whimsical Product Patents. If you require services related to the Flu Network, key transportation, or flying brooms, please go to the 6th floor, Department of Magical Transportation. International wizards, or those wishing to handle international affairs, should proceed to the 5th floor, Department of International Magical Cooperation. For all matters concerning magical creatures, including but not limited to various beasts, ghosts, fairies, centaurs, and house elves, please visit the 4th floor, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. If you unfortunately encounter a troublesome magical disaster or an intractable Muggle-related incident, please report to the 3rd floor, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. If you witness the misuse of magic or the abuse of Muggle items, report to the 2nd floor, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where our highly trained aurors will handle everything. If you have an appointment with the minister, please proceed to the 1st floor, Minister's Office, for your meeting. Please note, the minister does not accept any visits without prior appointment. If you wish to observe a wizarding trial, please go to the 10th floor, Courtroom, where a representative will be there to attend to you. Moreover, we strictly prohibit any personnel from approaching the 9th floor, as the departments and research conducted here are of utmost secrecy. Should you deliberately venture near, intrude upon, damage, or spy on any room on the 9th floor, you may find yourself consigned to Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic is at your service. Wishing you a splendid day. As the announcement concluded, the descending elevator doors opened. Chapter 42, The Ministry of Magic 2. Rose curiously peered out of the elevator, wondering if such a lengthy announcement was necessary each time. I mean, there are so many visitors to the ministry each day. After all, the conservative wizards of Britain do not indulge in the Muggle practice of repetitive broadcasts. No. The announcement is only made when visitors are found to be first-time registrants at the Ministry of Magic, Snape stated succinctly. Fortunately, when Rose noticed Snape turning to regard her with his dark, penetrating gaze, she quickly swallowed the words she had almost uttered. She forced a casual smile, asking, "What is it, Professor?" Snape regarded her solemnly for a moment, fell silent, and then turned away, striding out of the cramped telephone booth elevator. What a riddle he is, Rose muttered, hastening to catch up with him. The elevator delivered them to the ministry's underground atrium, where a grand magical fountain stood at its center, featuring a statue holding a wand, the tip of which shimmered with light. Surrounding the statue were mermaids, centaurs, house elves, and fairies, all gazing adoringly at the wizard wielding the wand. The walls of the atrium were adorned with portraits of past ministers of magic, their likenesses so lifelike that they seemed to observe everything within the hall. Seeing this, Rose could not help but comment. Do these magical creatures truly regard wizards in such a manner? Surely it must be mere self-indulgence. As she uttered her final word, Snape, who had been striding ahead, suddenly halted. Rose, following closely behind, collided with his solid back. Ow, my nose. Professor, why did you stop so abruptly? Rose exclaimed, clutching her aching nose and taking 2 steps back, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked up at Snape, who had turned to face her. Upon seeing his fierce expression, the remainder of her words lodged in her throat. You would do well to keep quiet, Mississippi. If you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute, he growled, casting a menacing glare at the still pouting young lady before him. Oh, very well, Professor. After receiving Rose's response, Snape continued towards the visitor registration desk, while Rose, feeling aggrieved, followed behind with her head bowed, still nursing her sore nose. At the registration desk on the 8th floor, a serious-looking staff member presided over the area, where a considerable line of wizards had already formed. As Rose observed the ever-lengthening queue, she momentarily forgot her pain and hurriedly tugged on Snape's arm. Don't glare at me. Haven't you noticed that the line is getting longer? If we do not hurry, by the time it is our turn, the trial may well be concluded. The prospect of waiting in line unnerved Rose. She certainly did not wish to meander towards the front only to find the queue extending to the entrance. Why does the Ministry of Magic not open more security windows? It was evident that Snape had no intention of engaging with Rose, who was exhibiting an unusually exuberant demeanor that day. He stood silently behind her, his somber presence causing the surrounding wizards to instinctively keep their distance, creating a clear boundary around the two. When it was finally Rose's turn, she noticed the wizard responsible for their registration bore a sharp gaze, his temples flecked with silver, suggesting he had once been a formidable figure himself, perhaps even an Auror in his youth. Rose speculated privately. Name of the visitor? The staff member inquired with an impassive expression. Bai, Rose replied, using her Eastern name, the one she had registered when she traveled from Asia to the UK, and on all subsequent official documents. After all, her former name was far too sensitive. Not only did it share a surname with Harry Potter, but it had also been recorded in the annals of magical history. Although the incidence of name duplication is high among Westerners, within the British wizarding community, the Potter lineage consists solely of Harry. Upon hearing this name, the older staff member looked up and scrutinized Rose closely. A foreigner? No, a Briton. Quite rare indeed. Rose heard a soft scoff from behind her and rolled her eyes. What concern is it of yours what my name is? The sound of scratching quills echoed distinctly in her ears. Which floor are you headed to? Rose produced the letter she had received. As a witness, I am required to proceed to the third courtroom. At this, the registering wizard raised his gaze once more, took the letter, and scrutinized it carefully before fixing his gaze intently upon Rose's face. The third courtroom is on the 10th floor. Attendees must present identification and arrive in advance. Please surrender your wand. Rose cautiously handed her pine wand to the staff member, who examined it meticulously. Pine wood. Yes, indeed. With a phoenix feather core, 11¼ inches long. The man took the wand and studied it closely, gently caressing its shaft to sense the texture and magical resonance. Occasionally, he waved it lightly, his expression focused and professional, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the wand. After completing the inspection, Rose observed him carefully placing the wand into a separate wooden box. Noticing her confusion, the wizard explained, the ministry determines the return or temporary custody of a visitor's wand based on their circumstances, ensuring that every wand entering the ministry is safe and compliant. Miss Bai, you are to proceed to the 10th floor courtroom. According to regulations, except for designated personnel, all other wizards must temporarily relinquish their wands. He then handed Rose a piece of identification. Please wear this on your person. When you leave, return to this counter with your identification to reclaim your wand. Rose carefully examined the certificate she had received. It contained not only the visitor's name, age, and the location of the interview, but also facial imagery collected at an unknown time. Snape's registration bore similarities to hers, save for the fact that his involvement was not as a key witness, but rather as a master of potions, providing potions and related testing verification on site. The wand was made of birch and the nerves of a serpent, measuring 13½ inches in length. After succinctly stating the details, Snape handed his ever-present black wand to the registering wizard. The same instructions and identification badge were issued, yet Snape merely held it in his hand, not pinning it to his chest as Rose had done. Indeed, with his attire, which was adorned with a row of black buttons twisted to the neck, there was no prominent collar or pocket to accommodate it. Without hesitation, Rose accepted the identification from Snape's hand, and under his furrowed brows and piercing gaze, she retrieved a slender golden pearl bracelet from her coat pocket. From his expression, she inferred a warning. Should you dare to use this against me, you will regret it. Remaining composed, she transformed the bracelet into a pure black cord, attaching the identification badge to it. As Snape reached out to take his document, Rose boldly stepped forward, standing on tiptoe to place the cord around his neck. Snape was momentarily enveloped by a faint, delicate fragrance that suddenly approached him, instinctively. He attempted to step back to create distance, but the scent, like a gust of wind, vanished just as quickly as it had come, leaving only a subtle trace in the air. The cord he intended to take was now draped around him. Rose folded her arms across her chest and mused aloud. It suits you well, doesn't it? Yet Snape remained silent, sidestepping her presence with a single stride as he proceeded deeper into the hall. Professor, why do you not speak? Rose pursued him closely, clearly having to quicken her pace due to the inherent differences between their genders. Perhaps wearied by her persistence, Snape finally managed to utter a few words. Not bad. Hearing Rose's light laughter, his expression darkened further. Satisfied? Is this what you desired? Oh, receiving a compliment from you is quite rare, Professor, Rose replied, her lovely ash-gray eyes sparkling as she earnestly added, I mean it. Snape gazed into her clear, luminous eyes, as if on the brink of succumbing to the warmth of her gentle gaze. He swiftly averted his eyes, unsure where to direct his darkened gaze. Though he maintained his silence, his emotions had begun to stabilize. He was not a fool, capable of discerning sincerity from insincerity. Yet, much like the past 31 years, he had never been approached by such feelings, and now, he found himself no longer in need of them. He hastily cooled his heart, which seemed to have been scorched, disguising it as a cold stone, to the extent that even he struggled to distinguish whether it was a stubborn rock or his own heart. I have mentioned. Do not squander time. Snape lifted his lips and said coldly, if Miss Weasley insists, it would be best for us to part ways here. All right, Professor Snape. I shall heed your words. You cannot abandon me. I know no one here. Yet Rose, seemingly oblivious to Snape's frosty demeanor, followed with a voice that dripped with a playful charm. This obtuse giant, did she truly comprehend the essence of feminine modesty? Had it been any Slytherin which he knew, she would have grasped the unspoken words he left unsaid. What of her dignity? Did he truly need to articulate it plainly? Rose remained unaware of Snape's current thoughts, and even if she did, she would not care. She was well aware of the kind of person he was she not? She had not asked him to cast an Avada Kedavra. How could he possibly harm her? In Rose's current understanding, anything that could not overpower her had no hope of compelling her to obedience. She was only willing to heed that which she wished to hear. The rest was but a passing breeze, dissipating as it passed. In the lift ascending to the 10th floor, they found themselves alone, uncertain if they had arrived early. Rose delved into her handbag, rummaging about, finally retrieving a long string of items adorned with a golden chain. She single-handedly opened the cover of the pocket watch. "It is only 9:30, Professor. We are quite early, it seems," Rose exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing the time on the dial. Snape, however, did not respond, maintaining an air of mysterious silence within the elevator. Rose appeared to have no expectation of his reply, returning the splendid golden pocket watch to her handbag and producing a makeup mirror intricately carved with intertwining roses. She examined her face in the mirror, satisfied, and raised her eyebrows at her reflection. Snape observed all of this, bewildered by the vast age difference that rendered him incapable of comprehending the peculiar workings of this young woman's mind. He inhaled deeply and exhaled forcefully through his prominent nose. Ding! As the lift emitted a crisp chime, the indicator on the door pointed to the 10th floor. The door opened automatically, revealing that the light outside was considerably dimmer than on the 8th floor. Rose was uncertain if this was a deliberately eerie atmosphere crafted by the Ministry of Magic to intimidate the accused. Yet, she paid no heed to such matters, stepping boldly inside and searching for the third courtroom. Upon pushing open the grand door, Rose discovered that they were indeed not the first to arrive. The entire courtroom resembled a vast Roman amphitheater, with an empty circular arena at its center, featuring a solitary restraint chair facing dozens of high-backed seats, arranged in tiered layers. This was clearly the position of the presiding judge and the jury. Behind the restraint chair lies the audience, comprised of witnesses, friends, family, and even reporters, all arranged in their seats. The entire space is exceptionally bright, the white light glaringly intense. Rose, having just stepped out from the dim corridor, squints her eyes in discomfort. The jury and the presiding judge have yet to arrive, and Peter Pettigrew has not been escorted in by the aurors. The individuals seated in the audience are all strangers to Rose. Tilting her head to observe Snape, she notices he has no intention of exchanging pleasantries, so she takes a seat beside him. They are not kept waiting long. During their brief wait, more people trickle in, gradually filling the seats. As the minute hand of Rose's pocket watch points to 10 o'clock, a balding, stout man is escorted in by two robust wizards, brought to the restraint chair. Oh, he appears to have lost some weight, whether from hunger or fear is uncertain, yet Pettigrew looks exceedingly haggard. His once plump cheeks, nourished by the Weasley family, are now gaunt and sagging, adding years to his appearance. It is hard to fathom that he graduated in the same year as Snape. As the last individual, the defendant Peter Pettigrew, is brought to the dock, the atmosphere in the third courtroom becomes increasingly tense and oppressive. The charges against Pettigrew include illegal and Animagus transformation, involvement with the Death Eaters leading to the demise of the Potters, and the use of a curse that resulted in the deaths of 13 Muggles. The trial is now underway. Today's presiding judge is Amelia Burns, whom Rose suspects may be related to the Miss Burns of Hufflepuff, as they not only share a surname, but also bear a slight resemblance. One cannot help but remark on the smallness of the Wizarding World in Britain. Judge Burns sits upright, her demeanor stern, with 50 members of the Wisingamot behind her, their expressions serious and their gazes fixed intently on Peter Pettigrew in the center. Rose spots Professor Dumbledore immediately. As the head of the Wisingamot, he occupies the most prominent position, his silvery beard cascading down to his chest. The important witness, Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts and Pettigrew's former Transfiguration teacher, is called to testify. Is the individual seated before you indeed your former student, Peter Pettigrew? Yes, I am certain, Your Honor. Judge Amelia Burns possesses a keen gaze and incisive speech, persistently probing key questions. Rose also provides pivotal testimony regarding the truth of the case. Peter Pettigrew, do you admit to the aforementioned crimes? Pettigrew begins to stammer, attempting to feign innocence. But the Ministry of Magic is evidently well prepared. They have summoned the potion's master Severus Snape, recommended by the Potion Association, to administer a Veritaserum. Once the vial containing the bright yellow potion is handed to two other senior members of the Potion Association and its authenticity is confirmed, an Auror steps forward to take the potion, using magic to vaporize it into an orange gas, which is then introduced into Pettigrew's system via the bubblehead charm. Pettigrew frantically rolls his beady eyes, filled with terror. He was unaware of the nature of this potion, yet he speculated it might be more formidable than the truth serum. For Snape was sneeringly fixated on him, his eyes brimming with loathing. Were it not for the public scrutiny of the courtroom, he had no doubt that Snape would brandish his wand and end his life in an instant. Chapter 44, The Trial 2. As the orange gas surged uncontrollably into Peter Pettigrew's airways, it was visibly evident that his previously tense and panicked demeanor began to relax. Peter Pettigrew, do you acknowledge the aforementioned crimes? Burness reiterated in court. Yes, I did it, but I was coerced, Pettigrew replied, tears welling in his eyes as he stammered. The Dark Lord, he is too powerful. I could not resist him. I would have perished. At the moment he uttered the truth, the courtroom was enveloped in a buzz of discussion. Bang, bang. Ms. Burness struck her gavel once more, demanding silence. The clamor that had previously filled the room finally subsided. So, Pettigrew, do you confess to betraying the Potters? James had initially designated Sirius as their secret keeper, yet Sirius ultimately decided to transfer that role to me, persuading James that he would be perceived as the secret keeper, and no one would suspect that the true secret keeper would be the most inconspicuous person, me. Yet, the Potters fell victim on Halloween night. The Dark Lord found me. I had no choice. Pettigrew wept in desperation. Burnus was reluctant to delve deeply into the matter of the Dark Lord. Even after his prolonged absence, the fear he instilled in people remained palpable. Sirius Black is accused of exploding 13 muggles in the street. Are you implicated in this? It was Sirius pursuing me. I had no option but to cast the explosion spell, severing a finger to make him believe I had perished as well. Pettigrew attempted to shift the focus, striving to diminish his culpability. Yet, the revelation of the truth left all present in the courtroom astounded. Execute this villain. Traitor. Lackey. He deserves the Dementor's kiss. The cacophony of curses resounded. Silence. Burnus was compelled to strike her gavel again to restore order. With a serious countenance, she leaned back to receive counsel from the jury member, Weasingamore. Court is adjourned. The verdict will be announced at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Peter Pettigrew, still under the influence of the potion, was led away, his body limp and controlled by 2 individuals. Others gradually rose from their seats, the surrounding discussions persisting incessantly. Rose noticed Snape's dismal expression beside her and understood the turmoil within him. The one he cared for was slain by this foolish rat rather than Sirius Black. After all these years, he had harbored hatred towards the wrong individual, which surely bred resentment within him. Glancing at her watch, Rose observed that it was nearly noon. Professor, shall we find something to eat nearby? She suggested in a light tone. Snape appeared yet to fully extricate himself from his thoughts, offering a non-committal nod. As the golden sunlight once again bathed the 2 figures, the winter wind swept across their cheeks, startling Severus Snape from his reverie. Unbeknownst to him, he had followed Rose away from the Ministry of Magic, finding himself on a mundane street whose whereabouts were foreign to him. A sudden, unsettling sensation surged within him as he grappled with the inexplicable trust he had placed in this young woman. He spoke abruptly, his tone laced with self-mockery. Pray tell, miss, where do you intend to lead your professor? Rose, taken aback by Snape's sudden sarcasm, was well acquainted with the temperament of this poor, old professor. She responded innocently. To have a meal, of course. A meal? Snape scoffed. Forgive my candor, but how could you possibly know where to dine when you are unaware of the ministry's entrance? At his words, Rose exclaimed, before entering the ministry, I noticed signs pointing towards Whitehall. I sent a message to a muggle friend of mine, and she recommended several fine restaurants. As she spoke, she brandished a black slab of a device that Snape had seen her holding that morning. Fearing Snape's skepticism, Rose opened the cover and retrieved the earlier messages. See here, she said, as lines of English letters materialized upon the unfamiliar screen, revealing strange names that Snape could not fathom. His interest in these muggle contrivances was non-existent, and he swiftly averted his gaze. Very well then, miss, lead the way. I trust the journey will not detain us too long, lest we miss the afternoon proceedings. Of course, I am well aware of the time, Rose replied, having already surmised that a wizard of Snape's Slytherin lineage, even those not hailing from Slytherin, harbored an innate disdain for muggle artifacts. She guided Snape through the winter streets of London, and within a few minutes, the number of muggles around them began to swell. Noticing Snape's discomfort as he furrowed his brow, Rose remained unperturbed until they arrived at the entrance of a bustling restaurant in the city center, where a steady stream of patrons indicated its popularity. Upon seeing the French name of the establishment, Snape was ushered inside by a male muggle server. The restaurant featured an unexpectedly high ceiling adorned in white with golden embellishments, creating an atmosphere of opulence. Numerous dining tables filled the interior. The server led them to a small table for 2 against the wall, courteously pulling out a chair for Rose. Thank you, she murmured softly, appreciating the service as she smoothed the wrinkles from her dress and noticed Snape clad in his inky black wizarding robes, a stark contrast to the surrounding ambience, much like a hermit who had unwittingly wandered into a royal palace. The server, bemused by the young woman's uniquely attired companion, had learned through years of service to remain discreet about the affairs of his patrons. He presented the menu to the seated duo with an observant yet impassive demeanor. Do not be deceived by the exquisite decor of this French restaurant, reminiscent of a Regency palace. In truth, the prices on the menu are remarkably affordable. I would like to order today as chef as special accompanied by chocolate mousse and a glass of orange juice, please. Thank you. Rose casually perused the menu but ultimately chose to leave her selections to the establishment. However, Severus Snape was anything but spontaneous. He formally ordered a quiche Lorraine as an appetizer, followed by beef bourguignon for the main course, and sea army caramel for dessert. Perhaps due to the ongoing judgment of the afternoon, Snape refrained from ordering wine, opting instead for a glass of mint water. Isn't it splendid here? Rose ventured to initiate conversation after the server departed, striving to avoid an awkward silence. It feels as if one has been transported to 1930s Paris. Not too shabby. It is predictable that Snape would be the sort to dampen the mood. Oh, how difficult it is to elicit a compliment from you. Rose feigned disappointment, pouting slightly. Upon noticing a delicate glass vase on their small table, adorned with a single red rose, she was astonished to discover it was, in fact, a double-headed rose. 2 crimson blossoms flourished simultaneously on one stem. How rare indeed. I refer to this rose, she murmured. Snape raised an eyebrow in bemusement at Rose's remark. Rare? His gaze fell upon the striking red rose on the table. I fail to see anything particularly extraordinary about it. It is a double-headed rose, Professor. Much like twins. Regardless of how similar they may appear, there are always subtle differences upon closer inspection. They? You are assigning pronouns to these 2 roses? Snape's voice was low and skeptical. No, I am speaking of twins. Twins? Like the Weasley brothers? I suspect even Mrs. Weasley could not distinguish between those 2 rascals. Save for their own recognition. Ah, yes, except for themselves. This remark seemed to trigger a memory in Rose. Suddenly, she spoke. Professor, if one day a person who looked exactly like me appeared before you, would you be able to discern the differences between us? Rose's question seemed to hint at some unknown information for Snape, who, intrigued, continued the conversation. A person who looks exactly like you? Are you suggesting you have a twin sister? What is her name? She is also named Rose. Rose lowered her head, nervously picking at her nails, appearing unwilling to divulge further. I had no idea parents would name a pair of twin sisters the same name, Snape remarked thoughtfully, unless it is a clumsy fabrication. Well, although we are both named Rose, we do not share the same surname. Rose seemed to weigh her words carefully. However, I have not seen her in a long time. Feigning nonchalance, Rose shrugged, eager to shift the topic. Let us not discuss this any further. Look, the appetizers have arrived. The server carefully placed their drinks and appetizers before them. As both individuals opted for a light meal, the experience lacked the extensive 9-course offerings typical of a formal French dining affair. Rose's appetizer consisted of bacon-wrapped green beans, served cold, a singular aspect she found difficult to acclimate to, though everything else was quite agreeable. The slightly salty flavor of the appetizer suited her palate perfectly. Throughout the meal, a comfortable silence enveloped them. Severus Snape, being inherently taciturn, was disinclined to engage in conversation unless Rose initiated it, despite their relatively brief acquaintance. He had discerned the essence of her character, a fade of genteel sophistication belied by a more relaxed disposition. Her simplicity was transparent, yet he lacked the interest to delve deeper, finding their current dynamic satisfactory. After savoring the exquisite French cuisine, as Rose retrieved her handbag and prepared to pay with a few pounds, she was startled to discover that Snape had summoned the waiter, not only covering the cost of dinner but also generously providing a 5% tip, insisting the waiter need not return any change. This gesture left Rose utterly astonished. Once the waiter departed with the pounds, she observed Snape languidly sipping the mint water he had ordered. Is there a problem? Snape's deep voice, smooth as velvet, reached her ears. This inquiry jolted Rose back to the present. Glancing at the pounds in her hand, she stammered. Oh, I didn't realize you had pounds too, Professor. I can cover the lunch expenses, we? Snape had never encountered this term before, yet he immediately inferred its meaning. Dumbledore's salary is more than sufficient to cover a meal. He retorted, keep it, I do not require it. Wow, who would have thought, Professor, that you possess such old-fashioned manners, Rose remarked, no longer feeling the need to be polite. I simply did not expect you to not only carry pounds, but to also be so adept at handling muggle tipping. She mused, after all, you are the head of Slytherin. Being the head of Slytherin does not imply ignorance about such matters, Snape replied sharply. While she was aware of his half-blood heritage, Rose had assumed that his childhood resentment towards his father would extend to muggles. However, the lunch they shared revealed no trace of animosity towards them. Rather than hating his past and father, it seemed he had chosen to disregard them altogether. As they exited the cozy restaurant, the biting cold wind outside made Rose shiver involuntarily. She quickened her pace, eager to return to the Ministry of Magic, where the temperature was regulated, providing a comforting warmth in winter and coolness in summer. They continued in silence until they reached the familiar red telephone booth. The moment the door closed, Rose exhaled a long breath. Glancing at Snape, who remained composed beside her, she noted that he was clad in his perennial white shirt and black wizarding robes, without any heavy outerwear. How could he possibly be unaffected by the cold? Are you not cold, Professor? She found herself asking, unable to suppress her curiosity. Upon hearing her words, Snape merely cast a cold glance in her direction. I never knew that you, Miss White, who wields wandless magic with such finesse, could ponder matters in the same manner as Miss Granger. Surely, the absence of a wand does not preclude you from casting a warming charm? His remark left Rose speechless, as if she were a goose with its neck grasped tightly. Indeed, she was a muggle-born. Having spent decades as a muggle, she often found herself unconsciously thinking like one. Oh, I have never studied how to cast a wandless warming charm, Rose replied rather dryly. Yet Snape merely regarded her with a sidelong glance, offering no further commentary, as though her Muggle heritage were of no consequence to him. From that moment on, they lapsed into silence as they made their way back to the third courtroom. Even when they paused for lunch at a nearby CAF, the hour felt somewhat premature. Seated in her chair, Rose found herself growing increasingly restless. Perhaps it was the warmth of her surroundings or the rapid rise in her blood sugar post-lunch, but her eyelids grew heavier, and her head began to droop to the side, until she eventually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 45. The third trial Rose was unaware of when she had fallen asleep, but the depth of her slumber was undeniable. It was not until an incessant buzzing sound persisted, becoming increasingly bothersome, that she finally opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she discovered she was in the courtroom. Had she truly fallen asleep in the courtroom? Bewildered, she reflected on the moments leading up to her nap, realizing this was no mere dream. Awake at last, Miss White? Might you consider removing your esteemed head from the shoulders of your unfortunate professor? A deep, resonant voice echoed above her. At this reminder, she suddenly realized she had been leaning on Snape's shoulder throughout her sleep. How utterly absurd. Quickly, Rose straightened herself, rubbing her neck with her right hand. The awkward position had left her neck slightly sore, though fortunately, the duration had not been long enough for her to wake up with stiffness. As she turned her head, the discomfort alleviated significantly. Once her gaze sharpened, she was startled to discover that the seats around her were filled with a diverse array of wizards. The front rows were occupied by significant attendees, while listeners and reporters had settled in the back. After a morning spent in their company, she had grown somewhat familiar with those surrounding her. At that moment, they all wore enigmatic smiles directed at her, causing alarm bells to ring in her mind. What had transpired while she had been asleep? Unconsciously, she touched the corner of her mouth, wondering if she had drooled during her slumber. Panic surged within her. Surely not. Though she typically did not have such an unseemly habit, sleeping at an angle could indeed lead to such an occurrence. She glanced to her left and right, awkwardly returning the polite smiles of the wizards. Once their gazes finally averted, she leaned closer to Snape, in a near whisper, and inquired, "Professor, what has transpired? I hope I did not embarrass myself." Snape felt an unsettling discomfort as her breath drew abruptly closer. He turned his head away, the corners of his mouth twitching stiffly before he resignedly replied, "No." "Then why were they staring at me just now? You made me think I was drooling in my sleep." Goodness, if that were true, it would be social death. Snape was unfamiliar with the term she used, yet he could surmise it was not a compliment. He would have preferred her to be drooling in her slumber, even if it would soil his wizarding robes, as it was certainly preferable to the ambiguous gazes of the surrounding wizards fixated upon them. She slept soundly, blissfully unaware, leaving him, the only one awake, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles. And what of Minerva McGonagall? Why did she gaze upon this scene with such satisfaction? They were not the kind of pair you might presume them to be. "Congratulations, Severus. After all these years, you finally have a girlfriend. She truly is a rare beauty," remarked a grizzled wizard, a senior member of the Potions Association, who had known Snape for 7 years. Many others nearby were eavesdropping, for those of similar age had either studied alongside him or been taught by him. "I think I finally understand why you have remained unmarried all these years, Severus. Your standards are extraordinarily high." He continued to marvel, but when he noticed Snape's complexion darkening with displeasure, he showed no sign of fear. Instead, he jested, "I must say, Severus, a young lady so lovely and beautiful will surely have a delicate temperament. To win her heart, you must temper your own." At this point, seeing Snape on the verge of an explosion, he, though aware of Snape's lack of accolades in the field of potion making, had spent many years in the community and felt no trepidation towards the professor who devoted himself to teaching. Nevertheless, out of consideration for the public setting and to avoid mutual embarrassment, he decided to make a hasty exit, just as Snape intended to clarify that they were merely colleagues. He noticed the one spreading false rumors had already slipped away. Given the public nature of the moment, he cast a glance at the young lady resting against his shoulder. Blissfully unaware, between enduring and erupting, he opted for a temporary compromise. It is difficult to ascertain whether it was due to her striking beauty or the pleasant atmosphere she created in their interactions, but at that moment, she undeniably stirred a favorable sentiment within the hesitating Snape. As the members of the Wizengamot donned in their unified blue robes took their seats, the proceedings of the morning session resumed, advancing into the next phase. Within the solemn and austere courtroom, the voice of justice finally resonated, prompting all present to rise in unison, poised to hear the final verdict. Peter Pettigrew, once a lost soul ensnared in darkness, now sat alone in a chair, bound and restrained, his pallid face quivering slightly. The authoritative and resolute voice of Chief Justice Burns echoed throughout the courtroom. "Peter Pettigrew, you stand accused of joining the nefarious organization known as the Death Eaters, betraying the ideals of justice and light. Furthermore, your treachery in revealing the whereabouts of the Potters to the enemy has led to the tragic demise of this innocent couple. Your crimes represent a shameless violation of friendship and trust, and a profound desecration of the sanctity of life. Moreover, you have wielded a vile curse, ruthlessly killing 13 unsuspecting muggles in a public explosion. They were destined for ordinary and joyful lives, yet your malevolence plunged them into the abyss of death in an instant. After careful deliberation and thorough consideration of the evidence by the Ministry of Magic, it is hereby declared that the charges against you, joining the Death Eaters, disclosing the Potter's address resulting in their deaths, and the murder of 13 muggles through your dark magic, are substantiated. Your transgressions are unforgivable, and you shall face the full weight of the law to offer solace to the innocent lives lost. Now, the court decrees that the Ministry of Magic shall revoke Peter Pettigrew's Order of Merlin, First Class, sentencing him to imprisonment in Azkaban, where he will face the Dementor's kiss in 10 days. A profound silence enveloped the courtroom, pierced only by the desperate sobs of Peter Pettigrew. Yet, this sorrow could in no way mitigate the enormity of his heinous crimes. At last, justice, albeit delayed, has been served, and he shall pay a heavy price for his evil deeds. The outcome for Peter Pettigrew is entirely deserved, for even Rose's affection for the original character does not extend to this cowardly rat. Professor? The two had ascended from the depths of the 10th floor back to the reception hall on the 8th. Rose removed her identification, reminding Snape of its presence. Are you still pondering the trial? Snape, evidently reluctant to discuss further, removed the badge from his chest and handed it directly to Rose. With the other party disinclined to elaborate, Rose chose not to press further. She returned their identification to the wizard at the registration desk in exchange for 2 wands. This was the first time Rose held Snape's pure black wand, a birch wand that mirrored his very essence. It was considerably longer than her pine wand, and the intricate patterns on the handle, perhaps worn from years of grasping and care, lent it an extraordinarily comfortable feel in her hand. This was indeed Professor Snape's wand. Long ago, before the world of Harry Potter had permeated her homeland, Rose had commissioned someone to procure numerous memorabilia from England, including the wands of the significant characters in the Harry Potter saga. Each wand possessed a distinctive appearance and texture. However, perhaps due to their mass-produced nature, the weight of these replicas paled in comparison to that of a genuine wooden wand. Snape's wand was no exception. Today marked her first true encounter with the authentic artifact. Does Miss Rose have any unique insights into my wand? Snape's voice drew Rose back from her thoughts. Flustered, she hastily returned his wand to his palm, shyly responding, no. Snape merely exhaled through his nose, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. Rose followed closely behind him, and as they reached a row of fireplaces, her curiosity compelled her to inquire, Professor, where are we? I assume Miss Granger is not unfamiliar with fireplaces and flue powder? Snape raised an eyebrow. No, of course I am acquainted with them. I meant, are we to use the fireplace? Wasn't it stated that Hogwarts lacks a flue network? You may utilize the fireplace to travel to Hogsmeade, Mississippi. Although the fireplace at the 3 Broomsticks does not connect to the Ministry of Magic, it can indeed lead there in one direction. I trust this piece of common knowledge will not require my elucidation a second time, Snape replied. And I have other matters to attend to. Yes, thank you for today, Professor. As Rose observed Snape depositing several sickles into the mouth of a golden toad at an empty fireplace, he subsequently sprinkled down a handful of green powder. She recognized it as flue powder. Snape stepped into the fireplace, scattered the powder, and uttered Diagon Alley. In an instant, he vanished amidst the emerald flames. It appeared that interacting with this professor was not as daunting as she had envisioned, was it? As Rose reflected on the day's events in a flurry, she too took some flue powder, murmuring Hogsmeade, 3 Broomsticks. A more detailed address could never be amiss. After all, one could not be certain if there existed another 3 Broomsticks in England. Upon emerging from the fireplace at the 3 Broomsticks, Rose did not linger but proceeded to the joke shop to procure some delectable ice cream-flavored sweets, replenishing her dwindling stock. Due to it not being Hogsmeade weekend, the village's wizards appeared sparse in number. Though this was the only village in all of England composed entirely of wizards, the actual residences were few and far between. Most of the structures served as shops catering to Hogwarts students. The wizards' homes were scattered like their personalities, haphazardly built in the vicinity. A leisurely stroll around might require several minutes before encountering another wizard's dwelling. Rose had little interest in this. After concluding her purchases at the joke shop, she set off towards Hogwarts on foot. She had no desire to ride a broomstick nor to reveal her private means of travel, and so, on this leisurely afternoon, she ambled in the brisk air, basking in the golden hues of the setting sun. It was not entirely unpleasant, especially as she finally remembered to cast a warming charm upon herself. Despite receiving reprimands for her stubborn muggle mindset, the warming charm certainly proved effective, did it not? She considered herself receptive to advice, understanding well the adage that good counsel is often unwelcome. As Rose strolled back to Hogwarts, she chanced upon Snape emerging from a nearby edge. Looking up at the sky, she realized twilight had descended. Good evening, Professor, she greeted with a smile. Snape was carrying several bags wrapped in parchment. She surmised they might contain potion ingredients, given that some exceedingly rare and valuable materials were indeed ill-suited for owl delivery. Snape furrowed his brow upon recognizing Rose, silently calculating the time since his departure from the Ministry of Magic. If this young lady had followed closely behind, she should not have arrived at the castle so late. "Ah, we meet again, miss," he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "I never imagined your pace could rival that of a Galapagos tortoise." "Oh, really? Thank you. I made a stop at the spice joke shop. Would you care for some?" Rose said, retrieving a handful of ice cream balls and licorice sticks from her handbag to offer him. However, Snape did not engage with her offer, his gaze shifting from her hands to her face, which still bore the remnants of her earlier treat. "Where you have been is of no concern to me. Moreover, I am not complimenting you, so there is no need for gratitude." He pondered in disbelief about the workings of her mind. But I recall that the Galapagos tortoise is indeed the longest living land tortoise in the world," she mused, "far exceeding Professor Dumbledore's lifespan. Of course, though he pales in comparison to Nicholas Flamel, who alone can create the Philosopher's Stone. Can he not? The Philosopher's Stone?" Snape's interest peaked at the mention of this name, his alertness rising as he questioned how much she knew about the tasks assigned by Dumbledore to several professors. Was she indeed here for the stone? "Oh, just the other day, Harry and his friends visited me to inquire about Nicholas Flamel," Rose disclosed, seemingly oblivious to Snape's sudden wariness. "Harry Potter? What in the devil's name is that little pest from the Potter family up to now?" Snape exclaimed. "They discovered a newspaper regarding the theft from Vault 713 at Hagrid's. Hermione has been scouring the library, and out of curiosity, I asked what they were searching for. Apparently, they are looking for Flamel, the one most renowned for his Philosopher's Stone and his 600 years of life." Rose casually continued, "Though I am unsure of their intentions for seeking such information." She shrugged nonchalantly. "But I truly cannot bear to see them floundering like headless flies amidst the tomes of modern magical events." With that, she chuckled, finding the children's antics charming in their innocence. Yet, Snape failed to grasp Rose's humor. His frown deepened as he clenched his jaw, muttering through gritted teeth, "Damn Potter. Oh, here we go again, the age-old nemesis." Thankfully, he remains oblivious to his true name. Chapter 46, The Challenge. What a clever diversion indeed. Utilizing Harry Potter when needed proves most effective against Snape, given that his primary concerns lie within potions and dark magic, with the savior himself being the most significant figure in his thoughts. Truly, a romantic at heart. Even the son of Lily Evans has become the one with the greatest influence over him. Reflecting on this, Rose felt a pang of discomfort in her chest. But she quickly composed herself, for she had long since accepted these truths. Watching Snape stride purposefully towards the castle, she noted that he did not even pause to bid her farewell. His black cloak billowed at his feet like tumultuous waves, radiating an air of fierce intensity. Just moments ago, Rose, who had been reveling in her cleverness over diverting trouble, now found her spirits dampened. With a slow gait and a lemon mint candy still lingering in her mouth, she meandered into the castle. The news of Peter Pettigrew's trial broke the following day, gracing the front page of the highly circulated Daily Prophet, a publication of Hogwarts, showcasing the ugly wizard who had disguised himself as a rat for over a decade. Perhaps this marked the most glorious moment of his life. This morning, Rose had made a rare appearance in the Great Hall for breakfast, idly flipping through the newspaper delivered by Owl, her mind wandering. In a small corner of the supplement, she stumbled upon news regarding Sirius Black, stating that he received his release papers on the very day Peter Pettigrew was sentenced. What sort of compensation the Ministry of Magic would extend to this unfortunate soul remained a mystery. However, in the hall, she only noticed Hermione and Ron dining together, and it dawned on her that Harry might have already been taken away by Dumbledore to reunite with his godfather. Rose gazed thoughtfully at the headmaster's seat. Although it was Saturday, Dumbledore, unlike her, always arrived punctually for meals. She pondered whether his predictable routine was intentional. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she found herself considering her current superior, who had seemingly vanished since the previous evening. A sense of foreboding crept over her. It appeared that events were beginning to spiral beyond her expectations. Her once graceful brow furrowed in concern. Surely, Quirrell could not be so reckless. Indeed, even Rose could surmise that this period was among Dumbledore's busiest. Since yesterday, apart from at the ministry, she had not seen the headmaster within the castle. Reflecting on Quirrell's increasingly peculiar garlic scent, a thought struck her. Could her interference have prevented Quirrell and the Dark Lord from obtaining unicorn blood to sustain their lives, pushing them into a desperate situation? It was indeed a rare opportunity if their circumstances had deteriorated to such an extent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rose understood that she bore a portion of the responsibility. Due to her meddling, she could not ascertain whether Dumbledore was still executing his plans as outlined in the original narrative, but regardless, that could not serve as an incentive for Quirrell and the Dark Lord to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. With a serious expression, Rose rose from the staff table, her demeanor shifting abruptly. Hermione, who had intended to converse with her after breakfast, hesitated upon witnessing Rose's sudden change and hurriedly left her seat, grasping Ron's arm, deciding it was best to wait for another occasion. Rose hastened to Quirrell's office door and tentatively knocked, but moments passed with no response, causing her heart to sink. The paper she held as an excuse became useless. She closed her eyes, her visage darkening. She was not afraid of the traps set by Dumbledore and his associates. Even facing the weakened Dark Lord at this moment did not daunt her. However, she was reluctant to reveal her cards too soon. If she were to confront Quirrell on the 4th floor at this moment, she would undoubtedly be placed on Dumbledore's watch list. Rose let out a soft click of her tongue. In that case, her chances of returning to Hogwarts next semester would be uncertain, and her ability to control and observe the situation would undoubtedly deteriorate. This would indeed be a last resort. Yet, even if forced to resort to such measures, she could not allow the Dark Lord to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. In an instant, Rose had made her decision. She turned to leave the doorway of Quirrell's office, only to unexpectedly encounter Snape, who was also heading in this direction. What was he doing here? Professor, good morning, Rose tentatively inquired. Snape seemed equally surprised to see her there. Miss Black, how rare it is to see you here so early, he drawled meaningfully. I came to find Professor Quirrell. I have some upper-year essays to submit to him. She replied casually, gesturing to a stack of papers in her hand. Snape appeared oblivious to how Rose and Quirrell were handling the defense against the dark arts class, as the potion essays he assigned to Rose were reviewed by her before being submitted to him for further scrutiny. Therefore, he harbored no suspicions. However, it seemed that Professor Quirrell was not in his office. Rose discreetly steered the conversation towards Quirrell, wondering if Snape's presence was fortuitous. Regardless of whether he was there to monitor Quirrell, she had initially intended to hand the essays to him during breakfast in the Great Hall, but unfortunately, she had not seen him. She furrowed her brow in puzzlement. Perhaps he went to find Hagrid? After all, it is a rare weekend. Hagrid? Snape frowned at the mention. I was unaware that Quirrell had any acquaintance with that behemoth. Professor Quirrell has always shown a keen interest in dark creatures, and Hagrid possesses considerable knowledge in that area. Rose shrugged. After all, he is the professor for defense against the dark arts, isn't he? Just the other day, I had the fortune of attending one of Hagrid's afternoon teas. He mentioned a time when he was exceedingly pleased to meet a wizard in a pub who had an interest in the three-headed dog, and they conversed quite merrily. He even won a dragon egg from that stranger. Realizing she had nearly divulged too much, Rose promptly ceased her speech and smiled at Snape in an attempt to divert attention. Snape, however, was far more captivated by another magical creature. A three-headed dog? He could hardly believe it. If what Rose said was true, that fool had actually mentioned it to a stranger in a tavern. Observing Snape's sudden fury, Rose marveled at her good fortune. Just when she faced the risk of exposure, a savior had appeared to rescue her from peril. Snape abruptly turned to leave, prompting Rose to hastily follow a few steps. Professor, what's wrong? Snape halted, turning to scrutinize her. Rose felt bewildered under his gaze and touched her face. Is there something on my face? Snape paid no heed to her inquiry, merely stating curtly, keep up. Could it be? Was this going to evolve into her teaming up with Snape to confront the Dark Lord? Chapter 47, The Challenge 2. Rose sprinted forward, diligently pursuing Snape ahead of her. Upon reaching the corridor on the 4th floor, she finally confirmed that their destination was indeed the forbidden area located there. Professor Dumbledore had explicitly warned against approaching this place. She cautiously remarked. Snape, striding ahead, abruptly turned upon hearing her words. Had it not been for Rose's quick reflexes in halting her steps, she would surely have collided with him once more. The memory of that day at the Ministry of Magic flashed through her mind, the lingering ache in her nose evoking a phantom pain. Perhaps it would be best for you to remain here, Miss Rose. I shall proceed alone, Snape stated smoothly, observing the girl who stood a full head shorter than him. Since the professor seems indifferent to this prohibition, I am unconcerned as well. In response, Snape merely smirked slightly. Choosing not to elaborate further, he proceeded to open the large door at the corner of the 4th floor, its hinges creaking with age. Instantly, Rose was engulfed by a powerful scent reminiscent of large animals, as if she had stepped into a zoo. A massive black dog with 3 heads occupied the entire room. A harp positioned before it, leisurely playing a serene melody. The trapdoor it was meant to guard lay conspicuously ajar, yet the creature, known as the Cerberus, remained soundly asleep. Is this truly the guardian Dumbledore prepared for the Philosopher's Stone? It seems more suited for a child's tale, Rose thought to herself, stifling a sigh of exasperation. As they drew closer to the slumbering behemoth, the warmth of its breath carried an unpleasant odor. Ugh! Rose quickly covered her mouth and nose to prevent her recently consumed breakfast from resurfacing. However, Snape, evidently having heard her disturbance, turned his sharp gaze upon her, his eyes warning her not to provoke any trouble. Cautiously, they descended the hidden staircase beneath the trapdoor. To her surprise, the staircase indeed existed. She wondered how Professor Snape had summoned it. In the film, the trio had jumped down, landing directly in the devil's snare. The moment Rose's feet touched the ground, she realized that there truly existed an escape strategy, rendering their previous endeavors futile. Feeling somewhat numb, Rose followed Snape through a keyhole adorned with shimmering, jewel-like birds. and past a chessboard featuring towering stone wizard pieces. She then laid eyes upon a gigantic troll lying on the ground, a grotesque bump swelling on its head. Once again, she covered her mouth and nose to ward off the noxious stench that threatened to induce her nausea. Rose had not anticipated that after dealing with one troll on Halloween, they had somehow acquired another. Was it a peculiar fondness for trolls, or did Quirrell harbor an affinity for them? As the two individuals seamlessly entered the final chamber, crossing the threshold, flames suddenly erupted from the doors behind them. The path ahead was engulfed in black flames, while the route back was consumed by violet flames. It appeared that the strategy to evade the lesson could go no further. After all, this was Severus Snape's own challenge, and it could be said that, aside from him, anyone else could easily find themselves trapped. Snape halted his steps, cautiously inspecting the room and the potions laid upon the table. "What is it, Professor?" An intruder had reached the final hurdle. Snape's countenance darkened, reflecting the gravity of the dire situation that had unfolded. Rose refrained from asking foolish questions about the current predicament. Instead, she opted for caution in her speech, wary of compounding the mistakes. However, Snape seemed oblivious to her thoughts, or perhaps he simply did not care. He approached a selection of potion vials of various hues, extracting two and pushing one toward her. "Drink this. You will return to deliver a message to Dumbledore," he stated coldly. "And what about you?" Rose's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is none of your concern, miss." Snape dismissed her inquiry without a hint of elaboration. "Focus on what you must do," he warned. Rose slowly moved in front of Snape, observing his impassive expression. "Are you truly prepared to face him alone?" she ventured cautiously. Snape's previously impatient demeanor suddenly became inscrutable. "Do you know?" he inquired in a low, somber voice. Rose found herself compelled to respond, perhaps. Yet she remained reluctant to reveal too much. "I am not a fool. Professor Quirrell is rather obvious, is he not?" Nervously, Rose fiddled with her fingers, inching closer to Snape. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to meet his dark, hollow eyes. "I do not wish for you to confront him alone, Professor." Her words were laden with double meaning, yet she cared little whether he comprehended. At that moment, Snape stood rigid as stone, perhaps forgetting that Miss Rose often wielded magic without the need for a wand. Gazing intently at Snape, who continued to glare at her in silence, she was emboldened to reach out and caress his cheek. With a gentle smile, she said, "Wish me luck, Professor." In an instant, a frigid enchantment enveloped Snape, leaving him with an overwhelming chill. This was yet another silent, wandless disillusionment charm following the silent petrification curse. Ah, quite impressive, indeed, so deeply concealed. Snape's pent-up fury began to surge within him. Under the weight of his furious gaze, Rose seized the dark potion vial from his hand and, without hesitation, consumed its contents. The icy sensation coursed through her body, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Gripping her wand, she stepped boldly into the black flames, utterly disregarding the searing gaze that followed her, one that seemed capable of burning her. As the black flames licked her body, Rose felt nothing at all. Truly, she was the youngest master of potions. And she silently marveled at her own ingenuity, for even with the enhancement of her system, she could not conjure such genius. "You've arrived." It was Chilo, and Rose was unsurprised to see him upon entering the room. In the vast, empty space, only a brass arras mirror stood in the center, with Chilo, wrapped in a large scarf, standing before it. "Professor Chilo," Rose replied in a flat tone. "I didn't expect to see you, Rose," Chilo said, unusually composed, no longer stuttering or shrinking back as he usually did, clad in his customary wizarding robe. He appeared to be an entirely different person than the Chilo the class was accustomed to. Perhaps this was his true self, unknown to all. "So, you truly serve that one?" Despite knowing it was a futile question, Rose asked it nonetheless. Chilo's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon her, refusing to answer her inquiry, instead mocking her. "Has Snape not accompanied you? Is he hiding behind a woman?" Rose took a deep breath, reminding herself to stay calm. "This is none of your concern, Professor Chilo." Her voice sounded harsh to her own ears as she held her wand across her chest. "You wouldn't want to point your wand at me, would you, Rose?" Chilo observed that although Rose had entered with her wand, the tip of her pine wand did not point at him, which kindled a flicker of hope within him. "Join us, and you will gain unimaginable power." Chilo's voice was laced with temptation. "Is that the reason for your allegiance to them, Professor Chilo?" Rose retorted, disapprovingly. However, Chilo evaded her question. "The master greatly admires your talent, Rose. I shall never refer to another as master, Professor Chilo. That is our fundamental difference." Rose's tone grew increasingly frigid, as she felt genuine revulsion at the thought of bowing before another and calling them master. "So, you are rejecting me?" Chilo's expression turned grotesque as he unexpectedly used a silent spell to disarm Rose, causing her pine wand to fall from her grasp. He advanced toward her, pointing his wand at her chin. Rose had no choice but to turn her head slightly to prevent the wand from making direct contact with her face. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of her fallen wand, but her heart remained unperturbed. "Why, Rose?" as Chilo closed in on her. She had to hold her breath, unable to endure the peculiar odor that wafted from him. Noticing her discomfort as she turned away to escape his stench, Chilo felt deeply insulted, his anger boiling over. You look down on me just like they do, don't you? He thrust his wand against Rose's cheek, pressing her fair and plump flesh inward. I apologize. I truly do not look down upon you. This was sincere. She simply could not comprehend Chilo's choices, nor the bizarre scent he emitted. You claim you cannot bear to grovel at another's feet and call them master. Is Snape not one of them? Kyler's bloodshot eyes bore into her with a ferocity that seemed to yearn to devour her whole. Suddenly, he tenderly caressed Rose's silky black hair and spoke slowly. Indeed. Perhaps you remain unaware that your potions professor, Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin, is also a Death Eater. He once knelt before the great Dark Lord, kissing the hem of his robe and reverently addressing him as master. I know. Rose's calm response left Kyler incredulous. You know? He erupted, unable to contain his fury. You just claim to abhor him, yet you have swiftly embraced such a Snape. Kyler's voice rose in volume as he gritted his teeth and demanded, So, the rumors within the castle are true? You have fallen for him? Rose's long, curled eyelashes fluttered delicately like the wings of a butterfly. That is none of your concern. It is certainly my concern, he retorted vehemently, for I cherish you deeply, meticulously tending to your every need, fearful of your slightest fatigue. His voice dripped with resentment. And what do I receive in return? You flit away like a butterfly to the dungeons of Slytherin, spending your days in the company of Snape? Kyler's relentless pressure forced Rose to retreat step by step until her back pressed against the cold wall. It's merely work. Work? Do not feign innocence, Rose. Dumbledore has not granted you a single canute. Snape holds a unique place in your heart. What makes him so special? Speak. Calm yourself, Professor Kyler. Rose replied with an unruffled demeanor. I have always been calm. Yet Kyler's words were abruptly interrupted by an unforeseen voice. Enough, Quirrell. You have squandered too much of my time. The voice was chilling, devoid of any human emotion. Step aside, let me speak with her. Master. She is just a... Kyler trembled at the sudden sound, instantly reverting from a state of rage to the timorous demeanor he had previously displayed before others. Do not make me repeat myself. Why yes, master. Kyler, trembling, turned his back to Rose, seemingly unconcerned about her momentary escape from his control. As layers of dark fabric were unwound, Kyler's concealed head was finally exposed to the air. Yet, a terrifying visage sprouted from the back of his head like a grotesque statue. Any student unfortunate enough to witness this scene within the castle would surely scream in terror. Fortunately, at this moment, only Rose and Kyler remained. The flickering torches on the walls cast a wavering, dim light throughout the empty chamber. Miss, I trust that with your intellect, you should know who I am. The cold voice hissed like a serpent. Rose lifted her gaze, meeting for the first time the eyes of a man who once wielded immense power within the British wizarding world. Now, he appeared merely as a fragmented specter, inhabiting the wretched form of Kyler. Rose regarded his face with an impassive expression. The air between the two individuals became instantly stagnant, a remarkable display of mental closure. It was none other than Voldemort himself who shattered this eerie silence. Rose's expression of gratitude appeared insincere, yet Voldemort showed no sign of acknowledging her rudeness. He simply reiterated his command. Let her gaze upon the mirror, Quirrell. Yes, yes, master, Quirrell replied, turning away with his eyelids slightly lowered, avoiding Rose's face. He directed his wand towards her once more, this time refraining from uttering those cryptic words. Did you hear? Approach the mirror, Rose. Under the aim of Quirrell's wand, Rose took hesitant steps toward the legendary mirror of Erist. It was her first encounter with her innermost desires, and curiosity welled within her. The brass surface reflected her current appearance, but soon the image began to shift. She was no longer the striking foreign girl with black hair and gray eyes. Instead, she transformed into the true essence of her memory, a girl from a flower-growing family, embodying the gentleness and grace unique to the South. In the mirror, she smiled at her reflection with an Asian beauty, characterized by a slightly flatter, yet exquisite and understated visage compared to her European counterparts. Gradually, more figures emerged around her. Rose recognized them as her friends Sebastian and Omenes from Hogwarts Legacy, alongside Harry, Hermione, and Ron, the charming and playful Weasley twins, Professor Dumbledore clad in white robes, and Professor Snape holding the old textbook of the Half-Blood Prince. This was her heart's desire, and as the mirror revealed all of this, a smile involuntarily blossomed on Rose's face. What do you see, Rose? Quirrell inquired from a position beyond the mirror's reflection. I see everyone standing beside me, looking very happy. Rose responded with unreserved cheerfulness. Regrettably, she has not discerned it, master. No, let her continue. Voldemort disregarded Quirrell's subtle plea. In the mirror, Rose beheld another version of herself, surrounded by joyful companions who playfully winked at her, exuding a charming spirit. Subsequently, she extended her right hand, cradling a blood-red, translucent gem. signaling Rose to place it into the pocket of her robe. Simultaneously, Rose felt a sudden weight in her right pocket, and she couldn't help but smirk. "Have you discovered anything, miss?" With Voldemort's chilling voice, the vision within the mirror of Erased vanished in an instant. Rose turned to face Quirrell, who had been observing her from a short distance. Perhaps due to her lack of a wand at that moment, he appeared to harbor no sense of vigilance. "Regrettably, sir, I have not uncovered anything." She heard her calm voice echoing in the empty room. "She lies." Voldemort impatiently commanded, "Subdue her, Quirrell." "Yes, yes, master." Just as Quirrell, under Voldemort's orders, directed his wand towards Rose, a crimson light flickered forth. Rose, however, swiftly evaded, instantly vacating her original position, and Quirrell's spell merely struck the wall behind her. "Fool! Capture her!" Voldemort roared in fury. Yet, as Quirrell turned to cast another spell at Rose, her wand had already returned to her grasp. "You have mastered silent, wandless magic," Quirrell exclaimed in astonishment. "Regrettably, I must resort to this against you, Professor Quirrell." However, there was no trace of regret in Rose's emotionless voice. Quirrell's initially timid demeanor transformed into a frenzied madness. Then, bone-shattering curse. A malevolent crimson light erupted from Quirrell's wand, now wielding the most vicious dark magic. Alas, Miss Rose, the assistant professor of defense against the dark arts, was not lacking in power herself. Armored protection. The red light collided with her transparent magical shield, dissipating instantaneously. "I have underestimated you all along, Rose." Crimson veins crept into Quirrell's eyes, indicating his body could hardly sustain the presence of his master for much longer. "Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and the master will show mercy." "Thank you, but I have no need for it. You refuse to heed my warning." Heart-wrenching curse. "Regrettably, I have no taste for such libations." This time, Rose did not summon her protective armor. Instead, a faint silver light, visible only to her, blossomed at the tip of her wand. As the curse's red light surged toward her, Rose's silver magic intercepted it, and in Quirrell's eyes, it appeared as if the very frame of reality had stuttered. The red light momentarily halted, then swiftly rebounded along the spell's trajectory, striking Quirrell, whose eyes widened in disbelief. No, by the time he realized, it was already too late. His body could not react in time. He watched helplessly as his own curse struck something before Rose, then rebounded like a crimson comet. Oh, the heart-wrenching curse has struck him. The immense agony caused him to collapse to the ground, his body spasming uncontrollably. His visage contorted in torment as he rolled upon the floor. Poor master, forced to share his servant's fate in the dust. "What magic is this?" Ah, his master spoke, even as he lay on the ground, a pitiful wretch. "It seems you are unaware, Mr. Voldemort. How unfortunate. Truly unfortunate that you lack such talent. Like magic to a muggle, it is both pitiable and helpless." Rose sighed, shaking her head as she approached the incapacitated Quirrell, gasping for breath due to the overwhelming pain. The unforgivable curse indeed lives up to its name. It is truly formidable. She slowly crouched down, observing the pronounced veins on Quirrell's forehead, swollen with intensity, while sweat, a testament to his agony, mingled with the dust on the ground, rendering his entire head a dull gray. "Thank you, Professor Quirrell, for personally demonstrating the Cruciatus curse and kindly showcasing the effects of dark magic," Rose remarked with a glacial tone, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her usual self. "Get up, you worthless wretch." Yet the parasitic Voldemort could merely hiss in fury. "Ha!" Rose let out a light laugh. "How tedious. I no longer wish to play with you." She lazily pointed her wand at Quirrell, who remained sprawled on the ground, tears and snot mingling on his face from the excruciating curse. "Ah, it was you." The Forbidden Forest. Rose suddenly sensed a subtle disturbance in the air, her expression shifting. She could not allow anyone to discover the connection between the enigmatic wizard of the Forbidden Forest and herself. A spell interrupted Voldemort's impending utterance. Exorcismus. A blinding beam of pure white light surged forth from the tip of Rose's wand, akin to the roaring tides of the sea, instantly filling the room with a sanctified energy. When Professor Dumbledore, accompanied by Harry Potter, was instantaneously transported here by the power of the Phoenix, they were met with the overwhelming baptism of this purifying magic. Ah, ah! Two distinctly different screams and roars erupted in response to the wave of purification, and upon hearing Harry's anguished cry, Dumbledore, neglecting all else, swiftly turned to assess his condition, only to find Harry unconscious, clutching his lightning scar in torment. Harry! Perhaps the shock was too severe. Harry succumbed to the immense pain, collapsing to the ground in a state of oblivion. The source of the other roar, under Dumbledore's astonished gaze, billowed forth from Quirrell's fallen form. A dense black mist churning violently. Weakened by the recent powerful purification magic, he disregarded the newly arrived Dumbledore and his marked nemesis, Harry Potter. As he fled towards the door, bellowing, "I will kill you," the entire empty room reverberated with his most malevolent curse. Regrettably, to Rose's ears, His words were as unconvincing as the famous line from Pokemon uttered by Musashi and Kojiro, "We'll be back." Rose scoffed, feigning surprise at Dumbledore and Harry's arrival, exclaiming, "Professor Dumbledore." She noticed Harry, now collapsed in the old man's embrace. "Harry, what happened to him?" "I believe it is due to the scar left by Voldemort on his forehead." Dumbledore's right hand gently brushed aside Harry's tousled hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar, now noticeably dimmer than before. "The scar?" Rose, somewhat flustered, anxiously clutched her robe with her wandless hand. "I'm sorry. Perhaps it was my magic just now. I did not anticipate." Rose's anxious voice was interrupted by Dumbledore, who raised his hand in a gesture of silence. His pale blue eyes sparkled behind the semicircular lenses. "No, perhaps we should be grateful for this magic. It appears to have liberated Harry from the Dark Lord's mark." Dumbledore said vaguely regarding Harry's lightning scar. "Is that so? That's reassuring." Seemingly relieved of the final burden in her heart, Rose's expression softened before she suddenly slumped backward as if drained of strength. At that moment, a dark figure rushed forward just in time to catch her before she could collapse onto the floor in companionship with Quirrell. Chapter 50, Conversation. When Rosa regained consciousness, she beheld the pristine white walls before her, illuminated by a soft, golden light that cast enchanting patterns across the surface. She blinked her sore eyes, and a sense of unease crept over her in this unfamiliar environment. Turning her head from side to side, she realized that she seemed to be in the infirmary she had visited before. The water-blue curtains at her bedside had not been fully drawn, likely due to a chair placed nearby, indicating that someone had recently occupied the space. "You are awake." As Rosa lingered in the remnants of her slumber, her mind still clouded, Dumbledore entered through the infirmary door. His pale blue gaze, scrutinizing yet filled with concern, pierced through his half-moon spectacles as he observed Rosa, who lay in bed, unconsciously. Her body stiffened under his gaze, which conveyed not only care, but also scrutiny and vigilance. A wave of apprehension washed over her as she swiftly sifted through the events preceding her unconsciousness. At that moment, she had truly been at a loss on how to confront the greatest white wizard, resorting to the desperate tactic of feigning unconsciousness. Unaware that she would indeed enjoy a deep slumber, she recalled the moment she had fallen backward and someone had caught her mid-fall. It was Severus. She marveled at how he had managed to break free from the spell she had cast upon him, realizing that he was, indeed, Severus Snape. Possessing formidable magical prowess, perhaps she had underestimated him. As Dumbledore settled beside her bed, Rosa's eyes, still heavy with sleep, began to clear. A sudden thought struck her, and she instinctively patted her pockets, only to find that her outer robe had been removed. Beneath the covers, she was clad in a shirt and trousers. "Are you looking for your coat?" "It has been sent to the house elf for cleaning," Dumbledore stated leisurely. "No, it's what's in the pocket," Rosa urgently explained. "Are you referring to the Philosopher's Stone?" "I have already taken it." "You performed admirably, Rosa." He paused before probing further. "You have effectively protected it from Voldemort." "I have placed a spell on the stone. Only those who do not desire it can truly possess it. You are the bravest girl I have ever encountered. May I curiously inquire, when Severus led you into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, why did you choose to confine him outside and venture in alone?" Rosa remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "Because, at that time, I had great confidence in my abilities. I believed I could handle him." Yet Dumbledore gazed at her in silence, his eyes resolute and unyielding. Clearly, this rationale failed to persuade him adequately. "I am afraid," she admitted. "Afraid? Afraid of what?" Dumbledore's inquiry pressed on, revealing his determination not to let her evade the matter. "I fear he may encounter trials that he ought not to face," Rose articulated carefully, hoping to divulge as little as possible, for Dumbledore's wisdom was not to be trifled with. "What trials ought he not to face?" Dumbledore persisted. "Death Eaters or Voldemort?" Rose responded with difficulty. "You know, I suspected Quirrell might be a Death Eater, serving his master, yet I never anticipated that the legendary Dark Lord, believed to be dead, would manifest within him." Rose sat up, pressing her hand against her somewhat dizzy head. "Let me clarify. Voldemort never truly perished, he merely vanished. However, the Ministry of Magic has deliberately concealed this information, leading many to mistakenly believe the Dark Lord was dead. Yet he appears scarcely better than death," Rose reflected, recalling Voldemort's visage. "I would prefer death over becoming like him. Indeed, therein lies his greatest distinction from others. He fears death," Dumbledore elucidated. "When you realized that there were more adversaries than Quirrell, did you feel fear or regret?" Curiosity glimmered in Dumbledore's eyes. "Fear? No, I am quite grateful." Rose leaned against the headboard, arching her brow at Dumbledore seated beside her. "For it is only I who can unleash my full strength against him. How is he faring? I mean, Professor Quirrell." In the original narrative, Quirrell disintegrated due to the love-based magic from Harry's mother, but this time, due to Rose's intervention, the circumstances were evidently altered. "He has been sent to St. Mungo's, but the healers have indicated that his condition is grave. Perhaps he has only a few days left," Dumbledore stated candidly. To employ dark magic to inhabit another's body comes at a cost. Ah, that is indeed regrettable. As a colleague, he is rather decent. Rose lowered her long eyelashes, casting a dark shadow upon her lower eyelid. I thought, as a colleague, you would prefer to associate with Severus? Dumbledore inquired, testing the waters with a question that bordered on the personal, yet he clearly intended to pursue it. Upon hearing Dumbledore's forthrightness, Rose's composure flickered. Should she deny or confess? In this world, there exists neither love nor hatred without cause. If not for her affection towards Professor Snape, why would she risk employing nonverbal magic to ambush and keep him outside, if their relationship were merely one of amicable colleagues? Even Rose could not convince herself of such reasoning, let alone the greatest wizard of the century. Surely, she could not assert, I am merely a fan of Professor Snape's writings, understanding his plight, wishing to spare him further suffering and danger, while we, the Harry Potter fans, charge forth to bear the brunt ourselves? Such notions were the ravings of a dreamer. How could she dare voice them? Oh, Professor Snape is indeed quite special to me, Rose stammered, as Professor Dumbledore encouraged her with a reassuring glance. Rose understood that she could not evade this conversation any longer, and after a deep breath, she spoke. Professor Dumbledore, might I request that our discussion today remain confidential, away from the ears of any third parties? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's glasses glimmered in the light, and he replied, Very well, I shall not disclose it to others. With Dumbledore's promise, Rose sighed, finally admitting, All right, I confess I have a certain fondness for Professor Snape. Although Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this answer, he was still intrigued when Rose voiced her feelings. It may be somewhat inappropriate to say, but Severus, in both appearance and demeanor, does not quite fit the mold of a typical object of affection for young witches, does he? That is because they are too superficial. Having acknowledged this before Dumbledore, Rose felt liberated, as if she had cast off heavy shackles, and she began to express herself as a fervent fan of the Harry Potter universe. Professor Snape merely eschews the ostentatious self-presentation that others indulge in. I find him rather handsome, and his voice is simply exquisite, deep and smooth like velvet, truly perfect. The recordings of Shakespeare's sonnets read by Alan Rickman, as well as Thomas Hardy's Return of the Native, have always been her auditory indulgence. To hear that same voice every day fills me with joy as a fan. She thought excitedly. Of course, I have always known that the professor is not without his flaws. Rose noticed Dumbledore's gaze, which seemed to regard her as an irrational girl infatuated with an older man, disapprovingly rational. The despicable and the great, the vile and the kind. Hatred and love can coexist within the same heart. She turned to observe Dumbledore's expression, surprised to find no hint of reproach in his astonished eyes. Only a flicker of mysterious light. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she succinctly summarized, In short, he is quite charming. I had thought Severus was much older than you, Rose. But Rose waved her hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, He is only a decade or so older. Professor Snape is merely 31 years old. Even if he were 61, it would matter not. Alan Rickman, in his 50s, captivated a multitude of female audiences. Furthermore, age often signifies a wealth of experience and wisdom, does it not? His talent in potions is unparalleled. I believe I understand now. This is the most poignant confession I have ever heard, Dumbledore mused. I think Severus would be delighted to know that a beautiful and exceptional young lady harbors affection for him. However, upon hearing Dumbledore's suggestion, Rose quickly refused, saying no. Do not let him know, do not let Professor Snape know of my feelings for him. Understood. But that is certain to lead to my being forcefully pushed away. Where else could I find a voice akin to that of Alan Rickman to soothe my ears? Rose pondered this internally, yet she could not voice her thoughts. Professor Dumbledore, affection is an intensely personal matter. She gazed earnestly into Dumbledore's eyes, imploring him to sense her sincerity. I believe Professor Snape would not reciprocate my feelings. Hence, it would be better for him not to know of my affection. Why burden him with unnecessary worries? After speaking, she deliberately lowered her head in melancholy, raising her hand to adjust her long black hair at her temples, concealing her true emotions. It is indeed a pity, but Dumbledore seemed poised to say more, only to be interrupted by Rose. I am aware that the professor has always harbored someone dear in his heart. The more genuine the sentiment, the more it is cherished. Very well, for now. This is sufficient. You know he wants. Rose chuckled softly at this, for surely, when one harbors feelings for another, one yearns to learn more about them. Does one not? Please, let this conversation conclude swiftly. The thought of the countless memorabilia and data that once cluttered her room, computer, and phone storage filled her with embarrassment, almost causing her toes to dig into the ground in discomfort. Very well, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Good night, Rose. With that, Dumbledore rose from his chair. Lastly, I must commend you on the exquisite purification spell you utilized. You are destined for great achievements. Chapter 51, Conversation 2. Dumbledore inquired. May I ask if that spell was of your own creation? I have never had the privilege of witnessing such a formidable white magic before. Sort of, she replied. This was my first genuine application of it, and to be honest, I was uncertain of its potential impact at the time. It was her inaugural incantation, crafted specifically to combat Voldemort and his Horcruxes. She had sifted through countless sources and referenced various exorcism practices from Asia to develop this spell. Its application against the primary target seemed promising. Rose felt a sense of satisfaction with this spell. Yet, when I saw Harry fall beside you, was it due to the spell? Did it inflict harm upon him? Was it the influence of that scar? If so, that would be disastrous, Rose mused with a frown. No, Harry is unharmed. The potency of this spell is indeed formidable, but it is beneficial. I believe he was affected to some extent, considering the curse from Voldemort's scar upon his forehead. When discussing Harry's scar, Dumbledore always spoke ambiguously. Yet, Rose understood its significance, particularly regarding dark magic and curses. This time, it has proven invaluable to us. Thank you, Rose. In hindsight, hiring you was an exceptionally wise decision. With that, Dumbledore retrieved a bag of colorful candies ensconced in golden netting from his pocket. This is a small gift for you. In truth, Minerva and the others wished to visit, but Poppy thought that too many visitors might disrupt your rest, and thus declined. The small gifts prepared for you have been placed in your room by the little elf, awaiting your return for you to behold them immediately. Ah, by the way, many students are eager to visit. You are truly quite popular within the castle. With a playful wink, Dumbledore bid her farewell. Goodbye, Rose. Take care of yourself. Goodbye. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Rose gazed at Dumbledore's tall and robust figure, his hair and beard entirely white, as he left behind a bag of sweets that appeared to be from the Duke of Honey. After a moment's contemplation, she selected a candy wrapped in pale yellow and popped it into her mouth, immediately experiencing a burst of tangy flavor that tingled her senses. As Dumbledore approached the entrance of the infirmary, a shadowy figure, having stood there for an unknown duration, stirred slightly. Dumbledore halted, feigning surprise as he widened his eyes. Oh, it seems you have been listening, Severus. I upheld my promise to Rose and did not disclose our conversation to a third party. However, Snape merely shot a dark glance at Dumbledore, who he deemed overly theatrical, and, unusually silent, retreated back into the shadows, turning his back on Dumbledore. Do you have nothing to say? The exaggerated expression had vanished from Dumbledore's face. He regarded Snape's retreating figure with a serious gaze. After hearing Miss Rose's heartfelt confession, yet, Snape's steps only hesitated for an instant. She also mentioned that she does not require my awareness of all this. It is her private matter. Are you then to abandon? No, to disregard such feelings? Dumbledore inquired. I have outgrown the yearning for love. Do not overreach. It is none of your concern, Headmaster. Snape's voice was icy. And with that, he strode away from the infirmary's entrance, leaving his purpose there a mystery. Dumbledore watched as Snape's figure faded into the distance down the corridor, sighing deeply. He truly felt regret for the pair. Such fervent and beautiful emotion stirred even this centenarian's heart, yet Snape callously shut the door on it. What a pity. Turning back, Dumbledore cast a wistful glance at the now closed wooden door of the infirmary. It seemed Miss Rose would never know of the events that had just transpired. With a heavy heart, Dumbledore departed. Inside the infirmary, Rose remained blissfully unaware, savoring the lime-flavored candy, its excessively tart taste prompting her to contemplate whether to spit it out. Suddenly, she heard a creaking sound from the adjacent bed. Could there be another person here? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Swiftly, she pulled aside the azure curtain. There, a fluffy black head was buried against the white blankets. Recognizing the familiar tufts of unruly black hair, Rose softly asked, Harry? The occupant of the bed paused, seemingly reconsidering his intention to hide beneath the covers. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Rose. The dark head slowly turned, revealing a pair of striking emerald green eyes from beneath the pristine white covers. Indeed, it was Harry Potter. Should Rose feel relieved? She pondered. Yet it was certainly preferable to having an unknown eavesdropper overhear her small secret with Dumbledore, was it not? Did you hear everything? Although framed as a question, Rose's tone exuded certainty. Yes, so you truly have feelings for Snape? After catching a disapproving glance from Rose, he languidly added, Professor. At this moment, Rose grew weary of further pretense. She understood that explanations often served as mere veils. Sighing in resignation, she said, You may interpret it that way. Hard to fathom. Harry exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at Rose, who was reclining on the adjacent bed. The notion that someone could harbor affection for Snape, of all people, especially her, seemed unfathomable. You know, there are many upperclassmen in Gryffindor who like you and swear they will pursue you after graduation. He appeared hopeful, attempting to steer Rose away from this dreadful notion. But Rose merely sighed. Let us not discuss this any further, shall we, Harry? Can you keep a secret for me? Of course. I will safeguard your secret. He certainly would not let that greasy bat, Snape, discover that Rose had feelings for him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly boast that the gentle and beautiful Rose belonged to him. At the thought, Harry shuddered, startled by the image his mind conjured. Are you cold, Harry? Rose asked, noticing him shiver under the covers with concern. No. I'm not cold. I'm perfectly fine, Rose. Yet Rose still gazed at him with worry. Uneasy, she rose from her bed, approached Harry's bedside, and gently touched his exposed forehead. He didn't seem to be feverish. Rose noticed that the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead had faded considerably. With hesitation, she asked, "Are you all right? I mean, when I cast the spell, I heard a scream. Aside from Quirrell, it must have been you. I'm sorry, Harry. Perhaps I caused you some harm." Her voice was laden with remorse, and her gray eyes reflected concern. "No, I'm all right. I mean, Professor Dumbledore checked on me before you woke up. He said your spell severed some of the connections Voldemort left on me." Harry struggled to recall Dumbledore's description, but it was evidently a challenge for him to articulate it fully. Nevertheless, Rose understood. "I should actually thank you, Rose. I'm so relieved you're unscathed. I was truly frightened of causing you any harm." Rose affectionately ruffled Harry's tousled hair and smiled genuinely. Chapter 52, Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Rose spent a night in the infirmary, and the next day, Madame Pomfrey permitted her to leave after an examination. Look at her vibrant demeanor. She clearly had no serious issues. Moreover, Madame Pomfrey had learned that Quirrell had been rushed to St. Mungo's due to a sudden illness, leading to the cancellation of the entire 7th-year defense against the dark arts class the previous day. Should Rose fail to return to her post, it is anyone's guess what mischief those restless students might conjure in her absence. Alas, Harry was not so fortunate. Madame Pomfrey insisted he remain in the infirmary for a full 3 days of observation. He could only sit upon his bed, gazing wistfully with his emerald eyes at Rose, who was preparing to depart, and he waved her goodbye. The day's defense against the dark arts class welcomed its first cohort of 3rd-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin. The two houses starkly divided. With the absence of their main instructor, the rivals were forced to share the same classroom, resulting in an uproar of incessant chatter and shouts. "Weasley, take them down. Show those Slytherins a thing or two." Whether it was George or Fred, one red-haired boy delivered a punch to another boy who had entangled himself with him. It was uncertain where their wands had gone, as they resorted to physical brawling. Another Weasley relentlessly hurled magical items at the green-clad students, each strike transforming its target into a dark, odorous mud figure. "Hey, mate, I'm here to help you." "Weasley, I will make you pay," shouted one with a grin. "Is that all you can do with those trivial spells? Bull, try this, Bat Bogey Hex." Bull's wand unleashed a spell, instantly coating the face of the shouting Jordan before him in filth, covered in unsightly nasal matter. The grotesque visage of Lee Jordan elicited uproarious laughter from the surrounding onlookers, who had long held disdain for one another. With no adult supervision in the defense against the dark arts classroom, it had become a veritable battleground. Unbeknownst to them, someone had cast a hair-growth charm on the brown-haired Slytherin girl, Katie Bell, whose eyebrows grew uncontrollably, obscuring her eyes and mouth. As she realized the transformation taking place on her face, her terrified scream drowned out the cacophony of the classroom. At that moment, Rose arrived at the defense against the dark arts classroom. As she prepared to step into the long-awaited space, the corridor outside had already transformed into a mire, murky black sludge churning within. Before she even crossed the threshold, the chaotic shouts from within reached her ears, prompting an inward sigh of dismay. In previous lessons, whether alongside Quirrell or Snape, classroom discipline had been maintained by the professors, allowing her to simply fulfill her role as a teaching assistant. It was only on this day, when she was compelled to formally preside over the class, that she truly comprehended the complexities of maintaining order, a task seemingly simple, yet decidedly challenging. In that instant, Rose resolved that, compared to the timid and rote manner of Quirrell's instruction, the disciplined atmosphere of Snape's classroom, where students were compelled to behave with decorum, was far more reassuring. Given the current situation, she knew she must emulate the latter. After all, a firm hand would instill a sense of respect and reverence among these unruly students. Thus, her classroom became more manageable, preventing any unforeseen chaos. Rose tapped her pine wand lightly on the puddle on the floor, and the previously disheveled corridor transformed into a pristine and orderly space. "Silence. Return to your seats." She amplified her voice with a spell, striding confidently toward the podium while waving her wand in the air. The two groups of students, who had just been entangled in a tumultuous scuffle, were effortlessly drawn back to their original positions as if gripped by an invisible magical hand. The Slytherin students, who had been turned into mud by the Weasley twins, were also instantaneously restored to their former cleanliness under Rose's silent enchantment. The misaligned objects in the classroom floated into the air, returning to their rightful places, creating a profound stillness in what had been a raucous and chaotic atmosphere. All eyes were fixated in astonishment on the newly arrived Rose. The students stood rigidly before their seats, the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Rose, wishing to waste no more words on them, pointed her wand at Katie Bell, who was still sobbing in the back, cradling her head. In an instant, Katie's unruly brown hair, which had enveloped her, was magically drawn back to the roots, restoring her to her original appearance. Katie stared wide-eyed, her cheeks flushed, and hurriedly retrieved a small makeup mirror from her pocket. The reflection was identical to the one she had seen that morning at her vanity, except for her eyes, which were still red and rabbit-like. Yet, at that moment, she felt utterly satisfied, gazing gratefully at Rose standing at the podium. "Class is now in session," Rose announced, her expression impassive as she surveyed the unruly half-grown children below. "Should anyone in my class fail to adhere to instructions or breach classroom decorum, they shall learn that they will not only forfeit points for their house and have the misfortune of attending Filch's detention, but the length of their future essays will also be doubled." Observing her students, who continued to stare blankly at her, Rose's lips twitched in exasperation as she suddenly exclaimed, "Do you not understand the English I speak?" In unison, the students swiftly returned to their seats. "Wow, she's really cool, bro. Did you hear her cast that spell?" whispered the Weasley twins, their voices barely audible beneath the podium. Rose stood at the front, perusing the dark defense guide, without lifting her head, using her pine wand to extract the whispering twins from their seats. The other students watched in astonishment as the two were pulled from their seats by an invisible force and dragged to the front row. The Gryffindor students exchanged concerned glances. However, given the teacher's watchful gaze, the twins, seasoned offenders, were well accustomed to detentions. The students of Slytherin watched the twins with a sense of schadenfreude, hoping that Professor White would be particularly stringent in using them as examples. "Since you two are so full of energy, how about you demonstrate today as practical spellcasting?" Rose said to the twins, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "At your service, esteemed lady," the twins replied in unison, exaggeratingly placing their right hands upon their chests and bowing as if swearing an oath. A disdainful smirk crept across Rose's face as she observed their fearless demeanor. "Very well." Chapter 53, Defense Against the Dark Arts Class 2. Rose swiftly waved her wand, and the desks, which had been neatly arranged in the classroom, were instantly moved to the sides, leaving the two students standing dumbfounded in the center. One boy, whose size was disproportionately large for his age, remained sluggishly seated, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation. However, his chair, losing patience, kicked at his foot, causing him to yelp in surprise as he jumped up, clutching his leg while the chair slid away. "Now, stand properly on either side, and put away your textbooks. I believe the theoretical knowledge you have acquired over the past few months should be sufficiently solid, so I need not elaborate further." Rose paused momentarily, considering that some students, who might not have paid attention in class, could be inclined to plagiarize their papers. She delicately reminded them, "Of course, if you feel your theoretical understanding is lacking, I shall kindly remind you that the theoretical exam accounts for 40% of your final grade, while classroom performance and assignments contribute 20%. Should your theoretical scores be exceedingly poor, the consequences may extend beyond a mere pass or fail. Some may find themselves facing the prospect of repeating a year." "Ms. White, will it be Professor Quirrell, or are you supervising the final exam?" A Slytherin student, having caught on, raised his hand to inquire. Just as teachers tend to favor the astute and clever students, Rose raised an eyebrow at this quick-witted classmate and subtly replied, "I hope Professor Quirrell recovers swiftly at St. Mungo so that he can return in time to supervise you." This, of course, was nearly an open secret to the Slytherin students. The students adorned with green ties exchanged knowing glances, realizing Rose's implication, and immediately became more respectful and compliant. Meanwhile, the red-clad students were still engaged in chaotic discussions about why the desks and chairs had been moved, speculating whether a spell duel was to ensue, indicating their apparent indifference to the final exam scheduled months away. "Enough of the chit-chat. Since the Weasley brothers are so eager today, shall we have them demonstrate for us?" Rose inquired, though her expression suggested it was more of a statement than a question. "Of course, at your service, madam," the twins replied in unison. "Excellent." With a graceful flick of her wand, Rose pointed towards the classroom door, which creaked open to reveal two towering wooden puppets, nearly 2 meters in height, marching in with meticulous precision. These puppets, devoid of facial features or gender characteristics, and clothed in nothing but their rudimentary wooden forms, exhibited the simplicity of their design. Their limbs articulated and their heads oval, they presented a natural light brown hue of unvarnished wood. A collective gasp of astonishment escaped the students as they beheld the imposing figures enter the classroom. These were the teaching puppets crafted by Rose, inspired by her former defense against the dark arts instructor, Professor Hecat, who had once served as a silent in the Department of Mysteries, having aged prematurely due to unnatural circumstances. Nevertheless, her wealth of experience in teaching the subject was unparalleled. During her lessons with Rose and her peers, she employed puppets fitted with wheels and bearing shields. Now, Rose had innovatively adapted the design based on a jointed puppet she had encountered at IKEA, elevating its stature significantly beyond the original tabletop toy. "Now, raise your wands," Rose instructed. "The puppets will cast the simplest of spells upon you, and your task is to defend against them. I trust you have acquired some knowledge of defensive magic. Who can share what you know?" At this moment, the twins exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, declaring, "Armor, barriers, and more." Rose probed further. Is there anything else? What about the rest of you? A student hesitantly raised their hand from the back, exclaiming, protective charms, confinement spells. Excellent. 2 points to Gryffindor for this young lady, who is aware that such advanced spells are typically learned in 5th year. Rose, devoid of any bias towards houses, generously praised diligent students. The Gryffindor witch, now the center of attention, called out, Professor, what about me? One of the Weasleys raised his hand, indicating he had also answered the question. If you excel in the upcoming duel, I shall grant you points as well, Weasley, Rose replied. You may have heard of the concept of redemption through merit. Very well. Miss, the Weasley quipped, playfully pouting at his brother, shrugging his shoulders in a manner that was endearingly mischievous, eliciting no animosity from the class, save for Snape, who Rose surmised must have harbored a profound disdain for the two rascals. Stand ready in pairs. I trust you understand the etiquette of dueling. Even if your opponents are merely puppets, Rose directed, moving aside to indicate the proper stance for the two. Of course, when faced with genuine danger, such formalities may be disregarded. The essence of victory lies in seizing the opportune moment. Bow, she instructed, though these puppets lack wands. Here is a hint. They are not wizards, so this formality is unnecessary. 3, 2, 1. Rose elongated her final word with a mysterious cadence. The wooden puppets, lacking both visage and voice, rendered it impossible for anyone to gauge their intentions through facial expressions. Your weapons. Stupefy. The twins were exceptionally astute. As soon as Rose's countdown concluded, they seized the moment to act, seemingly accustomed to their harmonious synergy. Each invoked a distinct spell, thereby allowing them to ascertain which incantation would prove more effective against the puppet. However, to their astonishment, a transparent magical barrier manifested on the wooden figure, akin to an armored shield. The 2 vibrant yellow spells dissipated upon contact with this barrier. I have already stated that today's lesson centers on defense. Why is it so difficult to comprehend? At that moment, the puppet, lacking carved fingers, extended its forearm directly toward the twins. They were not wizards. Thus, there was no need for incantations. A yellow spell shot forth from each puppet's forearm, striking the Weasley twins in an instant. The twins, upon being hit, spun midair and ultimately hung upside down from the ceiling. Everyone in the room instinctively gazed upward, amused by the sight of the 2 mischievous boys suspended awkwardly above. Laughter erupted from all corners, regardless of house affiliation, be it Slytherin or Gryffindor. Even Rose, who had maintained a facade of seriousness, could not suppress a chuckle. I did warn you. Today's theme is defense, Weasley, she remarked, spreading her hands innocently. Does anyone else wish to give it a try? Rose inquired, disregarding the suspended twins as she addressed the students below. A hand was raised among the students. Will we also be hung if we lose? Not at all. This special treatment is a consequence of the Weasleys' disorderly conduct in class, Rose succinctly replied. Fortunately, Rose had no intention of leaving the Weasley brothers hanging for long. Within a few minutes, they were quietly lowered down, and the entire class's attention shifted to the challenge presented by the wooden puppets, leaving the twins' plight forgotten. Students gathered around the dueling area, expressing their reactions through cheers or sighs as participants bravely stepped up to challenge. How did you manage that? One of the Weasley brothers, freshly released, eagerly questioned Rose, his disheveled hair and robe in disarray. Despite their brief suspension, the twins appeared unscathed, a testament to Rose having moderated her magic. Had they truly hung from the ceiling for several minutes, their heads would surely have felt the effects of blood rush. If your spells and ancient runes could achieve the level of proficiency I possess, you would naturally be capable of creating such puppets, Mr. Weasley, Rose quipped, a feigned smile gracing her lips as she regarded the 2 rascals. Now, what you must do is focus on your studies and master them. Are you certain? We've never encountered such puppets before, Fred ventured, expressing skepticism. Regardless of their doubts, Rose was disinclined to engage in further banter with the troublesome pair. Their chaotic antics prior to her entrance into the classroom were intolerable to any instructor. That only signifies your inadequacy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the one imparting knowledge to you. Rose replied nonchalantly. Having concluded her speech, she turned to address all the students present. Before the end of today's lesson, those who successfully employed defensive spells to ward off the magical dummies would be relieved from any homework. Conversely, those struck by the spells cast by the dummies would be required to submit a 20-inch essay on how to assess and execute defensive charms. After delivering this message, Rose paused briefly before adding that 20 inches was not an excessive length, and there was no need for anyone to feel pressured. Almost immediately, the previously reluctant students at the back, who had been trying to conceal themselves, began to exhibit newfound enthusiasm. The already chaotic line grew increasingly boisterous, as students jostled for a more advantageous position, with the red and green factions vying for space without any courtesy towards one another. Rose wore an expression of disapproval. To my left stood the Slytherin team, while to my right was the Gryffindor team. Let me not catch anyone disregarding the rules again. or I fear the ceiling will be more than willing to welcome new members to the Weasley reward team. Instantly, order was restored within the classroom, as the two teams separated into distinct groups, each respecting the other's space. The manner in which the lines were re-established varied by house, and Rose chose not to intervene, as at the current pace, everyone would have the opportunity to complete a round of practicals. There was no hierarchy dictating that those at the front would be assessed first while those at the back would be left out. Rose crossed her arms and leaned against the podium, contentedly observing the students as they began to operate in an orderly fashion, regardless of their success in the practicals. There was no disruption, and she found that this arrangement was rather pleasant, even with Slytherin and Gryffindor in close proximity. A knock resounded twice at the door of the cellar office, where Snape sat with a quill in hand, frowning as he gazed towards the entrance. The air hung still for a brief 2 seconds before Snape finally uttered, "Enter." The door creaked open. Rose entered, clutching a stack of parchment and a very familiar wooden lunchbox. "Place the essay on the desk. You need not concern yourself with the potion class assignments any longer," Snape remarked coldly without lifting his gaze, freezing Rose in her tracks. However, she quickly regained her composure, interpreting Snape's comment as a routine exchange among colleagues. As she approached him, she suddenly froze, staring blankly above Snape's head. Moments later, Snape noticed her apparent stillness and frowned. Did his previous statement contain an error? At that moment, Rose snapped back to reality and inquired, "Professor, I am surprised that no students have come to assist you today." Without waiting for a response, she casually placed the stack of parchment on a corner of Snape's desk and proceeded to open her lunchbox, setting a plump Celadon teapot and a stack of golden pastries within easy reach for Snape. As Rose completed her tasks, she noticed an eerie silence enveloping the office. Slowly lifting her gaze, she found Severus Snape, who had ceased the incessant scribbling of his quill, frowning ominously as he glared at her from behind his desk. Contemplating how to placate her sensitive and irritable old professor, she feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Professor, today I have come to offer my sincerest apologies. You did not intend to cast a spell upon me?" Snape's attention was evidently diverted by her words, as he ominously echoed her last phrase, his tone dangerously prolonged and ambiguous. While it could not be entirely deemed unintentional, one could hardly admit it was deliberate, could they? Thoughts raced through Rose's mind as she bit her lip, and after gathering her resolve, she cautiously addressed Snape. "Indeed, Professor, I recognize that my actions that day were rather reckless. Thus, I have brought you some freshly baked treats and a cup of tea as a gesture of my utmost sincerity." With that, she earnestly presented a plate of small, warm biscuits, exuding an enticing aroma, alongside a delicate Celadon teapot. Yet, Snape remained unresponsive, his expression inscrutable as he fixed his gaze upon her, causing a shiver to run down Rose's spine. She forced a nervous laugh, attempting to break the tension. "Is there something on my face? Your visage is remarkably clean. But your audacity and confidence in certain situations surpass the ordinary," Snape retorted with a cold scoff. "Huh, is that so?" Rose chuckled awkwardly, pondering whether he was merely insinuating her thick skin. "I acknowledge that my previous actions were thoughtless, yet I recognize my missteps." After placing the plate down, she retrieved an empty teacup and poured a steaming cup of freshly brewed tea for him. "Thus, could we consider this matter resolved?" she inquired, her tone light, yet somewhat affected. "Resolved?" Snape narrowed his eyes, his dark gaze piercing as he spoke icily. "What makes you think you possess the right to cast a spell upon me?" The chilling rebuke struck Rose like a bucket of cold water, leaving her lips trembling as she stammered, "I did it for your safety." "For my safety?" Snape slowly rose from his seat, towering over the young lady whose boldness belied her years, his voice rising with repressed fury. "Preposterous. I do not require your misguided protection. Your actions are an affront to me, Miss White." Before Rose could finish her retort, Snape interrupted, "I care not how you came by this knowledge. But do you truly believe you can thwart the Dark Lord in such a manner? Naive. Only cowards choose to evade danger, and I shall never retreat." "Never retreat? Is it because of Harry's mother?" Rose's heart plummeted, and she attempted to salvage the fragile thread of friendship she had painstakingly woven. "Next time, it shall not happen again." "Next time?" Snape incredulously echoed. "Should you dare to cast another spell upon me, I shall ensure you experience the very essence of torment." With that, he retrieved his ebony wand, gesturing towards the table typically used for detaining students, from which a bucket of toads soared forth. These were the toad skins required for tomorrow. Yet Mr. Lombard, who had come for detention today, evidently forgot where to place his feet. After his pronouncement, Snape averted his gaze from Rose standing before him, taking a seat and grasping a stack of assignments she had recently placed at the corner of the table. He picked up a quill and resumed his corrections. Rose stood frozen, pondering if this was indeed a pass. She suddenly turned her head in disbelief, observing Snape, who was now inspecting the quality of her marked assignments. "Are you to remain standing here until midnight, miss?" How delightful. He had reverted from calling her assistant White back to miss. Rose's heart, which had sunk like a stone, now resurfaced. With a light step, she cheerfully approached the table, thinking it merely required some labor service, and she had been frightened, believing her fate was sealed. She then donned dragonhide gloves and skillfully began to peel. Once Rose completed her task for the day, she sweetly wished Snape good night. Casting a regretful glance at the untouched dish of golden pastries shaped like crab shells, round as a cup's rim. Those were the Jean Hoa flaky pastries she had baked earlier that evening, with layers of crispiness that crumbled upon a bite, and a filling that melted in the mouth. She sighed inwardly, lamenting the missed opportunity, yet she felt quite satisfied with the day's outcome. Perfection could not be expected in every endeavor, could it? As Rose exited the office, Snape casually tossed aside the quill he had been writing with, propping his forehead with his hand. Feeling a profound annoyance and self-loathing for his unexpected compassion today, the furrows on his brow carved deep crevices. Was it merely the knowledge that this young lady harbored affections for him that rendered him so soft-hearted? He had intended to draw a clear line between them today, to sever ties completely. However, upon witnessing her cautious demeanor, bearing homemade tea and snacks, all to apologize for her misguided attempts to protect him. How preposterous. Apologize? What right did he have to demand an apology from her? Such an exquisite, powerful, and gifted young witch treated him, a professor whom many would rather avoid. With such tender care, simply because of her unspoken admiration. As Snape contemplated this, he leaned back against his chair, suddenly feeling drained. He pulled up the sleeve of his left arm, where a nightmarish mark, the dark mark, a grotesque symbol of his tumultuous past, once lingered. Yet now it bore no trace. The pale skin as unblemished as his right arm. Snape understood that this was not due to the demise of the Dark Lord, but rather the result of the potent white magic that Rose had wielded, which had erased the mark the Dark Lord himself had inscribed long ago. Chapter 55, The Awakening Potion. As curfew approached, Rose walked alone along the dim corridor outside the dungeons. The originally dark and damp dungeon appeared even more chilling on this winter's night. Yet, Rose donned only her ordinary wizarding robes, neglecting to wrap herself in an additional cloak. She moved silently and alone, traversing the path from the cellar to her room on the 3rd floor, encountering not a single student along the way. Her pace quickened, as if something within her was clamoring to be released. As she approached the corridor of the 3rd floor, her footsteps seemed to quicken with the wind. And upon nearing the entrance to her chamber, the dark golden rose vines adorning the door began to stir, causing it to swing open of its own accord. The resounding thud of the door closing echoed in the stillness of the night, a jarring interruption to the silence. Upon entering her room, the moment the door shut behind her, Rose sank into the plush embrace of her sofa, leaning back against the cushions, her eyes tightly shut and her jaw clenched, as if struggling to suppress some inner turmoil. After a brief silence, an uncontrollable and somewhat eerie laughter erupted from her throat. The laughter grew louder, the flickering golden-red flames in the fireplace casting a warm glow upon her pale visage. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to reveal pupils no longer the clear, smoky gray they once were, but now of vivid crimson. The exaggerated, bizarre laughter abruptly ceased as Rose pressed her hand to her forehead, languidly slumping against the sofa. Her scarlet gaze seemed to fixate on the burning logs and flames within the hearth, though her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Time slipped away unnoticed as she waved her hands in the air, conjuring a system visible only to her, and opened an option labeled Customization, resembling a handwritten document. It contained a myriad of goals penned by Rose, and in the section denoting Chilo and the Philosopher's Stone, she crossed it out with a red line, marking it as complete. In contrast, beside Harry and the dark mark, she cheerfully affixed a red check. She had prepared for this spell for a long time, wary of placing all her hopes on an untested incantation, yet she never anticipated that the outcome of the experiment would exceed her expectations. The sudden appearance of Dumbledore and Harry was unforeseen, and Harry's sharp, anguished cry had frozen her heart in that moment. The thought of harming Harry merely to test the spell's effect on Voldemort was something she could never dare to imagine or desire. Fortunately, with Merlin's protection, and following Dumbledore's examination and her own final confirmation, the magic had only affected the fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded in Harry's forehead. The implications regarding the dark mark were an unexpected delight. The moment Rose stepped through the door of Snape's office, she immediately noticed a change in the system's designation of Snape. He was no longer categorized as a Death Eater. Subsequently, she sat in the Slytherin headmaster's office, suppressing her ill-timed thoughts, anxiously awaiting the next turn of events. As she departed from the office, she called upon the system. After a brief confirmation, it revealed that the system had detected the disappearance of the dark mark from Severus Snape's arm, indicating that his stance had quietly shifted. The system now classified Severus Snape as merely the potions master of Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House. What splendid news this was! Furthermore, Snape, seemingly magnanimous today, had chosen to overlook her previous offense. For Rose, this was an unexpected double blessing. At that moment, she could no longer suppress the exhilaration and joy bubbling within her. she felt an irresistible urge to do something. Her crimson gaze turned towards the window, and she mused that the Forbidden Forest would indeed be a splendid choice, wouldn't it? The moment the ethereal green flames ignited around her, Rose vanished from the room once more. Throughout the night, the terrified cries of the eight-eyed spiders echoed in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, while other magical creatures quivered in their lairs. Regardless of whether they were nocturnal or not, it was destined to be a sleepless night for the inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest. Deep within the forest, the colossal swarm of eight-eyed spiders, after 50 years of reproduction, had become a presence that even dark wizards dared not provoke lightly. However, in less than a year, their numbers had dwindled to a precarious level. Regrettably, as a creature of considerable danger, they had no recourse for their grievances. Although dragons, classified similarly as high-risk creatures, had been granted a nature reserve due to their precious and rare attributes, the eight-eyed spider, with its venom being its only valuable asset, had not been afforded such privilege. Even Aragog, the ancestor of the original eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest, had been kept by Hagrid in secret. If this were to be public knowledge, it would not be the unknown dark wizard wreaking havoc in the forest who faced capture first, but rather Hagrid, the keeper himself. The remaining eight-eyed spiders would also risk being ensnared by the Ministry of Magic, and it was uncertain whether their fate would be any better than their current plight. After casting spells throughout the night, Rose returned to her room at dawn, feeling refreshed. Although a sleepless night had left her somewhat weary, she took comfort in the fact that this was the magical world, where a simple, invigorating potion could sustain her energy for the entire day. Thus, when she appeared in the Great Hall for breakfast, exuding a fresh and distinctly different minty aroma, Severus Snape, seated beside her, raised an eyebrow in surprise, his gaze questioning as he observed Rose, who had just taken her seat. Upon noticing the unmistakable excitement gracing her features, Snape pursed his lips and, in a low voice, almost a whisper, inquired, "It is indeed hard to imagine what has kept Miss Rose so busy through the night." Rose, who had just lifted a glass of orange juice, met Snape's gaze in astonishment. Blinking, she realized, "Professor, you actually noticed." Faced with Rose's skepticism regarding his expertise, Snape slightly curled the corners of his lips. It is hard to fathom that the primary ingredients are peppermint combined with lemongrass. Along with the untimely excitement evident on your face, what else could it be but a revitalizing potion? Just as Rose was about to interject, Snape preempted her, stating, "Even the side effects are quite apparent. I dare say this potion has offered its own subtle critique of your dining behavior in the Great Hall today, has it not?" The raised eyebrow of Snape made Rose acutely aware that she had posed a rather foolish question, akin to showcasing her inadequacies before a master. A nervous chuckle escaped her lips, as she found herself unable to contest Snape's assessment. The insincere smile that had adorned Snape's face vanished following Rose's tacit acknowledgement. "It is indeed hard to believe that, despite possessing exceptional potion-making skills, you had not considered ameliorating the side effects of the revitalizing potion during its brewing." "Oh, Professor, you have managed it, have you not?" Rose exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Yet, it was evident that this was not the crux of Snape's earlier statement. He let out a cold huff, choosing not to comment further on the behavior of this occasionally befuddled young woman. Chapter 56, Christmas. You two seem to share a rather pleasant rapport. At that moment, Professor Sprout's voice cut through the air. Both Rose and Snape turned in astonishment towards the source of the sound, discovering that nearly all the professors at the staff table were regarding them with expressions of benevolent amusement. The bizarre sensation of being the only one oblivious to something that everyone else seemed to know caused Rose's hair to stand on end. What? Rose felt as though her mind had rusted, becoming sluggish. Was this a result of her late-night endeavors? Or perhaps a side effect of the revitalizing potion? Doubt flooded her thoughts. Nonetheless, she dismissed these concerns. Take your time. Snape clearly had no intention of allowing his old colleagues to find amusement in his private affairs. He removed his napkin, wiped his lips, casually discarded it on the table, and nodded slightly to Rose before striding away from the staff table. He left Rose alone to confront the peculiar scene. With no other option, she gulped down her orange juice, swiftly wrapped her tuna and egg sandwich in paper, and offered a polite smile to the professors, saying, "Enjoy your meal, I must take my leave." With that, she hurried after Snape. "Oh, they appear to be shy. If you ask me, these two are truly a match made in heaven." This was Professor Sprout. "It is no small feat for Severus to find such a young lady who tolerates his temperament," remarked Professor Flitwick, whose diminutive stature necessitated the use of several books beneath him to appear more level with the surrounding professors. "One must congratulate them, mustn't one?" This was the seemingly stern Professor McGonagall, who clearly joined in the conversation with evident pleasure. "Who do you think Severus would invite to officiate their wedding?" Professor Flitwick inquired, adjusting his collar with his characteristic high-pitched voice. "Albus." It was evident that this was not the answer Professor Flitwick sought. As the Christmas holiday approaches, the entire castle becomes increasingly enveloped in a rich festive atmosphere. Taking advantage of the weekend before the holidays, Rose makes several trips between Muggle London and Diagon Alley, visiting Gringotts. After receiving confirmation from the system that, even though the story of Harry Potter has concluded, she will not be transported to another time or place, Rose resolves to acquire real estate for herself. She yearns for a place to truly call home during the holidays, having grown weary of staying in hotels, be they Muggle or Wizarding. In Muggle London, she secures the services of a reputed agent through a friend, seeking a property that meets her desires. Naturally, she also requires a residence within the magical realm, intending to procure it through the goblins of Gringotts. Although their prices are notably steep, Rose is not lacking in galleons at this time. She contemplates the notion of having multiple homes, akin to the wisdom of not placing all one's eggs in one basket. However, the true impetus behind her decision lies in her long-standing admiration for the house in Howl's moving castle, which can change its destination at will. Now, she is finally able to fulfill that dream. With this thought, an expectant smile graces Rose's face. Winter has descended, blanketing the land in a pristine layer of white snow, adorning the forbidden forest and the castle in a sanctified hue. Even the surface of the Black Lake is encased in a thick layer of ice. Rose walks alone across the open area in front of the castle, her footsteps crunching in the snow. "Hey, Rose," a voice calls from the distance. She squints against the light and recognizes Hagrid. Clad in a thick fur coat, white snowflakes settle upon his shaggy dark hair and beard. A massive European fur, evidently just felled from the forbidden forest, is tied with rope and dragged along by his shoulder. "Hagrid, you are remarkably strong," Rose exclaims loudly. "Ha! I've prepared 12 of these grand furs for the castle's Christmas tree," Hagrid boasts, his pride swelling at her compliment. In Hogwarts, few are willing to engage with him and befriend him, making Rose one of the rare exceptions. To Hagrid, she is wonderfully amiable. 12. Wow, that is truly impressive. Rose stands in awe as she watches Hagrid effortlessly handle such a colossal tree. "I'll carry them to the Great Hall. And then Professor Flitwick will lead the students in decorating these furs," Hagrid announces as he approaches, eager to share, especially since this is Rose's first Christmas at the castle. "We usually adorn the Christmas tree with sparkling icicles, draping it in silver frost and shimmering stars," Hagrid continues enthusiastically, the white mist from his breath visible in the crisp outdoor air. "Sometimes, we also embellish the tree with delightful trinkets, like glittering holly berries and chirping golden owls." "That sounds absolutely delightful. I can hardly wait for the Christmas holiday," Rose replies, brimming with anticipation. With great anticipation, Rose marveled at the festive spirit. For Christmas a century ago lacked such exuberance. Principal Black, unsurprisingly named the least popular professor, had provided nothing more than a lush green fur on the day of the Christmas banquet. Yet, he assured with unwavering confidence, "You shall not be disappointed." Time swiftly passed, and as Christmas decorations such as mistletoe, snowflake ornaments, and bows began to adorn every corner of the castle, students boarded the Hogwarts Express to return home for the holiday. Only a handful of students who had signed up to remain at school, along with many single professors, stayed at the castle to celebrate Christmas. Rose had meticulously prepared her Christmas gifts, wrapping them in exquisite silver-gray paper adorned with dark-hued Christmas trees, tied with golden satin ribbons. Early that morning, she visited the castle's Olery, entrusting the charming birds with the delivery of her gifts. For faculty members like Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout, she selected beautiful, soft woolen shawls. For male colleagues such as Hagrid and Dumbledore, she chose warm gloves or woolen socks. Among her close friends, like Harry, she prepared a new pair of sports glasses, reinforced with a special material and enchantments to ensure they would stay secure and undamaged. For Hermione, she gifted a rather obscure spellbook from her own collection, certainly not one of dark magic. Other students, such as the Weasleys, received boxes of colorful mini macarons filled with fruit and cream, lovingly prepared by her own hands. It is worth noting that macarons, prior to the 21st century, were nearly just simple filled cookies. It was only after 2000, with continuous improvements in shape and recipe, that they gained worldwide popularity. Of course, Severus Snape's gift was not included in any of the aforementioned categories. Rose had chosen a gray wool sweater with a heart-shaped neckline for him, though it was certainly not hand-knitted by her. After purchasing it from a high-end boutique in Muggle London, she enchanted it with spells to ensure it would provide lasting warmth, making it more comfortable for the professor in the frigid cellar during winter. With these thoughts in mind, Rose sent off the gifts via owl. Chapter 57, Christmas 2. On the festive day, the sky fittingly began to snow once more. Rose awoke from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes and groggily pulling back her warm covers. Clad in a silver-gray robe, she strolled to the window. Peering through the glass, she beheld a vast expanse of white. She reached to open the window pane, which she had adorned with her own design. Instantly, a flurry of snowflakes, accompanied by a chilling breeze, swept into the room. The warmth that had enveloped her was abruptly interrupted, causing her to shiver and awaken fully. In the sitting room, a small Christmas tree adorned with decorations stood appropriately. its base filled to the brim with gift boxes that had arrived throughout the previous night. Rose roughly counted the gifts, finding that their quantity far exceeded what she had sent out. After unpacking several small trinkets evidently given by students, she set them aside. The handmade crafts, clearly created with care, would be preserved, while gifts of considerable value were destined for return. She made it clear that one should not expect leniency during the final examinations simply by presenting her with gifts. She was, after all, an exceedingly strict teacher. As she continued to unwrap the remaining gifts, anticipation filled her heart. Professor Sprout had gifted her a packet of sunflower seeds from magical teddy bears, which she had personally cultivated. Unlike ordinary sunflowers, these magical specimens, once planted, would bloom into flowers densely adorned with thick golden petals. Their rounded shapes reminiscent of endearing little bears, swaying in the sunlight while emitting melodious tunes akin to those of young children. Rose intended to plant them in her greenhouse. Professor McGonagall presented her with a scarf in a lustrous pearl white hue, shimmering with an iridescent quality under the light. A delightful parallel to the gift she had bestowed upon him. Professor Dumbledore gifted her a box of the Duke of Honey's latest products, which were said to be available only to elite members. Indeed, Rose had never encountered them in the store's mail-order catalog. The Weasley twins jointly gifted her a box of toffees, accompanied by a note that hinted at unexpected occurrences upon consumption. Rose regarded their playful concoction with a measure of wariness. Hermione gifted her a newly reprinted work by Agatha Christie. Rose planned to place the book on her bedside table, though she had read it long ago. It would serve well as a bedtime read once more. Harry presented her with an intriguing set of color-changing ink, which promised to add a dash of amusement to her work, as she had been using the plain ink provided by Hogwarts. The final gift, a deep green box adorned with an exquisitely simple silver ribbon, immediately revealed its sender to Rose, prompting her to save it for last. Upon opening the package, she discovered a transparent potion vial filled with azure liquid, alongside a note brimming with instructions. Undoubtedly, it was customary for the potion's master to send potions as gifts. However, after perusing the personal and sharply written note, Rose could not help but let out a deep sigh. It appeared that the invigorating potion she had consumed had indeed left quite an impression on that venerable professor. Not only had he penned an entire page detailing the improved formula for the invigorating potion, but he had also thoughtfully included a completed potion as a sample. Should she be grateful that he hadn't tasked her with submitting a comparative essay on the improved potion after the holidays? The Christmas feast would not commence until evening, so Rose spent the entire afternoon in her greenhouse. She carefully planted the flower seeds gifted by Professor Sprout and tended to other blossoms that were flourishing due to magic. As dusk approached, Rose finally departed from the greenhouse. The path before her was blanketed in pristine white snow. In the distance, she seemed to catch sight of several boys engaged in a snowball fight in a clearing. As she strolled, she couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Fred and George playfully tussling, alongside Ron and Harry. Harry remained at the castle, and Rose was hardly surprised. Yet she wondered if the Weasley children had not returned home this year. Many subtle details eluded her memory, and as such thoughts drifted through her mind, she found herself momentarily lost in reverie. Rose, watch out! A loud cry abruptly snapped her back to reality, compelling her to instinctively dodge a snowball hurtling toward her. She swiftly glanced at the group. It was evident that Harry, the instigator, had just shouted the warning. Her gaze shifted toward the trio of Weasleys. It was Fred and George. Ron was the first to accuse the twins. "Hey, aren't you our brother?" One of the twins had just finished speaking when he immediately pointed fingers at the other, insisting it was George who had thrown it. No, it was Fred. The twins began to bicker. Perhaps only they knew who had truly launched the snowball. However, today, Rose was indifferent to their squabbling. With a menacing look, she turned her gaze upon the twins, who fell silent under her scrutiny. "Very well, Weasleys." A mischievous grin spread across Rose's face as she suddenly scooped up a handful of the pristine snow and fashioned it into a snowball, launching it directly at one of the twins. "Ah!" The two half-grown boys yelped, scrambling backward to evade the unexpected projectile. "Today, none of you shall escape," Rose declared, pursuing them, conjuring snowballs with her bare hands and hurling them at the twins. "You're cheating." The two boys protested loudly, feeling the unfairness of their predicament. Harry and Ron watched with delight, thoroughly entertained by the twins' rare state of disarray and helplessness, when a white snowball struck a dark figure with uncanny precision. The previously lively twins froze as if petrified. Rose, who was hot on their heels, abruptly halted, frantically trying to make the snowball she had just formed vanish. "What is wrong with you?" Ron, who had been enjoying the chaos, was now bewildered, questioning the sudden shift in atmosphere. It was only when Harry tugged at him that he awoke to the realization that another presence had joined them. It was Snape. Seemingly caught off guard by the unknown snowball, his black hair speckled with white flakes of snow. At that moment, his face was as dark as storm clouds, his eyes glaring menacingly at the adult witch and the four young wizards present. The scene fell into an oppressive silence as his piercing gaze swept over everyone present. Rose felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain of what thoughts coursed through the minds of the others. She instinctively averted her gaze, attempting to escape the impending interrogation from the formidable professor. Apparently, no one dares to admit their guilt. Snape ground out through clenched teeth, his voice echoing with a chilling resonance. Very well, all belonging to Gryffindor, indeed commendable. His somber words, akin to an intensely frigid gale, sent involuntary shivers down the spines of several boys. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor for assaulting a professor. No, we did not intend to harm you, Professor Snape. Harry attempted to argue. However, under Snape's oppressive gaze, his voice dwindled, ultimately fading into silence. I suppose it is my fault, Professor. Rose took a deep breath of the cool air, steeling herself to step forward, for she could not hide behind the group of children. Very well. So, are you willing to accept punishment? Yes, Professor. Your first and second year potions assignment, previously returned to you, will be reassigned. With that, he ceased to acknowledge the gathering and strode away, swiftly disappearing from view. I say, when did he appear? Ron finally stammered, his voice trembling. Regrettably, none present could answer his query. Chapter 58. Christmas. The walls of the castle's great hall were adorned with vibrant garlands of holly and mistletoe, creating a dazzling spectacle. Hundreds of candles, as pure as freshly fallen snow, floated in midair like twinkling stars, casting a soft and warm glow. Enchanted snowflakes drifted down from the ceiling, resembling ethereal sprites dancing in the air. Faintly, the rhythmic chime of bells echoed like a delightful melody, emanating from the golden bells suspended from the Christmas tree. The entire hall was enveloped in a cozy atmosphere, warm and dry, rendering the harshness of winter nearly imperceptible. With the number of students remaining on campus and the faculty not being numerous, the 4 long tables originally set for the houses had been removed. A single long table of suitable dimensions spanned the center of the hall, adorned with a vibrant red and green tablecloth that resembled a splendid tapestry. At this moment, the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. A plump roast turkey exuded an enticing aroma, while mountains of roasted meats and potatoes made one's mouth water. Assorted sausages were neatly arranged in a kaleidoscope of colors, and fresh salads, vibrant and lively, resembled a breathtaking canvas. The golden, crispy fried chicken legs emanated an irresistible allure. And there was also a generous supply of magical firecrackers on the table. As Rose stepped into the hall clad in a long gown, she noted that a fair number of seats were already occupied. Several of the Weasley children were gathered together, their laughter and merriment filling the air. Harry sat closely beside Ron, their camaraderie evident, as if he had long become a member of the Weasley family. Rose observed that he had donned the new glasses she had gifted him, which suited him perfectly. Harry wore a sweater similar to those of the other Weasley boys, albeit in a different color with distinct embroidery. Bang, bang. Several students wielded magical firecrackers, producing a series of resounding pops. Colorful magical debris vanished without a trace upon landing on the table and floor. I hope I am not late. As the professors were about to take their seats, Rose casually chose an empty spot and, with a hint of apology, remarked, "Of course not, dear, there's still ample time." Seated beside her was Madame Pomfrey, who had today forsaken her usual dark, unadorned robes of the infirmary for a sumptuous deep green velvet gown, complemented by a pendant box embellished with opals, which rendered her appearance both regal and elegant, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon settling down, Rose glanced around and noted several vacant seats yet to be occupied. Taking advantage of the time before the banquet commenced, she procured an unoccupied glass pitcher and meticulously poured in a half bottle of red wine. With a flick of her wand, she summoned cinnamon, bay leaves, strawberries, apples, and oranges. Skillfully employing a slicing charm, she deftly cut the cleansed apples and oranges into delicate slices, which she then gently placed into the pitcher of red wine. Using the leaves from the apples, Rose cleverly transfigured them into a simple metallic stand, which securely held the glass pitcher aloft. Subsequently, she summoned a shimmering azure flame beneath it with her wand. This flame floated mysteriously in midair, never touching the table, merely enveloping the glass vessel in its warm embrace. Bored, Rose rested her chin on her hand, fixated on the effervescent bubbles rising within the wine, while her right hand rhythmically tapped against the softly draped tablecloth. As the moment drew near, she delicately added fresh strawberries into the pitcher and conjured a glass stirring rod to gently swirl the mixture. The pale yellow apple slices and orange segments soon transformed into a deep hue, releasing an enchanting aroma that wafted through the air. "Rose, what is this?" Harry, who had been standing at a distance, approached with curiosity etched across his face. His eyes brimmed with confusion, for he had never encountered such a concoction. Yet, upon seeing the myriad fruit slices within the transparent pitcher, the peculiar, bubbling dark purplish-red liquid caused him to furrow his brow. Could it be some sort of potion? Just as Rose was about to respond, a deep and magnetic voice suddenly resonated above them. "I do not recall teaching you such a potion, Potter." Both Rose and Harry turned in unison to find Severus Snape looming behind them, having stealthily approached without a sound. Harry's brow furrowed in surprise as he scrutinized Snape, but the latter appeared disinterested in engaging with him. "Move aside, Potter," Snape said, attempting to navigate past Harry to take a seat beside Dumbledore. However, someone clearly had other intentions. "Severus, do sit here," Madame Pomfrey interjected, rising from her seat and addressing him in a tone remarkably more amiable than usual. Under Snape's skeptical gaze, Madame Pomfrey unceremoniously guided him to the vacant seat beside Rose. "This is perfect. I recall that you also enjoy red wine. Rose has prepared quite a bit. Would you care for a glass? Is that acceptable, Rose?" "Certainly, madam," Rose replied with a warm smile. Rose widened her eyes in astonishment. Gazing at the peculiar Madame Pomfrey, her mind a whirlwind of confusion, utterly perplexed by the enigmatic game they seemed to be playing. Noticing that the red wine was nearly heated to perfection, she sprinkled in some bay leaves and cinnamon. "Would you care for a little, Professor?" she invited politely. "It would be my honor," Snape replied, gently nudging an empty goblet toward her. With delicate care, Rose lifted the glass pitcher, pouring a modest cup for him, before filling the remaining liquid into the cups prepared for herself and Madame Pomfrey. Once she completed this task, her gaze shifted to Snape beside her. He was clad in his customary black robe, the gleaming silver buttons fastened to his throat. His demeanor relaxed as he elegantly held a transparent goblet, gently swirling the liquid within. Such an at-ease Snape was a sight Rose had never witnessed, rendering her momentarily entranced. "Is there something on my face that warrants your unwavering attention?" Snape inquired, his voice low and smooth as a whisper. As Rose realized he was addressing her, her ears flushed with warmth, akin to being scorched by fire. Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch her earlobe, her fingertips brushing against the pearl earrings she had just donned. "Oh, it smells delightful," she remarked, uttering words that seemed to escape her own comprehension, an attempt to veil her inner turmoil. In a fluster, she took a sip of the warm red wine, its sweet flavor mingling with fruity notes gliding down her throat. Perhaps due to her hasty drinking, she felt her cheeks ablaze. "Do you fancy the color red?" Madame Pomfrey suddenly asked from the other side. "What?" Rose glanced down at her striking crimson gown, tailored specifically for the evening, uncertainly replying, "It's all right. Tonight, your face is even more charmingly flushed than your dress, dear Rose." Madame Pomfrey teased, winking meaningfully. Rose hastily touched her heated cheeks, confirming their extreme warmth. "It must be the wine, you know, madam." "I certainly know. The color red complements your complexion splendidly, does it not, Severus?" Several nearby professors, eavesdropping, erupted into cheerful laughter. "I am not your source of amusement, Poppy," Snape remarked, his tone laced with subtle warning. Meanwhile, Harry, seated not far away, glared at the seemingly content Snape and Rose, his emerald eyes fixated on Snape, who appeared so at ease. Unfortunately for him, when Snape caught his gaze, he raised an eyebrow slightly, returning the look with a hint of provocation. As the banquet gradually approached its conclusion, Rose dared not meet Snape's eyes again. Anxious turmoil churned within her, fearful that her latent predatory instincts might inadvertently surface. At that moment, she found herself rather captivated by the role of the obedient girl, reluctant to shatter this guise so soon. After downing the red wine in her glass, Rose's thoughts began to wander freely once more, prompting her to refill her glass. Perhaps it was the body crafted for her by the system that lacked tolerance for alcohol. After just 2 glasses, she could distinctly feel a warm surge rising from her stomach, coursing through her body and flushing her cheeks. She mused to herself that if it were indeed the alcohol causing her blush, it would obscure the true reason for her embarrassment. With this thought, Rose unconsciously lifted her goblet for another delicate sip. To her right, Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout were engaged in soft conversation, their laughter echoing intermittently. On her left sat Professor Snape, and she found herself lacking the courage to steal even a glance, let alone initiate a conversation. Goodness. Perhaps it was best to let this day pass. She feared she might impulsively throw herself at him. After all, every aspect of the old professor resonated with her preferences. Maintaining the facade of a good girl while keeping her distance from him proved to be a formidable challenge. Why impose such hardship upon herself? It was a rare festive occasion. She ought to grant herself a little reprieve. Thus, throughout the evening, Rose never managed to exchange even a single word with Snape. As the guests began to rise and depart, she slowly stood, supporting herself against the table, feeling an inexplicable sense of something amiss, a tinge of disappointment in her heart. Passing by the seats of several students, she noticed a few unused magical firecrackers, sparking her interest, and she casually picked one up. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding explosions echoed, and to her surprise, she had drawn a magical flower crown and a pair of enchanting crystal shoes, just like Cinderella's magic fading at midnight. These items would soon vanish as well. Yet, before they disappeared, surely there were delightful antics to be had? With a heart full of joy, Rose donned the flower crown woven from blossoms atop her head, clutching the exquisite crystal shoes in one hand. and steadying herself against the table as she prepared to follow the crowd out of the hall. Merry Christmas. At the entrance, she exchanged warm wishes with everyone before her gaze fell upon a dark figure approaching, bolstered by a few glasses of wine. Rose leaned against the stone wall by the door and beamed at Snape. Professor, Merry Christmas. However, as he drew nearer and beheld her countenance, he did not reciprocate her greeting. Instead, he furrowed his brow and reproached her without mercy. Are you drunk? With a hint of disappointment, Rose raised her index finger and gently shook it. No, just a little. After speaking, she lowered her head, her cascading black hair framing her face. Look at you. Unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Hurry back to your room, Snape admonished, showing no leniency today. With her head bowed, Rose nodded absent-mindedly. But Severus could only discern the dark crown of her hair adorned with flowers, obscuring her expression. Once he confirmed she had heard his words, he strode away with purpose. Rose continued to keep her head down, her hair cascading like clouds on either side. After the sound of footsteps faded, she suddenly lifted her head, inhaling deeply. Muttering to herself, who cares to heed your words, humph. With that, she scrunched her small, delicate nose. At that moment, she stood at the entrance of the hall, just able to glimpse the castle's grand doors, now closed. A bold thought surged through her mind. Rose's ash-gray eyes sparkled with mischief as she stepped away from the stone wall she had been leaning against. Grasping her glass slipper, she made her way, albeit slightly unsteadily, towards the castle's imposing metal doors. 1, 2, 3. Rose was taken aback to discover that she could not budge the heavy door. Looking down at her petite, lambskin heels, she realized her folly and promptly discarded the shoes, standing barefoot on the chilly marble floor. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol, for she felt no chill at all. Again, she pressed her hands against the door, attempting to push it open, but it remained steadfastly shut. Filled with bewilderment, Rose raised her gaze, peering around the door. Suddenly, a revelation struck her, and she clapped her hands together. Of course, I am a witch. How could I forget? With swiftness, Rose drew her pinewood wand and pointed it at the door, exclaiming, Alohomora. With a resounding click, the door swung open. Now that's more like it, Rose murmured to herself, glancing down at the 2 pairs of shoes on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, she cheerfully slipped on the magical glass slipper she had only just set down. Now, wearing this slipper, I am Cinderella. Grasping her wand in her right hand, she admired the fitted red gown she wore. With a slight pout, she pointed her wand at her dress, and in an instant, the red fabric transformed, shimmering like countless fragments of mirrors into a magnificent blue gown reminiscent of a starry night sky. The material was light and soft, reflecting a brilliant luster under the castle's glow, akin to a flowing river of stars. The neckline was elegantly designed, perfectly showcasing Rose's alluring collarbones and tantalizing curves. Gazing at her breathtaking new gown, then surveying the now empty courtyard of the ancient castle, Rose exclaimed with excitement, Cinderella traverses Hogwarts. No sooner had she spoken than she dashed through the castle's grand doors like a gust of wind, lifting the wide hem of her blue skirt. Running joyfully and squealing with delight, she swayed and weaved across the expansive lawn, passing the moonlit frozen lake, until she reached the edge of the forbidden forest. Oh right, I'm a princess. I shouldn't be walking. Rose suddenly realized this dilemma. Without hesitation, she conjured a splendid ice and snow carriage. Yet, as she prepared to board, she belatedly remembered she had forgotten the coachman. Thus, she summoned 7 dwarfs, one after another, to take their places in the carriage. At this moment, Cinderella was ready to attend the prince's grand ball. As she struggled to ascend into the snow-clad carriage, she suddenly spotted a face outside the frosty compartment that was achingly familiar. Oh, is it you, my prince, come to escort me? But I have yet to take flight. Rose tilted her head, curiously leaning against the window. Where is your noble steed? There is no damned prince here, nor any white horse, the stranger replied, his demeanor dark and teeth clenched. What a pity. My fairy godmother instructed me to attend the prince's ball. If you are not he, then I shall make my way there, Rose declared, waving her wand gently. In an instant, the previously frozen white horses came to life, emitting resounding neighs. The stranger's expression grew increasingly grim as he unceremoniously flung open the door of the icy carriage, seizing Rose by the arm and forcefully dragging her out. Oh, I am Cinderella, and I must find my prince. Damn the prince. Seeing Rose still resisting, Snape, unwilling to engage in further pointless struggle with this inebriated individual, hoisted her over his shoulder. Rose soon realized she was being carried, her arms flailing against Snape's back, while her legs kicked wildly in an effort to escape. It is not yet midnight. I still have time. Her commotion provoked Snape's irritation, prompting him to slap her heavily adorned skirt. Be quiet. You hit my backside, Rose exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Snape's body stiffened for a moment, but her next words elicited both exasperation and amusement. Even my father does not spank me. Behave, Snape replied, continuing his march towards the castle with Rose slung over his shoulder. You are quite strong. At my age, my father cannot carry me this far, Rose mumbled, her head drooping behind him. Snape chose to ignore this clearly intoxicated individual who had lost all sense of rationality. I want a princess carry, Rose insisted after a few steps. No princess carries. Otherwise, you shall walk back to the castle yourself, Snape gritted through clenched teeth. The glass slipper is gone. I am now Cinderella and cannot walk on my own, Rose sulked. Then I suggest Cinderella behave herself, Snape replied, his voice laced with a palpable edge of irritation, resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. The crunch of snow beneath their feet echoed in the profound silence, creating a stark contrast in the quiet darkness. Snape continued to carry Rose, and as she hung her head, she could clearly see two deep tracks in the snow, stretching from the mysterious depths of the forbidden forest to where they stood. She had just emerged from the haze of intoxication, and the chilling night breeze roused her senses. Curiously, she inquired, "Pray tell, why do we not take a carriage back to the castle?" Snape's steps halted abruptly, his mind still reeling from the sheer folly of the young woman before him. He had momentarily forgotten that while Hogwarts forbade the use of apparition, it did not eschew the application of magic. The enchanted snow-white carriage conjured by Rose would undoubtedly have been far more efficient than carrying her all the way. Sensing Snape's pause, Rose struggled free from his shoulder and descended. At that moment, her once resplendent crystal shoes had vanished, and as she gazed down at her frostbitten feet, she could not suppress an exclamation, so cold. Snape forced a semblance of a smile, wondering if it was too late to mention the chill. "Since you can walk now, it saves me the trouble," he remarked, unhesitatingly resuming his stride. "Wait," Rose called out loudly as she saw Snape turn to leave. "I'm not wearing any shoes." She pouted in indignation, appearing both aggrieved and stubborn. Snape turned back, glancing down to see her bare feet, indeed devoid of footwear, and he raised an eyebrow, his expression questioning her intent. Rose blinked her slate-gray eyes and smiled mysteriously. "My dear friend has come to assist us." "Friend?" Before Rose could elaborate, Snape's eyes widened in shock as a flash of silver-white streaked through the inky darkness, hurtling towards them. He instinctively drew his wand, bracing for the unknown visitor. "Stop!" Rose placed her hand over Snape's, urging him to remain calm. In mere moments, the silvery apparition arrived before them, a fully grown unicorn. Snape stared, astonished, as the creature approached Rose with gentle grace, carefully avoiding its sharp horn while nuzzling her shoulder. The unicorn, with its exquisite blue eyes, regarded the elegantly dressed young woman as if sharing an unspoken bond. After caressing its silky mane, which felt like silver satin, Rose climbed onto the unicorn's back, now towering over Snape. "Since Cinderella's prince has arrived, I shall take my leave," Snape remarked with a sardonic twist of his lips. However, as he turned to depart, Rose seized his arm. "What prince?" "This is my dear friend from the Forbidden Forest." She then extended her left hand towards Snape, inviting him. "Come. Don't you think riding a unicorn back to the castle would be a rare experience?" It appears that Rose's words have touched Snape. Upon noticing that the unicorn gazed at him without any sign of rejection, he hesitated for a moment, opting not to take Rose's outstretched hand, but instead nimbly climbed onto the unicorn's back, settling behind Rose. The unicorn dashed forward like lightning, and in the biting cold wind, Rose's long hair flew wildly. Her arms raised high in exhilaration as she joyfully shouted at the top of her lungs. Observing Rose's reckless abandon, Snape impatiently exhaled and barked, "Sit still." Unfortunately, his voice was completely drowned out by the howling wind, forcing him to grasp the unicorn's flowing mane with one hand while securely wrapping his other arm around Rose's slender waist to prevent her from falling. "Now you are the Prince Charming, are you not?" Rose leaned against Snape's embrace, laughing merrily, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "That foolish girl," Snape mused, casting a downward glance at the girl who had silently confessed her feelings for him. An extraordinary light sparkled in his pitch-black eyes as he let out a resigned sigh. The unicorn moved swiftly, and in a mere moment, they returned to the castle's grand entrance. Snape assisted Rose down from the unicorn, saying, "Thank you, my friend. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." As the unicorn responded to Rose's farewell with a neigh, Snape retrieved her pair of shoes left at the doorway. When Rose bent down to try on the pair of lambskin high heels, she discovered that her feet had turned red and swollen from the cold, rendering the shoes impossible to wear. Snape, observing her frostbitten feet beneath her lifted skirt, furrowed his brow in concern. With a flick of his wand, he transformed the ill-fitting high heels into a pair of fluffy house slippers. "Oh, thank you." Rose wobbled as she slipped on the newly transformed shoes, bidding goodnight and waving as she unsteadily made her way up the stairs, clutching the railing. Upon reaching the corner of the second floor, fatigued, she leaned against the wall, closing her eyes as if on the brink of dozing off. "Next time you dare to drink, just see what happens." Truly outrageous. Snape suddenly reappeared, his face cold as he muttered under his breath. Before Rose could fully comprehend, Snape swiftly lifted her into his arms and ascended the stairs. Drowsily, she gazed up at him, Recognizing his familiar chin, her thoughts sluggish as she wrapped her arms around his neck, nuzzling her fluffy head against him before drifting into slumber. Snape's body stiffened at her affectionate gesture, yet this troublesome girl had already succumbed to sleep without a care. He gritted his teeth and carried her to the door of her room on the 3rd floor. "Wake up, miss," Snape called out repeatedly at her door. But the young lady in his arms remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, he continued, "Rose, open your door." It seems that a familiar name finally elicited a response from her. Rose groggily lifted her head from Snape's neck, murmuring, "Huh? Oh, the door." The moment the door swung open, Snape swept her into the bedroom and unceremoniously tossed her onto her soft velvet bed. After delivering Rose to her chamber, Snape turned to leave, as if he had just completed a formidable and burdensome task. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of her feet, exposed beneath the flowing blue fabric of her gown and severely swollen from the cold, he halted in his tracks. He swiftly scanned Rose's room with his keen eyes and soon spotted a cabinet in the corner, which, from his extensive experience as a master of potions, was evidently designed for the storage of light-sensitive substances. Observing that Rose had succumbed to slumber, he approached the cabinet and opened its doors, revealing an impressive array of potions. The sheer variety of the collection raised his eyebrows in astonishment. He quickly retrieved 2 small vials and made his way back to Rose's bedside. Opening one of the vials, he poured the white liquid into his palm, allowing it to flow gently. Leaning down, Snape meticulously applied the potion to the swollen surface of Rose's feet. The effect was immediate. As the potion made contact with her skin, the redness began to fade. "Itchy," Rose murmured in her dreams, as if Snape's touch had stirred a playful sensation in her, causing her adorable pink toes to curl. To Snape, who observed everything with an air of detached authority, it was as if he were an unmovable saint. After addressing her foot's ailment, he gently patted her shoulder, urging her to rise and drink the invigorating potion. "What?" Rose mumbled, her eyes barely opening a slit at his touch. "I suggest you drink the invigorating potion unless you wish to roast like a hot-boiled egg in the middle of the night," Snape stated with his usual stoicism. "Why an egg?" Rose protested. "I am far too beautiful to be compared to an egg." Snape let out a cold laugh before commanding, "You may aspire to be anything. But first, drink the potion." "No," Rose protested, pulling a corner of the blanket over her head. "Do not compel me to force it down your throat, Rose. Get up." At his words, she cautiously peeked out from beneath the blanket, her gray eyes shimmering. "If you kiss me, I will drink it." "Not a chance," Snape replied, his gaze fixed on her with resolute refusal. "I am Snow White. Only a prince's kiss can rouse me," Rose declared with a mock seriousness before burying her head back under the covers. Snape regarded her with a complex expression, contemplating how she ought to witness her inebriated self through a pensive. Once she sobered up. "I do not care. I am a princess." Just as Rose was sulking beneath her covers, severe as Snape unceremoniously yanked away the blanket that concealed her head, mercilessly pulling her into his embrace. He grasped her chin with one hand while deftly uncapping a potion bottle with the other, directly pouring the elixir into her mouth. Coughing violently, Rose collapsed back onto the bed, her ears emitting wisps of white smoke due to the invigorating potion she had just consumed. "This is of your own making," Snape scoffed coldly, turning to exit Rose's chamber, slamming the door behind him with little regard. Truly, he possessed no understanding of tenderness. With a huff, Rose flung aside the covers, enveloping herself within the soft, warm cocoon of her bed. Chapter 61, The Christmas Holiday. After a night of deep slumber, Rose awoke with a refreshed spirit under the gentle caress of the morning light. The sun outside was already pouring in with reckless abandon, bright and dazzling. And as she glanced at the clock, she realized it had struck noon. Yet, this was a delightful Christmas holiday, devoid of the irritating defense against the dark arts class or the mountain of interminable essays that usually plagued her. With a light step, she made her way to the wash basin, preparing to commence her morning routine. As she inadvertently lifted her gaze to the mirror, she was astonished to discover that she was still clad in the elegant red gown she had meticulously chosen for the Christmas feast the previous evening. At that moment, a question flickered through her mind. How could she have slept in this attire? She strained to recall the events after the banquet, but her memory eluded her. System. Did I drink too much last night? It had become second nature for Rose to consult the system whenever she encountered perplexing situations. Host's memory lapse detected. Would you like to download from cloud storage? The system's cold female voice responded at an opportune moment. Confirm download, Rose replied without hesitation. In the next instant, a torrent of silvery substance surged before her, weaving a thick veil of mist reminiscent of ethereal clouds. Driven by curiosity, Rose leaned closer to investigate, only to find herself drawn back into the happenings of Hogwarts Castle from the previous night by an unseen force. She beheld herself seated at the banquet table, the deep red liquid in her goblet gently swaying with her movements, and a captivating flush had already graced her lovely face, akin to the enchanting hues of a sunset. As Rose inhaled deeply, she relived all that had transpired the previous evening, the lost memories flooding back into her mind like a relentless tide, transforming the once hazy images into vivid clarity. Staring blankly at her reflection in the wash basin, she pressed her hands firmly against her face, utterly mortified, wishing she could simply vanish into a crack in the ground or suffocate beneath her palms. In that realm of memories, time seemed to lose all significance. However, in that moment, Rose found herself devoid of joy despite the memories she had regained. Instead, her heart was filled with indignation and shame. Goodness! The admirable image she had painstakingly cultivated in Professor Snape's eyes had crumbled entirely in just one night. She could hardly fathom how she would face him in the future. In her heart, Rose resolved to avoid Snape in the coming days, steering clear of any place he frequently visited. She felt as if her soul had been lost, sitting despondently on the edge of the bathtub, her head resting against the cold wall, her throat emitting a sound of barely suppressed tears. Fortunately, like a little angel sent by Merlin to rescue her, Harry appeared just in time, just as Rose was contemplating spending the entire day hiding in her room, like a mushroom nestled in a corner. A crisp knock echoed at the door. "Hey, Rose, would you like to go out for a stroll?" Harry's voice came from outside, brimming with anticipation. "Of course. Where to?" Rose opened the door and inquired, gazing at Harry. "There's a thick layer of ice on the Black Lake, and Fred and George managed to borrow Hagrid's Fawn. They plan to make a sled and skate on the lake," Harry explained enthusiastically. "That sounds splendid." Rose's eyes instantly sparkled, and she promptly followed Harry out of the castle, heading towards the Black Lake. Upon their arrival, Rose discovered that nearly all the students remaining at school had gathered there. Some older students were casting spells on their feet, gliding across the smooth ice like lightning. Fred and George had somehow persuaded the good-natured Hagrid to lend them his beloved pet, Fawn. At that moment, Fawn was tied with several ropes, which were attached to a makeshift wooden box that appeared to have been hastily cobbled together. "Are you sure that box won't fall apart along the way?" Rose asked, pointing at the crookedly assembled box with skepticism. The twin brothers shrugged nonchalantly and replied in unison, "Who knows?" Afterward, one of them shouted boisterously, "Little Ronnie, our sled is ready. We've unanimously decided to give you this precious maiden voyage." Rose and Harry stood by, dumbfounded, as they witnessed the twins' antics at their brother's expense. "Ron will hate you for this," Rose remarked, glancing at the twins, her lips curling into a bemused smile. "I heard you calling me." Ron came running from a distance, panting heavily, clearly having caught wind of his brother's summons. "Is this it? Is this what you call Santa Claus's sleigh?" Ron, donning a fur hat, wore a look of astonishment on his rosy face, which had been chilled by the outdoor air. "However, I have heard that in the world of Muggles, Santa Claus's sleigh is drawn by reindeer." Ron, gazing in bewilderment at the panting, tongue-lolling dog, Yaya, inquired. "You must be mistaken, little Ron," Rose remarked with a wry smile, observing the mischievous twins misleading Ron. Subsequently, under the unspoken understanding shared between Rose and Harry, Ron, oblivious to the ruse, was successfully lured onto the Yaya version of Santa's sleigh by the twins. "I had previously heard that you had a godfather. I thought you wouldn't be staying at school this holiday." To break the unusual silence, Rose spoke first. Harry, with sympathy, glanced at Ron, who was precariously seated in the dilapidated wooden box, being dragged across the ice by Yaya, emitting uncontrollable shrieks of fear. Upon hearing Rose's words, Ron redirected his gaze. "Yes, initially Sirius invited me to his old home. Oh, let me tell you, my godfather is Sirius Black. The same Sirius Black who was wrongfully imprisoned due to the case involving Peter Pettigrew." With a touch of melancholy, Harry continued, "I truly owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that I had a godfather in this world, and Sirius would have continued to suffer in Azkaban." At this juncture, Harry's spirits dipped slightly, and after a brief pause of sadness, he added, "The healer at St. Mungo's mentioned that while Sirius's health is quite frail, he has thankfully not succumbed to madness, which is a blessing. However, his body has suffered immensely due to the years of imprisonment. The healer advised that he should remain at St. Mungo's for at least 6 months to recuperate properly. Indeed, prioritizing his health is of utmost importance. You will have countless holidays to spend together in the future," Rose reassured him. "Sirius intended to send you a Christmas gift, but Professor Dumbledore persuaded him against it. Dumbledore remarked that since you are not yet familiar with each other, it would be inappropriate for him to send such a gift." Harry lifted his gaze to Rose, standing by his side. "May I invite you over during the summer holidays? Sirius insists that I must express my gratitude to you, otherwise, he might never know that the traitor is still at large." "Of course," Rose replied with a smile, gently ruffling Harry's somewhat tousled black hair. "I truly adore you, Rose. You are like the sister I have always dreamed of, as if you have stepped out of my imagination," Harry exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing his words, Rose couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to herself, "Silly boy. By the reckoning of their respective generations, she would be considered his great-great-grandmother, and if evaluated by their immediate familial lineage, he would belong to her father's generation. In any case, he could hardly be classified as a sibling. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed from afar. It turned out that the wooden compartment of the sleigh Ron was seated in had collided violently with a log jutting across the ice, shattering into several pieces. If that crooked wooden box could indeed be considered a compartment. Fred, George, I wish to convey to my mother that Ron's furious roar reverberated across the expansive ice surface. Chapter 62, Severus Snape, Part 1. The opening feast of 1991. In Severus Snape's perspective, should have unfolded much like the years he had previously spent teaching, amidst the clamor and tedium within the Hogwarts Great Hall. Apart from the unusually vibrant presence of the newly admitted Harry Potter, he had not anticipated any unforeseen occurrences. However, as if Merlin had conspired to inject a touch of absurdity into his otherwise stagnant existence. The only position of defense against the dark arts teaching assistant that Hogwarts had employed in many years was inexplicably assigned beside him. Prior to this, Snape had perused the sum of this new assistant in the headmaster's office alongside several other head of houses. It must be admitted that, based solely on that sum, it was exceptionally impressive, even for a seasoned professor of defense against the dark arts. Moreover, considering that this individual was merely an assistant, the content was astonishingly remarkable, and the youthfulness of the candidate was quite staggering. If the details of this sum were indeed truthful, then such a talented young wizard, equipped with a recommendation penned by Professor Slughorn himself, choosing to apply for the position of defense against the dark arts teaching assistant at Hogwarts seemed nothing short of a gross underutilization of talent. However, according to Dumbledore's remarks following their meeting, this young assistant, as a British wizard, had not completed his education at Hogwarts, harboring a deep sense of regret within. How utterly absurd. Snape scoffed disdainfully, casually tossing the read or sum back onto Dumbledore's desk. An Englishman, yet possessing an exotic, peculiar name. He found himself entirely disinterested in such a person. Clearly, the headmaster had summoned the four of them not out of genuine desire to gather their opinions on this candidate, but rather as a mere formality, a superficial gesture of respect, simply to inform them of the decision. Snape had always scorned such meaningless formalities. The moment he stepped into the Great Hall, his gaze was immediately drawn to the new figure among the teaching staff. Undoubtedly, at that moment, she became the focal point of the entire assembly. Her unparalleled beauty, combined with her youthful appearance, caused all present to involuntarily direct their attention towards her. Dumbledore had never mentioned that the new assistant was such an exceptionally captivating woman. Just look at those naive, youthful students below, their eyes glazed over in infatuation. Had it not been for the presence of all the faculty to maintain order, one might fear their eyes would become permanently affixed to her. Was he hiring an assistant to teach, or merely inviting a troublemaker to create chaos and distract the students? Of course, Snape was not one to lack an appreciation for beauty and aesthetics. At Slytherin House, one is never short of young ladies possessing enchanting beauty and graceful figures. However, based on his experience, he often found that the more striking a woman's appearance, the more vacuous her intellect seemed to be. Nevertheless, he still harbored the hope that the abilities of this new assistant teacher would align with her seemingly impeccable resume. Alas, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He should not have held any anticipation for this newly arrived white assistant. During the opening feast, the segment dedicated to singing the school song was always his most detested part, one he endeavored to avoid. Yet, as a professor and the head of the house, he was acutely aware of his responsibility and obligation to uphold this long-standing tradition. However, upon observing the new assistant, he could not help but question her actions. Was she engaged in a contest of breath-holding while reciting lyrics? Humph, there was no need for the sorting hat to determine her house. With his years of teaching experience, he could instantly discern that she was undoubtedly a foolish Hufflepuff girl. He could only hope she would not, like a troll, obliviously showcase her brain, which was no larger than a walnut. And then there was Harry Potter, a child who was, unsurprisingly, a spitting image of his arrogant and detestable father. Aside from those emerald green eyes inherited from Lily, every aspect of him was reminiscent of the elder Potter, even down to the absurd round glasses. In potions class, Harry not only failed to pay attention but also neglected to complete even the most basic preparatory work. It was incomprehensible how such a child could be the son of Lily. Was this truly the child he had vowed to protect with his life? Were it not for the blood of Lily coursing through his veins, Severus Snape would have unhesitatingly expelled him from his potions class, given his infuriating resemblance to the Potter lineage. After yet another tedious and uninspired potions lesson had concluded, Snape seized the rare moment of respite to stroll towards Professor Sprout's private greenhouse. He had heard that her meticulously cultivated sneezewort had matured, and this herb was one of the primary ingredients for the draught of peace. One must be cautious, for the entire plant is highly toxic. An improper handling during harvesting could easily result in being poisoned by its potent sap. Such perilous herbs are not only exorbitantly priced in the magical herb market, but also extremely scarce in terms of quality specimens. Shortly after Snape began his tenure, A mutual understanding was reached between him and Professor Pomona Sprout. He would undertake the dangerous task of harvesting certain herbs unsuitable for student handling, in exchange for a fair portion of the herbs as recompense for his labor. Snape had always been more than willing to engage in such collaboration. As he completed his work in the greenhouse and prepared to return, he unexpectedly spotted the new assistant, leisurely basking in the rare warmth of the afternoon sun on the grass beside the forbidden forest. TSK, yet another individual who knew only how to indulge and squander time. Snape, harboring a quiet disdain, turned to leave, believing that what was out of sight would be out of mind. However, at that very moment, a commotion erupted on the other side of the lawn, where the new students were engaged in their flying lesson. A cacophony of terrified screams from the young wizards pierced the air. Responding swiftly, Snape drew his wand, poised to cast a spell to regain control over the plummeting chubby student. Yet, before he could execute any magic, the out-of-control broom abruptly hurled the young wizard downwards. It was a perilous drop from several dozen feet above the ground. In that critical second, the entire situation transformed dramatically. However, before Snape could conjure a spell, a yellow incantation accurately struck the falling student. Simultaneously, another spell was swiftly cast at the very spot where the young wizard was about to land. The events unfolded with such astonishing rapidity. To conjure dual spells so precisely and effectively in such a crisis was a spectacle to behold. Snape found himself gazing at the new white assistant with a look of astonishment, scrutinizing her as she rushed towards the chaotic group of young wizards, resembling a cluster of frantic mandrakes. Inwardly, Snape pondered that perhaps he should retract his previous hasty judgments. Chapter 63, Severest Snape 2. Snape could hardly have anticipated that Poppy would assign the new white assistant to deliver the potion requisition for the medical wing to him in the basement. This was in stark contrast to Poppy's usual manner of dealing with matters. Nevertheless, it presented him with a rare opportunity for assessment. Although the new assistant's credentials primarily related to defense against the dark arts and charms, it was surprising to discover that her recommender was none other than Professor Slughorn. It is well known that Slughorn is a consummate opportunist, one who rises only for profit. If this individual lacked any noteworthy qualities, it would be a preposterous notion. Based on Snape's 7 years of observation under Slughorn's tutelage, with this thought, a myriad of questions began to swirl in Snape's mind. Indeed, the youth was still inexperienced. A mere hint of pressure sent them into disarray, abandoning their composure. Great Merlin! What astonishing talent this was. Potions that typically required hours, if not days, to brew were completed by her in mere minutes. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have scoffed at anyone suggesting the existence of such capability. And this young lady, endowed with extraordinary talent, left one to wonder whether to describe her as innocent and naive, or simply too young to grasp the complexities and perils of human nature. Such astonishing talent has been so effortlessly tested today. Fortunately, this young lady's fortune seems to be quite favorable. Until now, no one had the opportunity to challenge her in the same manner. Thus, let him thoroughly verify her abilities. My goodness, this is sheer madness. Her understanding of potions is as dreadful as the stench of a troll's socks or the grotesqueness of a goblin's loincloth. Only Merlin knows what she has concocted. She possesses not a shred of theoretical knowledge concerning potions, merely relying on instinct and following the recipe. She has created such a flawless elixir. This is undoubtedly a wanton desecration of her innate talent. However, it is somewhat fortunate that all this stems from her lack of a dedicated teacher. If that is the case, let him take on the role of her mentor. He shall not let the opportunity to nurture such unparalleled talent slip through his fingers. He intends to sculpt her abilities with care, for those endowed with talent must utilize their gifts to the fullest. Thus, assigning her the task of handling the lower grade essays seems a prudent choice. Although the assignments given to the students have often been completed poorly, there are still exceptional individuals like Granger and Malfoy among them. These essays represent the most fundamental knowledge. And if she cannot solve the problems posed by these young students, it would be a lamentable waste of the talent bestowed upon her by Merlin. Fortunately, after weeks of observation, Snape has concluded that this young lady is not yet beyond redemption. If she can adhere to a structured learning plan, Hogwarts is destined to cultivate another remarkable potion master. Moreover, her future career will bear his profound imprint. With this thought, a flicker of self-satisfaction crossed Snape's mind. But look at this assistant, seemingly emerged from Hufflepuff. What absurdities has she committed today? In Quirrell's obvious charade, she dared to challenge a troll alongside those foolish Gryffindors in the girls' restroom? By Merlin's beard, it goes without saying that Potter must be behind this mischief. Snape had long sensed that the little brat from the Potter family clung to the new white assistant like a bee to fresh nectar. Were it not for the age difference, he might even suspect that the abhorrent scene of Potter's relentless pursuit of Lily was about to be reenacted. As for the troll, according to her, it has been vanquished by her. Humph, such words that treat others as fools are only believed by Minerva, akin to how she trusts Granger's claims. Nevertheless, her overflowing compassion is evident. as she even volunteered to assist him in tending to his wounds. Does she not perceive the peculiar nature of these injuries? Or could it be that she herself is a questionable individual? Severus Snape had never been one to accept unsolicited kindness without suspicion. His past experiences had taught him that. As an individual of unremarkable appearance and an often disdained character, any sudden overtures of goodwill were likely veiled in ulterior motives. At this moment, he planted a seed of doubt within himself, observing the new teaching assistant with a scrutinizing gaze, ever vigilant that she could be another returning traitor. The bizarre incident involving the bludger during the Quidditch match only deepened his suspicions. Regardless of her intentions for coming to Hogwarts, he resolutely refused to permit her to inflict any harm upon Harry Potter or the institution itself. Peter Pettigrew, that despicable traitor, he had managed to masquerade as a rat, hiding in the Weasley household all this time. Look at the company old Potter once kept: a werewolf, a wastrel, a traitor, and a ghost. Not a single decent soul among them. Lily's life had been extinguished at the hands of these individuals. Alone in the dim confines of the dungeon, Snape was beset by memories that surged like a tide, drawing him inexorably back into that painful past. The fiery warmth of a certain figure ultimately departed from his life, filled with regret and despair. Apart from those fleeting years spent with Lily, his existence resembled nothing more than an absurd farce and a cruel joke. This new teaching assistant inadvertently exposed the cowardly traitor lurking in the shadows. Soon, the Ministry's judgment would reunite him with his unsavory companions in Azkaban. At this thought, a cold smirk flickered across Snape's face. When the Potions Association's request for a truth serum arrived, he accepted it without hesitation. He intended to witness this rat, who deserved to descend into hell, receive the punishment he so rightly merited. Chapter 64, Severus Snape 3. What had become of the decorum and restraint that this ill-mannered girl should possess? Had it been completely devoured by that wretched Gryffindor? Did she find amusement in toying with her professor? He would ensure that her reckless antics would lead to consequences. Look at her, claiming ignorance of the Ministry. Why then seek him out? Did every lost which require the assistance of this unfortunate potions master? Did this befuddled girl not comprehend the gravity of her actions? Observe Malfoy, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Even without engaging his intellect, one could imagine the exaggerated rumors he would disseminate upon returning to the Slytherin common room, linking such a beautiful young lady with the most unpopular bachelor at Hogwarts. He was eager to see if she would dare to act so brazenly again. The journey to the Ministry of Magic exceeded Severus Snape's expectations, save for the occasional erratic behavior exhibited by a certain young lady. Was her conduct unintentional or deliberate? It seemed rather amusing for her to toy with the emotions of this seemingly unremarkable, solitary professor, relishing the thrill of manipulating a man's heart. He was curious to see what other tricks she might unveil, whether within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts or the interrogation chamber. He had long since grown weary of explaining himself amidst the whispers and scrutinizing gazes of others. For every rumor, there would come a day when the truth would disperse it. Eventually, when this young lady tired of the game, realizing that this pitiful old professor could not offer her the unique status and wealth she envisioned, she would surely choose to disengage. He had witnessed many beautiful women, leveraging their superior charms to ensnare those ruled by their baser instincts, flitting like moths to a flame. Yet, Snape had not encountered the resolution he anticipated. Instead, he found himself faced with a foolish girl who, in the face of impending danger, left him behind to confront it alone. He could hardly fathom how the interminable seconds passed while he remained hidden in a corner of the room like a statue. Did that self-proclaimed adept of magic truly comprehend the challenges she was about to face? Upon sensing the anomalies around him, and realizing that Dumbledore was absent from the castle, he resolved to venture onto the battlefield alone. Bringing her along was merely a selfish act, a means to convey a message to Dumbledore, affirming to both her and the headmaster that he was never a coward. He would confront the sins of his past. Regardless of whether the Dark Lord stood in his way, no one would use his former transgressions to judge his entire existence. However, he had never intended to burden this young girl with the weight of his past. It was a history that had no connection to her, neither in the past nor the future. She had not even grown up in England. Had she attended Hogwarts, she would have been his rightful student, regardless of whether she belonged to Hufflepuff or Gryffindor. After enduring the agonizing struggle to break free from his magical constraints, he was met with an overwhelming, blinding light and a piercing scream that threatened to shatter eardrums. Did her voice resonate within that cacophony? Snape found himself devoid of the energy to discern such details. Nor did he have the time to ponder. Instinctively, he dashed forward, catching her collapsing form. In that moment, he felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. As he steadied his trembling hand, preparing to draw his wand for examination, Dumbledore reassured him. She is unharmed. Severus, do not fret. She is merely exhausted from expending her magic. After all, such potent white magic demanded a reservoir of power far beyond that of ordinary spells. Especially considering her prolonged confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort. We ought to be truly grateful to her. Dumbledore summoned the illustrious Crimson Gem from Rose's pocket with his wand. The renowned Philosopher's Stone, a treasure so coveted that even the Dark Lord was willing to inhabit Quirrell's body to infiltrate Hogwarts and obtain it under Dumbledore's watchful eye. It lay, unremarkably, in the pocket of this astonishingly young girl, unnoticed by either Quirrell or Voldemort. While we remain unaware of Rose's origins, I believe she has never aligned herself with Voldemort, and that alone is reason enough for our welcome, Severus. After they brought the unconscious Rose and Potter to the infirmary, Dumbledore spoke to him at the door. Soon after, he heard words that resonated deeply within his soul, that treachery and greatness, malice and kindness, hatred and love, can coexist harmoniously within a single heart. Look at what she has expressed. She is acutely aware of his past. Snape felt an uncontrollable softness within him upon discovering there existed a remarkably gifted girl, blooming like a rose in her prime, who silently harbored affection for him. Had he not stood at the door of the infirmary, he might have remained oblivious to this confession forever. The decision he once made to brusquely cast aside this bold girl, petrified outside the room, was unconsciously discarded. He could not bear to witness such a beautiful soul, like his former self, allowing genuine emotions to rot in the mire. The grotesque mark that had vanished from his arm served as a constant reminder not to make hasty decisions. Yet, this moment of tenderness was met with the ludicrous and childish antics of a drunken fool, dreaming fancifully of Cinderella and Snow White on Christmas Eve. Were it not for his inability to watch her suffer the consequences of frostbite on her feet the next day, he would not have applied the protective ointment. A small return of the favor she once extended to him by tending to his wounds. As for her whimsical demand for a kiss before she would rise to take a revitalizing potion, such notions were utterly absurd. Did she truly believe Severus Snape could be likened to a saint of unblemished virtue? On the 9th day of January, to Snape's surprise, he received an unexpected yet not unforeseen gift. It was a bundle of unicorn tail hair, and he stood transfixed, gazing at the silvery strands nestled within the elegantly packaged crystal box. He could surmise that it must have been a cherished offering from her friend that evening. And Rose humorously explained in the card that she had no use for such a precious magical item, thus it was better repurposed for him, embodying the principle of utility. Snape, at a loss, pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed deeply. Chapter 65. The conclusion of the first academic year. Time, like a hurried traveler, slips away unnoticed at an astonishing pace. When Rose finally found a moment to extricate herself from her busy schedule, the end-of-term examinations had successfully concluded. Fortunately, the ordinary wizarding level examinations for 5th-year students and the ultimate wizarding level examinations for 7th-year students are entirely overseen by the Ministry of Magic, allowing her to focus solely on the affairs related to the final examinations for the 5th year. However, even the theoretical portion of the exam left her feeling utterly overwhelmed as she graded papers. As for the practical examination in defense against the dark arts, having experienced the benefits of using magical dummies in her classroom, she decided to employ them once more for this final assessment. Therefore, in her view, any student who attentively listened during lessons and effectively cast spells at the magical dummies had no reason not to achieve excellent results in the final exam. Yet, reality often proves to be far more brutal than ideals. As Rose held the report cards for all the grades, a profound sense of self-doubt enveloped her. Are these truly the results of the students I have taught? After years of teaching, one learns that when you believe yourself to be an exceptional educator, convinced you have done all that is necessary, your students' grades can reveal a harsh truth, that you may have been overly optimistic. Indeed, Severus, during the end-of-term feast, Professor Sprout gently consoled Rose, who seemed still shaken by the impact of the examination results. The seat once occupied by Quirrell was now vacant, having been removed following his death after the St. Mungo's healer's futile efforts. Upon hearing this, Snape scoffed disdainfully, resonating with the sentiment. In this world, it seems the majority are comprised of irredeemable fools and simpletons. Oh, do not say such things. Professor Sprout chided lightly, asserting that children deserve a measure of patience. Rose sighed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, professors. Your comfort has made me feel much better. However, she then clenched her fist and struck the table with determination. I am simply unwilling to accept this. If you were the professor of defense against the dark arts, I would advise you that when students choose their courses in 5th year, the advanced class should only accept those who attain grades above a certain threshold. This would benefit everyone greatly. Snape tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the raucous students below, responding with an expressionless tone. Yet, it is evident that this issue will require contemplation by yet another new professor appointed by Dumbledore when the next term begins. Should he choose to once again reject my application? You are far too stringent, Severus. Professor Sprout, who is willing to afford opportunities to her herbology students, allows those with grades above a certain level to join her advanced class, and her exams are comparatively easier to pass. Rose gently toyed with an invisible ring on her left hand, seemingly lost in profound thought. Snape observed this with a contemplative gaze before retracting his focus. It is summer vacation, one should be joyous. And, congratulations on achieving a score of, in your defense against the dark arts final examination. After the final banquet, Rose spotted Harry sitting alone at the summit of the astronomy tower, hugging his knees and gazing out at the distant landscape of the castle. She approached him, standing by his side and resting a hand on his still youthful shoulder. Although the report cards haven't been sent out yet, I don't think it's against the rules to give you a heads up, she said, winking playfully at him. Harry looked up, managing a faint smile as he replied. I would rather remain at Hogwarts, Rose. This place feels like home to me, filled with people I cherish and who cherish me. Once I return to Aunt Petunia's house, I will once again become the superfluous one. His head hung low, a profound sense of despondency etched on his face. Everyone had received notification from the Ministry of Magic that underage wizards were prohibited from using magic during the summer holidays. I feel as though the magical world has cast me aside. Don't you have a godfather? I thought he would take you to spend the summer, Rose inquired, puzzled. It seemed unnecessary for him to remain at his aunt's house for the entirety of the summer, even if blood magic was required for protection. Sirius had that intention. But Professor Dumbledore insisted I must return to my aunt's house, as it harbors the blood magic from my mother, safeguarding me from dark wizards. I must spend at least 2 weeks there each year. Rose encouraged Harry to continue. Sirius has just returned to his own home. He mentioned that it is rife with dark magic and unsuitable for raising a young wizard. He has given up the idea of living at the Black family estate, which, aside from the screaming portraits, is inhabited only by a dying house elf who harbors a deep-seated resentment towards him. Harry explained that he intended to seek a new residence, though it would take time. Dumbledore also stated that for my safety, I cannot roam about with Sirius until everything is properly arranged. Oh, indeed. You must understand that the headmaster speaks the truth. Rose adjusted her robes and sat down, mimicking Harry. In fact, I too plan to acquire a residence. Seeing Harry turn his curious gaze towards her, Rose continued, I don't have a permanent place in England. I can't just keep living in hotels. That would be dreadful. That sounds wonderful. What sort of new home do you envision? Harry asked. After a moment of contemplation, Rose replied, I have already selected a property through an intermediary, and once the summer vacation begins, someone will take me to view it. If all goes well, I will soon have a new home. Would you like to see it? After you've spent 2 weeks at your aunt's. I believe I should be ready as well, if all goes swiftly on my end. Rose extended the invitation. Absolutely. I would be delighted. Harry's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement. Then it's settled. We'll communicate via owl. Rose was uncertain if Dobby would meddle in the arrangement, but that did not deter her from inviting Harry to visit her new abode. Chapter 66. The summer vacation of the first academic year commences. Before the onset of the curfew, Rose successfully escorted a noticeably uplifted Harry to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. This evening, it was Rose's turn to keep watch, and she had long contemplated venturing to the room of requirement on this night, when everyone else would be reveling in leisure, seeking the Horcrux hidden by Voldemort within Hogwarts, the diadem of Ravenclaw. As the illuminated torches lining the castle corridors extinguished one by one, Rose commenced her duties for the night. She designated the 8th floor of the castle as her final patrol point. Perhaps due to the conclusion of the House Cup, Rose found herself unearthing pairs of reckless couples from various hidden corners, as if the end of the term heralded a poignant farewell, leaving them desperately reluctant to part. However, after executing this series of actions, Rose could not deduct points from their respective houses. Lacking the astonishing feat of Harry and his friend's audacious incursion into the forbidden 4th floor, Gryffindor did not receive extraordinary bonus points this academic year. Additionally, Harry had not served as the seeker in Quidditch, failing to secure victory after victory for Gryffindor. Consequently, the height of the gems in Gryffindor's hourglass was shockingly low at the end of the term. The house not only forfeited the aforementioned opportunities for point accumulation, but also lost a substantial number of points when Professor McGonagall caught them escorting Hagrid's dragon, Hatchling, on a nighttime excursion. Unsurprisingly, Gryffindor found itself at the bottom of the standings among the 4 houses at the term's end, while Slytherin claimed the House Cup once again. Although Rose had chosen the silver-green Slytherin during her sorting, this did not imply a disdain for the gold and crimson of Gryffindor. Regarding their loss of the House Cup due to her intervention, Rose could only shrug her shoulders and raise her hands in helplessness, hoping they would strive harder in the following term. The room of requirement was located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, directly opposite a tapestry depicting a troll striking a hapless Barnabas. Standing in this position, Rose concentrated all her energy, repeatedly murmuring in her mind, I need a place to hide something. After pacing back and forth 3 times, a remarkably smooth door magically appeared on the previously blank wall. Upon entering the room of requirement, Rose was astonished to discover that it had accumulated several more small hills of assorted clutter since her visit over a century ago. She cast a spell that illuminated the expansive space instantaneously, meticulously searching with her eyes while activating the usually silent system. Adding key phrases such as plaster statue and diadem of Ravenclaw to her focus list, hoping this would facilitate a more efficient discovery of her target items. After all, sifting through an overwhelming amount of clutter by mere eyesight seemed an insurmountable task. Indeed, Rose could not help but marvel at her foresight. During her relentless search, the focus list quickly notified her of a potential trace of the sought-after item. Rose promptly followed the guidance and swiftly arrived before a dust-laden plaster statue. A considerable distance from the entrance of the wish-granting house, atop the statue's head rested a silver crown, equally shrouded in dust. With her wand, Rose gently cast a sweeping spell upon the crown, which appeared to be a Horcrux. Under the spell's formidable influence, the tarnished silver crown finally revealed its original elegance and opulence. It was a meticulously crafted crown adorned with a silver eagle, its wings embellished with a profusion of sparkling diamonds, while a sizable sapphire was set in the eagle's body. The silver base of the crown bore the famous motto of Ravenclaw: "Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of humanity." This inscription ultimately confirmed for Rose that she had indeed found the legendary Ravenclaw crown. Aware that this crown had been tainted by Voldemort and transformed into a profoundly evil Horcrux, Rose exercised great caution, opting not to touch it with her hands. Instead, she employed magic to levitate the crown, directly depositing it into the system's repository. Having accomplished this, Rose was finally able to dust off her hands, which were untouched by a speck of dirt, and she murmured to herself as she made her way back. Task completed. The crown held immense significance for Rose, and she could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for the upcoming holiday. Although she had promised Harry an invitation to visit her new residence during the summer, she was aware that there were numerous tasks to be completed over the break, and each item on her to-do list needed to be addressed in due course. On the following morning, the Hogwarts Express to London departed punctually from the platform. Dressed in a more fashionable dress, Rose clutched a sleek black box and, after a thorough search aboard the train, finally located Harry seated among his friends. "Hey, Harry, Hermione, Ron, may I join you?" Rose gently tapped on the wooden frame of the door, inquiring politely. Harry and his companions turned in surprise, their faces lighting up at the sight of Rose at the entrance, exclaiming in unison, "Of course. You actually took the Hogwarts Express like us." Hermione's face was a picture of astonishment. After all, although this was merely her first year at Hogwarts, she had never seen any professor or fellow student travel by the Express, except for Rose, on this day or on the day of their arrival. "Oh, to be honest, I prefer this mode of transportation," Rose remarked as she settled beside Hermione. "It's far more comfortable, isn't it?" "Indeed, but Floo powder and apparition are undoubtedly quicker, aren't they?" Ron recalled how his father always chose those two methods of travel. "You are correct, but I am not in a hurry. After all, I am on holiday too," Rose replied joyfully, her laughter ringing through the compartment. "What is that?" the others inquired, their eyes turning towards the sleek black box resting on Rose's lap. For Rose, who carried no luggage, the long box in her arms was indeed quite conspicuous. "This is for you, Harry," she said as she naturally handed the box to him. Harry's face instantly lit up with surprise, and he joyfully accepted the gift, exchanging glances with his friends around him. "What is it, Rose?" "You'll find out when you open it. It's not an expensive gift," Rose replied mysteriously. Eagerly, Harry opened the black box to reveal a blooming golden, multi-petaled sunflower nestled in a pot. "A sunflower?" he exclaimed. "No, Harry, listen," Hermione interjected. Suddenly, the sunflower, bathed in sunlight, began to sway its leaves and chirped a cheerful tune with its tender voice. "It can sing," Harry marveled, looking back at Rose, the giver of this delightful gift. "I've never seen such a sunflower. It looks different from the ones in the field," Ron noted, pointing at the flower. Rose nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. This is a teddy bear sunflower seed cultivated by Professor Sprout. I planted the seeds in the greenhouse, and naturally, it differs from ordinary sunflowers. This one sings. Once it takes root, it only requires a wizard to water it occasionally and to be placed under the sun during the day. No complex care is needed." Seeing Harry's joy, Rose felt a surge of happiness within her. "I heard you say you would be staying at your Muggle aunt's house during the summer. So, I cast a spell on the pot. Muggles won't be able to see or hear this sunflower." At that moment, Harry was elated. Finally, aside from Hedwig, he had a magical plant to keep him company during his difficult summer, one that would not be discovered by his Muggle relatives who despised magic. "I really love it. Thank you, Rose." The singing sunflower seemed to respond to Harry's words with delightful beep, beep, beep sounds. Hermione and Ron were filled with envy, their eyes fixated on the charming sunflower. Chapter 67, Baker Street. Amidst the bustling platform, Rose once again encountered Molly Weasley, who had come to greet the children. This lady had several boys attending Hogwarts. With a beaming face, she warmly embraced each child. "I was so worried about you, Ron. I feared your two brothers would lead you astray. If only all the boys at home could be as obedient and sensible as Percy, I would have far fewer gray hairs," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her voice filled with concern and affection. Upon hearing this, Percy puffed out his chest with pride. His mother's praise in front of everyone filled him with a sense of accomplishment, his pride evident. "Oh, biased mother. What if all the boys turned into Percy?" George exaggeratedly shouted, his voice booming. "That would truly be the end of the world." Mum. Fred, in perfect harmony with his twin brother, swiftly echoed his sentiments. "No one would wish to become as antiquated as Percy. That would be utterly dreadful." The twins voiced in unison, their tones synchronized. Mrs. Weasley cast an exasperated eye roll at the twins, wishing fervently to tuck them back into her womb. She then turned, embracing Harry and Hermione in turn. When she reached Harry, her arms, brimming with tenderness, seemed eager to envelop the still slender boy tightly against her bosom. Harry, clearly unaccustomed to such overwhelming maternal affection, felt a mixture of astonishment and reluctance, fearing to disappoint Mrs. Weasley's kindness. Rose stood quietly to the side, a smile gracing her face as she absorbed the warmth of the scene before her. She couldn't help but recall one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw, which lay within the confines of her system's repository. She silently vowed to eradicate the greatest threat to the British magical community before matters took a turn for the worse. With this thought, her previously cheerful demeanor darkened once more. "Rose, it is so wonderful to see you again," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed warmly after greeting all the children, her smile gentle as she addressed Rose. "I feel the same, madam," Rose replied. "You may call me Molly, dear." The deep dimples that formed on either side of Mrs. Weasley's round face made her appear exceedingly kind and approachable when she smiled. "Very well, Molly." Perhaps Rose was touched by Molly's warm smile, as her earlier gloom lifted once more. "I received letters from the children while at home, and not a single one failed to praise you. Fred and George especially remarked that you were the finest teacher they have ever encountered." "Mom," the twins exclaimed simultaneously, horrified that such private correspondence could be revealed. The outcry came from Fred. "What does it matter? Don't be shy. Isn't that right, Rose?" Molly countered loudly. "Indeed, I am quite honored. This is my first experience teaching students, and I only hope I do well enough." "I like you very much too, Rose," Hermione said, stepping forward to embrace her. Then whispering, "My parents should be waiting for me at the platform. We must keep in touch through letters over the summer." "Of course, goodbye, Hermione." After everyone had bid their farewells, Rose observed as Harry dragged his enormous suitcase, carefully placing Hedwig and a sunflower atop it, then followed his uncle, who had come to collect him from the platform. Vernon Dursley indeed bore the description as depicted in the original text, with a corpulent figure and a somewhat menacing visage. However, upon reflection, he could hardly be deemed a thoroughly wicked individual. As Rose withdrew her gaze, she promptly performed a disapparition, arriving at a corner on York Street in London, and then made her way on foot to a quaint eatery named Ingram's. Nestled in the western part of London on Baker Street, one can reach the renowned fictional address of 221B, Baker Street, within a mere few-minute stroll. Regrettably, this celebrated location, akin to the essence of Rose's lifetime, remains a mere figment of imagination, with its true designation being 239 Baker Street, home to the illustrious Sherlock Holmes Museum. Upon realizing the absence of a tangible Holmes, Rose let out a profound sigh, harboring a semblance of wistfulness. Yet, one must not be overly greedy or excessively fixated. Any endeavor may ultimately dissolve into mere illusions, leading to the futile endeavor of drawing water with a basket. Thus, in pursuit of realizing her neighborly dream, Rose meticulously assessed her savings and entrusted a distinguished real estate agent, renowned within the West End of London, to assist her in locating a property on Baker Street available for purchase. Indeed, you heard correctly, it is a complete dwelling. This residence comprises 4 full stories, complemented by a semi-subterranean basement. Acquiring such a comprehensive abode comes at a considerable price. Fortunately, whether considering the timeline a century ago, from which Rose accrued a substantial fortune in gold crowns, or her present circumstances over 100 years later, she has amassed a noteworthy wealth through astute investments and stock ventures, leveraging insights from her previous life. In terms of assets, Rose has undoubtedly ascended into the realm of the comfortably affluent. Consequently, today she arranged to meet the agent with whom she had corresponded through letters, to view a property on Baker Street in person. The establishment, a quaint little restaurant named Ingram, reveals its Victorian charm through the open door. Upon entering, Rose is enveloped by a nostalgic ambience. The restaurant is modest in size, allowing her to survey the entire interior at a glance. The wooden floor, polished by the passage of time, emanates a warm and deep hue. The walls are adorned with intricately patterned wallpaper, featuring delicate floral motifs that impart an air of elegance to the space. A petite crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow. The restaurant is furnished with exquisite wooden tables and matching chairs, embodying classical grace. The desserts are a highlight of the establishment, with a chalkboard displaying an array of delectable confections and their prices. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafts through the air. At this moment, patrons are relishing this delightful experience. A young couple sits across from one another, while an elderly gentleman occupies a corner, savoring a refined pastry. Rose selects an empty table, having arrived somewhat early, well before her scheduled meeting. With a sense of anticipation, she gazes at the menu, eager to indulge in the restaurant's offerings. It is at this juncture, just as Rose finishes her last spoonful of chocolate ice cream, that the real estate agent manager, John Davis, enters the charming little restaurant. Chapter 68. Baker Street. As the appointed hour approached, John Davis stepped into the Ingram restaurant on Baker Street, his gaze swiftly alighting upon Rose, who was seated alone by the window, savoring her dessert. That fleeting glance revealed a beauty that left him momentarily breathless. This young woman with raven hair appeared to be a masterpiece, meticulously crafted by divine artistry. Any girl who could be deemed a beauty would likely feel a twinge of inadequacy standing before her. Fortunately, Davis prided himself on being a mature and composed manager. The thought of successfully closing this deal, with its potential commission sufficient to afford him a trip to Switzerland with his wife and 2 school-age children, swiftly anchored his wandering thoughts. He cleared his throat gently and made his way towards Rose. At that moment, an elderly gentleman nearby, indulging in his dessert, turned his head to scrutinize Davis from head to toe. Davis could palpably sense the attention of those around him, which made him feel somewhat self-conscious. He approached Rose and inquired, "Excuse me, are you Miss Rose Porter? I am John Davis, the manager at the West End Real Estate Agency." With a touch of caution, he retrieved a pre-prepared business card from his holder and presented it to her. "Yes, please have a seat, Mr. Davis," Rose replied, accepting the card with a hint of curiosity as she examined its contents. The onlookers, realizing that this was a business meeting, gradually diverted their inquisitive gazes. Davis felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then opened his briefcase and handed Rose the prepared documents for her review. "Would you care for a drink?" "It's on me," he offered. After receiving the documents, Rose responded with a natural ease, signaling for the waiter. "An iced Americano, please." Davis replied succinctly, "That sounds perfect. Would you like some dessert?" "The ice cream here is quite delightful," she suggested earnestly, her prior experience with the chocolate ice cream having been nothing short of exquisite, devoid of the overly saccharine taste often favored by others. "Thank you, but I must decline. I have been cutting back on sugar," he said, humorously patting his slightly protruding belly. "Oh, what a pity," Rose murmured, lowering her gaze as she flipped through the information. "This property is in the best condition among the few available near Baker Street, albeit the most expensive," Davis diligently explained. "From our previous correspondence, we understand that you wish to acquire an entire property on Baker Street. After conducting thorough research, we have ultimately recommended this house, conveniently located directly opposite the Sherlock Holmes Museum." Rose acknowledged, finishing her perusal of the documents Davis had provided, gently closing the pages and arranging them neatly on the table. At that moment, Davis took a sip of the iced Americano that had just been served by the waiter. "What is the quoted price, and how quickly can the transfer be completed?" £4 million is the seller's final bottom line. The transfer can occur immediately upon the bank's confirmation of funds. Our manager will assist you in handling all matters. Mr. Davis clasped his hands on the table, slightly pursing his lips. This price is indeed steep, but the renowned detective's involvement has been pivotal. Hence, the seller remains adamant about the price. Should you consider properties just a street away, the price could be significantly lower. "Oh, that would be rather uninteresting. Let us first inspect the property." Mr. Davis, observing that Rose did not even furrow her brow at the £4 million quote, felt an increasing anticipation for the day's outcome. In just a few minutes on foot, they arrived at the property available for public sale. As Mr. Davis had indicated, it was indeed located directly across from the museum, surrounded by various Sherlock Holmes memorabilia shops. The entire property is owned by an elderly gentleman, making the process far more convenient than negotiating ownership with several neighboring establishments. Standing before the front door on the ground floor, Davis retrieved a key from his bag. He stepped forward to unlock the door, graciously permitting Rose to enter first. The condition of the house was precisely as Mr. Davis had described. It was exceptionally well maintained, with polished floors and charming, inviting wallpaper, devoid of any peeling or flaking. Most of the furniture in the 4-story building had been removed, leaving only some large wooden pieces that were cumbersome to relocate. Their intricate designs indicated that they had also been meticulously cared for. The elderly gentleman's only son holds a respectable position in New Zealand, and after visiting their son with his wife, they became utterly enchanted by the local scenery, leading to their decision to emigrate as a family. Frankly, if it were me, I would be inclined to do the same. The beauty of New Zealand is truly unparalleled. As they ascended the stairs, their conversation flowed, with Mr. Davis primarily providing the introductions. The building itself is not large, with each floor comprising a single room and a living area. "Miss Porter, do you intend to reside here?" Davis inquired seemingly casually. Rose glanced back at the manager and replied, "Of course. Is there a problem?" "Oh, undoubtedly, there is no issue at all. The only stipulation from the elderly gentleman, aside from the sale price, is that the buyer must not convert the property for commercial use." "Commercial use? Do you mean like the shops outside?" Rose inquired with curiosity. From my previous conversations with the gentleman, I gleaned that while he enjoys Arthur Conan Doyle and Sherlock Holmes, he does not favor the overly commercial atmosphere surrounding the property, as the influx of tourists is quite overwhelming. Davis patiently elucidated, then shrugged. He does not wish for his successor to transform the house into something akin to the surrounding establishments. I have no intention in that regard, Rose remarked while continuing to explore the layout of the place. What about this furniture? Her hand gently caressed the antiquated pieces, each seemingly imbued with a narrative of its own. If you are able to pay the full purchase price at once, these furnishings can be gifted to you, Davis said, observing the young lady before him with a sense of anticipation. Oh, is it possible to pay in installments? Rose appeared unaware of this option. With adequate collateral, our company can indeed provide this service. What a pity. I shall take the house, Rose declared to the manager behind her after inspecting all the rooms. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back, her gaze steady as she asked, Sir, might you know of a reliable car rental company that offers short-term services for a month or so? Chapter 69, Upper Hogsmeade Village. After the real estate transaction on Baker Street was completed, Rose found her liquid assets woefully insufficient to afford the purchase of a plot in Hogsmeade. Reluctantly, she lowered her expectations and opted to acquire a rather appealing piece of land in Upper Hogsmeade Village, astonishingly priced at merely 1/4 of the equivalent area in Hogsmeade. This staggering price discrepancy seemed so absurd that had she not heard it directly from a goblin at Gringotts, she would have dismissed it as an outrageous jest. Perhaps those wizards anticipating a business catering to Hogwarts students believed that the little ones, not yet adept at apparition, would remain confined within the wizard-laden village of Hogsmeade. However, Rose was largely unconcerned. While she indeed planned to establish a quaint shop on the ground floor of her newly acquired land, securing the patronage of Hogwarts students was not her primary objective. After settling her dues with Gringotts and the Muggle Agency, Rose gazed at her once bulging wallet, now pitifully deflated, and felt a pang of anguish deep within her heart. Determined to construct a dwelling on her land, Rose was aware that her spellcasting abilities were commendable, yet she had never delved into the intricacies of construction magic. Nevertheless, she recalled a passage from the original text where Arthur Weasley performed spells to build his own house. Although the structure was somewhat askew, the essence of a wizard's home lay in magic rather than the principles of physics. As Rose stood before a flat piece of land she had recently acquired near the village entrance, holding a spellbook titled A Step-by-Step Guide to Building Your Own Home, reputed to be the most popular architectural tome in the wizarding world, she raised her pine wand high, clearing her throat. Her heart fluttered with trepidation as a series of intricate and complex incantations flowed from her lips. Under the influence of her magic, the massive stones were deftly manipulated by an unseen yet formidable force, ultimately coalescing into a neatly structured two-story house of gray and white that materialized upon the once barren plot. Tilting her head back to bask in the dazzling sunlight, Rose gazed at the house she had crafted with her own hands, her heart brimming with joy. Suddenly, a series of applause caught her attention, and she turned in astonishment to find several unfamiliar wizards standing across the road, clapping enthusiastically. Your spellcasting is truly remarkable, a stooped elderly witch was the first to speak. Greetings, madam, Rose responded promptly, flashing a smile at the wizards across the way. Oh, I heard there would be a new neighbor moving in. The young men in the village must be absolutely thrilled, remarked another cheerful middle-aged witch. It seems you have much to attend to. We shall not intrude any longer. Welcome to Hogwarts Village. In time, you'll discover that our residents are the most amiable and kind-hearted, said a wizard whose hair was sprinkled with silver frost. Thank you. I am equally delighted to be here. You may call me Rose. She introduced herself with polite humility to the onlookers. The ground floor of her house was spacious, clearly occupying more land than the upper floor, as she intended to establish her own coffee shop there. Rose opened her satchel, and a myriad of items, each enchanted with a shrinking spell, flew out in an orderly fashion, neatly stacking themselves on the ground. Rather than opting for marble or wooden flooring, she had ventured to the Muggle market to procure an assortment of colorful tiles. The deep green metallic mosaic tiles adhered to the ground in an orderly fashion, as dictated by the spells mentioned in her construction book, with the centers embellished by pale golden, circular tiles. Once the floor tiling was completed, Rose set about affixing tiles to the walls. Using the coffee shop's countertop as a reference line, she adorned the area beneath with pearl white French pearl-glazed square tiles, their surfaces radiating a soft, lustrous sheen reminiscent of mother-of-pearl. Above the countertop, the wall was artfully decorated with a mosaic of colorful square tiles. Not only did the wall feature a chalkboard inscribed with the menu in a handwritten style, but it was also adorned with magical plants that served to illuminate the space. For instance, the sunlit lily of the valley and the moonlit rose, under the influence of enchantment, possessed the remarkable ability to adjust their illumination according to the fluctuations of light. The elongated and wide bar countertop is crafted from cherry wood, with the raw timber having been fortified with various protective spells against stains and damage by Rose. Behind the bar, wooden storage cabinets adorn the wall, brimming with an array of tableware. Verdant climbing plants gracefully cascade from the walls, their tendrils hanging languidly. The bespoke tables and chairs within the establishment are also fashioned from cherry wood, meticulously selected by her from the Muggle market in London, after exchanging gold galleons for pounds. The furniture purchased from Muggles was notably more economical than that found in the wizarding market. Upon noticing her purse significantly thinning, Rose was compelled to learn the art of meticulous budgeting and planning. In the basement of the stone house, Rose delineated two distinct areas, one serving as a communal restroom, and the other as a storeroom for various items. The second floor was simply partitioned into several rooms, laid with the most basic flooring, designated for staff breaks. Notably, hidden at the entrance to the basement is a metal-embossed door, which requires a specific individual to press it, causing a decorated circular disc featuring a red, white, and blue checkered pattern to appear on the wall. This disc bears a pointer that, when turned to the white square, will reopen the basement door, transforming it into the front door of the property on Baker Street. The red square corresponds to the nearby village of Upper Hogsmeade, while the blue square leads to the island where Rose first entered the magical realm, transported there by an ancient magical key. The true essence of these three structures is, in fact, situated on that very island. This arrangement serves effectively during times of particular circumstance, allowing them to evade prying eyes and providing a secure refuge. The island has been enchanted by Rose with a Muggle-repelling charm and a concealment spell aimed at dark wizards. Chapter 70, The Diadem of Ravenclaw. On that island, numerous magical creatures, originally relocated there by Rose over a century ago, have largely vanished into obscurity. However, some descendants still thrive and propagate in the island's forests. This once neglected isle has undergone a splendid transformation, emerging as a haven for magical beings. The little phoenix, Hinny, whom Rose once tenderly nurtured, has long since disappeared. Though Hinny, as a phoenix, is immortal, it is unlikely that it would remain devotedly in one place for a century, waiting for a promise that may never be fulfilled. Rose inevitably feels a tinge of melancholy, for life is such that not all people and things can remain by one's side indefinitely. Inevitably, some will choose to depart along the way. At the highest point of the island, Rose cast a spell to transfer the true space of her four-story apartment on Baker Street to this location. This ancient and intricate magic was gleaned from a book she discovered in the restricted section of the Hogwarts Library, specifically within the Knowledge Chamber. Within its pages lie numerous ancient magics lost to the passage of time, undoubtedly granting Rose the opportunity to realize her dreams. As a mere Muggle child, she had long envisioned a magical portal that could transport her to realms beyond imagination. From the confines of her system's packaging, she extracted a silver diadem, which she callously discarded upon a secluded patch of the island. Beneath her, Rose had meticulously inscribed a golden magic circle, designed to contain any restless or malevolent souls that might attempt to escape. With a pine wand in hand, she directed her focus towards the Ravenclaw diadem, the rhythmic sound of crashing waves echoing in her ears. The familiar incantation flowed slowly from her luscious crimson lips, invoking the power of exorcism. Unlike her previous encounter before Chilo, she deftly controlled the intensity of her magic this time. A pale light gradually emanated from the tip of her wand, its brilliance scarcely rivaling that of a common flickering glow. The wand's tip expertly guided the sacred spell as the once resplendent diadem began to distort the surrounding space. Akin to hovering above a raging inferno where even the air thinned, the sole artifact, passively enduring the onslaught, conjured illusions born from its malevolent curse, seducing every witch or wizard who dared to gaze upon it with hissing whispers in their ears. Where me, and your dreams shall come true. You will be the wisest person in this world, and all shall bow before you. Upon hearing this, Rose raised her brows in surprise, casting a curious glance at the silver eagle diadem upon the ground. She pondered whether it had read her thoughts like the Sorting Hat, or if it was simply deluded enough to believe that everyone shared its aspirations. Having achieved an advanced level of the mind-sealing spell through system validation, Rose was confident that her mind would not be as easily penetrated as Harry's. Allowing the Dark Lord to enter and exit at will, the sole artifact, lying inert upon the ground, seemed to react to her unperturbed demeanor as it relinquished its seductive illusions. Invisible blades erupted from the diadem, lunging towards Rose in an instant, only to falter moments later. The invisible blades, mere moments away from reaching her, were thwarted by the sudden illumination of the golden circle inscribed upon the ground. Ah, is this the power of the Dark Lord? Rose mused, her lips curling into a smirk, laced with sarcasm as she taunted the sole artifact, which may or may not have heard her words. Voldemort's true form is far superior to yours. When I last cast this spell before him, he merely abandoned his parasitic body and scurried away like a rat. Once severed from its primary soul, the fragment that had become a soul artifact could no longer comprehend the events transpiring within its original body. Rose gently unveiled the remnants of Voldemort's failure from 11 years prior. Uncertain whether it was the relentless verbal provocation from Rose or the formidable influence of white magic upon the soul of the dark sorcerer, a chilling voice gradually emerged, accompanied by swirling black smoke from the crown. How dare you? The lethal dark magic surged forth with the soul fragment's assault, crashing towards Rose like a tidal wave. In this moment of dire peril, Rose merely scoffed, unlike her previous encounter at Hogwarts. This time, her focus was solely on the soul fragment of the Horcrux. Her ash-gray eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and a tumultuous wave of darkness enveloped her. As the soul fragment shattered the golden magical array in an instant and charged towards her face, an even more ferocious and fathomless black mist surged forth, devouring the incoming soul fragment as if it were prey caught in the jaws of a ravenous shark. The unwilling soul fragment struggled and writhed within the dark mist, desperately attempting to escape the terrifying confinement that was consuming it. "Who are you?" it demanded. Rose, displaying evident impatience, interrupted. "Who I am is of no consequence, even if you were to know." At this juncture, her previously furrowed brow relaxed, revealing a peculiar, disingenuous smile. "Indeed, you are about to vanish. Allowing you to grasp this truth is a form of mercy, is it not? I recall that others have referred to me as the nightmare of poachers or the terminator of dark wizards." Rose reminisced, smacking her lips. "Yet, I believe titles such as the heir of poachers or the meat grinder of dark wizards suit me far better. After all, I consider myself unparalleled in my understanding of dark magic." "It is you," she mused, surprised, believing that the riddle of the Riddler would not conclude until the soul fragment met its end. However, it appeared that this Dark Lord possessed a commendable knowledge of magic history, even being aware of such obscure lore. "Farewell," she declared, recognizing him as an extraordinary talent. Regrettably positioned as the antagonist, destined for annihilation. "Let me bestow upon him his final value." After the black mist, swirling in the air, emitted a satisfied belch, Rose's brow gradually knitted in concern. Still insufficient. Her gaze fell upon the now transformed Ravenclaw relic crown, murmuring to herself, "Luckily, there's still a ring that's easier to locate." Glancing at the dimming sky, the orange clouds between sea and sky gradually morphed into a resplendent purple. After a moment's contemplation, Rose abandoned the notion of retrieving the soul stone ring today. She bent down to pick up the antique crown and casually tossed it into her pocket. Chapter 71. The Riddle House, perched atop a hillside in Little Hangleton, offering a panoramic view of the entire village. Once, it was renowned as the most opulent residence in both Little and Great Hangleton, and every villager harbored envy for this family, even though they never labored. They maintained a lofty demeanor above the common folk, living a life of unparalleled luxury. The master of the Riddle estate has traditionally refrained from engaging with the villagers, and even a fleeting encounter with them would elicit a haughty glance, sufficient to convey the inherent arrogance and disdain that permeated their very essence. Nonetheless, every affair concerning the Riddle family incites fervent discussions among the villagers. Particularly, the elopement of the handsome young Riddle with the unremarkable daughter of the notorious vagabond from Hargenton set the entire village ablaze with a cacophony of gossip. Those villagers, who would typically not dare to brush against the hem of the Riddle family's garments, now seemed to congregate daily outside their bedroom door, each one eager to recount their version of the so-called truth. The young lady, once betrothed to Riddle and deemed a suitable match, hastily severed her engagement due to this scandalous affair, seeking refuge in a far-off land. However, the tale did not conclude there. Within the span of a year, the male protagonist of the elopement returned to Hargenton, alleging he had been duped by the witch of the Gunter family, claiming he had never harbored any affection for her. The vanished heroine and the returning hero, reminiscent of a tragic romance, reignited the villagers' passion for gossip, which had previously waned. What should have been the final chapter of this tragic rural love story took an unexpected turn into the realm of the bizarre. On a clear summer dawn, a maid, upon entering the drawing room to commence her duties, was astonished to find the entire Riddle family sprawled on the floor, impeccably attired in their dinner garments, their eyes wide open. As the maid tremulously reached out to touch her master's pallid skin, she realized their bodies had turned as cold as frost. The investigating officers initially implicated the morose and eccentric old gardener, Frank Bryce, in the murder, yet due to insufficient evidence, he was ultimately exonerated. Nevertheless, the villagers stubbornly believed that the Riddle family's demise was inexorably linked to the grim character of the old gardener. For decades that followed, this unpopular figure resided in a dilapidated wooden cottage on the Riddle estate. When Rose encountered the infirm gardener Frank, he was already well into his 70s, diligently performing his duties each day, as the affluent new owner of the estate neither resold it nor undertook any renovations. The once majestic residence, the grandest in all of Hargenton, gradually fell into disrepair and neglect. The reclusive wealthy owner continued to employ the old gardener annually to oversee the grounds. This was all gleaned through some subtle persuasion by Rose, who learned of the estate's history from the old gardener himself. Even he was unaware of the new owner's identity. Save for the pounds that periodically appeared in his account and the lingering obsession for a truth that kept old Frank tethered to the estate. Rose gazed upon the diligent elder before her, a man who had steadfastly devoted his life to proving his innocence while remaining loyal to the Riddle estate. With a deep sigh, she resolved to offer him the truth he so fervently sought. Utilizing her magic, Rose crafted a fabricated memory for him. Years later, the true murderer was apprehended by distant authorities, revealing a serial killer who had eluded capture for years, employing a homemade toxin that had baffled the medical community at the time. However, as the years progressed and technology advanced, long-dormant cases were meticulously unearthed and clarified, leading to the successful capture of the genuine culprit. Among those once interrogated by the police, Frank Bryce was finally able to prove his innocence. He deserved to enjoy the twilight of his life, seeking solace in a tranquil place with the generous severance pay from his employer. From her handbag, Rose extracted a substantial bundle of pounds and placed it into the hands of the bewildered Frank, whose gaze remained somewhat vacant after the memory alteration. "Farewell, old Frank. You may leave Little Hangleton now. I hope you never return," she whispered gently. With a crisp snap of her fingers, she jolted the dazed gardener back to reality. He blinked, slightly confused, and as he glanced down at the hefty sum in his hands, realization dawned upon him. "Yes, I am innocent. I will never return here," he mumbled indistinctly, slowly limping back to his modest cottage to pack his belongings. A few kilometers beyond Little Hangleton lies Great Hangleton, where the last descendant of Slytherin, the Gaunt estate, resides. A dilapidated wooden shed stands with a dead snake nailed to its door, now desiccated into a brown skin from decades of exposure to the elements. This place symbolizes the pure-blood lineage of Salazar Slytherin and was the residence of Voldemort's mother, Merope Gaunt, her uncle Morphin Gaunt, and her grandfather Marvolo Gaunt. By the time Rose finally arrived at the Gaunt estate after much effort, twilight had fallen, though it was the height of summer. An unexpected chill enveloped her as she stood before the house. Under the influence of magic, the long-closed wooden door creaked open, revealing a musty interior shrouded in cobwebs and dust. The space was modest, and through the grime-laden walls and floor tiles, Rose could barely discern the former grandeur of the place. She found it incomprehensible that, within a mere few decades, the once respectable young master, Omini's Gaunt, who had shared the Slytherin experience with her, could see the Gaunt family descend into such disarray by the time of Voldemort's mother. Yet, during their first encounter, Omini's had remarked that the Gaunt family, aside from himself, was comprised entirely of zealots obsessed with pure blood. The actions of madmen require no understanding. Rose illuminated her wand, embarking on a quest to locate the resurrection stone ring concealed within the old manor. This particular ring proved far more challenging to uncover than the one discreetly hidden in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. From the moment she entered, Rose heightened her vigilance to the utmost, determined not to meet a fate akin to that of Dumbledore. Chapter 72, The Resurrection Stone Ring. The deeper she delved into the modestly sized manor, the more she could keenly sense the once unparalleled splendor of the Slytherin family, now reduced to a state of desolation and decay. The last remaining member of the Gaunt family had been apprehended by the Ministry of Magic for the alleged murder of 3 muggles from the Riddle House and subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban, severing the Slytherin bloodline in England entirely. Even those families obsessed with blood purity, as their final descendants quietly faded into the annals of history, were left to ponder the significance of their ancestors' past glories and their stubborn pride in bloodlines. With a countenance as cold as ice, Rose clutched her wand, meticulously scouring every inch of the ground. Even the illustrious wizard Dumbledore had fallen victim to Voldemort's cunning, and Rose had no desire to follow in his footsteps. However, after a brief search, she found no trace of the hidden ring. Her once graceful brow furrowed in concentration as she stood in the center of the room, pondering a solution. The original text offered scant details regarding the ring's hiding place, and Rose's knowledge was no different from that of any other reader. She only knew that Dumbledore, while searching for Horcruxes here, had succumbed to past errors and donned the ring in an illusion. Even the most formidable white wizard, Dumbledore, and the potions master, Snape, had been unable to dispel the ring's curse, and she was decidedly unwilling to test it herself. Knowing full well the dangers that lay ahead, she nonetheless felt compelled to press on. If all else failed, her last resort would be to unleash fiendfire to cleanse the space entirely. A surge of formidable magical pressure erupted from within Rose, initially affecting the dilapidated furniture that was askew throughout the room. The air, once fluid and accommodating, began to grow dense and oppressive under this invisible force, turning thick and viscous. The wooden furnishings and the structure of the house began to emit creaks and groans as if ensnared within a colossal press. Ultimately, it was the aged and long-neglected chairs and tables that first reached their breaking point. Under the mounting pressure akin to that of the deep sea, the wood disintegrated into fine powder. The tiles beneath Rose's feet could no longer withstand such immense strain, beginning to crack and vanish. As the radius of her magical pressure expanded, more objects succumbed to destruction: tiles, walls, cabinets, bedding, windows, ceilings, and doors. Even within a magical framework grounded in idealism, the principles of science retained their intrinsic value. As the aura of oppressive magic, akin to a deep-sea pressure, gradually consumed everything within the Gunther estate, the ring of the Gunther family, evidently protected, stood out prominently at that moment. Rose, like an eagle capturing its prey, remained steadfast in her position, while the magical pressure inexorably approached the now exposed ring. Undoubtedly one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone, with its obsidian-like surface, remained unyielding beneath Rose's formidable magical force. However, the once lustrous golden band, now dulled, began to warp under the burden. Visions, both anticipated and unforeseen, began to materialize before Rose's eyes. First, the tragic demise of Snape in the Shrieking Shack echoed, followed by Dumbledore's fall from the tower, and the sight of Black plummeting through the stone archway of the Death Chamber, leaving behind the solitary shadow of a twin. Lupin and Tonks heroically fell in the final battle, their hands once clasped together now forever separated. My desires are somewhat numerous. Are you certain you can fulfill them all? The Resurrection Stone, now a Horcrux, seemed to have never encountered someone as insatiable as Rose. It could not discern which specter held the most profound influence over her, which she yearned to resurrect. Yet, Rose was disinclined to squander any more time with it, determined to vanquish the darkness. Having identified her target, she recited the incantation once more, employing the same method to extract a fragment of Voldemort's soul, with a deliberate opening left for escape. When the soul fragment attempted to flee, the black mist surrounding Rose unexpectedly consumed it entirely. After the black mist emitted a sound reminiscent of a retching belch, Rose finally revealed her first smile of the day, content with her achievement. However, even after completely consuming the soul fragment, she did not lower her guard. With her wand, she meticulously examined the Resurrection Stone ring, and once assured that no further traps lay in wait, she placed it into her system's repository. Unlike the antique crowns of Ravenclaw that could only be displayed in a museum for public viewing, this ring held practical significance for her. With the most crucial task of the summer accomplished, the remaining matters appeared to Rose as mere trifles. Firstly, she intended to recruit 2 staff members for her coffee shop before the new semester commenced. The employees, of course, could not be muggles. Yet, given the scattered distribution of wizards, only through a newspaper like the Daily Prophet could a recruitment advertisement yield higher efficiency. Thus, an unassuming job posting was published in a corner of the Daily Prophet. Help wanted Magical Coffee Wonderhouse is seeking 2 staff members. Working hours, daily from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Leave arrangement, 10 days off per month, with flexible adjustments based on individual needs. Position requirements: 1. A score in charms on the Ultimate Wizarding Examination. 2. A score in Muggle Studies on the Ultimate Wizarding Examination. 3. Possession of a Portkey license. Benefits: 1. Our establishment offers accommodation and meals, alleviating your concerns. 2. Salary is negotiable, with generous benefits. Should you find yourself meeting the aforementioned criteria and yearn to showcase your talents at the Enchanted Coffee Haven, we warmly invite you to send your personal information to No. 8. Hogsmeade Village. As for setting the standards in charms and Muggle studies, it is quite comprehensible. With proficiency in household spells, managing a shop is not an overly complex endeavor, particularly since Rose does not intend to have the shop produce its own bread, cakes, or desserts. Rose has conducted an exploration of the nearby Muggle town and identified an exquisite bakery, with which she has signed a contract. Each day, a sufficient quantity of breads and pastries will be freshly prepared in the morning, to be collected by the staff and brought back to the coffee shop. The staff need only cast a preservation charm to keep these items fresh, satisfying the shop's sales demands throughout the day. Regarding coffee, Rose has ordered a comprehensive automatic coffee machine from her Asian friend. Simply pour in various coffee beans and add fresh milk, and it will effortlessly craft any beverage. Be it cold, hot, Americano, or latte. One must ask, is it not simple and convenient to open such a shop? While the food may not appear particularly magical, the magical plants within her establishment exude a certain enchanting charm. Rose, who does not aspire to accumulate wealth through this venture, seeks merely a place bustling with foot traffic that does not seem out of place. Chapter 73, Yew Tree Road. As Rose continuously receives a plethora of job applications and inquiries from unfamiliar wizards via OWL, one particular letter from Hermione captures her attention. Rose quickly peruses the entirety of the letter. Hermione begins by politely greeting Rose, then, in a hurried tone, expresses her concern that since the summer holiday commenced, apart from her initial call to her aunt's house, every letter sent to Harry has vanished without a trace, with not even a single reply. Furthermore, every time she attempts to call Harry, the Dursleys rudely hang up. The absence of any response is entirely uncharacteristic of Harry. Subsequently, she verifies with Ron. who confirms that he too has received no correspondence from Harry. Hermione is deeply troubled, for throughout the previous school year, Harry never spoke favorably of the Dursleys. They consistently mistreated him. Hermione fears that Harry's Muggle relatives may be abusing him during the summer, preventing him from going outside, and even forbidding him from receiving any letters. Thus, she considers seeking Rose's assistance. It is important to note that through their previous year of amicable interactions, she has come to understand how well-versed Rose is in the Muggle way of life, and as an adult, Rose possesses the freedom that they, as young witches and wizards, lack during the summer, when they are unable to use magic and face various restrictions. Rose promptly replied to Hermione's letter, expressing her determination to uncover the matter and inquiring about the address or phone number of Harry's relatives. Before long, later that very evening, Rose received Hermione's response. It is worth noting that Hermione resided in London, while Rose had been staying at a house in Upper Hogsmeade, conveniently close to Hogwarts, which is, in reality, located in the Scottish Highlands. It seemed that Hermione's owl had indeed endured quite a taxing journey. Rose, being considerate, prepared a dish of water and some treats for the weary creature. Observing the little one ravenously devouring its meal, Rose couldn't help but reminisce about the era of instant messaging, pondering whether, when wizards eventually embraced such technology, these charming owls would be relegated to the role of mere pets. Her thoughts fluttered chaotically within her mind. Hermione's reply was exceedingly brief. She was unaware of the address of Harry's aunt, but possessed the telephone number. This undoubtedly provided Rose with a splendid opportunity to engage with Harry openly during the summer break. After thoroughly reading the letter, she tucked it away in the drawer beneath her desk, her fingers lightly tapping against the surface as she contemplated the persona she should adopt to rescue Harry from his dire predicament. In Surrey, England, on Beach Street, another sun-drenched summer day unfolded. Despite the capricious nature of British weather, the rainfall during summer was relatively modest compared to the rest of the year. The climate was delightful, with temperatures rarely exceeding 20 degrees. On such a splendid day, Harry found himself idly watering the grass and shrubs in the garden with a long rubber hose. Upon returning to his aunt's house, he reverted to being an utterly ordinary boy, devoid of magic, without friends, a mere punching bag for Dudley and a servant to the Dursleys. In recent days, apart from Dudley, who remained glued to the television, mindlessly consuming chips and soda, the rest of the Dursley family was engrossed in a whirlwind of activity. They meticulously tidied the entire house in preparation for an important client that Uncle Vernon was set to meet in a week. Uncle Vernon unabashedly boasted about the potential rewards of securing this substantial order, which promised a hefty bonus and the prospect of a delightful short vacation for the family. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Aunt Petunia eagerly anticipated the occasion, keen to showcase the best of their home, hoping to assist her husband in successfully closing the deal. It was at this moment that Harry found himself unceremoniously expelled from the house by Aunt Petunia, who deemed his presence a hindrance that would undoubtedly complicate matters for the Dursley household. Her exact words. Just then, a sharp ringing of the telephone broke the air, its chimes echoing through the house. Who could possibly be calling at this hour? Upon hearing the phone ring from the living room downstairs, Petunia, cloth in hand, hurriedly descended the stairs. At that moment, Dursley, who was seated in the living room engrossed in a television broadcast, did not spare even a glance. His attention was evidently fixated on the baseball game unfolding on the screen. Oh, how dreadful. That ball can't be missed, he muttered indignantly, grabbing a handful of potato chips and stuffing them into his pudgy mouth. Harry turned to glance back, but upon realizing that his presence was unnecessary for answering the phone, he lost interest and resumed his task of watering the plants. Hello, this is the Dursley residence, came the sharp, piercing voice of Petunia through the open window. Greetings, madam. This is the Holmes Detective Research Association in Baker Street, London. We received a volunteer application last year from the community primary school in Little Whinging. Due to the overwhelming number of applications we receive each year, we had to conduct a thorough sorting process before reaching out to you. May I inquire if you are the parent of Harry Potter? The voice on the other end was that of a polite woman, and despite Petunia's bewilderment upon hearing Harry Potter's name, she managed not to irritably hang up the phone. Oh yes, I am his aunt. Harry, who was tending to the lawn, seemed to hear his name and turned back in confusion, noticing his aunt on the phone. However, his friends were all wizards. Who would be calling him? Hermione? He had indeed received her call on the first day of the summer holidays, but it had been abruptly cut off amidst the Dursleys' furious shouts. They would not tolerate any abnormal people or occurrences in their home. One Harry Potter was already enough to distress them. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Petunia Dursley. Petunia was still somewhat dazed, pondering the name of the association that had called. Holmes? Apologies, did you just mention that Harry Potter applied to your association last year? As soon as Petunia uttered Harry's name, Dudley, who had been solely focused on the television, instantly became alert, glancing at his mother on the phone. His suspicious gaze swept outside to where Harry stood, contemplating turning back, before he rose and approached Petunia. His corpulent body squeezed beside Petunia's slender frame, as he pressed his ear closely to the phone. Clearly, any matter concerning Harry piqued his interest far more. Chapter 74, Privet Drive 2. Yes, we received the application last year. I apologize for the delay in our response due to the sheer volume of applications. As you may know, many schools hope their students will have such volunteer experiences during the holidays. The woman on the other end continued to patiently explain with good humor. Allow me to elaborate on the nature and structure of our volunteer program. Our association is located in Baker Street, London, directly opposite the Sherlock Holmes Museum at 221B. In a 4-story building. Our primary focus is to serve our members through recitals, discussions, and creative endeavors, specifically inviting students with an interest in literature and detective work to join as volunteers. We offer 2 types of volunteer programs, 1 week and 1 month, with options for daily parental pickup or accommodation provided by the association. At this point, the female voice on the other end paused momentarily before continuing in a more polished tone. Due to the volunteer's minor status, the association is unable to provide remuneration. However, we can offer some tokens of appreciation based on the duration of the volunteer's commitment. Tokens? What tokens? Upon hearing the word tokens, Dudley abruptly seized the phone from Petunia's hand, exclaiming loudly. The voice on the other end remained unfazed by this abrupt and rude exchange, continuing patiently. We have options for memberships at prestigious British supermarkets such as Marks Spencer, which accrue points corresponding to the volunteer hours and can be redeemed annually. When Dudley realized that the tokens referred to high-end supermarket membership cards, his interest immediately waned, and he returned the phone to Petunia, who was still pressed against the receiver, before retreating to the sofa in front of the television. However, Petunia did not share his lack of enthusiasm. Upon hearing the mention of numerous high-end supermarket membership cards, she was filled with uncontrollable excitement. She was acutely aware that patrons holding these cards could not only enjoy complimentary hot and cold beverages upon visiting, but could also peruse magazines and receive service in an environment akin to a luxury mall. The points accumulated on the membership could be spent as one would with pounds, an allure that was simply irresistible to her. She recalled Mrs. Brown, just a street away, who spent entire afternoons at these upscale supermarkets every week before work. Though she often feigned indifference during their tea gatherings, Petunia secretly envied her to the core. Now, she too had the opportunity to indulge in such luxuries, a notion that completely unsettled her. Nonetheless, Harry Potter was not merely an unwelcome dependent in their home. She needed to contemplate his summer plans with greater care and discuss them with her husband, Vernon. Oh, this news is rather unexpected. Although Petunia wished to agree immediately, she had to suppress her excitement and respond slowly. Of course, madam. You may discuss it with your family, and I can call back at this time tomorrow. If that suits. The voice on the other end clearly understood that such sudden news required time to process. All right, I will have a thorough discussion with my husband. As Petunia hung up the phone, Harry entered the living room, still clad in Dudley's old shirt and jeans, which, despite alterations, appeared excessively baggy on him. Aunt, I believe I heard my name? Harry inquired cautiously. This is a matter concerning your uncle and me, regarding a volunteer application for your summer. I never applied for any volunteer position, Harry exclaimed, his bright green eyes widening in surprise. After hearing Harry's response, Petunia was filled with confusion, yet Dudley maliciously interjected, Oh, perhaps someone from primary school helped you apply? You know, after all, they call it volunteering, but it's really just working as a servant. I heard it all quite clearly. He smirked, revealing his thick lips, and let out a derisive laugh. Oh, you can't do that, Harry protested immediately. But it was evident that no one in the room cared for his opinion at that moment. Petunia, with a stoic expression, turned to Harry and said, I will discuss this matter with your uncle. For now, return to your lawn duties. If you do not finish, you may not have dinner. When the sound of a car pulling up and the heavy thud of footsteps echoed outside in the evening, Harry instantly recognized that his Uncle Vernon had returned. It was clear that he and Dudley were cut from the same cloth. Having seen Vernon in his current state, one could easily imagine Dudley's future appearance. He peeked cautiously from the staircase on the second floor, eager to discern the conversation unfolding below. He was deeply puzzled by the telephone call regarding volunteering earlier that day. His instincts told him something was amiss. After all, he had graduated from primary school a year ago. Who would apply for volunteers in his name? Yet he was still a minor and needed to obey his aunt and uncle. He wished fervently to grow up quickly so he could escape the Dursley's grasp. Vernon, dear, welcome back. Petunia greeted him warmly with an embrace as he returned home. He handed her his hat and coat, which she accepted effortlessly. Let us hurry and eat. I'm absolutely famished, Vernon declared as he plopped down at the dining table, his imposing figure taking up space. Naturally, everything was ready for the meal to commence. Petunia replied gently, well aware of Vernon's habits. Harry, quickly bring the dishes to the table. Thud, thud, thud. Harry hurried down the stairs. Once everyone was seated, Vernon spread a pristine napkin over his collar, took up his knife and fork, and began to slice into the steak before him. The veal steak was evidently cooked to perfection, as Vernon devoured it with relish. Harry, however, was not so fortunate. His plate merely contained toast, luncheon meat, a fried egg, and boiled peas. Yet, he was not bothered. Any food was better than going hungry. Cough, cough. What's wrong with your throat, Petunia? Vernon asked, raising his head curiously from his battle with the steak. Well, I received a phone call at home today, stating that another association is in need of volunteers. And Harry applied last year, Petunia began. But before she could finish, Harry interjected eagerly, No, I didn't. I've never applied for any volunteering. Dudley, however, interrupted Harry, speaking over him to his father. Dad, there's a club looking for help, falsely labeled as a volunteering opportunity. He then maliciously raised an eyebrow at Harry, adding, I heard they even provide food and lodging. Oh, that sounds splendid. Where is it? Vernon inquired with keen interest. On Baker Street in London, dear. It's a detective club, Penny promptly explained. Baker Street, Vernon mused. That's quite a bustling area. I hope it's not some sort of scam. I wouldn't want to pay any participation fee once we arrive. Oh, I haven't heard anything about that. However, they do promise to provide a premium supermarket membership card and accumulate points based on the duration of volunteer service. That's what Penny is most concerned about. We can certainly check it out. If it's not a fraud, this lad can serve until the end of summer, right in London. He can easily head to King's Cross Station to that wretched school of yours, can't he? You can't just sell me off like that. Harry protested indignantly. You eat our food, you stay under our roof, lad. What you need is to obey. Since you've finished eating, go back upstairs. After reaching this tacit agreement among the Dursleys, Harry was compelled to leave the dining table. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, he discreetly took a slice of toast and tucked it into his shirt pocket. As he ascended the stairs, he faintly overheard Vernon and Penny conversing in the living room, just as they planned for the following week. Don't let this boy ruin it. Chapter 75, The Baker Street Homes Detective Association. Amidst Harry's futile protests, matters were resolved with a dictatorial finality by the Dursleys. Later that night, when silence enveloped the house, Harry gently drew back the curtains, and by the dim, yellow moonlight, he tore a page from his homework book and fervently inscribed a line. He implored his godfather Sirius to rescue him from the clutches of these terrifying Muggle relatives. The note was tied to Hedwig's claw. Good girl, tell Sirius that I desperately need his help. With a heart full of hope, Harry tenderly stroked Hedwig's snowy feathers, then opened the window, allowing her to soar into the night. This magnificent snowy owl stood out even in the pitch-black darkness. Harry gazed intently as she took flight, her white figure gradually disappearing, as if she carried away the fervent flames of longing within his heart. However, everything seemed unchanged. The following morning, Hedwig perched by the window, flapping her wings, yet her feet bore no reply. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, entirely unaware if Sirius had received his plea for help or if it had gone unnoticed. Yet, Harry knew that immediately after his aunt's call, they planned to pack him and his belongings off to London that weekend to serve as a volunteer for that so-called association. During the long wait of those 2 days, Harry gazed out the window countless times, hoping to see a passing bird, only to close the curtain in utter despondency after each fleeting moment of hope. Tomorrow morning would be the day the Dursleys would take him to Baker Street in London. Harry sat despondently curled up in the small room at the end of the second-floor hallway. His luggage consisted solely of a trunk filled with magical tomes and a wand. Alongside Hedwig's cage, he secretly hoped that the manager of the association would not disapprove of his bringing a pet. However, should it be prohibited, he could release Hedwig, allowing his beloved companion to soar freely outside for a month. He mused that she would undoubtedly relish such freedom, far better than being confined in a small room with him. Birds inherently belong to the vast expanse of the sky. He could never imprison her in a cage as the Dursleys did. On Saturday morning, the dawn was no different from any other, heralding the arrival of a new day in the radiant golden light. Harry had sat by the window all night, and when he groggily opened his eyes, he was startled to realize that the new day had quietly arrived, yet he still had not received a response from his godfather. A sense of disappointment washed over him as he recalled their encounter at St. Mungo's before Christmas. Sirius had embraced him warmly, sincerely welcoming him and promising a loving home, a prospect he had eagerly anticipated. However, during their meeting before the summer holidays, Dumbledore had declined Sirius's proposal to take care of him, leading to Harry's return to his aunt's house. He was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, but Sirius later acquiesced to Dumbledore's decision. Thus, he was left feeling both disheartened and secretly hopeful, yearning for Sirius to take him out for a brief excursion during the last days of summer, even if just for a single day away from the Dursleys. Yet the agonizing weight of these 2 days had undoubtedly deepened Harry's disappointment. He felt once again like an unwanted presence. His godfather, Sirius Black, perhaps had his own life and affairs to attend to, rendering him unable to come for him. Or perhaps it was due to Dumbledore's enigmatic instructions, though he did not know the exact reasons. It seemed to relate to the blood magic his mother had cast to ensure his safety at the Dursleys. However, weren't the Dursleys planning to send him away? Rather than venturing into the unknown to play the role of a house elf, He would prefer to be taken away by Sirius. Yet this last flicker of hope was cruelly extinguished. With a heavy heart, Harry dragged his luggage as he climbed into Vernon's small car. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had, for once, not brought along his cousin Dudley, who had made plans early that morning to visit the newly opened arcade in town with his friends for an entire day of enjoyment. Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, yet he knew well that such activities had no relevance to him, the orphan living under someone else's roof. He could only watch with his green eyes, so reminiscent of his mother's, as Dudley strutted away, full of self-importance. "Be safe, darling. We'll be back after we drop him off," Petunia exclaimed, unable to contain her affection as she embraced her plump son. Yet Dudley, considering himself a little adult now, was no longer willing to remain in his mother's embrace. "Do not embrace me any longer, mother. I have grown into a man," Dudley exclaimed, swiftly extricating himself from Petunia's embrace with a loud complaint. Amid Petunia's bewilderment, Uncle Vernon burst into hearty laughter by the car, making the flesh on his face appear even more congested. "Of course, you are a big boy now, no longer in need of your mother's tender care like a little baby. I shall take my leave then. Goodbye, father." Dudley puffed out his chest and departed the house without a backward glance. It is truly unimaginable how much Dudley has grown. "I still recall the image of him as a mere infant, as if it were just yesterday, Vernon," Petunia said as she opened the passenger door, her tone tinged with a lingering sense of loss over her only son no longer seeking her embrace. "He will always grow up, Petunia. You merely need to adjust gradually." Vernon spoke to his wife with remarkable patience. He lifted Harry's suitcase into the trunk of the car, only to find Harry standing idly by the vehicle. "Get in, boy," he barked without courtesy. Harry reluctantly climbed into the car, and in the final moment before the door closed, he gazed upwards at the surrounding sky, which held nothing but clusters of pristine white clouds. A profound sense of disappointment enveloped him as he settled into the back seat, watching the familiar streets recede through the glass window, ultimately leading the car onto streets he had never traversed before. Despite being engulfed in sorrow over the past few days, an intense curiosity stirred within Harry, igniting a profound interest in all that was new and unseen. On that Saturday morning, it seemed the entire populace of London had collectively agreed to rise late, as the streets were devoid of the bustling traffic and throngs of people typical of weekdays. Around 10 o'clock, Vernon navigated the car into Baker Street. "This place appears rather splendid," Vernon, Petunia remarked, admiring the rows of shops and towering edifices outside the window. "Indeed. Do you know? The rent here is several times higher than that in our neighborhood. The money required to purchase a house here could build a grand estate in the countryside. A former client of mine informed me of this. He constructed a magnificent farm in the countryside." Vernon began to extol the virtues of his clients. After successfully locating a parking space, Harry exited the car. But Vernon and Petunia showed no inclination to assist him with his luggage. Thus, Harry was left to open the trunk himself, attempting to retrieve his sizable suitcase. "What are you doing, boy?" Vernon swiftly maneuvered his considerable bulk over, slamming the trunk lid that Harry had just opened with a resounding thud. "Retrieving my luggage," Harry responded, momentarily stunned. "There is no need for you to engage in such unnecessary tasks. First, go explore this place. If it proves to be odd, we shall save time." With that, Vernon secured the car and led Petunia ahead of Harry. Chapter 76, Moving In. Vernon fixated intently on the address inscribed on the note, meticulously comparing it to the house numbers along the street. At long last, amidst a plethora of Holmes' memorabilia shops, he discerned a distinctive edifice, the sole structure untransformed into a commercial establishment. "Ah, it appears we have found it. Right here," he remarked. After confirming the accuracy of the address, Vernon stood still, his excessively corpulent face adorned with disproportionately small eyes that shrewdly surveyed his surroundings. "This place looks quite promising. It hardly resembles a den of deceit," he muttered to himself. "I believe this house must be quite valuable. If it were a scam, the cost would surely be excessive," Petunia concurred, echoing his sentiments. Harry, oblivious to their conversation, was solely preoccupied with the desire to reclaim his belongings, particularly Hedwig's cage, which still lingered in the car's back seat. Suddenly, the crisp chime of the doorbell resonated through the air, revealing that Vernon had pressed it. Shortly thereafter, the previously shut door creaked open, unveiling a face that was all too familiar to Harry. To his astonishment, it was Rose. Standing at the rear, Harry's eyes widened in surprise, nearly uttering a word that was stifled by a subtle gesture from Rose. "Greetings, sir, madam, and this young gentleman," Rose, clad in a comfortable cotton long dress, courteously greeted the trio at the threshold. Her extraordinary beauty momentarily rendered the Dursleys speechless. Harry Potter, miss," he quickly introduced himself, brimming with excitement, yet acutely aware of the necessity to conceal any peculiarities from his uncle and aunt, who harbored an intense disdain for anything magical. "Oh, Harry Potter. I presume you are Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," Rose exclaimed, promptly ushering them inside. "Indeed, We arranged the time over the phone to bring my nephew for a visit. If all goes well. Petunia, having regained her composure, cautiously chose her words in this unfamiliar environment, anxious about her family's potential incongruity in such a respectable setting. Indeed, we are the only establishment in the vicinity that does not operate commercially. I trust you have already noticed that outside. Rose invited them further into the four-story house. On the first floor, the walls were adorned with an array of old newspapers and vintage illustrations pertaining to the tales of Sherlock Holmes. As they entered the living room, glass display cases flanked either side, showcasing an assortment of antiquities, pipes, magnifying glasses, and some yellowed tomes. Could these possibly be items once used by the great detective Sherlock Holmes? Vernon pondered aloud, nodding sagely as he passed by the showcases, seemingly evaluating their significance. Petunia, having heard such an incredulous remark, widened her eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at her husband. She suppressed the suffocating sensation rising in her chest, managing to conjure a smile that she deemed appropriately polite. Oh, what a delightful jest, isn't it? She endeavored to communicate to her husband with her eyes, indicating that he had committed a grave error. Although Vernon was oblivious to the nature of his mistake, years of marital familiarity allowed him to instantly grasp his wife's insinuation. He then erupted into hearty laughter, as if the earlier comment had been nothing more than a mere jest. May I inquire how to address you, miss? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the proprietor of this establishment and the president of the Detective Study Society. You may call me Rose. She invited the three to take a seat on the brown leather sofa, inquiring whether they preferred some tea or coffee. Tea, please, came Vernon's muted response. While Penny answered Rose's question, the two sat awkwardly on the plush leather couch, surrounded by an ambience of opulence. Though merely a four-story apartment, the Victorian decor and furnishings exuded an air of grandeur. The polished brown hardwood floor, the crystal chandelier overhead, the cream lace curtains paired with deep crimson velvet drapes, the pale floral wallpaper, along with the ornate classical detailing and intricate moldings, and the exquisite fireplace and furniture, all contributed to an atmosphere steeped in old money. The Dursleys, who fancied themselves part of the middle class, found themselves both restless and secretly pleased in this setting. Enjoy, this is freshly arrived Ceylon tea. I hope it pleases you. Rose brought forth 3 cups of tea, accompanied by a milk jug and a sugar bowl. Thank you very much. This tea is, before Vernon could finish his sentence, Harry, sitting beside him, could no longer contain his eagerness and interjected, Excuse me, am I to volunteer here? Caught off guard by Harry's interruption, Vernon gaped, momentarily unsure whether to continue praising the tea's exquisite aroma or to follow up on his nephew's comment. He angrily turned his head, casting a fierce glare at his nephew, who, in that moment, seemed to lack decorum. I sincerely apologize. Harry is merely a bit too eager, Penny interjected gracefully, attempting to smooth over the abruptness of the situation. It's quite all right. I completely understand. As we discussed over the phone, I will be hosting some reading sessions, recitals, and discussion groups this afternoon. I am quite overwhelmed with the demands of these activities, hence my desire to invite children interested in Sherlock Holmes to join our society. This way, they can engage in activities they find enjoyable during the holidays, while also alleviating some of the pressures of hosting from my shoulders. Rose spoke with confidence, seated opposite the family. Due to the numerous inquiries I have received, some were inevitably overlooked, including the application from the Little Hinton Community Primary School, which I only recently discovered. I truly apologize for this oversight. No, this timing is quite perfect, Penny and Vernon chimed in unison. Meanwhile, Harry's heart was already brimming with joy. He had never imagined that the one to invite him to volunteer would be his school's teaching assistant, Rose. Undoubtedly, this was the most delightful occurrence of an otherwise dismal summer. Perhaps Sirius was aware of this development, which is why he chose to keep it a secret and did not respond to him. In his mind, Harry sought justifications for Sirius Black's lack of reply. Mr. Harry Potter, may I inquire how long you plan to experience your time here? We have various contracts available, and parents can rest assured regarding safety. Rose retrieved several documents from the drawer of the low table in front of the sofa and handed them to the Dursleys. Petunia, lacking expertise in such matters, turned her gaze towards her husband, Vernon, who had signed numerous contracts before. This looks quite promising. We intend for him to stay here for the remainder of the summer. Correct, Harry? Vernon nudged Harry with his elbow, turning to him with a threatening glance. Yes, Miss Rose. At that moment, Harry could not have been more pleased. He wished fervently for the Dursleys to sign the contracts immediately and depart swiftly. Everything is proceeding splendidly. Rose then produced an envelope. This is a token of gratitude. She extended her hand and passed the envelope to Petunia. Petunia, stifling her excitement, accepted the long-awaited membership card. She had envisioned for days how she would indulge in shopping with the points contained within. If the parents have any concerns, they can call here in the evening or visit at their convenience to check on their child. We welcome them wholeheartedly. This statement seemed to be the proverbial last straw. Indeed, in such a central location, what could a young, attractive lady possibly see in a poor boy like Harry Potter? Thus, with everyone satisfied, Vernon scrawled his name on the paper. Consider yourself fortunate, lad. Do well. Harry took the luggage and Hedwig's owl cage that Vernon handed him from the car. Having just warned his nephew, and from a distance at the front door, he spotted Rose in the living room below, offering her what he deemed a friendly smile. Chapter 77, Summer. As Harry struggled to contain his unparalleled excitement while watching the Dursleys depart from Baker Street, the flush creeping up his neck and the veins gradually protruding led Vernon and Petunia to believe it was pent-up anger, fearing that he might unexpectedly explode and disrupt this relatively favorable arrangement. After repeatedly confirming that all was well, the couple hastily made their exit. When Vernon's car vanished at the end of the road, Harry could no longer suppress his overwhelming joy and burst into jubilant shouts. Filled with elation, he dashed into the apartment on the first floor and wrapped his arms around Rose's slender waist. Rose, touched by the boy's ecstatic expression and the uncontainable joy on his face, reached out and gently stroked Harry's still slightly tousled black hair. You are truly this happy? However, I ought to apologize to you. Rose softly spoke, and Harry, filled with curiosity, lifted his head to gaze at her, bewildered as to why she felt the need to apologize. After all, I made this decision without consulting you, sending your relatives to bring you here. I can only imagine how troubled you must have felt these past few days. No, Rose, I couldn't be happier. Harry hastily retorted. The truth was, Hermione had sent me a letter, informing me that she was unable to contact you via owl. Rose took Harry's hand, leading him to the sofa in the living room. Hermione sent me a letter? I haven't received a single one. Harry exclaimed, astonished. Throughout the first half of July, he had not received a single letter from his friends in the Wizarding World. Despite their promises at parting, he had felt utterly despondent, fearing that his friends had forgotten him, only to discover that Hermione had indeed written to him. After receiving Hermione's letter, I attempted to contact you with an owl, but unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. I suspect there is something sinister preventing you from receiving our letters, Rose explained softly. Then I recalled that Hermione mentioned successfully calling your Aunt's house, though afterward, they refused her calls. That's when I devised this plan to bring you out. As Rose spoke, she began to laugh, her ash-gray eyes sparkling with light. Despite the seemingly mad notion, it had surprisingly succeeded. I had thought I would need to cast a confusion charm or something similar for today's meeting. Thank Merlin for their lack of cleverness. Harry was filled with excitement, never anticipating he would escape the Dursleys so quickly. So, does this mean I can stay here for the entirety of my summer vacation? He asked cautiously, suddenly realizing the implication. Of course, you are always welcome here, Harry, Rose replied warmly. However, I have been quite busy lately, and when I am, you may have to spend some time alone in the house. Won't that be rather dull? Rose suddenly recognized that Harry was a lively little boy, and staying indoors every day might feel quite confining for him. How about this? I will share a secret with you, but you must make me a promise in return. Rose extended her pinky, speaking mysteriously to Harry. What is it? I will surely keep my promise. Upon hearing the words secret and promise, Harry's bright green eyes widened, and he vowed loudly. Rose gently took Harry's considerably smaller hand and led him to the entrance of the apartment on Baker Street, gesturing for him to observe the golden carvings on the wall beside the door. What is this? Harry asked curiously. Press it. Rose instructed him to follow her lead. Harry obediently pressed the carving, and a metal dial adorned with red, blue, and white suddenly appeared on the wall. What is this? The pointer currently indicates a white square. You can try turning it to red, Rose said, her tone guiding him. Upon hearing this, Harry complied and opened the door as Rose succinctly commanded. Although Harry felt a sense of peculiarity, he complied with Rose's instructions. Hesitantly, he opened the door to the apartment, only to be astonished to find that the familiar street view of Baker Street, bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, had been replaced by a stone staircase ascending into the unknown. Wow! He was utterly amazed. He had never witnessed such enchanting magic. With wide eyes, he turned back to Rose. Let us go see, she encouraged. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry rushed up the stairs. To his astonishment, he discovered an unoccupied restaurant. He wandered around the empty tables and chairs of the yet-to-open establishment, exclaiming in wonder. What kind of magic is this? This isn't merely a restaurant, Harry. It's a coffee shop that will soon open, offering desserts and beverages. Rose replied with a casual shrug. As for the magic, that's a secret. Remember the agreement I mentioned earlier? She approached the entrance of the coffee shop and swung open the door, revealing the picturesque village of Hogsmeade, conveniently located near Hogwarts. However, after purchasing the property on Baker Street, I didn't have much left to invest in land in Hogsmeade, so I settled for this location instead. This is simply fantastic. Harry marveled as he stepped closer to the doorway where Rose stood, eager to glimpse the outside world, but she halted him. From seemingly nowhere, Rose produced a chestnut-colored wig and placed it atop Harry's head. You need a bit of disguise, Harry, guiding him to face the window. Harry gasped as he saw his reflection through the clear glass. The boy staring back had ordinary, light brown hair, a smooth forehead, and spectacles, His appearance had transformed enough that, with a mere cursory glance, even his classmates might struggle to recognize him. I think it's essential for you to venture outside. It'll be safer. Rose subtly hinted at the lingering dangers. This is absolutely marvelous. Perhaps I will be the first-year student to visit Hogsmeade? Harry exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, you will need my permission to leave this door, Harry, and if you wish to exit the village, my company is essential. After all, you are still quite young and extraordinarily special. Rose remained adamant about Harry's safety, as it was a matter of utmost seriousness. Here, you can simply say I'm your relative from Asia visiting for the summer. Of course, Rose. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he was thoroughly content. He had not only escaped the Dursleys, but was now set to spend his summer in the enchanting home of Rose, filled with wondrous magic. Chapter 78, The Granger Household. Suddenly, a crisp and resonant telephone ring echoed through the spacious living room of the Granger home. Hermione, alone in the house, looked up in surprise from the mountain of books that surrounded her. This is the Granger residence, she said, picking up the phone and leaning back against the soft couch. Somewhat bored. Hey, Hermione. As the familiar voice of Harry resonated through the receiver, Hermione was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. Harry, is that you? You can actually use your aunt's phone? No, you would never guess where I am, Harry cheerfully replied from the other end. This certainly implied that he was not at his aunt's home. Where could he possibly be? Hermione's curiosity intensified. I am at Rose's house. Oh my goodness. You are at Rose's? How on earth did you manage that? Did you run away from home? Hermione's mouth fell agape upon hearing his response. The story is rather long. Rose asked me to see if you would like to come over for a few days. She just moved into a new place. Of course, Hermione exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I can hardly wait. I'll call my dad at the clinic right away. Wait, Hermione, Rose asked for your address. She said we would drive over to pick you up. The mention of driving momentarily stunned Hermione, who had not anticipated that Rose would travel in such a manner, rather than by magical means. Although she was aware that apparition required certification in the 6th or 7th year, it was evident that Rose's magical prowess rendered such concerns moot. However, considering Rose's inclination towards Muggle lifestyle, Hermione could somewhat comprehend her choice. Certainly, I'll give you my address. After quickly relaying her home address, Hermione eagerly informed her parents, who were still at the clinic, that a well-regarded teaching assistant from her school and her friend had invited her to their new home for a few days. She had never been to a witch's house before. Moreover, she had many questions from the books she had read over the summer, and she thought it would be far more enjoyable to consult Rose than to spend her vacation alone at home. The following morning, Rose appeared at Hermione's doorstep, driving a vibrant red convertible. Harry sat in the passenger seat, and it seemed that the wind had tousled Rose's long black hair. But it did nothing to diminish her youthful allure as she confidently greeted Hermione's parents. Hello, you must be Miss Rose. Hermione's mother approached and warmly embraced her, then turned to the only boy present, whose already unruly black hair appeared even more disheveled. And you must be Mr. Harry Potter? I often read your name in Hermione's letters home. Yes, Mrs. Granger, Harry replied. Today, Rose donned a floral sundress, complemented by an exquisite lace cardigan. She smiled as she observed Mrs. Granger and young Harry in a warm embrace. This was her second encounter with a non-magical character from the original story, the first being the Dursleys. You certainly do not appear to be a witch, Mrs. Granger remarked curiously after exchanging friendly hugs with Harry. Aside from Professor McGonagall, who guided Hermione on her first day, this was the first occasion the Granger family had encountered a witch so closely. Rose, Harry. Hermione seemed to hear the voices and hurriedly descended the stairs. Long time no see. She was still clutching a book, evidently having been engrossed in her reading in her room just moments before. Hi, Hermione. Harry greeted her with a wave, feeling slightly awkward in his unfamiliarity with her parents. Please come in. My dad is already at the clinic. He had an appointment this morning, and my mum is home to keep me company until you arrive. Hermione quickly ushered her two guests into the house from the small garden at the door. Would you like something to drink? Anything will do, Rose replied casually. Hermione's home resembled any typical middle-class residence in London, featuring a well-maintained detached villa and an orderly garden. The interior was meticulously arranged with a predominant white color scheme, perhaps reflective of her parents' professions. Mrs. Granger brought out freshly purchased muffins and juice for her guests. I hope you enjoy them, she said, taking a seat on the sofa next to Hermione, who was excited by the prospect of having a wizard friend invite her over for the first time. Actually, my home isn't very different from here, Rose shrugged. I bought a set of apartments from an old gentleman. Oh, I mean, he was an ordinary person. So, there isn't much magic inside. Rose glanced at Harry, who understood her implication. Indeed, he was well aware of what she meant, aside from the enchantment at the entrance. The house bore almost no distinction from a Muggle residence, perhaps because it originally was one. If you have time, you could come visit, Rose warmly invited. Hermione looked at her mother with eager anticipation. I'm truly sorry, it's a rare opportunity. However, my dad has an appointment to do a filling later today, so I must accompany him. Mrs. Granger replied, surprised by Rose's invitation. Perhaps my husband and I could arrange a time to visit you. Hermione will be in your care for the next few days. Of course, that would be splendid. At that moment, Hermione realized it was nearly time to depart. After all, her mother was only at home to wait for Rose to pick her up. If they delayed any longer, they might miss her father's minor treatment. I'll go fetch my luggage, she declared before bounding back up the stairs. She dragged a suitcase to the top of the stairs, and seeing this, Rose quickly drew her pine wand and cast a levitation charm on the suitcase. Every time I witness magic, it feels utterly unbelievable, Mrs. Granger mused, as it had been a year since she last saw any magic. With Hermione home for the holidays and forbidden to use magic, it was as though it had never existed, akin to a figment of her and her husband's imagination. She chuckled at the thought. As Hermione reaches adulthood, she might transform this place into a true haven for witches. By then, you shall be accompanied by magic every single day. After saying this, Rose chuckled. Hermione's luggage was placed in the trunk of the little red car by Rose. Before everyone boarded, Rose turned to Harry and said, "You can sit in the back with Hermione. I believe you have plenty to discuss." Of course, Harry replied happily, opening the back door and inviting Hermione to enter first. "Goodbye, Mom. I'll call home." Once everyone was inside, the trio waved farewell to Mrs. Granger. Off we go. The red convertible sped away into the cool morning breeze towards Baker Street. Chapter 79, The Invitation. "Wow, is this your home?" When the door to Baker Street creaked open, Hermione stood in the foyer, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the wall adorned with displays, illustrations, and a glass cabinet showcasing various items related to the works of Sherlock Holmes. "You're a Holmes enthusiast? I never would have guessed that. I recall gifting you an Agatha Christie book for Christmas. It seems I was partly right, yet wrong in another aspect." Hermione's words were laden with implication. "Well, in truth, I am not merely a fan of Holmes," Rose replied with a mysterious smile directed at her. "Then what else?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. Rose placed her index finger against her luscious red lips. "Ah, yet another insufferable secret keeper," Hermione thought disdainfully of Rose's teasing manner, igniting her interest, yet leaving her in suspense. After closing the apartment door, Rose swiftly produced her wand. With a flick of the spell, Hermione's luggage began to float up the stairs. "I reside on the second floor, Harry on the third, and the fourth floor is currently vacant. I hope you don't mind the climb." "Not at all," Hermione replied, dashing up the stairs. Meanwhile, Rose, still on the first floor, called out, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, since this is a home for an adult witch, you may use your wands while you're here. The Ministry 1T monitor for underage wizards casting spells in this house." Upon hearing this delightful news, Hermione could hardly contain her excitement, jumping up and down in disbelief. "Oh my goodness, I can use my wand during the summer? This is absolutely the best news I've heard lately. You didn't tell me. I could have had my wand out a day and a half earlier," Harry exclaimed, struggling to fathom that he had missed the chance to perform some minor spells. "My wand." Hermione suddenly panicked, raking her fingers through her tousled hair, her voice rising in urgency. "I can't remember if I packed it in my suitcase." Before her words had fully dissipated, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and in an instant, not only Hermione, but Harry too vanished from the staircase. "Well, it seems I have forgotten," Rose sighed in resignation. As Rose leisurely sipped her coffee in the second-floor sitting room, she noticed Hermione descending from upstairs, wand in hand and a book cradled in her arms. "You finished so quickly? That was remarkably swift," Rose remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone. "Of course, I am a witch, am I not?" Hermione replied, her prominent front teeth becoming conspicuous as she smiled with pride. "Using magic makes these tasks exceedingly simple. Indeed, you are quite impressive. But why hasn't Harry come down yet? He doesn't even have any clothes to sort," Rose said, setting her cup aside and curiously moving toward the staircase, peering upward. Unfortunately, it seemed Harry was still in his room, and she couldn't discern anything. "Harry?" Rose called out loudly from the staircase. "I'm here." Harry's voice distinctly emanated from his room. After a brief moment, he finally appeared in view, yet his expression was unmistakably one of agitation. "What's wrong? Has something transpired in this short span that I am unaware of?" Rose pondered internally. Upon hearing her, Harry exhaled heavily, running his fingers through his tousled black hair. "I was just searching for my wand in the suitcase." The two encouraged him to elaborate. But at that moment, Harry suddenly grasped Hermione's hand tightly, leaving her at a loss. "Harry? Hermione, you must save me." His face was a portrait of urgency, causing the initially shy Hermione to feel a wave of anxiety, neglecting her blush as she anxiously inquired, "What is happening?" "Rose is here too, isn't she? I am sure we would both be willing to assist you in any circumstance." Rose raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the distressed boy before her. Yet Harry merely cast a wary glance at Rose from the corner of his eye before whispering to Hermione, "While I was at Aunt Petunia's, I was forbidden from having any magical items in the house, so?" Hermione had already begun to form a suspicion in her mind, though she refrained from voicing it directly. "Could I borrow your summer homework for reference?" I haven't written a single word, although their voices were hushed. Rose was far from deaf. In fact, her hearing was quite acute. However, she clearly preferred not to become too involved in the matter of lending homework, as Hermione's character would undoubtedly ensure that Harry received a thorough lesson. Absolutely not, Harry. Even if you have written nothing due to your aunt's restrictions, you still have over a month to complete it. That is ample time. I finished all my assignments in less than a week. Hermione firmly rejected Harry's request. Oh no, but that's you, Hermione. Harry, rejected by Hermione, was in great distress, envisioning the mountain of homework spanning over 100 inches, particularly in potions. To Harry's astonishment, Snape demanded that students who achieved certain grades in the final examinations complete papers twice the usual length. He firmly believed that Snape was targeting Gryffindor, speculating that, aside from Hermione, no one in Gryffindor would attain such marks in potions. I will assist you. Harry, you know I will be here for several days, Hermione declared. Inviting you over is not merely to have you accompany me in my studies. It was evident that Harry's expectations were misguided. All right, children. You may wander about the house or the nearby streets. I need to prepare thoroughly for a small gathering tomorrow, where I will host my colleagues. Rose showed little interest in discussing summer assignments or recreational plans with the two children as she gracefully descended the staircase. Colleagues. Harry echoed this term, but Rose had already vanished into the corridor on the second floor, leaving his question unanswered. He pondered if perhaps she had invited Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. The two children exchanged glances. At that moment, Harry suddenly realized, slowly articulating his query, "Do you mean to say our headmaster and dean will attend?" "You know, it's not just those two. I was merely illustrating a point," Hermione innocently replied. "So perhaps Snape as well?" Harry looked at Hermione in disbelief. "Why?" he exclaimed in anguish once more. Hermione understood Harry's dread of encountering his most feared and loathed professor during the summer break. Such a prospect was undoubtedly unpleasant. Yet she felt powerless to change it. Chapter 80, The Party. Despite Harry's myriad of reluctances and his desire to avoid the terrifying potions mastered during the holiday, the following day inevitably arrived. Thus, he could only silently pray that Rose would forget to send an invitation to Snape, or that Snape would harbor no interest in attending the housewarming party, as he had always seemed to be that type of person. In the exhibition hall on the ground floor of the apartment, the glass cabinets and display tables had been entirely cleared away by Rose, replaced by an orderly array of buffet stations. She had ordered a delightful assortment of dishes from both Muggle and Wizarding restaurants, along with a diverse selection of beverages. Various culinary delights were meticulously arranged upon a table draped in pristine white linen, stretching along the wall. As for the drinks, Rose employed a touch of magic, encasing the bottles in colorful bubbles that allowed them to float in midair. Whenever a cup neared emptiness, these bubbles seemed to possess a will of their own, drifting over to promptly refill the vacant glasses. One by one, guests began to emerge from the vacant fireplace as noon approached. "Oh, welcome, Professor Sprout," Rose exclaimed, hurrying forward to greet the plump head of Hufflepuff House as she appeared amidst the green flames emanating from the fireplace. "Congratulations, Rose. It appears I am the first to arrive." The moment Professor Sprout entered, her gaze was captivated by the newly adorned apartment. She cheerfully remarked, "It seems you intend to reside in England for an extended period. However, I did not anticipate your choice of Muggle London." "Perhaps my familiarity with the Muggle world influenced my decision," Rose replied with a smile, upon noticing two younger students seated on the sofa alongside them. Professor Sprout expressed her surprise. "Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, how delightful it is to encounter you during the summer break." "Good day, Professor Sprout," the two children chorused in unison. "You even invited students." "Indeed, only Hermione and Harry. Their residence is quite close, so I thought to invite them for a brief stay." At that moment, the fireplace erupted with green flames once more, and Rose turned to find Professor Flitwick arriving, cradling a bottle of cherry wine nearly as tall as himself. "Congratulations, Rose. This is truly a day to celebrate," he said, gently brushing off the dust from his attire. "This is a bottle of freshly brewed cherry wine. This batch has a delightful flavor, and I hope you will enjoy it." "Of course, thank you, Professor Flitwick." Rose quickly accepted the oversized bottle to alleviate the burden on Professor Flitwick's diminutive stature. "Oh, I almost forgot." Professor Sprout rummaged in her pocket, producing a bag brimming with fruit. Rose's keen eyes caught sight of the golden peels within. "These are the golden apples I have cultivated." As the brown bag was fully opened, a collection of plump golden apples was revealed to all. "Wow!" exclaimed the two children, the appearance of the apples resembling pure gold. "Are these the golden apples from Greek mythology?" Rose immediately thought of the tale of the golden apples upon seeing the dazzling fruit. "Oh, certainly not. The golden apples of mythology could never be cultivated by mortals, not even by wizards," Professor Sprout chuckled. "These are merely apples with a golden exterior, possessing a flavor that is sweeter and juicier than ordinary apples." "That sounds anything but ordinary," Rose exclaimed sincerely. "I do not flatter you. I am truly delighted. Sharing the fruits of my labor with you always brings me joy," Professor Sprout said with glee. As one familiar professor after another emerged from the fireplace, Harry, seated on the sofa, remained focused on the visitors arriving from the hearth. When Professor Dumbledore appeared, Harry could not suppress his excitement, cheering inwardly. It seemed Snape would not be joining this gathering. For whatever reason, it was perhaps best that Rose had entirely forgotten to send him an invitation. Professor Dumbledore. At this moment, Harry's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy, so much so that his voice rang out high enough to draw the attention of several nearby individuals. Dumbledore widened his eyes, appearing utterly astonished by Harry's presence. Harry, you are here. In an instant, he regained his composure. Addressing Rose, who welcomed him, he said, Severus asked me to convey his apologies. He has some matters to attend to and will arrive later. I hope you don't mind. Severus is coming? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, as the unwelcome news struck him before he could fully revel in his happiness. Professor Dumbledore, with his half-moon spectacles, raised an eyebrow at Harry, while Hermione quickly moved closer, anxiously tugging at his sleeve. It was then that Harry snapped back to reality, forcing a few awkward chuckles. Oh, I meant Professor Snape. I was aware he would be here, and I am positively looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, everyone was well aware of Snape's reputation among students, and no one intended to address the matter directly. Oh, I did not expect you to look forward to Professor Snape's arrival. It seems your relationship is rather good, Dumbledore remarked playfully, elongating his tone. I do not recall ever treating Potter with any special regard. Albus, came Snape's deep voice from behind Dumbledore. Harry's face contorted slightly, yet he felt compelled to mend his earlier statement, fully aware that he did not wish to be the troublemaker at this gathering. However, Snape showed no inclination to even glance in his direction, let alone inquire why Harry had appeared at Rose's new home during the holidays. He had no obligation to hover around Potter's offspring during the break. Let Dumbledore worry about that. Congratulations, Rose, though your penchant for muggles remains as inscrutable as ever. Snape drawled, presenting her with his gift, 2 bottles of his cherished red wine. Thank you very much, Rose replied, her brow unflinching at Snape's somewhat acerbic remark. It is evident that your preferences remain consistent. Humph. Rose disregarded the professor's seemingly harmless scoff, turning to the ever-curious Dumbledore, standing nearby. Professor Dumbledore, may I speak with you privately? Of course, Rose. Snape, standing aside, cast a quick glance at the two engaged in whispered conversation, only to find Harry glaring at him with barely concealed indignation. He turned sharply, casting Harry a fierce glare. Chapter 81, Sirius Black. Rose led Dumbledore to a secluded corner, away from the crowd. Lowering her head slightly, she spoke earnestly to the silver-haired elder, Professor Dumbledore, during the holidays. Hermione wrote to me stating that neither she nor Ron received any response to the letters they sent to Harry. She insisted that Harry is certainly not the type to ignore correspondence from friends. With a spirit of experimentation, I sent a letter to Harry, only to find it vanished into silence, like a stone cast into the depths of the sea. Dumbledore's pale blue eyes shimmered with thoughtful illumination. Rose knew that this wise old man never underestimated the words of others, and he had evidently absorbed her sentiments. She continued, stating that she had obtained the phone number of Harry's aunt and secured the consent of his relatives, inviting him to stay with her for a few days. Upon inquiry, she discovered that Harry had not received a single letter from the magical world during the holidays. Pausing momentarily, Rose's voice hinted at a troubling thought. Was there something sinister lurking around him? After listening to Rose's account, Dumbledore blinked knowingly, as if a light had dawned upon him. Oh, I see now. Thank you for sharing such significant information with me. Frankly, I would not be surprised by anything occurring in Harry's life. My only wish is to ensure his safety to the best of my ability. I shall attend to this matter, so you need not worry. The banquet before them appeared splendid, and he sincerely expressed his joy at her success, declaring he might indulge in a few more drinks. Professor Dumbledore raised his gaze to the floating bottles encased in colorful bubbles. Selecting one, he gently tapped a bubble with his finger, summoning an empty glass, into which the liquid flowed automatically. Once the two naturally shifted the conversation away, Rose took her leave from the corner, having achieved her purpose. For she had numerous guests to attend to. As anticipated, the day following the soiree, Harry's godfather personally arrived, intending to take his charge away. Rose had never intended to keep Harry for the entire summer, as her own obligations were indeed numerous. Good morning, miss. She greeted as she opened the door to her Baker Street apartment, revealing a man with shoulder-length black hair. The tips of his hair curled playfully, and although he donned a silver-gray muggle suit, he had failed to fasten it properly, with no tie to constrict his collar. In this unassuming guise, he cradled a large bouquet of brilliantly blooming yellow roses, leaning casually against the lamppost at her doorstep. Despite being over 30, the spark in his eyes bestowed upon him an air of youthful exuberance, leading anyone who beheld him to perceive him as a young man. Sirius Black, upon seeing him for the first time, Rose recognized him instantly, despite their previous lack of acquaintance. Only he could present himself so unexpectedly yet with such ease at her threshold. Good day, may I inquire? Rose stood at the door, her gaze fixed upon the young wizard before her. Sirius Black, he replied, I trust you have heard my name. I sincerely apologize for this untimely intrusion. I have long owed you my gratitude, but have been at a loss for the right moment. As he spoke, he raised the exquisite bouquet of vibrant yellow roses in his hand, presenting it to you with the hope that it would bring you good fortune, for after all, encountering you was indeed his stroke of luck. Rose had never heard such melodious words from anyone else's lips. Sirius Black, true to his noble lineage, was adept at charming with his eloquence. Had Rose not been acutely aware that he was merely expressing his gratitude, she might have been swayed by his striking appearance, his brooding yet roguish demeanor, and those honeyed words that could easily capture a heart. Fortunately, Rose was fully cognizant of the situation. With a playful arch of her brow, she gracefully accepted the bouquet he offered, sincerely thanking him for the splendid flowers, which were indeed breathtaking. I presume your visit today is not solely to express your gratitude, is it? To encounter a lady of such refined sensibilities as yourself is truly delightful. I have heard that Harry is currently residing with you, and as his godfather, I have yet to celebrate his birthday with him. This presents a rare opportunity, does it not? Please, do come in, Mr. Black. As more curious glances, some overt and others concealed, were cast in their direction, Rose hastily invited him inside, wishing to avoid becoming the subject of local gossip. Honestly, you need not concern yourself with these muggles. You possess this entire apartment and could easily conceal it with magic. Sirius entered Rose's abode with remarkable ease. His eyes glancing around in curiosity, it bore no resemblance to a witch's dwelling. Yet, it appeared quite splendid, far superior to the Black family estate. With a smile, Rose placed the beautiful roses into an empty vase, for the atmosphere was imbued with the essence of muggles. And please, no more formalities, sir. It truly makes me uncomfortable. At this, Sirius turned around in surprise. Realizing his oversight, he quickly replied, I meant no offense, Mississippi. I know, Mr. Black. I wasn't offended. I was merely stating a fact. I quite enjoy the muggle way of life, hence I have not adorned this house with more magical embellishments. Though it does not diminish the fact that a witch resides within. Rose stood by the vase, casually arranging the stems as she spoke. Would you care for something to drink? Oh, anything will do. Sirius, feeling somewhat flustered, obediently took a seat on the sofa, pondering if he had perhaps misstepped. However, a light patter of footsteps echoed from above, growing nearer. Sirius? A tuft of unruly black hair first appeared from the staircase banister, followed by a boy with striking green eyes and round glasses peering out. Oh, it's really you, Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight as he hurried down the stairs. Sirius's gray eyes sparkled in an instant, and he raised his arms high, warmly embracing his godson as he leaped down. Haha, Harry, it's been ages. You've grown. The two shared an animated embrace, filled with joy. How is it that you have come here today? Harry's eyes sparkled with intense focus as he gazed at Sirius before him. Of course it is for you. I remember your birthday is just a few days away. You remember my birthday? Naturally, I am your godfather. Previously, when I was imprisoned in Azkaban, I was unable to celebrate your birthday, but now I can commemorate it every year. Sirius cheerfully declared, with the assistance of friends. I have rented a charming house in the countryside. You are welcome to stay with me. Harry was elated. His only relative had not forgotten him and intended to celebrate his birthday annually. Yet, Sirius's invitation made Harry feel somewhat conflicted, as he had already promised Rose. Contemplating this, he glanced at her. You need not feel troubled, Harry. Rose brought juice and tea for the two of them. Those words I spoke to your aunt were merely a pretext. You are entirely free to decide where to spend your summer. You will always be welcome here. Harry embraced Rose tightly. Thank you, Rose. You always help me. Many times I feel that if I had a sister, she would be just like you. This innocent remark filled Rose with joy, yet she thought to herself, in truth, by any lineage, I cannot be your sister, Harry. Nevertheless, she was immensely happy, for this was a subtle acknowledgement from Harry. I like you very much too. Perhaps this is the bond we share. Rose joyfully patted Harry's back. Now go and pack your things. Your godfather is waiting for you. I will be right back. Sirius. Harry dashed to his room on the third floor with remarkable speed, prompting Rose to shake her head slightly with a sigh of resignation. I am glad you like Harry, Sirius suddenly remarked. Rose turned back in surprise. Of course. Harry is a remarkable boy. I believe anyone would adore him, wouldn't they? Sirius chuckled, his laughter radiating warmth to his gray eyes. It was only then that Rose noticed the considerable resemblance between them, though she quickly dismissed the thought, realizing her essence was crafted by the system, with no connection to the Black family. Chapter 82, Remus Lupin. After sending Harry off, the once bustling apartment was left with only Hermione, the young witch. While the freedom to use her wand in a wizard's home was enticing, Hermione was a girl with a sense of boundaries and appropriately bid farewell to Rose. Fortunately, the apartment was equipped with a telephone, making it convenient to call the Grangers. Coincidentally, the following day was the weekend, and the Grangers personally visited, taking Hermione away with them. At that moment, the four-story apartment fell into a serene silence, with Harry and Hermione's lively chatter absent, and the sounds of little wizards running and playing above gone. Tranquility enveloped the space. Rose sat alone on the sofa on the first floor, suddenly reflecting on whether purchasing this four-story apartment building had been a wise decision. In solitude, the space felt overwhelmingly vast and desolate. Fortunately, she had numerous tasks to occupy her mind. The interviews for the new store's staff were underway, and among the selected candidates was a rather unremarkable yet gentle half-blood wizard, a recent graduate of Hufflepuff Academy. Rose was astonished when she discovered his cover letter in her correspondence. She had never anticipated that one day she would not only interview one of her students, but also employ him. "Frankly, Mr. Hill, I never imagined you would apply to my little shop," she remarked as she conducted the interview in her yet-to-open establishment. The young John Hill sat across from her, appearing somewhat flustered, seemingly taken aback that his interviewer was none other than his former teaching assistant. "I am aware of your academic performance. I assumed you would pursue a more lucrative position as an herbalist. Coming here seems somewhat beneath your capabilities," she stated. "No, I genuinely enjoy being an herbalist. I have even applied for other positions," he replied, scratching his head bashfully. "That's perfectly acceptable, Mr. Hill. It is entirely normal," Rose comforted him gently, recognizing his discomfort. "However, the herbalist profession is highly sought after, and this year there are no vacancies in the UK. Those wishing to enter the field must venture to South America or Africa. My fiancée, E, and I plan to marry by the end of the year, and neither of us wishes to leave the UK. Thank you for attending this interview. I hope you do not regret this decision in the future." As Rose stood up and extended her hand to John Hill, he appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly at her for a moment before realizing he had secured the position. He grasped her hand with excitement. "Indeed, this place is simply magnificent. The shop is stunning, completely surrounded by magical plants. I believe working here will be equally as rewarding as being a professional herbalist. Who knows? I might even have my own house here one day." As John Hill exited through the front door, barely concealing his exhilaration, a melodic chime of brass bells drew Rose's gaze back to the entrance. A tall man with brown hair, clad in a faded coat, pushed open the shop's door. His temples showed strands of silver, and though his gentle eyes bore signs of weariness, a spark of vitality remained. The faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and forehead conveyed a sense of life's trials. He appeared to be a man weathered by hardship, yet undaunted by the adversities of existence. In an instant, Rose recognized him as Remus Lupin, not solely due to his tattered attire, but also his slightly protruding lips and the distinct magical aura surrounding him. Clearly, his furry secret was laid bare before her. A specialist in dark magic. At last, the big fish had taken the bait. She has indeed accomplished an impressive number of preliminary tasks. "Excuse me, may I inquire if this establishment is still hiring?" He seemed to effortlessly deduce that Rose had successfully recruited a staff member. "Of course, sir. I require 2 employees. And I am still one short," Rose replied, offering him a friendly smile. Lupin cautiously closed the shop's door, ensuring that the brass bell did not emit a sound. "Please, have a seat." He deftly pulled a chair for Rose. She observed this with keen interest, marveling at the stark contrast between this gentleman and the previous black she had encountered, noting that his recent years must have been quite challenging. "Hello, I am Remus Lupin. Here is my resume." He gently placed a somewhat thick yet well-worn document on the table before Rose. "You have achieved commendable grades during your time at school and even served as a prefect. However, it appears you have changed jobs several times, each tenure being rather brief. Could you elaborate on the reasons behind this?" Rose inquired, her curious gaze fixed on the man seated opposite her. "As a shop owner, one naturally hopes for a stable workforce," she added. "Well, you see, my health has occasionally been less than favorable, necessitating periods of rest. I noted in your job posting that there are 10 days off each month," Lupin nervously explained. "I believe I can manage the work hours outside of those rest days. The extended time off is simply a reflection of the long working hours and the complexity of the tasks involved." Leaning back in her chair, hands clasped before her abdomen, Rose contemplated for a moment before responding. "How about this? I will offer you a 1-month trial period. If you can fulfill the role satisfactorily during this time, your salary and benefits will remain unchanged. However, should I find that you do not meet the shop's requirements, I will only be able to provide you with a partial salary as compensation. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lupin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The outcome was far better than he had anticipated. "Of course, I have no objections." "Very well, you may commence work tomorrow. Your partner will be a young Hufflepuff named John Hill. I presume you encountered him on your way here. You two can coordinate your days off. But it is essential that someone is present in the shop each day. The room upstairs is designated for employee rest. You may choose to stay here or return to your own residence, whichever you prefer." After concluding her remarks, Rose stood and extended her hand for a handshake with Lupin. "By the way, should any issues arise during the summer, feel free to contact me. I will be available to address them. However, after the summer break, my schedule may become quite limited, provided that you are able to remain with us. Summer? Lupin responded, momentarily taken aback. Oh, I neglected to mention that I am not only the owner of this shop, but I also work at Hogwarts as a teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts. With a slight smile curving her lips, Rose shook his hand, leaving him in awe as she returned to her previous position. Black magic, defensive spells? Remus Lupin stood in a daze, murmuring to himself. Chapter 83, Nocturne Alley. After Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were sent away, Remus Lupin arrived as planned. And Rose stood lightheartedly, free of burdens. An idea took root in her mind. She resolved to wander through Nocturne Alley. Needing to procure items not readily available in the open market, of course, she would not venture forth in her current appearance. As Rose shed her dress and donned a white shirt, a ginger-colored waistcoat, and matching trousers, she stood before the full-length mirror in her bedroom. The reflection revealed a striking young man with black hair and dark eyes, appearing to be in his 20s, with a delicate and pale complexion reminiscent of a privileged nobleman, exuding an air of indulgence. He was quite pleased with his appearance. After securing a silver tie clip onto a crimson-striped tie, he tucked it neatly into his waistcoat. Shortly thereafter, he donned a matching suit jacket. With a snap, he vanished from the room. Nocturne Alley was a notorious magical thoroughfare, rife with dark magic, criminals, and dark wizards. This grimy alleyway was lined with shops dedicated to the dark arts. The grimy, foggy glass windows, seemingly perpetually unclean, displayed a grotesque array of withered skulls, including several that appeared unmistakably human. Nevertheless, Rose did not flinch, her expression impassive as her gaze swept past the signs of these establishments. At that moment, a sticky, sultry voice emerged from behind her. "Darling, are you here for me?" Rose coldly turned his head, casting a glance at the woman leaning against the dark wall behind him. She appeared youthful, yet was clad in outrageously revealing attire, nonchalantly leaning against the grimy surface. Unfazed by her surroundings, she held a long pipe in one hand, taking a puff while the other hand casually caressed her exposed bosom. "Given your striking looks, I could offer you a discount." With that, she threw him a flirtatious wink and laughed dreamily. At this juncture, Rose distinctly heard the sound of breaths concealed in the shadows, revealing many lurking eyes hidden in the grime. Yet, to the woman's disappointment, this seemingly handsome and affluent young man showed no reaction to her allure. After a mere cold glance, he turned away, preparing to leave. This lack of response felt like a dismissal of her very being. A surge of indignation coursed through the witch, prompting her to make a decision she would come to regret. She reached out, intending to grasp the arm of the young wizard before her. Just as her hand was about to touch his pristine shirt sleeve, an excruciating pain erupted. An emerald flame suddenly ignited upon her hand. A piercing scream resonated through the alley in an instant, causing all the watchful eyes to vanish without a trace. "I abhorred the touch of others," a mere trivial warning. A melodious male voice emerged, devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of an utterly frigid being. As the witch writhed in agony on the ground, clutching her hands in torment, this handsome, young man finally pivoted on his toes. He regarded the witch, who lay in distress, her face a blend of sweat and tears, her blurred eyes pleading for mercy. "Moreover, the stench of dead rats clings to you too strongly. Perhaps you ought to discard that unscrupulous merchant who supplies you with youth elixirs." With that, the young wizard, clad in polished leather shoes, departed without a backward glance. Fortunately, the mysterious emerald flames vanished with his exit. The witch gazed at her hands, unchanged from before, weeping in relief but still haunted by the searing agony that lingered in her body. As Rose emerged from a shop specializing in dubious tomes, she spotted an exceedingly familiar figure standing bewildered in the middle of Upside Down Alley. "Oh, foolish child, you've been picked up by your dogfather. How could you still be lost here?" Just as several malevolent dark wizards surrounding him attempted to seize him, Rose called out, "Harry." A foreign male voice uttering Harry's name caused all the dark wizards, who were poised to act or merely observe the unfolding drama, to vanish in an instant. Harry, both startled and intrigued, turned to discover a young wizard dressed in a muggle suit. His handsome visage and muggle attire appeared incongruous amidst the foreboding atmosphere. "Sir, do you know me?" Harry inquired, sensing no malice from the stranger as he stepped closer. The young wizard chuckled. "Who doesn't he know Harry Potter?" He pointed at Harry's forehead, where the now faded lightning scar resided. "However, it's less pronounced than I imagined. I merely surmised, after all. A minor wizard should not be wandering alone in Upside Down Alley." "Upside Down Alley," Harry echoed. "You don't know this place? How did you arrive here?" "I intended to go to Diagon Alley." "Perhaps you mispronounced the spell." Rose observed the soot covering him and drew out her white bone wand, incanting, "Scourgify. Restore to pristine condition." In an instant, Harry's shattered glasses became smooth and whole, and the grime covering him vanished entirely. Harry quickly looked down, realizing the stranger had kindly cast a spell for his benefit. "Thank you, sir. May I ask a question?" "Speak. Why does this Upside Down Alley appear so peculiar?" "In this place, where dark wizards abound, The alley is either peddling cursed artifacts or concocting sinister magic. Good children should keep their distance. Sir, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, the young wizard turned his head, regarding Harry with an inscrutable expression. I mean, you don't seem like a nefarious character, and you have assisted me. Harry hastily clarified, realizing he had overstepped. I require something that can only be procured here. He gestured to the item wrapped in parchment in his hand, which Harry surmised to be a book, perhaps a tome of dark magic. As they stepped onto a brightly lit street bustling with noise, they arrived at Diagon Alley. Harry, there you are? A girl with chestnut hair came sprinting from the other end of the street. Hermione, how wonderful it is to see you. And who is this? Hermione inquired, noting the strikingly out-of-place muggle attire of the young wizard beside Harry. Despite its incongruity, he appeared quite handsome, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush. This gentleman kindly guided me here, otherwise, I would have surely been lost. Just then, the Weasley family hurriedly squeezed through the throng. Harry, thank goodness we found you. I hope you only miscalculated one vault door, Arthur said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Molly is frantic. She will be here any moment. Where have you been? Knockturn Alley, Harry replied. How splendid. Knockturn Alley. The adults never allow us to go there, exclaimed the twins. Not a chance, Fred. George. Arthur sternly interjected. Finally regaining his composure, he noticed the young wizard standing beside Harry. You don't appear to be a muggle. Were you the one who escorted Harry out? Arthur quickly extended his hand for a warm shake, expressing his gratitude. You seem quite familiar with muggles. Do you know about them? As Arthur rambled on, Ron rolled his eyes and muttered, Dad's at it again. He always has a penchant for muggle things. Chapter 84, Lucius Malfoy. Oh, Harry dear. I'm so relieved to have found you. Molly rushed over, one hand tightly clutching her handbag while the other held onto her young daughter, Ginny. Her expression was anxious as her gaze scanned Harry from head to toe, as if fearing he might have lost something crucial in her absence. Finally, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're unharmed. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Sirius. At that moment, she finally noticed the unfamiliar young wizard standing beside Harry. Upon seeing his handsome visage, she softened her tone, asking, And who might this gentleman be? Tom Riddle. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Madam, the handsome wizard, identifying himself as Riddle, smiled at everyone present. Instantly, the ladies present, regardless of their age, could not help but admire his striking appearance and courteous demeanor. Molly Weasley, this is my youngest daughter, Ginny. She gently nudged her anxious daughter, who was nervously clutching her arm. Ginny, compelled by her mother's will, stepped forward and softly greeted. Hello, sir. These are my sons, and that is my husband. I believe you are already acquainted. Fred and George send their regards. The twins chimed in unison. Percy Weasley, the tall, red-haired eldest son among the boys, extended his hand to shake with Mr. Riddle. Following him was their youngest brother, Ron Weasley. I am Hermione Granger, she exclaimed with great delight, thrilled to encounter a wizard dressed in muggle attire in Diagon Alley. This indicated his acceptance of muggles was significantly greater than that of other wizards who were confined within their own circles. She promptly introduced the Granger couple, believing they would indeed have much in common, as this gentleman appeared exceedingly polite. We intend to visit Flourish and Blotts to purchase textbooks for the children. Mr. Riddle, do you have any plans? Arthur explained to Riddle. I believe I could accompany you. I have been seeking some tomes on ancient magic, Riddle replied, still holding a book wrapped in parchment. Ancient magic? About what? Hermione inquired. Perhaps I might know something. About Gringotts? Riddle tentatively suggested. Clearly, his response plunged everyone present into a sudden silence. Was this the reason Riddle needed to visit Knockturn Alley for books? Harry recalled the first-year news about the Gringotts break-in. However, the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed by Dumbledore, so this Mr. Riddle was evidently not after it. Are you planning to rob Gringotts? That would be quite thrilling. We have long been fascinated by the goblin's security enchantments. If you know anything, you must take us along. Fred exclaimed. Fred, George, came Mrs. Weasley's exasperated shout. Oh, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of targeting Gringotts' property. I certainly do not wish to find myself imprisoned in Azkaban, Riddle hastily clarified, eager to avoid raising suspicion among those around him. I am merely curious about the knowledge of security enchantments, as I believe it could inspire me in the realm of spells. Of course, I suspect if you had any nefarious intentions, you would not be so forthright about them, Arthur chuckled, stroking his smooth head, as the previously tense and awkward atmosphere began to ease. I wager you must be a Ravenclaw. As they all walked toward Flourish and Blotts, Arthur seized the opportunity to introduce a new topic. What a pity. I am not a Hogwarts graduate. I never quite made it to graduation, Riddle replied. Oh, that is truly unfortunate. At least you cannot be a Slytherin. Many thought to themselves. I had previously been emulating the travels of muggles, visiting numerous countries. It was truly exhilarating, and I had long desired to undertake such endeavors. Alas, I found myself devoid of both time and opportunity. Arthur's sense of regret was palpable. Which countries have you visited? There stood Mr. Granger, attired in respectable muggle garments alongside Riddle, whose demeanor was courteous and genteel, rendering the Granger couple conspicuously out of place among wizards, yet this provided a certain ease. As Riddle engaged them in casual conversation while they approached the exterior of the leaky cauldron, they were astonished to find the area teeming with a crowd. What could be the reason for such a gathering today? Upon struggling to make their way inside, they were taken aback to discover a grand banner unfurled from the second floor of the bookstore, Gilderoy Lockhart, signing and selling his autobiography, Me, the Magical, today at 12:30 and 4:30. It was he. The majority of our reading list this year consists of his works. Hermione exclaimed in excitement. Mrs. Weasley, equally exhilarated, seized a copy from the display and joined the throng forming a long queue. I believe we shall meet him shortly. The illustrious author Gilderoy Lockhart made his entrance amidst a dazzling array of flashes, with numerous reporters in the front row capturing his image. As Riddle, indifferent to the crowd, ascended the staircase to the second floor, she easily spotted Lockhart, donned in a robe as blue as the forget-me-nots. He flashed a radiant smile adorned with gleaming white teeth, his golden curls impeccably styled, striking flamboyant poses for the towering wizard from the Daily Prophet. Oh, is that not Harry Potter? A scene that had long been anticipated was about to unfold. Riddle crossed her arms and leaned against the row of bookshelves on the second floor, an ideal vantage point for observing the spectacle. Yet, it seemed that not everyone shared her sentiment. She had already noticed the familiar golden head of Draco Malfoy, slicked back with precision. From the moment they entered the bookstore, young Malfoy's gaze had remained fixated on Harry Potter. A peculiar thought drifted through her mind. She had perused various forms of literature in the past, and it was evident that the rivalry between Harry and Draco was a prevailing trend. Yet she had never taken it to heart. But such a persistent penchant for finding fault, was it not a form of love? She mused inwardly. You must relish this, Potter. Look, it has commenced again. With his characteristic sardonic grin, young Malfoy derided. The famous Harry Potter cannot even enter a bookstore without becoming the headline. Stay away from him. Ginny interjected, stepping in front of Harry. Potter, you found yourself a girlfriend, Malfoy drawled, causing Ginny, standing beside Harry, to blush and take a step back. All right, Draco, be more amiable. Though he spoke these words, the imposing figure of Lucius Malfoy, wielding a silver serpent-headed cane, clearly harbored a different mindset. With a demeanor that was both arrogant and commanding, he seized Harry's hand, lifting his wand to stir the dimming lightning scar upon his forehead. Your scar has become legendary. Much like the wizard who left it upon you, also a legend. In a secluded corner of the bookstore, as nearly everyone remained silently engrossed in the scene, an incongruous laugh pierced the atmosphere. Lucius Malfoy glared furiously at the impertinent young wizard in muggle attire who had audaciously interrupted him. Leaning against a bookshelf on the second floor, I thought associating with muggles was already a descent into depravity. Weasley, he scoffed, directing his ire at Arthur, who stood behind Harry. I never expected to see a wizard brazenly dressed as a muggle, flaunting himself in the magical community. Truly, the world has fallen into disarray. Just as Arthur was about to defend their newly acquainted friend, the young man descended the stairs with ease, seemingly oblivious to Lucius Malfoy's disdainful expression. Tom Riddle. A pleasure to meet you, sir. I apologize, but I do not yet know your name. Lucius Malfoy's previously contemptuous gray-blue eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the name Tom Riddle. A pallor swept over his face as he stared incredulously at the newcomer. Riddle, unperturbed by the rudeness, inquired with a hint of confusion, Sir? He gestured to his own right hand, adorned with a striking gold ring set with a black stone. An eerily familiar sight that startled Lucius internally. Suddenly, Lucius regained his composure, swiftly removing his leather glove from the left hand. Yet, upon merely brushing against Riddle's warm palm, he recoiled as if scalded. Lucius Malfoy, he introduced tersely. His abrupt actions astonished all present. Draco even incredulously uttered, Father? At that moment, Lucius remained silent, ignoring both Arthur Weasley and Harry Potter, hastily instructing Draco, we are leaving, and exited flourish and blots without a backward glance. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, seeking an explanation for Lucius Malfoy's sudden odd behavior. Yet Riddle, like any of them, merely shrugged with an expression of ignorance. Chapter 85, Tom Riddle. During this passage, Rose transforms into Riddle, using he instead of she. Children, let me see what else remains to be purchased. Molly, with a serious expression, insisted that the children meticulously check their book list for the semester, as she truly had no more time to take them back to Diagon Alley. At that moment, Riddle casually picked up a complete set of Gilderoy Lockhart's books from the bookstore display, preparing to purchase them. He was undoubtedly well aware of Lockhart's true nature. Yet this did not preclude him from finding the books somewhat intriguing, at least based on the few pages he had hastily skimmed. Moreover, with the onset of the new academic term in 1992, Lockhart was to assume the role of the new defense against the dark arts professor, was he not? As his assistant, it would be rather unwise to embark on this endeavor without having perused his much-vaunted magnum opus. He had no desire to navigate colleague relations poorly. as that would only invite unnecessary complications. Rose secretly hoped that the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart would encompass the entire curriculum of defense against the dark arts for years 1 through 7. If that were the case, he might still find some leisure time to attend the potions classes of his esteemed professor. One could only wish for some discernment on Lockhart's part. Do you also admire Professor Lockhart? Hermione, clutching all of Lockhart's works, was poised to join the queue for the signing event. However, prior to this, she had taken note of Riddle's actions, the young man who had recently been introduced to her. He just announced that he would be our new defense against the dark arts professor. This is indeed thrilling. Before he could respond, Ron interjected. No one is looking forward to this flamboyant peacock. I can assure you that Rose is already an exceptional teacher. Ron had long harbored disdain for Lockhart, whose only merit seemed to be in attracting attention, a sentiment echoed by his mother and sister, even the astute Hermione. Isn't that right, Harry? Harry, still somewhat dazed, had just stepped into the bookstore when an unfamiliar stranger pulled him onto the stage for a photo op, subsequently rambling on before loudly proclaiming his new role as the defense against the dark arts professor for the upcoming semester. The antics of the Malfoys further compounded Harry's bewilderment, leaving him struggling to process the whirlwind of events. Rose is the finest defense against the dark arts teacher. Lockhart appears to be nothing more than a pretty fade. Ron cast a disdainful glance at Lockhart, who was preening in front of the camera, engaging with the eager participants. Oh, certainly, Harry quickly replied, for he too harbored a dislike for Lockhart, feeling that his fame was solely a product of his parents' sacrifices, wishing instead that they were still alive. At this moment, Hermione, slightly perturbed, countered, I did not say Rose was inadequate. I simply believe that Professor Lockhart will also be splendid. He will make a good teacher. Look, even before the term has commenced, the title of professor is already being tossed around. Ron rolled his eyes, wearing a skeptical expression. Rose felt a surge of joy at the student's recognition of his work. Yet he would prefer Lockhart to be a truly exceptional professor, as this would alleviate some of his burdens. Though he understood that such a wish was unlikely to materialize once the roster was finalized. Any reader familiar with the original text is well aware of Lockhart's true character. All right, children, there is no need to quarrel over events that have yet to unfold. Cherish your friendships. Upon concluding his remarks, he retrieved a golden pocket watch from the vest of his suit, glancing at the time. It was growing late, and I suppose I must take my leave. He expressed with a hint of regret in his tone. Oh, it has been a genuine pleasure to meet you, Mr. Riddle. Several children appeared somewhat reluctant, feeling a pang of sorrow at the impending separation from this newly acquainted figure. If fate permits, we shall surely meet again, he assured, nodding. After settling the bill at the counter, he departed the shop, carrying books wrapped in parchment and magically shrunk. After leaving the leaky cauldron, Riddle did not venture far. Before heading home, he intended to find dinner nearby. Living alone often afforded him the luxury of being lazy, and recently he had discovered several delightful eateries. Thus, he paused at the entrance of the enchanted witch CAF. Diagon Alley was home to numerous CAFs, which favored outdoor seating under umbrellas, allowing patrons to dine al fresco. He had no aversion to such an arrangement. Finding a spot partially concealed by greenery, he settled in, enjoying a splendid view of the street, blending seamlessly with the bustling crowd, who would find it difficult to spot him unless they were specifically searching for his presence. The wooden table before him displayed the CAF's menu. After a cursory glance, he delicately tapped it with his pale, bony wand. Ordering a Benedict, an English muffin topped with poached eggs, crispy bacon, Iberian ham, a vegetable salad, and fries, along with a portion of pan-fried mackerel. He opted for a chilled glass of Calpis instead of coffee. The service was prompt, and a young waiter soon delivered the meal. As was expected of a long-standing establishment in Diagon Alley, the prices on the menu were not modest. The rich fat of the ham melted like snowflakes upon his tongue, while the freshly fried mackerel burst with the essence of the ocean. As he finished his meal with the refreshing drink, an unexpected, yet somewhat anticipated figure appeared before him. Seemingly timed to perfection, Lucius Malfoy emerged just as Riddle's plate was cleared. Good evening. I hope I have not disturbed your meal, Malfoy greeted, now alone. With no trace of young Malfoy trailing behind him, he appeared considerably more composed than the pale and frantic demeanor he had exhibited earlier at the leaky cauldron. Yet a flicker of trepidation in his steel-gray eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Your presence is quite fortuitous, leading me to wonder if you have been monitoring my every move. Riddle drawled leisurely, reclining in his chair, having just dabbed his mouth with a napkin. At this, Lucius hastily denied the implication. I merely found your name strikingly familiar. Do you happen to know another Tom Riddle? Another Tom Riddle? Riddle scoffed. Are you referring to the one who has long since rotted in his grave? His fingers absent-mindedly traced the black stone ring adorning his right hand. It is uncertain what thoughts Lucius was stirred by, as his fingers trembled involuntarily. Please, be seated. I do not have a habit of making people stand for no reason. Despite the seemingly gentle demeanor exhibited by Riddle, his words starkly contrasted with his attitude. The more he spoke, the more Lucius appeared to be engulfed in trepidation. I noticed you were carrying an old book at the bookstore this afternoon. Riddle, with his obsidian-like eyes, fixed his gaze intently on the rigid figure before him. I am not concerned with your intentions at that moment, but I must insist that you return it. The final words he uttered left Lucius in disbelief, staring at the young wizard across from him. My lord, he stammered, struggling to swallow as he barely managed to articulate a few words. The young Mr. Riddle merely drew forth his pale wand and, under Lucius's incredulous gaze, lightly touched his left arm. In an instant, the once feared mark that had struck terror in the wizarding world erupted into searing pain, enveloping his entire being. My lord. Sweat beads formed on Lucius's forehead, and the veins on his temples throbbed. Do not test my patience, Lucius, Riddle hissed, his expression inscrutable. At that moment, Lucius dared not hesitate any longer. He retrieved a yellowed muggle notebook and respectfully presented it with both hands, bowing his head, which had previously been held high. Riddle took the aged notebook, the stench of dark magic surrounding it familiar to him. He regarded Lucius, who remained seated yet could not bear to meet his gaze, with satisfaction. Very well. Congratulations on your return. Do you have any further instructions? But Riddle merely responded enigmatically. You will know when the time is right. With that, he carelessly tossed a few galleons on the table as payment for the evening's meal. The eerie green flames enveloped Riddle in an instant, and as Lucius watched, trembling, he arrogantly nodded before vanishing from sight. Were it not for the half-filled cup remaining on the table and the few galleons scattered about, Lucius Malfoy would have surely believed that the entire encounter was but a fleeting dream. The Dark Lord had returned without notifying any of the Death Eaters. And had it not been for his unexpected encounter in Diagon Alley, though perhaps it was not entirely unexpected, he would never have believed that the Lord could appear so amiable while standing alongside Harry Potter and the Weasley family. Yet if this were a conspiracy of the Order of the Phoenix, the reaction of the Dark Mark would undeniably be genuine. Lucius glanced around, noting that no one paid attention to this corner, and with a sharp crack, he vanished from his seat. Chapter 86, Spinner's End. In the industrial region of central England lies a place known as Cokeworth, where Spinner's End is situated. Once, this area was a bustling industrial zone, where, decades ago, the factory chimneys, standing tall not far from the closely knit houses along the slope, belched forth thick smoke day and night. However, with the transformation of industry and the migration of manufacturing overseas, vast expanses of factories were sadly abandoned, leading to an increasingly dilapidated neighborhood that already bore the marks of age. Severus Snape grew up in this land. Perhaps his mother, Eileen Prince, resided in a more favorable area before marrying the previous generation of Snapes, but Severus retained no memory of such a past. He could only glean fragments of his origins from his mother's distant recollections, which indicated that he was not born here. Yet now, he evidently no longer cared about these trivial bygone days. Even after attaining a respectable position in adulthood, he chose not to leave, suggesting that he was not one to excessively pursue material pleasures. Perhaps it was merely a reflection of his nostalgia. Each year, the holidays provided a rare opportunity for Snape, as the head professor and dean of Hogwarts, to unwind. During this time, he could immerse himself day and night in his beloved potions and magical studies. Thus, when a golden eagle unceremoniously tapped upon his first-floor window, interrupting his meticulous potion brewing in the basement, Snape's expression darkened instantly. Without hesitation, he opened the window and seized the eagle, pulling it into the room. As the bird struggled uncomfortably, its wings grasped tightly, Snape muttered through clenched teeth. If Lucius does not provide me with a sufficient reason, you shall learn the heavy price of disturbing me. His deep, silky voice emerged from his throat, and the eagle, seemingly comprehending his threat, ceased its frantic movements, obediently lifting the envelope tethered to its leg. After unfastening the envelope, Snape carelessly tossed the messenger aside. The once proud golden eagle, now aware of its predicament, retreated to a corner of the room, patiently awaiting a response to deliver back. Undoubtedly, every corner of this old house seemed to be occupied by books. Those tomes, with dark covers, were piled high, reaching toward the ceiling. Aside from these volumes bound in worn black or brown leather, the room contained little else besides a bed in the bedroom, an old sofa, a rickety armchair, and a table with a broken leg that wobbled precariously. The dim light emanated from candles suspended from the ceiling. Upon receiving the letter evidently from Lucius Malfoy, Snape did not return to the basement, but instead settled into the sole armchair in the living room. The letter contained no critical information. It merely arranged a formal visit for the following afternoon. Yet, this was far more troublesome than the verbose, identity-signaling manner of writing he was accustomed to. After setting down the letter, deep creases formed on his brow. After merely a moment of contemplation, he picked up a blank sheet of parchment from the table, dipped his quill into the inky blackness, and inscribed his reply. Observing the immense golden eagle, which, upon receiving the response, soared eagerly out of Spinner's End, transforming into an inconspicuous black dot against the sky, Severus Snape's dark eyes swirled with enigmatic thoughts. Unlike any other day of the holiday, today Snape was not brewing potions in the basement or poring over the seemingly endless tomes of magic. He sat in his black robes, fastened up to his throat, reminiscent of his days in the dungeons of Hogwarts, with a pale white shirt peeking subtly from the cuffs and collar, his only two hues. Perched in an armchair not far from the hearth in the sitting room, he impassively leafed through the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. Apart from the familiar visage of young Potter, still bearing a youthful innocence, and the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart, who stood beside Potter with a grin as vibrant as a blooming peacock, he discovered no news worthy of his attention. With a sense of tedium, Snape discarded the time-wasting newspaper aside. Just then, a sudden burst of green flames erupted in the fireplace, and a man with flowing golden hair, wielding a serpent-headed cane, effortlessly cast a cleaning charm upon himself. "Good afternoon, Severus. I must say, you ought to tidy up your fireplace," he remarked. Lucius had chosen not to don his black leather gloves today, and his pampered fingers brushed away non-existent dust from his attire. Snape, responding lazily, remarked, "Aside from you, I doubt anyone would disturb a poor professor during this rare vacation. Come now, Severus. I heard from Draco that you have quite an intriguing affair at Hogwarts. To be honest, though I have yet to see the young lady myself, not a single friend who has encountered her has failed to praise her enchanting beauty." Lucius replied with his characteristic insincere smile. "Did she not grace us with her presence during the holiday?" Snape offered no response, merely narrowing his fathomless, abyss-like eyes and coldly smirking at his old friend, Draco. "Excellent. I believe your son will have a rather splendid academic year upon his return." Unfazed by Snape's ominous reply, Lucius felt no remorse for his son's predicament and silently settled onto the sole sofa in the room, snapping his fingers. A house elf, draped in a tattered tea towel, promptly appeared in the corner, respectfully serving 2 glasses of red wine before vanishing. "The esteemed Mr. Malfoy, gracing my humble abode as a guest, even bringing his own house elf. Truly honors me," Snape declared, raising his goblet of wine toward Lucius. Lucius, however, appeared to be impervious to Snape's barbs, as if under the influence of a silencing charm. After a moment of silence, he lifted his hand and took a sip of the red wine in his glass. Snape, sensing the other's unusual demeanor, pinched the slender stem of his wine glass between his fingers. He rose from the armchair, today eschewing the black cloak he typically donned at Hogwarts, presenting himself with a notably more upright posture. "What has transpired?" Snape's deep, rich voice flowed slowly from his throat, akin to a whisper, yet Lucius, seated on the sofa, heard it with remarkable clarity. He inhaled deeply. "Do you have any news of that esteemed gentleman?" The words escaped him laced with an indescribable caution, so subtle that even he did not notice the slight tremor in his voice. Upon hearing this, Snape immediately turned, his pitch-black eyes fixed intently on Lucius, who sat on the sofa exuding an air of agitation and helplessness. "What did you say?" He found it hard to believe the implications that could arise from this news. "Let us applaud, as we formally embark on the exhilarating second volume. Let the wheel of fate turn."